Chapter 1. The Journey Through Time. In this realm, one embarks on a shared survival adventure. A duo's sanctuary for cultivation, paired blocks, dual staircases, and shared dormitories are all creations of my own. Rest assured. The quality is guaranteed, and I heed the counsel to avoid glitch narratives. The grand journey of dual survival on a train begins. 1. Humanity across the globe is paired into couples for a survival expedition aboard a transcendent train, where your companions will be those with whom you share a close bond. 2. The train operates autonomously, arriving at designated stations each morning at 6 o'clock. Each station transforms into a distinct microcosm. Within these worlds, one may explore to gather resources essential for survival, but peril lurks at every turn. 3. Resources can be amassed to enhance the train's level, which in turn unlocks additional carriages. 4. A select few will commence their journey endowed with unique talents, ranked from S to D. 5. A week-long novice protection period ensures the train's absolute safety. However, calamities will emerge thereafter, with the first disaster being a chilling frost. 6. Players will find an attribute panel, a chat channel, a trading market, and a personal inventory as foundational tools. Explore them at your leisure. May everyone enjoy their gaming experience. As the mechanical voice faded, Shen Ping found himself bewildered, gazing around. Had he not just been in the dormitory playing a game? He was on the brink of achieving a pentakill, and yet here he was in this strange place. What on earth was happening? Upon closer inspection, he realized he was in a rather dilapidated train carriage, with a yellowed light bulb overhead and an expanse of darkness beyond the window. Nothing but void. At the front of the carriage, a rickety seat, a steering wheel, and a few buttons were all that remained. At that moment, a stunning woman clad in a pink JK uniform stood beside him. Her gaze was vacant, clearly a victim of some inexplicable supernatural event, leaving her in a state of confusion. Shen Ping quickly discerned her appearance. This woman possessed exquisite features. Harmoniously arranged, her phoenix-like eyes, delicate nose, and full lips were striking. Her attire highlighted her shapely figure, and the allure of her form was accentuated by the uniform, with the impression that her assets were on the verge of bursting forth. Particularly, the faint scent of her perfume lingered in the air, and a rosy hue adorned her cheeks, perhaps a sign of her fright. In any case, she was undeniably enchanting. Lo Chiu Shui, what are you doing here? Where's this place? Shen Ping exclaimed, astonished to find that his match was none other than the flower of his department, revered as the belle of the campus. Moreover, she was a classmate. Yet aside from being classmates and alumni, their connection was tenuous at best. It is understood that even among university classmates, social media exchanges are not guaranteed. Was this game system truly meant to match individuals based on their relationships? Aside from being classmates, what bond did he share with the campus beauty? Aside from the occasional encounters on the playground or in the cafeteria, their interactions had been minimal. Hearing Shen Ping's voice, Lo Chiu Shui snapped back to reality, her eyes reflecting a mixture of fear and confusion as she addressed him. Shen Ping, where are we? How did you end up here? Luo Chiu glanced around in a state of mild panic, on the verge of tears. Moments ago, she had found herself alone in the dormitory while her roommates attended an elective class, so she had taken refuge under her covers, mining away. Fortunately, her journey through time had concluded before any calamity struck. It seems that all of humanity has been transported into this train world, with pairs assigned to each carriage. For reasons unknown, we have been matched together, Shen Ping stated earnestly. Having perused survival-themed novels on the Tomato Novel Network, he naturally accepted this bizarre turn of events. After a brief explanation, Luo Chiu began to grasp the situation. A glance at Shen Ping's handsome features made her feel a sudden pang of self-consciousness. Suppressing her unusual emotions, Luo Chiu pondered for a moment before saying, Shen Ping, I truly cannot fathom why we were matched. Perhaps it is because I lack friends in class, leading to this coincidence? She felt her reasoning was rather flimsy. One must not be discovered. Observing the peculiar look in Luo Chiu's eyes, Shen Ping refrained from overthinking the matter. That seems to be the case, Miss Luo, the campus belle. I look forward to your guidance, he remarked, scratching his nose. Yes, I look forward to it. Luo Chiu nodded vigorously, feeling a twinge of fear. What if they were discovered? Thankfully, the clothes they wore had traveled with them. though they were somewhat uncomfortable. Accepting their new reality, the two quickly began to curiously inspect their carriage. This particular section contained little more than a seat in the cockpit, devoid of any other furnishings. Moreover, the cockpit appeared to be merely decorative, as the game system indicated that the train operated automatically. Just then, a notification chimed in Shen Ping's ear. Player Shen Ping, you have acquired this level talent. Critical hit everything. Talent? Critical hit everything? Shen Ping felt a surge of joy. Was fortune smiling upon him? Chapter 2. The first platform, Abandoned Factory. S-level talent. Critical hit everything. In addition to your inherent talents, you can critically hit other objects, with effect determined at random. Items that have been critically hit cannot be hit again. Note: 1. Living beings cannot be critically hit. 2. Objects of excessive size cannot be critically hit. For instance, one cannot critically hit an entire planet. 3. The effects of critical hits are randomized within a certain range. Upon comprehending the description of this critical hit talent, a gleam of delight crossed Shen Ping's face. He fully understood how extraordinary this talent was. By the way, Shen Ping, Luo Qiushua prodded his shoulder. I just received a notification that I have acquired a talent, seemingly level healing. C-level healing, capable of treating certain injuries. Not bad. I too have gained a talent, Shen Ping replied, smiling as he shared the details of his newfound ability. When Luo Qiushua heard about Shen Ping's remarkable talent, her eyes widened in astonishment, clearly taken aback by the potency of his gift. My goodness, your talent is astonishing, capable of critiquing everything. How about you see if you can critique my talent? The campus Belle, Luo Qiushua, swiftly adapted to the situation, her innovative thinking shining through as she eagerly approached Shen Ping. Ah, yes, since you can critique everything, let's test that on your talent. After all, it's not a living entity, nor is it particularly large. The two of them fumbled about for a while, but Shen Ping could not find a way to critique her talent. Luo Qiushua, too, felt a flush creeping on her face as she endured Shen Ping's large hand. Lost in thought, it was exhilarating. After waiting for the dormitory to be empty, she had hoped to explore her newfound abilities, only to suddenly find herself transported to another realm. Luo Qiushua asked, her embarrassment evident as she fumbled about. It was rather awkward. Shen Ping, puzzled, recalled that he possessed the ability to critique everything. Merely touching an object could trigger a critique. However, he soon realized that this ability pertained to tangible objects. To critique a talent, he likely needed a medium. He opened his attribute panel. Player, Shen Ping. Teammate, Luo Qiushua. Talent, grade critique everything. Train, level 1. Physical constitution, 10. Indicating the strength of physical fitness, a normal adult, male, has a score of 10. Stamina, 100. Representing one's physical endurance. Engaging in any activity will consume stamina, and depleting it to 0 will result in sudden death. Skills, none. Luo Qiushua's attribute panel was similar. Shen Ping quickly located the talent on Luo Qiushua's panel and initiated a critique. Indeed, it appeared that critiquing her talent required access through the attribute panel. Critique successful. Grade healing. Grade healing everything. Grade healing everything. Capable of healing any injury, restoring stamina, and even repairing broken objects to their original state. A perfect healer. Oh yes, I now possess an grade talent. Luo Qiushua exclaimed with excitement, fully aware that her newfound abilities were a result of Shen Ping's influence. Congratulations, Qiushua. This is largely thanks to your talent. Without it, I would never have acquired such a formidable gift. This was the ability to heal anything. If she could heal any patient back on Blue Star, wouldn't she be akin to a divine healer? Shen Ping pondered, considering that since Luo Qiushua's talent could be critiqued, perhaps he could do the same for the train? According to the game's rules, the train was indeed constructible. With curiosity, he clicked once more. Train, level 1. Upgrade requirements. Wood X100, Plastic X100, Refined Iron X100. Special ability, none. What special abilities could the train possibly have? Never mind, perhaps a critique would reveal something unexpected. Placing his hand on the train, he initiated a critique. Critique successful, ordinary train, enhanced train. In the next moment, A deafening rumble erupted from the train that Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue occupied. Luo Qiuxue gasped in surprise, instinctively clutching Shen Ping's arm. "Don't worry, I'm just critiquing the train." Upon hearing this, Luo Qiuxue relaxed, yet she marveled at the impressive nature of Shen Ping's talent. Soon, amidst the cacophony of roaring sounds, though the surrounding volume and size exhibited no discernible change, the entire appearance of the train underwent a remarkable transformation. The previously dilapidated train now gleamed with an exquisite newness, the floor devoid of any marks and adorned with a soft carpet, reminiscent of a genuine high-speed rail experience. Intrigued, Shen Ping clicked to discover what alterations had transpired. Enhanced train, level 1, upgrade requirements with 50, plastic 50, fine iron 50. Special abilities, have consumption, station insight. Have consumption. The resources required for upgrading the train are permanently reduced by half. Station insight, access to information about each station. The level remained at 1, yet new capabilities emerged. Shen Ping nodded in satisfaction. This was indeed the result of a critical hit. Seizing the opportunity before the train departed, he accessed the chat channel. The chat channel was not divided by regions, encompassing the entirety of Water Blue Star, a chat space for a staggering 10 billion individuals. Global chat channel 10 billion, 10 billion, what the heck? Why am I in the same carriage as my son? Everyone has traversed time and space. All have paired up in the train compartment, yet am matched with my buddy instead of a girl. I've been matched with my stepmother. How awkward, dear family. I'm paired with my homeroom teacher from here on. I'll have to rely on them to lead the way. Who could take me back? They'll give them 10 billion. Hey, are you an idiot? If some mysterious force transported 10 billion people to a strange world, why would you pay to return? Well, it seems that regardless of wealth or poverty, everyone starts from the same line. Perhaps not entirely the same line, at least I've gained talent. Awesome, someone powerful, please take me along. My talent is grade, which can cause ingrown toenails. Do you want ingrown toenails? I'd rather have your mother. I'm in a hurry, Indeed, everyone has traversed time and space. 10 billion people globally, I can only wonder what extraordinary power could achieve such a feat. Shen Ping sighed, while Luo Qiuxue leaned in to observe as well, with the train still stationary and nothing else to occupy their time. Due to their proximity, Shen Ping naturally caught a hint of a delicate fragrance. He wondered what brand of lotion Luo Qiuxue used daily, as she emanated such a lovely scent. For some reason, Shen Ping felt there was something beyond her usual body fragrance, something more. He shook his head, dismissing further thoughts. Soon after, a notification rang in their ears. Half an hour has passed since the global traversal. All trains are about to depart. In 5 minutes, we will arrive at the first station. From tomorrow onwards, arrivals will be uniformly at 6 in the morning. Wishing all players good luck. As the announcement concluded, the train roared to life, a thunderous sound reverberating. Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue momentarily lost their balance and fell to the ground. However, Shen Ping felt no pain. In fact, it was rather soft, and he inadvertently grasped something. Soft and plush, cough, cough. How long are you going to keep me pressed down? The shy words emanated from beneath him. It was only then that Shen Ping realized he had inadvertently pinned Luo Qiuxue underneath him. He hastily stood up, a blush of embarrassment creeping onto his face. I apologize, Qiuxue. It was unintentional. Luo Qiuxue rose to her feet, casting a timid glance at Shen Ping before softly replying, "It's all right after all. It wasn't deliberate." Typically, Luo Qiuxue's demeanor was tranquil, her voice barely above a whisper. However, due to the recent incident, a glimmer of light danced in her eyes. She glanced at Shen Ping, lost in her thoughts. 5 minutes swiftly elapsed. The duo received a notification, a unique ability of the train they were aboard. Approaching station, abandoned factory. Resources available, some wastewater resources, plastic, fine iron, etc. Danger level, none. Area size, 15,836 square meters. Duration of stay, 4 hours. After 4 hours, the train will close its doors and depart. Players who fail to board will remain on the platform indefinitely. As the announcement concluded, Shen Ping's train came to a halt at a platform, where a switch was located next to the door, controlling its opening and closing. Opposite the door stood the entrance to the factory. "Let us proceed, Qiuxue." All right, I will follow you. Luo Qiushue exhibited no signs of entitlement, preferring not to remain on the train while Shen Ping ventured out alone. The unfolding situation required not only Shen Ping's initiative, but also her own. Together, they would need to cooperate diligently to survive. Shen Ping activated the door switch and stepped onto the platform. Simultaneously, his curiosity led him to survey the area beneath the train, revealing an abyss of nothingness. How can this be? Following Shen Ping's gaze, Luo Qiushue understood his bewilderment, feeling a wave of tension wash over her as she remarked, "I too sense something is amiss with this train." The pair exchanged glances, both still students at heart, momentarily startled by the supernatural phenomenon. Regardless, let us hasten to explore for supplies. Since we are here, we might as well make ourselves comfortable, as long as we avoid falling into the void beneath the train. Chapter 3. Critical Strike Success, the 3 Transformations of Wastewater. Shen Ping pushed open the door to the abandoned factory, closely followed by Luo Qiushue. As they stepped inside, the musty scent of rust and decaying would envelop them. Beyond the shattered glass windows lay an abyss of darkness, while the ceiling bore yellowed light bulbs that emitted a feeble glow. "Is this what an abandoned factory looks like?" Shen Ping murmured, finding it far more dilapidated than he had imagined. Soon, he spotted several barrels of wastewater stacked in a corner, each crafted from plastic. "It seems there is water here," Luo Qiushue exclaimed. "Undoubtedly, water is the most vital resource. One can survive 3 days without food, but never without water." The two hurried toward the barrels, only to find the water within was murky, swarming with mosquitoes and flies buzzing above. "A barrel of wastewater," Luo Qiushue lamented. "Can this even be consumed? It must be the factory's effluent, right?" Shen Ping replied, "Do not forget, I possess a critical strike ability." "Then strike quickly. I want to see what happens to this barrel after a critical hit," Luo Qiushue urged eagerly. Critical strike successful. A barrel of wastewater, a barrel of pure water. In the next moment, the barrel of plastic encasing the wastewater vanished, replaced by a barrel of clean, crystal clear water. This critical strike effect is truly impressive. It will suffice for us for quite some time. There are several more barrels here. However, when Shen Ping attempted to strike the other barrels of wastewater, the results varied. Critical strike successful. A barrel of wastewater, a barrel of poisonous water. Critical strike successful. A barrel of wastewater, a barrel of nuclear wastewater. Aside from the 2 barrels that transformed into pure water, the other 2 turned into a barrel of toxic water, exuding a noxious odor, and another into nuclear wastewater. What a disastrous turn of events for the critical strike. Shen Ping exclaimed, stepping back in alarm. The toxic water was one thing, but nuclear wastewater was another matter entirely, as it contained numerous radioactive substances. Shen Ping first opened his personal backpack. Personal backpack, a total of 20 compartments, each capable of holding up to 100 identical items. "Perhaps we should take the pure water and leave the toxic and nuclear wastewater behind," suggested Luo Qiushue, visibly recoiling from the dangerous barrels. Shen Ping, however, shook his head decisively. "No, storing them in the backpack should effectively isolate them. First, I will store the 3 barrels of pure water, occupying 1 compartment, and then I will secure the other 2, totaling 3 compartments." Noticing Luo Qiushue's puzzled expression, Shen Ping clarified, "This backpack functions similarly to the storage backpacks in survival games. It contains 20 compartments, each capable of isolating items. In other words, anything we place inside will pose no safety hazard." Luo Qiushue finally grasped Shen Ping's intention. So it's just like the backpacks in those survival games? However, the 2 barrels of water are not potable. One may wonder what purpose they serve. Naturally, they are intended for self-defense. Contaminated water and nuclear waste can inflict harm upon human skin. We cannot ascertain whether we might encounter danger in the near future. And even if we were to accidentally suffer from poisoning, your healing abilities would surely come into play, wouldn't they? Indeed, your considerations are quite thorough, praised Luo Qiushue. Subsequently, the 2 began to collect discarded metals and plastics nearby. Shen Ping, intrigued, struck a unit of scrap iron, and miraculously, it transformed into a unit of gold. Alternatively, It could also yield a unit of steel or platinum. The results of such critical hits are quite unpredictable. Nonetheless, despite the randomness, a significant proportion tends to convert into gold. After exploring the rules of their abilities, they realized that what they were lacking were plastics and refined iron. Thus, Shen Ping refrained from further critical hits on those materials. He couldn't possibly upgrade a train with gold, akin to attempting to pay for a meal at a modest eatery with $1 million check. It simply wouldn't suffice. 2 hours passed, and the pair finally gathered all useful items before returning to the carriage. Notably, there was a button at the front of the train that possessed recycling capabilities, allowing them to reclaim the scrap iron and plastics from the factory. Acquired 113 units of refined iron, acquired 156 units of plastic. In addition, they obtained a unit of steel, as well as a unit of gold and platinum, products of the earlier critical hits. They also fetched 3 barrels of water, one containing contaminated water and another holding nuclear waste. This constituted the bounty of Shen Ping and Luo Qiushua's endeavor. Upon returning to the train, Luo Qiushua, having exerted herself, was drenched in fragrant perspiration, breathing heavily. She had not anticipated that transferring items into her backpack would increase her burden, making walking surprisingly arduous. This was quite normal. During my survival gaming experiences, I too noticed that an increase in backpack load would slow down the player's movement speed, Shen Ping remarked. They took out the 3 barrels of clean water and placed them within the carriage. The 50 units of refined iron and 50 units of plastic were temporarily fed into the train's upgrade panel, allowing them to be stored without occupying backpack space. They needed an additional 50 units of wood to elevate the train to the second level. However, this was not a daunting task, as there was a trading market. A mere exchange of water could yield wood and other valuable resources. It seems we lack empty bottles. How shall we drink or trade this water? Luo Qiushua inquired. Shen Ping furrowed his brow, opening the trading market for inspection. Selling 5 units of wood, only in exchange for water. Comment. Are you out of your mind? 5 units of wood for water? That's laughable. Reply. Mind your own business. If you won't trade, then don't bother commenting. 1 loaf of bread for 500 milliliters of water. Interested parties, please DM. Comment. 500 milliliters of water is impossible. 200 milliliters is more reasonable. Reply. That would be gone in a sip. No trade, no deal. 5 units of iron can be exchanged for a portion of water resources. The marketplace is predominantly abuzz with posts regarding the trade of water and food, accompanied by numerous comments and replies, akin to a bustling forum. The participants, though newly traversed, are not naive. While they may not be particularly parched or famished, the necessity to stockpile water and food becomes evident in the absence of stable sources. However, for Shen Ping and his companion to sell water, they must first acquire suitable containers, as their supply is ample. As the scheduled train departed with a thunderous roar, the duo contemplated a rudimentary strategy, namely, to issue a trade proposal advantageous to themselves. 500 milliliters of water can be exchanged for 10 units of wood, 2 portions of food, or 100 mineral water bottles. For the first 2 options, participants must provide their own bottles. Note, the water resources inventory is substantial. By publicizing this offer, Shen Ping believed that anyone with a modicum of sense would recognize his considerable water supply, albeit lacking the means of containment. The comments section erupted with excitement, as his pricing was relatively reasonable compared to others selling a single bottle for 50 or even 100 units of wood. Unfortunately, the number of players possessing mineral water bottles was scant, hindering any potential transactions. Such a pity, I lack a mineral water bottle. I have 10 units of wood, but desperately wish to exchange for water. I'll drink my bottle of water right away and then come back to trade. Simultaneously, news of Shen Ping's water sale stirred a minor commotion within the chat channel. Is it true? Someone is selling water? And all you need is to provide a bottle? Shouldn't this water be hoarded? I suspect it's just some non-potable waste. Let us not jump to conclusions. We can't outright accuse someone of selling waste. I just scavenged over 500 empty bottles from a junkyard nearby. I'll try trading with Shen Ping. Report back to us on whether it's drinkable. Wait, has anyone noticed that the chat channel has decreased by 1 billion people? Wasn't it 100 billion before? Why is it now 99 billion? Could there be a bug? Everyone seemed uncertain about the sudden change. It was highly unlikely that a perilous platform had resulted in the demise of 1 billion individuals. Such a notion was utterly terrifying. Before long, a considerable number of individuals arrived with their own mineral water bottles to trade with Shen Ping. Every few minutes, private messages arrived. Shen Ping instructed the players to send their bottles first before proceeding with the exchange, alleviating any concerns of potential dishonesty. After all, a single bottle contained less than 0.5 units of plastic, rendering it unnecessary for Shen Ping to jeopardize his reputation for a mere bottle. After the other party exchanged the bottle, Shen Ping filled it with water and then proceeded with the trade. Luo Qiushue was responsible for collecting the supplies. Acquired bread 2, acquired bento 2, acquired compressed biscuits 2, acquired wood 10. Chapter 4. Train upgrades and ability choices. Shen Ping was engaged in resource trading with other players when he received a private message from a player named Lu Ting. Shen Ping had a classmate by the same name, but given the vastness of the world, he dismissed it as mere coincidence. Lu Ting, hello, esteemed Shen Ping. Is it truly possible for me to exchange 100 bottles for a bottle of water? I just gathered over 500 water bottles at a trash station with my friend. May I trade you 5 bottles of water? Shen Ping quickly replied, of course. Please give me 5 empty bottles first so that I can fill them with water. Wait, you must ensure that your water is drinkable. I assure you, I am a university student and would never deceive you. To do so would be akin to tricking a puppy. Upon seeing Shen Ping's assurance, Lu Ting hesitated for a moment, failing to notice the latter part of his message, before handing over 5 empty bottles. Simultaneously, a thought struck her. A university student? She was also a university student. There was a quiet student in her class named Shen Ping as well. Could this esteemed Shen Ping before her be her classmate? Never mind, she could simply ask later. Shen Ping filled the bottles with water and exchanged them for the remaining empty ones, acquiring a total of 523 empty bottles. Luo Qiushue's eyes sparkled with delight as she exclaimed, "Now we won't have to worry about trading for empty bottles. With over 500, they will last us a long time. Each barrel of water is at least 1 meter in diameter and 1 meter high, containing enough resources to fill thousands of 500 milliliters bottles without issue." In another dilapidated train, Lu Ting gazed at the 5 pristine bottles of water before her. Her eyes filled with astonishment. Meng, look, there truly is drinkable water from this esteemed Shen Ping. Li Meng took a glance, enviously remarking, "This person is quite fortunate to have started with so much water." Lu Ting pondered for a moment and voiced her suspicion. He is very likely our classmate Shen Ping. Li Meng had no recollection. Shen Ping's presence had been so minimal before his transmigration, particularly among university students. Unless they resided in the same dormitory, they rarely crossed paths. The campus was vast, and aside from attending classes, they seldom encountered each other. Subsequently, Lu Ting hurriedly inquired, "Hello, esteemed Shen Ping. May I ask if you are a student at Jiangxing University?" Upon reading the message, Shen Ping was momentarily taken aback. Only someone who knew him, like Lu Ting, could accurately identify his school. "Are you the Lu Ting from our class?" Realizing from his message that this Shen Ping was indeed her classmate and not merely a namesake, Lu Ting felt a sense of serendipity. After a brief exchange, Shen Ping remarked, "Since I was matched with Luo Qiushue, the likelihood of you encountering me in the trading market is probably not mere coincidence. It is likely due to the refresh of trading items from known or nearby individuals." Shen Ping's reasoning was sound. After all, the world was home to billions of people. Even if merely 10% of players engage in trading, there would still be a staggering 1 billion trading posts in the market. The probability of such a multitude of posts being mere coincidence is exceedingly low. Thus, there exists only one plausible explanation. The items being refreshed in the trading market are likely sourced from individuals in Jiangxing or nearby cities, where acquaintanceship is commonplace. Shen Ping remarked, "By the way, could you do me a favor and mention something in the chat channel?" "You know what I mean." Lu Ting understood his intent. Although he possessed ample water, he lacked water bottles. Many in the chat channel were skeptical of Shen Ping's claims, which did not bode well for his trading endeavors. Thus, it was essential to provide proof of his legitimacy. Swiftly, Lu Ting captured an image of 5 bottles of water and shared it in the chat channel, stating, These are the waters sold to me by the esteemed Shen Ping. 5 bottles in total for just over 500 empty bottles. Responses flooded in. Wow. Has Shen Ping truly acquired so much water? Looks like Shunda is really thriving. Such luck to gather so much water. Could it be that he has obtained barrels of bottled water? Shen Ping, name your price. I wish to buy all the water for myself and my girlfriend. Name any sum, and I shall pay you upon return. If you refuse, well, you know what that implies. A wealthy second-generation individual named Lin Yun, upon witnessing Shen Ping's abundance of water, hastily issued a threat. Shen Ping, while selling bottled water, inadvertently opened the chat channel and noticed Lin Yun tagging him and sending private messages. Lin Yun wrote, "I'm addressing you. Where are you? Hurry up. My girlfriend and I are parched. Sell me the water. I will pay you whatever you desire upon my return. I'm a graduate student at Linjiang University and am quite trustworthy." Shen Ping could not help but chuckle in disbelief. It was him after all. Linjiang University is adjacent to Jiangxing University, both institutions located in Jiangxing. However, Lin Yun's family wealth had led him to engage in various unsavory activities, resulting in a notorious reputation at Linjiang University, with some of his misdeeds even reaching Jiangxing University. Shen Ping recalled this vaguely. This, however, underscored a significant point. It is likely that the chat channel consists predominantly of individuals from the same city or nearby locales. This is a chat channel for 10 billion people. If 10% of the global population were to send messages, that would indeed amount to 1 billion messages. How could one possibly keep up with such a deluge? The messages displayed in the chat channel are most likely from players in close proximity to where one had traversed. It stands to reason that residents of Jiangxing would encounter messages from fellow Jiangxing inhabitants more frequently. Shen Ping had also just seen Lu Ting's message, which was telling in itself. "What is the matter, Shen Ping?" Luo Qiuxue inquired, noticing the amused expression on his face. Shen Ping shared the chat records with her, saying, "Take a look for yourself." Concurrently, he conveyed his speculations regarding the chat channel and trading market to Luo Qiuxue. Luo Qiuxue couldn't help but laugh, observing that Lin Yun might be quite the character. Did he still believe himself to be of the same status as before his journey? Shen Ping quickly replied, "Do not jest, young Master Lin. Do you truly think you can return? Is that even a possibility?" As Lin Yun continued to send messages, he remarked, "We are parched at this moment, having not had a drop of water for half a day. Can you truly bear to withhold it from us? You possess such an abundance of water, yet refuse to share." At this, Shen Ping could no longer contain himself. "Do not jest with me. Even if you were to perish, it would bear no consequence for me. Where is this so-called compassion? Begone. I shall block you." How amusing. Is there truly someone still willing to barter money for water? Even if one could return, and even if a substantial sum were offered, what guarantees exist upon one's return? You are a fool, Lin Yun. Huh. A second-generation wealthy scion? Is it? I am a nation's foremost position. Shen Ping, do not be swayed by this simpleton. Meanwhile, not far away on another train, Lin Yun's girlfriend, Lu Xiaoyan, inquired, "How is it, my dear? Will you be able to procure some water?" In disbelief, Lin Yun shook his head. "He has blocked me. How could this be? In school, he held such a lofty status throughout Jiangxing. Who would dare provoke him? And now, a mere fortunate youth dares to challenge me? Is sheer folly. Shen Ping, I will remember you." A flash of resentment flickered in Lin Yun's eyes. After a series of transactions, Lin Yun triumphantly declared, "All right, Shen Ping, we have finally gathered 50 pieces of wood. Shall we proceed to sell water? Let's hold off on that for now and focus on upgrading the train instead. The task of filling water for Shen Ping has exhausted us. We currently possess 10 loaves of bread, 8 packs of instant noodles, a dozen packs of compressed biscuits, and 5 ready-to-eat meals. We have more than enough basic supplies. Selling more would serve little purpose, especially since, to date, nearly no players globally possess as much water as Shen Ping." He placed the 50 pieces of wood on the upgrade panel of the fortified train, detected that upgrade resources for the train are sufficient. "Would you like to proceed with the upgrade? Yes, no." Shen Ping clicked yes. In the next moment, the train emitted a thunderous rumble. Luo Qiuxue glanced around in a mild panic, which caused Shen Ping to chuckle softly. This little lady possessed a rather timid disposition, a stark contrast to her robust physique. Fear not. The train is merely undergoing an upgrade, he reassured her. Oh! Luo Qiushu exhaled a sigh of relief. Train upgrade successful. Acquired standard carriage X1. Train docking time increased by half an hour. Current docking time 5 hours. Behind Shen Ping and Luo Qiushu, a train carriage materialized out of thin air. Since the entire train had been fortified, the newly added carriage was equally pristine, complete with a mat beneath and approximately 4 seats arranged in a 2x2 format. The distance between each seat was at least 3 meters, with the carriage stretching nearly 10 meters in length and a standard width. Simultaneously, Shen Ping reviewed the train's attribute panel, observing the changes. Fortified train, level 2. Train length to be determined. Train members 2. Upgrade requirements: wood X250, plastic X250, refined iron X250, steel X200. Docking time 5 hours. Special abilities: half consumption, foresight of stations. Consumption halved. The resources required to upgrade the train are permanently reduced by half. Foreknowledge station. It allows one to anticipate the information of each station. The vehicle has reached level 2. Please select a train conductor. Upon learning this, Luo Qiushu immediately stated, Shen Ping, you shall be the train conductor. She was aware that the rapid development was largely attributed to Shen Ping's exceptional talent. Without Shen Ping, her sea-level healing ability would have been of little consequence. Shen Ping did not decline the offer and chose to assume the role of train conductor. Train conductor selected. Global announcement. Player Shen Ping is the first player to upgrade the train to level 2. Global announcement. Player. The announcement resonated in Shen Ping's mind 3 times. Not only Shen Ping and Luo Qiushu, but also other players heard this notification. They were curious about who Shen Ping was, and upon reflection, they realized he was the one who had just sold water at the trading market. Meanwhile, Shen Ping's journey was far from over. As the first player globally to upgrade the train, the following special train ability options are available for selection. 1. An additional carriage will be added. 2. The docking time is permanently doubled. 3. Before arriving at the next station, you can select the most suitable route from 3 stations ahead. After discussing for a while, Shen Ping and Luo Qiushu decided to eliminate the first option. Chapter 5. Luo Qiushu's small mouth glistened with sweetness. The conversations within the carriage were not necessarily better for being numerous, aside from slightly expanding the space. Their utility was limited. Moreover, acquiring an additional carriage through upgrades was not an exceptionally remarkable reward. The second reward, a permanent doubling of stop time along with a choice among 3 platforms, caused Shen Ping and Luo Qiushu considerable deliberation. Let us simply choose the third option. Shen Ping proposed. While stop time can be doubled, as we accumulate more upgrades, the stop time will inevitably increase. Additionally, selecting 1 out of 3 platforms allows us to choose the most advantageous one, enhancing our development speed. Besides, this effect will not be available later on. After some contemplation, Luo Qiushu conceded that this reasoning held merit, and Shen Ping opted for the third reward. Choice successful. The train's special ability expanded further, now enabling detailed exploration of station information, including available resources and potential dangers. It could even furnish 3 station options. This was a veritable boon. However, they would have to wait until tomorrow to arrive at the station. Shen Ping resumed selling water, but he raised the prices across the board. The initial low prices were due to the lack of water bottles, and now that he had them, he was not concerned about a lack of buyers. A bottle of water for sale, 20 wooden pieces or 20 plastic pieces, 15 refined iron, 10 steel, or any weapon, item, or blueprint. Interested parties, please message privately. Comment: no way, why raise the prices? Reply: I just purchased a whole bunch of water bottles, so of course, the 500 milliliters water in a bottle will be a bit pricier. Comment: I've noticed, dear host. Is it because of your talent that you have an inexhaustible supply of water? Why not share some resources with everyone instead of selling them at such high prices? Is that fair? Reply: blocked, you fool. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was evening. The train continued its steady course, and due to the uniform motion and absence of friction, Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue felt as though they were traversing level ground. They consumed 2 servings of bento and 2 bottles of water. Once they were satiated, Luo Qiuxue blushed and said, "Shen Ping, I need to use the restroom." After considering her words, Shen Ping realized he too felt the need after such a long journey. He traded a small amount of resources in the marketplace for 2 wooden boxes and 2 rolls of tissue. The variety of stations players had encountered resulted in a diverse array of supplies in the trading market. However, only a few players had managed to locate water resources, making water the most expensive commodity thus far. "Let us use these for now," Shen Ping suggested. Luo Qiuxue sighed. She preferred to resolve her needs in a restroom. But with no other option, she accepted the situation. She then took a wooden box and tissue and headed to the rear of the second carriage. Once they had each attended to their needs, they returned to their seats, with Luo Qiuxue and Shen Ping sitting almost shoulder to shoulder, despite the availability of other seats. As the present moment felt void and the evening offered little to occupy her, Luo Qiuxue inquired, "Shen Ping, do you think we can return?" Shen Ping pondered for a moment before responding. Rather than dwelling on the possibility of returning, it may be more prudent to focus on how we can thrive here. Perhaps this train's final destination is our blue star. That may be true, but do you think my parents have been matched together? A hint of melancholy flickered in Luo Qiuxue's eyes. Unlike Shen Ping, who was an orphan, she could not afford to dismiss such thoughts. Witnessing Luo Qiuxue's sorrow, Shen Ping hastily reassured her, "Do not worry. Your parents are a couple and will surely be matched. Moreover, they possess ample life experience and will manage to survive. If they are indeed in Jiangcheng, as I previously speculated, there's a chance we might locate them in the chat channel." "Yes, you are right." Luo Qiuxue activated the chat channel in search of her parents. Though the odds were slim, with at least 10 million people in Jiangcheng, it did not deter her from exerting effort in her quest. Just then, Lu Ting unexpectedly messaged Shen Ping, "Shen Ping, that foolish Lin Yun has suddenly targeted you in the chat channel and is morally coercing you. You should take a look." As a beneficiary of Shen Ping's generosity, receiving 5 bottles of water, Lu Ting felt compelled to assist him. Upon witnessing Shen Ping being slandered in the chat, she promptly sent him a message. Upon opening the chat channel, Shen Ping observed, "Chat channel, 9, 7 billion, 10 billion. Notably, the figures had shifted from 9 billion, 10 billion to 9, 7 billion, 10 billion. What could this signify? Suddenly, a bold notion struck Shen Ping. If his assumption was accurate, this might represent the number of deceased individuals. Globally, 300 million lives have been lost. An entire 300 million. Was it due to perilous platforms, or? Shen Ping contemplated another possibility, dual matching. Aside from platforms, who else posed a threat? Modeli humans. Thankfully, as a university student, his match was also a fellow student, one who was an innocent and charming beauty. Shen Ping shook his head, reflecting on the unsettling nature of this world. In the chat channel, others had begun to surmise similar occurrences. Why are there fewer people in our chat channel again? What has happened to them? I've seen someone mention they are dead. Is that true? It must be true. I visited a platform called Beast Park today, where several tigers resided. My partner and I could not bear to open the door, and those tigers did not enter. However, other players might not have been so fortunate. Opening the door could have led them into danger. Lin Yun remarked, "Given the hazards of this apocalyptic world, we humans should support one another. Shen Ping, with your ample water resources, shouldn't you share them equally with everyone?" Upon reading Lin Yun's message, Shen Ping couldn't help but chuckle. Yet, it wasn't only Lin Yun. There were several other foolish individuals as well. "If you wish for my forgiveness, Shen Ping, then you must share the water equally among everyone. Why should you begin with such abundant resources? Do you intend to stand idly by and watch as lives are lost? It is quite reasonable, and upon reflection, I have noticed that most of the players in our chat channel are indeed from Jiangcheng. We are all ultimately part of Jiangcheng. Shen Ping, why not share the resources with everyone?" I second that notion. I also find it quite sensible. If I possessed such an abundance of water resources, I would certainly distribute it among others rather than sell it at exorbitant prices. I do not require much, just enough to quench my thirst, Shen Ping. As I tend to be rather corpulent, I have a greater need for hydration, I would greatly appreciate an additional bottle. Dear Shen Ping, Lin Yun, Shen Ping. Everyone is saying this. Do you still have the audacity to hoard the resources for yourself? I beg your pardon, but it appears there has been a misunderstanding. This water belongs to someone else. What does it have to do with you? If I had this much water, I would prefer to pour it out rather than share it with you. Lin Yun, are you trying to provoke me? You stole my girlfriend before. I'll make you pay dearly for that. Shen Ping watched helplessly, as though he were witnessing a theatrical performance. The final remark nearly made him burst into laughter. However, Lin Yun had become quite astute. It was noteworthy that many players had previously mocked Lin Yun's behavior in the group chat. Yet this time, Lin Yun had cleverly aligned his interests with theirs, resulting in a portion of the chat participants speaking favorably towards him. Shen Ping scoffed. These people were truly amusing. Luo Qiushue, filled with indignation, exclaimed, I can't believe it. These resources clearly belong to us, yet they all want to claim a share. On what grounds? Soon, Luo Qiushue sent a message, stating, what connection do our resources have with you? If you desire water resources, simply purchase them from us. There are numerous players in the trading market eager to acquire from us. Do you wish to receive preferential treatment? This assertion is misguided. Should you provide us with water now, we may, in due time, find a way to repay your kindness. Have you been continuously selling water? Surely, there cannot be an endless supply. Might you spare us residents of Jiangsheng just a little? Lo Qiushue, I wish death upon your parents, a bunch of wretched beings. How can one resort to insults simply because one is denied? Such a poorly brought up young girl. Luo Qiushue, with her lips glistening like honey, exclaimed in disbelief. Shen Ping was taken aback. Wasn't Luo Qiushue typically quite reticent in class? How can one behave so discourteously online? Nevertheless, with Luo Qiushue assisting him, Shen Ping felt quite delighted and swiftly joined in the fray of criticism. Chapter 6, the second platform, the convenience store. After venting her frustrations, Luo Qiushue's chest heaved dramatically, clearly relieved. Indeed, there was a certain exhilaration in hurling insults, second only to the thrill of mining. Subsequently, her outburst provoked several private messages directed at both Luo Qiushue and Shen Ping, filled with vitriolic remarks. When Shen Ping retaliated, he promptly blocked those offenders. Forget about them. Qiushue, if anyone messages you, simply activate Do Not Disturb or block them, he advised, his patience wearing thin. They are nothing but parasitic leeches. Luo Qiushue silenced the chat and leaned back in her chair. It suddenly struck her that her recent tirade contradicted her typically reserved demeanor. Shen Ping, I'm not usually like this. I was just a bit upset earlier. Shen Ping found her admission amusing and reassured her. It's perfectly fine. Online and offline personas can differ. Besides, your willingness to join me in reprimanding them shows your loyalty. Luo Qiushue smiled sweetly and nodded. At that moment, another private message pinged Shen Ping. Assuming it was another insult, he prepared to block the sender. However, upon inspection, he realized it was none other than Wang Han, the sports representative from their class. Of course, there was a slight chance it could be a namesake, but after a brief exchange, it was confirmed to be his classmate. Wang Han, Shen Ping, I have something to trade, water resources. Are you interested? Shen Ping, why don't you just ask me like those other guys? Wang Han, I'm not foolish. This is your property, and water resources are currently among the most coveted commodities in the market. Shen Ping, so, what do you propose to exchange? Though Wang Han was the sports representative with a robust physique, he was not the typical muscle-bound simpleton. He possessed far more intelligence than the average individual. Wang Han, I can offer you a machete. You must understand, the likelihood of returning is exceedingly slim. The bonds of law have all but disintegrated. With your ample water resources, should you encounter Lin Yun and his ilk, they may pose a threat to you. Thus, possessing a reliable weapon for self-defense is paramount. Shen Ping agreed. How much water do you need? Wang Han, 4 bottles of 500 milliliters water. Shen Ping pondered for a moment. This was not a bad deal. 4 500 milliliters bottles could be traded for dozens of fine iron or wood, yet that machete was indeed a critical self-defense tool. Nevertheless, negotiating was essential. Shen Ping, actually, I don't have much water left. I only possess about 10 bottles at most. and I can part with a maximum of 3. Wang Han. All right, 3 bottles it is. Wang Han was skeptical of Shen Ping's claim of scarcity, but he chose not to press the issue, especially since he had acquired 5 or 6 machetes in total, keeping only 2 for himself. The rest were available for trading useful supplies. Furthermore, as of now, players continued to engage in transactions with Shen Ping, and he had not withdrawn his trading posts. Transaction successful. You have lost 3 bottles of water and acquired a sharp machete. In an instant, a finely crafted machete appeared in Shen Ping's hand. This scene startled Luo Qiuxue, who curiously inquired, "Shen Ping, where did you obtain that weapon?" After recounting the recent events, a fleeting look of melancholy crossed Luo Qiuxue's exquisite features. She began to comprehend Shen Ping's rationale for collecting the poison water and nuclear waste, as well as the necessity of exchanging for a machete. "Do you think we will truly witness players turning against one another in conflict?" she asked. "I am uncertain, but possessing a weapon for self-defense is undoubtedly better than being defenseless, especially considering I also possess a critical strike talent." Shen Ping swiftly applied his critical strike to the machete. Critical strike successful. No quality. Machete, white quality. Razor sharp, katana. Following the critical enhancement, the ordinary machete in Shen Ping's grasp shimmered with peculiar patterns as the metal surface contorted and transformed. In the blink of an eye, a long blade enveloped in an obsidian sheath materialized in his hand, measuring nearly 1.5 meters in length. With a resonant sound of the blade being drawn, a cold light emanated from the katana, its edge gleaming like a mirror. "What fine blade!" Shen Ping exclaimed, though he was somewhat puzzled by the meaning of white quality, which seemed reminiscent of the grading system in games. "That katana looks magnificent, Shen Ping. May I have a closer look?" Luo Qiuxue's eyes sparkled with surprise. "Of course, but be careful not to injure yourself." As the clock approached 9, the game interface displayed the time, indicating that it was quite late. Since the train operated autonomously at night, and there was little else to occupy their time, the trading posts were automatically exchanged. Shen Ping had deposited 500 bottles of water in the trading panel, available for players to exchange with various resources. Consequently, the two leaned back in their chairs and drifted into a light slumber. Upon closer inspection, perhaps due to her slumber, Luo Qiuxue's head gently rested upon Shen Ping's shoulder. The following morning, at precisely 5:55, a mechanical voice resonated nearby. "The train is about to arrive at the station. Please select one of the following 3 platforms within 2 minutes, or an automatic selection will be made." Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue had already awakened, primarily due to their early sleep and the discomfort of the chairs. Upon receiving the notification, they exchanged anxious glances. Platform 1, Biological Laboratory. It harbors terrifying biochemical gases. Entering the platform will expose one directly to these toxins. Failure to receive timely treatment afterward will result in becoming a bioorganism. The laboratory is also populated with bioorganisms, green quality. Resources available. A golden treasure chest and various potent potions are located at the center of the laboratory. Danger level, extremely high relative to players. Area size, 74. 586 square meters. Platform 2, Library. Resources available. Contains numerous books, tables, chairs, and other paper and wood resources. Danger level, none. Area, 9, 585 square meters. Platform 3, Convenience Store. Resources available. A variety of snacks, packaged and canned foods, water, beverages, and more. Danger level, low. There are a few wild dogs infected with rabies within the store. Yet even if bitten, they could be easily cured thanks to the healing abilities of player Luo Qiuxue. There are 3 platforms. One is a highly dangerous biochemical laboratory with an abundance of resources. Another is a nearly barren library, where wooden resources can be exchanged for water, presenting no danger whatsoever. And the last is a convenience store with several rabid dogs. Without hesitation, Shen Ping chose Platform 3. Were it not for Luo Qiuxue's healing talents, he might have hesitated between Platforms 2 and 3. As for Platform 1, it had long been disregarded by Shen Ping. The extreme danger level there would merely serve to deliver takeout to the bioengineered beings. However, since the description of Platform 3 indicated that healing could resolve the rabies issue, and the trainer's prompts had practically laid the meal at his doorstep. How could he resist? Subsequently, Shen Ping engaged in a discussion with Luo Qiushue. Chapter 7. The resilient Luo Qiushue held no objections, though she felt a twinge of anxiety regarding the impending threat of rabid dogs. She reassured herself with the knowledge of her S-grade healing abilities, rendering fear unnecessary. Choosing Platform 3, upon making her choice, the train abruptly veered to the right. Despite the absence of tracks beneath it, the train behaved as if it had indeed selected the third track. Before long, 3 to 4 minutes elapsed, and the train came to rest at a platform on the right side, with an astonishing stop duration of 4.5 hours. Let us proceed, Qiushue. It is time to confront those rabid dogs and gather resources from the convenience store, Shen Ping declared, wielding a katana as he unsheathed it. Rest assured, I am no mere ornament. I shall accompany you in whatever you wish to do, Luo Qiushue hurriedly responded. Yet, after uttering those words, she felt a peculiar sensation, silently hoping Shen Ping would not misconstrue her intent. However, Shen Ping merely pushed open the door, seemingly indifferent to her comment. Luo Qiushue exhaled softly, glancing at Shen Ping's retreating figure, pondering his thoughts. As the duo stepped onto the platform, they found themselves before an ordinary convenience store, enveloped in silence. Had it not been for the train's foresight, entering so naively would have surely led them into the jaws of lurking wild dogs. Wait here at the entrance. I shall scout ahead, Shen Ping instructed, bending slightly and tiptoeing toward the store, gripping the katana in his right hand while holding a piece of black, refined iron in his left. With a decisive motion, he hurled the iron into the convenience store. The moment it struck, a cacophony of barks erupted within. Arf! 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 In an instant, 5 feral yellow dogs materialized, charging towards the source of the sound. And upon spotting Shen Ping, they lunged at him with fervor. Shen Ping felt a surge of tension. After all, he was merely a university student. Encountering 1 or 2 large dogs was manageable, yet 5 posed an undeniable sense of intimidation. However, he quickly steadied his nerves. Luo Qiushue was behind him, and running away would only lead to her harm, a prospect that would weigh heavily on his conscience. She placed her trust in his choices, and having ventured forth with him, he felt compelled to act decisively. Calming himself, Shen Ping swung the katana at the nearest rabid dog. Swish! As if engaged in a video game, he cleaved through the nearest beast, severing it in half, blood and entrails spilling forth from the gaping wound. Yet, the scent of blood only incited the remaining dogs further into madness. They were, after all, devoid of rationality. 2 of them charged at Shen Ping from either side, snapping their jaws menacingly. Luo Qiushue rushed forward, unarmed but not defenseless, endowed with her healing gifts. Above all, she could not bear the sight of Shen Ping suffering alone. The last rabid dog lunged for Luo Qiushue's arm, sinking its teeth into her flesh. Pain surged through her, bringing tears to her eyes. Fortunately, she was not without merit, having successfully drawn the attention of one of the feral beasts. Shen Ping winced in pain, yet upon witnessing Luo Qiushue's injuries, he hastily brandished his katana, swiftly dispatching the 3 rabid dogs, one by one. Each strike was precise, showcasing the formidable prowess of his weapon. Nevertheless, both Shen Ping and Luo Qiushue bore their own wounds. Shen Ping, wait. I will tend to your injuries, Luo Qiushue declared, disregarding her own discomfort as she approached him to administer healing. It was as if an instinct had awakened within her. She instinctively understood how to harness her healing talent. A soft green glow enveloped her delicate hands, which she then placed upon the wounds on Shen Ping's thigh and arm. Soon, Shen Ping felt a peculiar energy surging through him, causing his wounds to heal almost instantaneously, without even the formation of scabs. The healing force was also eradicating the rabies virus from his body. Simultaneously, he sensed his strength gradually returning. It dawned on Shen Ping just how remarkable Luo Qiushue's healing abilities were. Not only could she mend injuries, but she could also restore vitality. Did this mean that in the future, when he felt fatigued, he could rely on her healing as well. Once she had completed his treatment, Luo Qiushu exhaled in relief before proceeding to tend to her own wounds. After healing herself, she gently wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Shen Ping regarded her with earnestness, aware that Luo Qiushu had no weapon and that her actions had merely drawn the attention of one rabid dog. Logically, it should have been him, armed with the katana, who stood at the forefront. Yet unexpectedly, the typically gentle school Belle had willingly put herself in harm's way for his sake. Qiushu, there is truly no need for you to rush in. With this katana, I could have dealt with one on my own, and if I had been injured, you could have simply healed me, he explained. Luo Qiushu shook her head resolutely. We are a team. Since the game system has united us, we must confront these 5 rabid dogs together. And even if I were to be injured, I possess my healing talent. Being able to assist you, even in a small way, is invaluable. With that, she earnestly added, I do not wish for you to face danger alone. Her words warmed Shen Ping's heart. Was there truly such a treasure of a girl in this world? Beautiful, kind-hearted, and yet so resilient. He looked at Luo Qiushu and replied earnestly, All right, I understand. Meanwhile, as the 5 wild dogs lay lifeless, a button remained nearby. Decompose. Decomposing dead animals yields meat. This requires a cutting tool. Dog meat, but these dogs carried the virus. Shen Ping hesitated for a moment, but soon recalled that Luo Qiushu had healing capabilities. The prior description of her talent mentioned the potential to repair items. Could it also restore the virus-tainted dog meat? He clicked to decompose and wielded his katana. Under Luo Qiushu's curious gaze, acquired poisoned dog meat 50. Every piece of dog meat was contaminated. This is the decomposed dog meat, Qiushu. Can you use your healing abilities to treat it? Shen Ping inquired. Luo Qiushu quickly comprehended Shen Ping's intentions. All right, I shall give it a try. Subsequently, she continued to place her luminescent green hand upon the pieces of meat. Under Shen Ping's expectant gaze, the green spots that initially adorned the dog meat, indicating poisoning, swiftly vanished. Shen Ping once again selected the raw dog meat. Raw dog meat, he noted, and indeed, the poisoning effect had dissipated. Qiushu, your talent is truly remarkable. Luo Qiushu blushed slightly and replied, But this is thanks to you. Without your guidance, I would merely be an ordinary C-class and would not have achieved this. Curiously, Shen Ping then delivered a critical strike to another piece of raw dog meat. Critical hit successful. Raw dog meat 12. One portion of raw dog meat had astonishingly transformed into 12. It dawned on Shen Ping that the quantity of critical hits also constituted a form of critical effect. However, it appeared that most items experience quality critical hits. What peculiar rules could govern the transformation of items into quantity critical hits, reminiscent of Luo Qiushu's original talent, the train's abilities, and the katana? He proceeded to deliver critical strikes to all the dog meat, ultimately acquiring approximately 400 portions. If we had the means to cook, we would be nearly drowning in an abundance of meat, Luo Qiushu exclaimed with excitement. That is undoubtedly the case, and we have yet to explore the convenience store. The two swiftly scampered inside. Chips, biscuits, instant noodles, spicy strips, jellies, and an array of chocolate snacks filled their packs to the brim before they returned to the train, unloading their bounty within. And as for yesterday's box, tissues, and refuse, they were conveniently discarded on the platform. The duo continued their haul, gathering jellies, crispy noodles, pork jerky, and an array of beverages, all piled at the rear of the train. They even managed to secure ice cream and a freezer for frozen treats, though regrettably, the train lacked a charging station, meaning the ice cream would soon melt. However, melting was of little concern. The liquid could serve to replenish hydration and potentially be sold at the trading market. Approximately 4 hours elapsed, and the convenience store was nearly stripped bare. Shen Ping, shall we return to the train? We have half an hour until it restarts. No need to rush. There's still shelves here. Let us dismantle them for refined iron materials. All right. In the final 5 minutes, they efficiently cleared all the shelves, acquiring at least 50 units of refined iron and 20 units of plastic. Meanwhile, the second carriage of the train was filled to the brim with an assortment of snacks, leaving them with barely any space to stand. Chapter 8. The kind-hearted, resilient, yet deviously cunning Qiu Shui. I'm utterly exhausted. Luo Qiu Shui tossed a bag of snacks onto the ground and plopped down onto a seat, sighing in exasperation. She was indeed fatigued. Her recent efforts in healing Shen Ping had drained her significantly, and the incessant hauling of snacks, even entire shelves, had taken its toll. Although she possessed a backpack, its capacity was limited to merely 20 slots. The variety of items in the convenience store was vast, with chocolates categorized into dark, white, and matcha, rendering her efforts to transport anything substantial quite futile. Without the backpack, it would have been impossible to carry anything at all. As a result, the repetitive back and forth felt akin to an endless relay, leaving Luo Qiu Shui thoroughly worn out. Shen Ping recalled the moment when she had treated him earlier. Wait a moment, Luo Qiu Shui. Why not try healing yourself? He suggested. Why would I do that? I'm not injured, she replied, her expression one of confusion, which elicited a chuckle from Shen Ping. You may not yet realize the uniqueness of your talent. In addition to healing others and objects, you can also restore your own stamina. With that, Shen Ping accessed Luo Qiu Shui's attribute panel. As teammates, they could view each other's stats. Luo Qiu Shui's stamina was currently just above 30, which explained her exhaustion. I wasn't aware of that, she admitted, quickly proceeding to heal herself. Meanwhile, from Shen Ping's perspective, he observed her stamina gradually replenishing. However, the restoration was somewhat sluggish due to her dual role of healing and recovering at the same time. Is it truly effective? This is akin to a perpetual motion machine. What about the law of conservation of energy? Shen Ping marveled at the revelation. It was evident that her S-rank talent justified its classification. Luo Qiu Shui began to feel a warm current within her, while still tired. She no longer felt as drained as before. Shen Ping's stamina was now above 50. He requested Luo Qiu Shui to heal him as well, and he swiftly regained full stamina much faster than anticipated. However, Luo Qiu Shui's stamina had dropped back down to 30. From this, Shen Ping drew several conclusions. Firstly, when Luo Qiu Shui healed others, she could indirectly restore their stamina. Secondly, healing others consumed her own stamina. Thirdly, while she could heal herself, the recovery rate was slower compared to healing others. Upon hearing Shen Ping's deductions, Luo Qiu Shui's eyes sparkled with excitement. So whenever I'm tired, I can simply heal myself? In theory, yes. Subsequently, the pair took stock of their provisions. In the trading market, a considerable quantity of water resources had been sold. The amount of refined iron, wood, and plastic had reached several hundred units, with wood being the most easily obtainable. However, due to Shen Ping's recent dismantling of numerous shelves, the quantity of refined iron had also increased significantly, nearing that of the wood. Suddenly, Shen Ping identified an oversight. The water resources being sold are reasonably priced. Yet despite a whole night and a morning, 500 bottles remain unsold, with still 200 to 300 left. This resource is essential for players worldwide. Soon, Shen Ping understood the reason. Limited visibility was likely a factor. Players from distant locations, not from Jiangxing or its vicinity, found it challenging to come across Shen Ping's trading posts. Moreover, there are numerous sellers of water resources. Shen Ping is not the only one in this market. As for the snacks in the small store, most are packaged. Regardless of their healthiness or nutritional balance, one could easily sustain themselves on them for a month. Luo Qiu Shui pointed to a bag of cucumber-flavored chips and playfully asked, "Can I have a pack of chips, Shen Ping?" Shen Ping, amused, replied, "If you wish to eat, go ahead. These are our shared provisions." Luo Qiu Shui chuckled. After all, you are my train conductor. Shen Ping was momentarily puzzled by her choice of words. She quickly tore open the bag of chips, thoughtfully pinching a chip between her delicate fingers and offering it to Shen Ping, saying, "Here, have some." Their relationship had evolved from initial awkwardness. After sleeping side by side on chairs last night and collaborating in transporting food, they had become significant friends to one another. Shen Ping was taken aback for a moment before accepting the chip, noticing the satisfied smile on Luo Qiu Shui's face. "How is it? The cucumber-flavored chips are delicious, right?" he asked, Delicious, especially since you offered them to me, he candidly responded, causing Luo Qiushue to blush slightly. His implication seemed to suggest that the chips were tasty simply because he had given them to her. Feeling a bit shy, Luo Qiushue thought to herself that if she were alone indoors, she would certainly. Subsequently, Shen Ping decided to test the snacks for critical hits. Curious about the effects, as each item had a chance for a critical hit. He wondered if it were crab-flavored crispy noodles, what would the outcome be? Glancing at the familiar snack in his hand, he curiously attempted a critical hit. In the next moment, the crab-flavored crispy noodles transformed into a steaming bowl of noodles, complete with a massive king crab on top, accompanied by a pair of chopsticks. Critical hit successful. Crab-flavored crispy noodles, king crab noodles. Wait, is this even possible? Shen Ping was stunned. Luo Qiushue, still munching on her chips, witnessed this transformation and, sensing the aroma of the king crab, suddenly found her chips lacking in appeal. Here, take this, Shen Ping said, amused by Luo Qiushue's eager expression as he handed her the king crab noodles and chopsticks. Luo Qiushue blinked, momentarily taken aback. For some reason, Shen Ping found her dazed demeanor endearing, and he appreciated her charmingly oblivious nature. No, you can't have it. What are you eating? Luo Qiushue wiped the corner of her mouth, rejecting the offer. Shen Ping then delivered a critical strike on a piece of pork jerky. Critical hit successful. Pork jerky, large pork knuckle. In the next moment, the pork jerky transformed into a fragrant platter of large pork knuckle, its surface glistening with a caramel hue from being braised. Luo Qiushue exclaimed in surprise. Haha, rest assured, with my critical strike talent and an abundance of snacks, there is no shortage of such delicacies. However, Shen Ping pondered, why was there no significant change when he critically struck the dog meat? Yet such a remarkable transformation occurred with these snacks? Perhaps it could only be attributed to the varying effects of critical strikes. Subsequently, Shen Ping landed a critical hit on a king crab noodle dish. The two quickly brought the food to the cockpit, which had a raised platform that served as a simple dining table. As Shen Ping prepared to eat, he suddenly noticed Luo Qiushue grinning mischievously nearby. Qiushue? What are you laughing at? Shen Ping inquired with curiosity. With a sly expression, Luo Qiushue replied, Shen Ping, what do you think would happen if we took pictures of this food and posted them in the chat channel? Don't you think they would be envious to death? Such was the nature of young women. The key was that Luo Qiushue still vividly recalled the expressions of those in the chat channel, who often proclaimed the importance of mutual assistance among humans. She harbored a slight desire for revenge against them. Amused by Luo Qiushue's slightly mischievous demeanor, Shen Ping reflected on how many times he had noticed this different side of her. Qiushue, I can't help but feel you are different from the person at school. You hardly spoke there, maintaining an air of aloofness, yet now you seem kind and strong, albeit with a hint of mischief. Luo Qiushue stuck out her tongue and replied, Of course, it's different at school. There are so many people, and I suffer from social anxiety. Being with you is different, Shen Ping. You're a good person, and I truly enjoy your company. Shen Ping responded. Perhaps something crossed her mind, and Luo Qiushue shyly added, by the way, I'm not just giving you a compliment card. It's fine, I understand. After some discussion, the two decided to post the photos in the chat channel, not for any other reason, but to annoy the irritating freeloaders like Lin Yun. As for the potential dangers of flaunting their wealth, Shen Ping had already revealed his ample water resources by selling water at the trading market, indicating he had plenty to spare. The issue of food resources was not a concern either. Moreover, should any danger arise, Shen Ping, armed with his katana, would not hesitate to defend himself. Soon, Shen Ping took a picture of 2 bowls of king crab noodles and a platter of large pork knuckle and posted it in the global chat channel. Shen Ping, after exploring the platform, enjoying such a meal is truly delightful. Image Luo Qiushue. Oh, what a joy it is to have a splendid meal after exploring the platform. Image Chapter 9. The little secret of Luo Qiushue. What on earth is this? Is that a king crab and a large pork knuckle? Is this for real, or is it photoshopped? What are you talking about? There is no option or technique for editing photos in the chat channel. I can't take it anymore. Today at the station, I found just 2 compressed biscuits. I'm so hungry right now. I long to devour that meat. Look at me. I'm starving, drooling incessantly. Shen Ping. Oh, esteemed Shen Ping, I beseech you. Grant me a taste. Where's my knife? This is unbearable. Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue. Are you both out of your minds? You have so many supplies, and yet you refuse to share? Why flaunt it? Have we not already shared images with you? What more do you want? Luo Qiuxue, Shen Ping. You two are utterly shameless. What else with the show-off? Is it merely luck? Luo Qiuxue. Mother, please share a morsel. Shen Ping. Father, do share a bite. Luo Qiuxue remarked. I simply have good fortune. What of it? If you don't wish to see it, you can block us. If you want to eat, then trade other resources. Currently, we are short on steel. 20 units of steel can be exchanged for 1 portion of cooked food. Seeing the vexed expressions of the crowd, some even lowering themselves to call her mother weight. Did someone just call Shen Ping father? Luo Qiuxue felt a flush rise to her cheeks. Shen Ping, feeling somewhat awkward, advised, ignore those who seek to provoke you. Ahem. Luo Qiuxue replied. It's not entirely out of the question. What did you say? I said nothing. Realizing Shen Ping did not hear her, Luo Qiuxue decided to let it go. It appeared Shen Ping would never grasp the true reason for their compatibility. Gazing at the handsome and earnest Shen Ping, she sighed deeply within. Would have been better had she been bolder earlier. However, it was not too late. Perhaps she could find an opportunity to know. Never mind, quickly shaking her head. She reminded herself that this was not the moment to dwell on such matters. This was her well-guarded secret, one she did not wish Shen Ping to discover. At least not for now at that moment. Another message arrived for Shen Ping from the one who had just called her mother and him father. His name was Chun Xiaohua. Dear Shen Ping, is it true that 20 units of steel can be exchanged for 1 portion of food? I happened upon a steel factory today and acquired 40 units of steel. Could I trade it for 1 portion of food and 2 bottles of water? Shen Ping glanced at the requirements for upgrading the train. He still needed several more pieces of steel. Players acquiring steel were rather scarce. Yet Chun Xiaohua had managed to obtain 40 units in one go. His request seemed reasonable. As for whether he would incur a loss, that was impossible for Shen Ping. His costs amounted to merely a pack of crab roe noodles and some water. Chun Xiaohua, too, would not suffer a loss. Who else besides him had steaming king crab noodles at this moment? A transaction where both parties benefit is indeed a splendid exchange. Agreed. Thank you, Brother Ping. Thank you, Brother Ping. Father Ping. Brother Ping. In the future, if I encounter anything, may I exchange resources with you? Of course, came the reply. Shortly thereafter, Chun Xiaohua added Shen Ping as a friend, and Shen Ping accepted the request. He casually grabbed a packet of crab-flavored crispy noodles, delivering a decisive blow as he traded the king crab noodles and 2 bottles of water to Chun Xiaohua. Acquired 40 units of steel. In the chat channel, it was unclear whether Chun Xiaohua had learned a touch of Luo Qiuxue's cunning, but he took a photograph of the food he received and shared it in the chat. Thank you, Daddy Shen Ping and Mommy Luo Qiuxue, for the food you traded with me. I am truly grateful. This post stirred commotion in the chat. Why? Why do you get so much food and water? Oh, great Shen Ping. I can also call you Daddy. I want some too. Indeed, Daddy Shen Ping and Mommy Luo Qiuxue. Please share with us. Fairness is key. We are all part of Huaxia. Seeing this, Chun Xiaohua felt speechless and hurried to clarify. Do not misunderstand. Uncle Shen Ping treats us all equally. I exchanged a full 40 units of steel for this. Meanwhile, Shen Ping was enjoying his meal while trading supplies, all the while observing the amusing events unfolding in the chat. Soon, with Chun Xiaohua's explanation, the tide of conversation in the chat began to shift. Chapter 10. The Tears of the Train. It seems quite reasonable to exchange such resources for a delectable meal. I plan to trade 30 units of steel. I await a reply from the esteemed Shen Ping. I, too, harbor a yearning for king crab. Is it permissible to barter with plastic and wood? Surely, any resources will suffice. Shen Ping. Shen Ping. As long as it is a resource, it can be traded. However, more commonly found resources will require a greater quantity. For specifics, please contact me privately. Shen Ping. I am a beauty with at least a 90-point score. May I trade my underwear and socks? Images, 3 images, 1 selfie, and 2 featuring undergarments. Chun Xiaohua. Qing Luoyao. I want to trade. Let us make a deal. Qing Luoyao. Chun Xiaohua. I messaged you privately, dear Fraud Jr. Following Chun Xiaohua's lead, a considerable number of players began to privately message Shen Ping, intending to engage in transactions. Shen Ping was delighted to trade resources with them. After a while, the game system detected that resources for train upgrade are sufficient. Do you wish to upgrade to Tier 3? Without hesitation, Shen Ping, aware that his supplies would only multiply through critical hits and as he sold more and more water in the trading market, clicked to upgrade. Train upgrade successful. Acquired standard carriage 1. Train stop duration increased by half an hour. Current stop duration, 5 hours. Detected player Shen Ping has upgraded to Tier 3. Unlocking the Train Mall interface. All players who upgrade to Tier 3 can use train currency to modify their trains. Please note, train currency is exceedingly rare and cannot be traded. It can be obtained through resources acquired or plundered the previous day, defeating monsters, animals, players, etc. to receive a comprehensive score for quantifiable rewards. The higher the comprehensive score, the more train currency will be rewarded. Additionally, defeating powerful creatures or opening treasure chests may yield train currency as well. A thunderous sound echoed, and whether it was due to reliance or another reason, Luo Qiuxue instinctively clutched the hem of Shen Ping's garment. Simultaneously, within the enhanced train where they resided, an ordinary carriage appeared mysteriously and out of thin air. They now had 1 locomotive and 2 standard carriages. Enhanced train, level, Tier 3. Train Master, Shen Ping. Train members, 2. Upgrade requirements, wood 500, plastic 500, refined iron 500, steel 700. Stop duration, 5 hours. Train currency, 0. Special abilities. Resource consumption halved, 4 side of stations, choice of stations. Resource consumption halved. The materials required for upgrading the train are permanently reduced by half. 4 side of stations. You can foresee information about each station. Choice of station. 3 stations are presented for selection. To think there is also train currency and that it cannot be traded. Shen Ping, filled with curiosity, clicked on the newly appeared panel. Train Mall. Train Mall. Updated post-train upgrade. Transactions may only be conducted using train currency. Train currency will be obtainable starting from the day following the opening of the train mall. Random food, which may include a loaf of bread, a bowl of rice, or an apple, is priced at 1 train coin. 500 milliliters of mineral water is also available for 1 train coin. The novice treasure chest has a 50 probability of yielding common resources, a 40 chance of producing ordinary blueprints or items, a 9 chance of yielding white quality materials or items, and a 1 chance of providing green quality materials or items, priced at 50 train coins. Train seat modification, adding an additional seat, is available for 10 train coins. Train room modification, adding a small room that is empty, allowing for alterations in the space between carriages, is priced at 100 train coins. Train toilet modification, adding a toilet that includes a squat toilet and lacks a flushing button, is available for 150 train coins. Upon observing the eclectic array of items, Shen Ping finally comprehended the nature of this train marketplace. Luo Qiuxue prodded Shen Ping, urging him, "We must hasten to purchase a toilet. Having one would alleviate our embarrassment." It is noteworthy that until now, the two had been utilizing a wooden box as a makeshift toilet, which not only emitted an unpleasant odor, but also rendered their situation even more awkward, especially given that Luo Qiuxue's restroom noises had been audible to Shen Ping the previous day. It is indeed necessary to buy one. Let us see how many train coins we have tomorrow, Shen Ping replied. However, he quickly realized something amiss. Aside from the daily rewards of train coins, they could also be obtained from treasure chests. Up to this point, Shen Ping had yet to see what the treasure chests looked like. He first struck a critical hit on a bag of inexpensive mushroom beef snacks, and the next moment, the snacks transformed into a bowl of genuine beef. Upon critically hitting a pack of spicy Beijing duck-flavored snacks, it astonishingly morphed into a resplendent Beijing roast duck. After striking a durian pastry, it transformed into a large durian cake. Subsequently, Shen Ping opened a trading post and listed a new trade offer. I have a variety of cooked foods, meats, and water resources of commendable quality, and I will only trade for diverse treasure chests. Players who acquire treasure chests may choose to trade with me. The images displayed an assortment of delicacies, including king crab, a large pork knuckle, Beijing roast duck, and a platter of beef, among others. Chapter 11. The Treasure Chest of Transactions. The Critical Strike Chest. Comment. Wait, this can't be Photoshop, can it? So much gourmet food. Where did it come from? Comment. It's Shen Ping again, selling so many water resources yesterday, and now an abundance of gourmet food. Comment. My heavens, and it's not just any ordinary food. It looks utterly delectable. Comment. It's impossible for it to be photoshopped. The photographic system in the chat and private messaging is exceptionally authentic. Not only is there no image enhancement, but it's also the genuine original camera. This means that the delicacies Shen Ping has, such as king crabs, Peking duck, and fatty beef, are all real. Comment. I'm suddenly craving a hamburger. Comment. I happen to have a regular treasure chest. Can I exchange it for a meal? The barrage of comments was even more numerous than yesterday. After all, many had encountered similar water resources and sold water just like Shen Ping did. However, to see someone directly sell a significant quantity of gourmet food, especially with the presentation reminiscent of a five-star restaurant, was indeed a rarity. Thus, Shen Ping sensed that the popularity of his post was quite considerable. Akin to the phenomenon of trending short videos, higher the heat, more the viewers. Soon, 2 or 3 players had privately messaged Shen Ping for a trade, though most of them possessed only ordinary treasure chests. In truth, the resources obtained from ordinary treasure chests were more valuable at present. Someone had once mentioned in the chat that they had opened an ordinary chest to find around 10 loaves of bread. The gourmet food Shen Ping was selling could merely satiate one's hunger for a single meal. If Shen Ping were devoid of resources, faced with a plate of exquisite food versus 10 loaves of bread, he would undoubtedly choose the 10 loaves. 10 loaves equate to 10 meals, with the added benefit of being storable. However, that was for Shen Ping, who had an abundance of delicacies. For a small subset of players, they might indeed trade for such a sumptuous meal, not to mention the potential for acquiring additional resources upon opening the chests. Transaction successful. Obtained ordinary chest 1. Transaction successful. Obtained ordinary chest 1. The ordinary chest was crafted from plain wood, appearing as unremarkable as its name suggests. Ordinary chest can only yield standard resources. Is this truly the treasure chest, Shen Ping? Inquired Luo Qiuxue, who had been closely observing him. Of course, I'll open one, and you'll open one, Shen Ping replied, chuckling at the eager expression on Luo Qiuxue's face. Opening treasure chests felt akin to drawing cards in a game or spinning a wheel of fortune. Some individuals simply relish such activities. As anticipated, upon hearing Shen Ping's words, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Luo Qiuxue's eyes. Naturally, before opening the treasure chests, Shen Ping did not forget to apply a critical strike to both. Following the critical strike, the wooden chest transformed into a black iron chest. Critical strike successful. Ordinary chest, black iron chest. It appeared that after a critical strike, the chest reliably upgraded to a higher quality. Black iron treasure chest. High probability of yielding a plethora of ordinary resources, low probability of obtaining white quality resource items. Luo Qiuxue opened the black iron treasure chest handed to her by Shen Ping. Acquired 50 loaves of bread, 3 bottles of milk, 12 rolls of paper, and 12 train tokens. 12 train tokens, not too shabby. It was Shen Ping's turn to open a chest. Acquired 13 pieces of wood, 5 cream breads, and 6 instant noodles. How could I receive so little? It's a black iron treasure chest, after all, Shen Ping remarked, somewhat at a loss. Perhaps my luck is simply better, Luo Qiuxue replied with a giggle, covering her mouth. At that moment, Lu Ting suddenly sent a message to Shen Ping. Shen Ping, can the food from that trading post be selected at will? What's up? I'm craving some regular rice and home-cooked dishes. I have a black iron treasure chest here, which seems to be of a higher grade than the ordinary ones. Could I exchange it for a meal? Shen Ping was taken aback. It was indeed surprising that someone would forego lavish feasts for a simple bowl of rice. But that's a black iron treasure chest. You're not going to use it yourself, but want to trade it for a meal with me? It's fine. Ping, I'm just a bit tempted. That's all. Meanwhile, Lu Ting's friend, Li Mengmeng, was astonished. Lu Ting, are you really considering trading our precious black iron treasure chest to Shen Ping? Lu Ting replied. He is developing so well now, constantly selling water and various sumptuous meals. I even suspect that one of them might have a talent related to food resources. However, you can't just hand over the black iron treasure chest we obtained, can you? Li Mengming's thoughts were still not quite aligned. Lu Ting analyzed thoughtfully. Listen, let me explain. If you really don't want to, then that's fine. Shen Ping is progressing rapidly. He was the first player to upgrade the train according to yesterday's global report. With all these resources, he might have already leveled up to a level 3 train. My intention is to make a good impression on him. Through a few transactions, we can establish a connection, hoping he will look after us. Shen Ping is a person who values relationships deeply. If he remembers our kindness, he might be able to assist us in the future. Seeing Lu Ting so resolute, Li Mengmeng relented. After all, opening a treasure chest might yield nothing, and exchanging for a meal isn't a terrible loss. On Shen Ping's side, he found himself in a bit of a dilemma. What meal could he possibly offer? However, Luo Qiuxue rummaged through a heap of snacks on the ground and found a suitable treat. Shen Ping, look, here is a rice stick. The so-called rice stick is a snack made from rice. Shen Ping was momentarily stunned, then grinned as he took it, subsequently achieving a critical hit. Acquired a large bowl of rice. Scoring big with a small pack of rice sticks, he reaped a generous bowl of rice. Afterward, he hit another critical strike and acquired yet another large bowl of rice. He inquired if the two wanted some pig knuckles, and, after landing a critical hit on a piece of pork jerky, he traded the black iron treasure chest with them. In total, Shen Ping only exchanged 2 rice sticks and 1 piece of pork jerky. Meanwhile, Shen Ping was also aware of Lu Ting's intentions, which were merely to curry favor with him. The crux of the matter was that he currently lacked the treasure chests capable of yielding train coins, hence he accepted it. Acquired a black iron chest. Shen Ping quickly achieved a critical strike on the black iron chest. Critical strike successful. Black iron chest, bronze chest. The chest, crafted from black fine iron, transformed into one made of blue copper, indicating that this was a 3rd-tier treasure. Bronze chest. High probability of yielding white quality resource items. Low probability of yielding green quality items. Guaranteed acquisition of train coins. The description of the bronze chest was notably superior to that of the black iron chest. Shen Ping promptly opened it. Chapter 12. Critical strike in the lavatory. Luxurious restroom. Acquired white quality Constitution Fruit 1. Earned 58 train coins. White quality Constitution Fruit. Increases Constitution by 2 points. Up until now, Shen Ping's Constitution had not seen any enhancement, remaining at a mere 10 points. A fruit that augments Constitution? Such a treasure it is, capable of delivering critical strikes. Critical strikes successful. White quality Constitution Fruit. Green quality Constitution Fruit. Green quality Constitution Fruit. Consuming it can elevate Constitution by 10 points. A remarkable 5-fold increase. It seems the disparity between green and white quality is indeed substantial. Shen Ping murmured to himself, and soon proposed to Luo Qiuxue. Luo Qiuxue. I shall consume this green quality Constitution Fruit first, when we encounter another. Before Shen Ping could finish his sentence, Luo Qiuxue hurriedly interjected, Shen Ping, this is your critical strike Constitution Fruit. You should be the one to consume it. Besides, you are a man. How can you afford to have low constitution? Shen Ping chuckled. I was merely discussing it with you. Rest assured, the next time we find an item that enhances constitution, I shall let you have it. All right. Luo Qiuxue replied with a sweet smile, her exquisite and beautiful features momentarily captivating Shen Ping. He quickly shook his head, realizing this was not the time for such thoughts, and promptly consumed the Constitution Fruit. Player Shen Ping's Constitution increased by 10 points. Current Constitution 20 points. The instant he consumed the green quality Constitution Fruit, Shen Ping felt a warm current flowing throughout his body. Not only that, every inch of his skin was greedily absorbing this energy, particularly in his limbs. Strength gradually intensified, bones emitting faint cracking sounds, muscles subtly becoming more pronounced beneath his garments. Luo Qiuxue watched Shen Ping's transformation with unwavering attention. She felt he had become significantly more handsome, and his physique had improved as well. A thought crossed her mind. Should she reach out and touch him? However, she quickly dismissed the idea, realizing that if she acted too eagerly, Shen Ping might be startled, and besides, they were merely friends at present. Noticing Luo Qiuxue staring at him in a daze, Shen Ping inquired, "What is it, Qiuxue?" Nothing. I just feel you've become much more handsome," she replied. Shen Ping sensed that Luo Qiuxue had something on her mind, which struck him as peculiar. Yet, since she chose not to speak, he refrained from probing further. Perhaps it was simply due to their still developing familiarity? Shen Ping did not dwell on it, knowing Luo Qiuxue had always been kind-hearted. Her reluctance to share likely stemmed from some unspoken concern. Following this, they engaged in purchasing treasure chests, executing critical strikes on them, and accumulating train coins. By around 8 or 9 in the evening, Shen Ping was thoroughly exhausted and decided to temporarily suspend trading. Some players made transactions quite cumbersome, with specific preferences, desiring this or that item. Like Lu Ting, who craved rice, Shen Ping could only seek suitable snacks for critical strikes, unable to simply hang items on the trading platform like water for sale. The two had amassed nearly 200 train coins. Shen Ping had also attempted to deliver a critical strike on the train currency. However, the aftermath of such a strike did not yield an increase in quantity, but rather an elevation in quality. It would either transform into a mid-tier train currency or a high-tier one. At present, both the high-tier and mid-tier train currencies held no utility for Shen Ping, as only the ordinary train currency could be utilized in the current train marketplace, with any potential expenditure anticipated in the future. Subsequently, Shen Ping hurriedly purchased a restroom from the train marketplace, expending 150 train currencies. This sum was quite reasonable in exchange for a proper environment for relieving oneself. The moment the purchase was completed, Shen Ping received a notification. Purchase successful. Please select the location for the train restroom. Choices are limited to the space between the front of the train and the first carriage or between the carriages themselves. After contemplation, Shen Ping decided to position it between the first and second carriages. The orientation of the restroom, whether to the left or right of the train, was of little consequence. He casually placed it to the left of the train's direction. Once the installation was complete, both individuals heard a rumbling noise emanating from the rear of the first carriage. By now, Shen Ping and his companion had grown accustomed to this sound, which signified that the game system was renovating the train. "Let's go take a look," exclaimed Luo Qiuxue, her enthusiasm palpable. At last, she would no longer have to face the embarrassment of exposing herself in front of a wooden box. Such a lack of privacy had offered little in terms of comfort and was undeniably awkward. The two approached the restroom, which bore the familiar restroom symbols of male and female figures. Shen Ping opened the door, revealing not the typical squat toilet found on high-speed trains, but rather a standard squat toilet that lacked a flushing mechanism, requiring the use of water resources. This was somewhat disappointing. However, for Shen Ping, who had experienced a critical strike, the water resources, while not infinite, were certainly sufficient for flushing purposes. Moreover, not using the restroom would lead to an unpleasant odor permeating the carriage. Wait a moment. If the entire train could undergo a critical strike, could the restroom, which belonged to the train, also be eligible for such enhancement? Shen Ping realized he had confined his thinking too narrowly. If the train itself could experience a critical strike, it was only logical that the newly installed restroom could as well. As for the seats and the additional carriages, Shen Ping had already tested those and found them impervious to critical strikes, as they were deemed part of the train itself when the critical strike occurred the previous day. Prior to the strike, the seats had been of a rather shabby leather variety, yet after the critical enhancement of the train, they had significantly improved. The current seats resembled the plush seating found on high-speed trains, constructed of alloy frameworks and cushioned with high-grade foam. Thus, it was entirely reasonable that these seats, having already undergone a transformation, could not be further enhanced. The restroom, however, was a different matter. It had just been constructed. Under the curious gaze of Luo Qiuxue, Shen Ping executed a critical strike on the restroom. Critical strike successful. Train restroom, luxurious train bathroom. The restroom dimensions could accommodate no more than 2 meters. Any larger, and it would be impractical. Shen Ping was thus intrigued by the appearance of this luxurious train bathroom. After a brief 10 seconds, the rumbling ceased. Shen Ping swung open the bathroom door, momentarily taken aback as Luo Qiuxue stepped inside, her pupils constricting in astonishment. The transformation of the bathroom post-impact was staggering, resembling something out of a luxurious hotel. Firstly, the space was an impressive 50 to 60 square meters, impeccably maintained, with the floor adorned in light gray tiles. The grouting neatly finished. Directly opposite stood a common white ceramic sink, accompanied by a modestly sized but brilliantly polished mirror that reflected one's image with clarity. The previously unusable squat toilet had been replaced by a proper toilet, complete with a flushing mechanism, the source of which Shen Ping found puzzling. However, the most remarkable feature was the shower area adjacent to the toilet, separated by frosted glass. This sanctuary boasted both a showerhead and a bathtub. The entire space was devoid of unpleasant odors. Only the faint scent of disinfectant lingered, simple yet reassuring. The two exchanged glances, followed by an outburst of unrestrained joy. If a mere toilet could be transformed into such an exquisite bathroom, how splendid might the bedroom and other spaces be? Yet, Shen Ping soon realized a crucial detail. He stepped further into the bathroom and then out again, glancing at the width of the train. The bathroom's expanse was several times that of the train itself. How could such a vast interior be integrated within the confines of a train? Peering out the window, he was met with an impenetrable darkness, the only visible feature being the train's exterior. Shen Ping's gaze shifted, and he posed his perplexity to Luo Qiuxue. She contemplated, suggesting, perhaps it's due to an alternate space? Two realms, the one the train occupies and the one the bathroom inhabits, overlapping. Shen Ping grasped her meaning, yet his brow remained furrowed. Well, let us not dwell on it too much. Existence is justification enough. Luo Qiuxue, brimming with eagerness, interjected, say, Shen Ping, may I take a shower? After 2 days without washing, she felt sticky and sweaty. Now that the opportunity had presented itself, she was eager to indulge in a proper cleanse. Shen Ping nodded, planning to wash up himself after her. Just as Luo Qiuxue began to disrobe and adjust the showerhead, a prompt appeared. You must supply water resources to the train's water tank. It can hold up to 1,000 L at a time. Luo Qiuxue paused, realizing the logic behind this requirement. Water couldn't simply materialize from thin air. She sent Shen Ping a private message. Shen Ping, we need to fill the train's water tank before we can shower. Ah, I see. I'll head to the front of the train and check. I'll also bring back some bottled water from the convenience store to try. Just as Luo Qiuxue contemplated the insufficiency of a single bottle of water, she quickly recalled Shen Ping's extraordinary talent. If he could indeed amplify the bottled water, it might yield a substantial amount of water resources. Chapter 13. The third stop. The Pharma Giants. Shen Ping held several bottles of mineral water and made his way to the front of the train. Critical hit successful. Mineral water, 20 liters of bottled water. How could 500 milliliters of mineral water translate into 20 liters? Shen Ping was astonished. This was a staggering increase of at least 40 times. As he poured the water from the 2 barrels into the tank, at that very moment, on the other side, Luo Qiuxue emerged from the restroom. The two took turns bathing and returned to the first carriage. Luo Qiuxue's hair was damp, and despite her efforts to dry it with a towel, it hung long and loose upon her shoulders, emanating a delightful fragrance. It was not the scent of shampoo or shower gel, but rather the natural aroma of youthful femininity. They sat side by side in the same seats they occupied the previous night. Shen Ping, I never anticipated that after our traversal, we could enjoy such luxurious baths, have an abundance of water, and feast so heartily, Luo Qiuxue remarked, playfully wiggling her delicate feet beneath the seat. All of this is thanks to my talent. Without it, none of this would be possible. Shen Ping replied, both of us are quite fortunate to have been paired together at the outset, both possessing S-grade talents. Luo Qiuxue nodded in agreement, patiently waiting for her hair and feet to dry, not in a hurry to sleep. After exchanging a few words, Luo Qiuxue hesitated before softly asking, Shen Ping, may I rest my head on your shoulder? Shen Ping was taken aback. If her resting on his shoulder last night was simply an accident, what could it mean tonight? Surely, it couldn't be that Xiaoxue had developed feelings for him? After all, she was the school beauty. What, you don't want to? Luo Xiaoxue inquired, gazing at Shen Ping's handsome face. Of course not. Shen Ping shook his head. It would be my honor to serve as a pillow for the illustrious Luo. Luo Xiaoxue initially beamed, a gentle smile gracing her lips, before she gently leaned her head against Shen Ping's shoulder. The two soon drifted into a peaceful slumber, each lost in their own thoughts. A night of silence passed. At 5:55 in the morning, a notification echoed through the carriage. The train is about to arrive at the station. Please select one of the 3 platforms below for disembarkation. If no choice is made within 2 minutes, one will be selected automatically. Perhaps due to their exhaustion, Shen Ping and Luo Xiaoxue stirred groggily upon hearing the announcement. Platform 1, Infinite Prairie. An endless expanse of grassland. Resources available, countless amounts of soil. Danger level, none. Platform 2, Haunted Apartment, Survival-type platform. A 10-story apartment building with 100 dormitories. Opening a dormitory door may lead to resources, or perhaps nothing at all. There is also the possibility of encountering entities that are less than human. It is strongly advised not to venture into the apartment at night, as besides the dorm rooms, one might also encounter wandering beings within. Resources available, special items, ghost crystals, phantoms. Danger level, extremely high. Platform 3, the Giant's Farm. A sprawling farm abundant with various fruits, yet the owner towers at an impressive height of 5 meters. Resources available, assorted fruits, various fruit seeds, and weapons of the giants. Danger level, moderate. The bewildered Shen Ping found himself in a state of confusion as he realized that Luo Xiaoxue was asleep in his embrace, a trail of drool adorning her lips and dampening the fabric of his abdomen. Upon awakening, Luo Xiaoxue's cheeks flushed crimson, and she exclaimed, "How did I end up sleeping in your arms?" She sprang up, casting a shy glance at Shen Ping. "Not a problem. Just be more mindful next time." "I don't mind at all," Shen Ping replied, scratching his head as he began to deliberate on which platform to choose. Unbeknownst to him, Luo Xiaoxue let out a sigh of relief, her eyes glinting with a mischievous spark. The danger levels were categorized as extremely high, moderate, and none. Thus, he swiftly eliminated the extremely high option due to its excessive peril. As for the soil, fruits, and fruit seeds, acquiring them would be ideal, as the seeds could be planted in the soil. Shen Ping found himself torn between Platform 2 and Platform 3. Ultimately, he opted for Platform 3, the Giant's Farm. Firstly, the danger level of the Giantess Farm was assessed as moderate. This indicated that Shen Ping and Luo Xiaoxue still had a chance to confront the giant. Furthermore, standing at merely 5 meters, it was not on the scale of the colossal giants that towered at 50 to 60 meters. Secondly, the fruits were of significant importance. The snacks that Shen Ping had acquired post-critical hits were primarily rich in meat and fish, which over time would lead to a deficiency in vitamins and potential digestive issues, especially for a young lady like Luo Xiaoxue. Hence, obtaining fruits was indeed necessary, not to mention the seeds. Choosing Platform 3, upon making the choice, the train veered sharply to the right, gradually decelerating. After 3 minutes, the environment outside transformed, revealing a vast expanse of land. Shen Ping leaned out to peer below, astonished to discover railway tracks beneath the train. This was a new world? Luo Xiaoxue approached Shen Ping, her eyes wide with disbelief at the scene before them. It was noteworthy that the platforms they had visited just days prior were merely isolated stations within a void. Yet now, they found themselves amidst a tangible realm. It was truly astounding, Shen Ping murmured. Their astonishment was short-lived, as the train had already arrived at a grand estate. The estate was expansive, adorned with numerous plants that were as tall as humans, including a patch of watermelon vines. In their original world, watermelon vines barely exceeded 30 centimeters in height. However, in this estate, the watermelons reached over a meter tall, each at least 5 to 6 times larger than ordinary watermelons, flourishing on the vines. Moreover, the apple trees soared to heights exceeding 10 meters, bearing apples that resembled the size of regular watermelons. "This is the giant's estate," Luo Qiuxue remarked with wonder. After the train came to a halt, the two descended from the carriage, casting wary glances around them. With a stopover of 5 hours, they were destined to spend nearly the entire morning within the vast confines of the giant's estate. Sunlight filtered through the enormous leaves, casting dappled shadows across the expanse of the garden. The air was thick with an intoxicating fragrance of ripe fruits, each vegetable and fruit exceeding the bounds of imagination and size. Before them lay a sprawling watermelon patch, while behind stood rows of apple trees. To their left appeared a grove of banana trees, with bananas hanging down like golden serpents, far larger than ordinary ones. With such an abundance, it was clear that 5 hours would not suffice to gather all. Shen Ping sighed, remarking, "We cannot do anything about the apple trees. Let us focus on harvesting the large watermelons." The two stealthily approached the watermelon field, diligently picking one watermelon after another and stowing them in their backpacks. Prior to their excursion, Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue had almost emptied their backpacks onto the train. Shen Ping had merely taken a samurai sword with him. Soon, the watermelon patch was being rapidly depleted under the industrious efforts of Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue, resembling two mice scurrying about the estate. However, unbeknownst to them, a small girl with wings, not far off, looked on in disbelief at the sudden appearance of Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue in the watermelon field, busily gathering melons. Startled, the girl resolved, "I must inform the farmer and capture these two thieves." She flapped her wings vigorously and soared towards the imposing house nearby, which stood nearly 10 meters tall. She was, in fact, a little sprite of the giant's farm, typically engaged in watering and pest control duties. Chapter 14. Shen Luo versus. The giant, the little sprite, swiftly flew to the grand abode of the giant, exclaiming loudly, "Giant, two small beings have stolen our fruit." The wings behind her fluttered incessantly. Soon, a colossal figure emerged from within the dwelling, towering at a height of 5 meters, with sturdy limbs clad in white work attire typical of a farmer. Its countenance was menacing and filled with rage. This was none other than the master of the farm, the giant. Clutching a massive axe, presumably used for chopping wood, the giant's eyes glinted with ferocity as it grumbled, "Are there thieves again? Where are they? Lead me to them. It's been ages since I've had meat." The little sprite promptly flapped her wings, guiding the giant toward the recently disturbed watermelon patch. At that very moment, Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue, who were busy ing watermelons, felt the ground tremble beneath them, resonating with a series of thunderous rumbles. "What is happening?" Shen Ping exclaimed, astonished by the vibrations. Could it be the giant? Luo Qiuxue's delicate face tensed, swallowing nervously, clearly anxious. "Do not fret. Even if the giant has arrived, with my current physique and your healing abilities, we should be able to handle it," Shen Ping reassured her, urging Luo Qiuxue to continue ing the watermelons while he gripped his katana, remaining vigilant of their surroundings. However, it was impossible not to feel apprehensive in the presence of a towering giant. As the tremors grew closer, the giant wielding the axe approached Shen Ping, its expression brimming with fury. "You two humans, do you comprehend what you are doing?" it bellowed. "Indeed, we merely sought to borrow your fruit," Shen Ping replied calmly. He observed a flying little girl fluttering her wings furiously, shouting, "Giant, those are the two little thieves. They have stolen our fruit. Quickly slay them. I wish to skin them and feast upon their flesh." What a venomous little girl. Luo Qiuxue seized ing watermelons and joined Shen Ping's side, as the two faced off against the giant. Soon, the giant could no longer contain its rage. It charged forward and lifted its massive foot to stomp on Shen Ping. In an instant, the hairs on the back of Shen Ping's neck stood on end, and the enhanced muscles in his thighs unleashed an astonishing force, propelling him to glide almost along the ground. Insect-like creatures! The giant roared again, astonished by Shen Ping's remarkable speed. Before it could regain its footing, Shen Ping swiftly unsheathed his katana, the blade gleaming with a cold light as it cut through the air. The giant's ankle resembled a moss-covered old tree stump, the sinews beneath its skin pulsating. Shen Ping aimed for the most vulnerable joint, utilizing the momentum of his advance to align the blade in a straight line. And with a sharp, resonant slice, he struck down fiercely. With a sickening thud, the blade penetrated half an inch before it was ensnared by the giant's resilient flesh, sending a tingling sensation through Shen Ping's grip. The giant howled in pain, retaliating with a sweeping kick, and Shen Ping hurriedly withdrew his blade. He was still caught by the blow. At the moment of impact, Shen Ping felt his pupils constrict, as if his internal organs had shifted positions. His back crashed into the watermelon grove, shattering several melons and causing his ribs to ache as though they might fracture. Shen Ping, beside him, Luo Qiuxue grew anxious and hurried to his side, her hands emanating a faint green light as she reached out to him. With her healing touch, his injuries quickly mended, allowing him to rise once more. This scene left both the giant and the little sprite in astonishment. The sprite exclaimed in disbelief. Such a level of healing ability. Could she be a saintess? She was well aware of the immense pain inflicted by the giant's kick. If it had landed on her, she would surely have been crushed. Saintess? A glimmer of greed flashed in the giant's eyes. Initially, it had considered devouring the two humans, but now it thought, I shall wed that woman and make her my wife. It could easily discern the formidable nature of Luo Qiuxue's healing prowess. Furthermore, you trespassed into my territory and stole my fruits. You must repay your debt. Shen Ping, feeling guilty, refrained from further speech, knowing full well that confronting the giant directly was ill-advised, for the giant's physique boasted at least 50 points of strength. Climb onto my back. If you incur any injuries, heal yourself directly. With that, Shen Ping hoisted Luo Qiuxue upon his back, utilizing the cover of the watermelon field to move swiftly, his gaze fixed intently on the giant's movements. The giant possessed remarkable strength, but turned slowly. Meanwhile, Luo Qiuxue observed that the wound from earlier continued to bleed profusely. Shen Ping, continue to strike at the giant's ankle. Once it is incapacitated, we can dispose of it at our leisure. Understood. Shen Ping quickly employed the same tactic once more. As the giant approached, he relied on his speed to evade it. Seizing an opportunity, he struck again. His katana embedded itself into the old wound, advancing several centimeters deeper. The giant roared in pain, swinging its axe toward Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue. Shen Ping leaped backward, narrowly avoiding the blow, though the sharp axe grazed his shoulder. Luo Qiuxue swiftly reached for his wound, and as she healed him, his strength gradually returned. Then the pattern resumed. The giant struck Shen Ping. Luo Qiuxue healed him, and then Shen Ping attacked the giant. The giant swung at Luo Qiuxue on Shen Ping's back. She healed herself, and Shen Ping retaliated against the giant. After what felt like countless strikes, the giant's legs were severed, and its colossal form collapsed to the ground, incredulously witnessing the unfolding events. How is this possible? I have been defeated by two mere ants. As it observed the two still vibrant individuals, a flicker of fear crossed the giant's eyes. I'm making my escape. You hold your ground. The sprite's face bore a look of panic. The giant was no match for Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue. She quickly fluttered her wings and fled. The giant, looking skyward, watched in fury as the sprite retreated. You two humans, I will devour you. You are my prey. With the giant still oblivious to the situation, Shen Ping brandished his katana, aiming for the giant's nape. The katana plunged deep into the giant's neck, which writhed in agony before ultimately succumbing to excessive blood loss. Shen Ping gasped for breath and fell backward, whereupon Luo Qiuxue promptly caught him in her arms, gently caressing him in an effort to restore his strength and mend his wounds. You've endured so much, my little Pingzi, she remarked with a hint of tenderness. What hardship? With you by my side, I feel no burden at all, Shen Ping replied, causing Luo Qiuxue's eyes to widen in surprise. Could it be that Shen Ping? After all, you possess the gift of healing. Whenever I find myself in distress, you can simply heal me, Shen Ping stated earnestly. Luo Qiuxue was momentarily speechless. Suddenly, an announcement resonated in their ears. Global broadcast. Player Shen Ping is the first to slay a white quality monster. Reward: Shen Ping gains 5 constitution and receives a random white item upgrade card X1. The giant's illustrated guide has been unlocked. Defeating a specific type of monster will grant access to its guide. Giant quality white. Constitution 38. A colossal and slow-moving humanoid. One of its dietary sources is humanity. White item upgrade card. Upon use, it can enhance a specific item to white quality. Simultaneously, Shen Ping felt an invigorating surge of strength throughout his body. His constitution had risen from 20 to 25. No wonder the giant possessed such formidable power, boasting a constitution of 38. Shen Ping mused to himself. His gaze then fell upon the white item upgrade card. Undoubtedly, it was a critical hit. Critical hit successful. White item upgrade card, green item upgrade card. Green item upgrade card. Upon use, it can elevate a specific item to green quality. Should he upgrade the katana with the green item upgrade card? Shen Ping hesitated momentarily, but soon his eyes were drawn to the immense axe clutched by the giant. Chapter 15. A Noteworthy Harvest. The axe measured an impressive 2 meters in length, with an exceedingly thick handle. Shen Ping grasped it, yet found it somewhat unwieldy for a human to wield. Giant's axe, white quality. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Ping executed a critical strike. Critical hit successful. White quality. Giant's axe, green quality, colossal axe. Though the size of the axe remained unchanged, the handle had considerably slimmed down, now allowing for a proper two-handed grip. Xiao Shui, do take a look at this colossal axe. Can you manage it? Shen Ping exclaimed with joy, pleasantly surprised that the critical hit had rendered it even more suitable as a weapon. Luo Xiao Shui accepted it, finding it somewhat heavy but still manageable for wielding. Very well, this colossal axe shall serve as your weapon for now. Shen Ping decided to upgrade his katana. The rationale was simple. He had grown accustomed to this katana, and adapting to a new weapon would require a fresh learning curve. Upgrade successful. White quality, sharp katana, green quality, gale blade. In the next moment post-upgrade, Shen Ping's katana elongated slightly and became even sharper. Gale blade, quality, green. Active ability, wind cleave. A forward slash that inflicts 3 times the usual damage. Note, cannot harm ethereal entities. Cool down 20 minutes. The katana's description had originally been blank, but after the upgrade, it transformed to include an active skill. However, it bore a cooldown reminiscent of abilities in games. Shen Ping felt a flicker of curiosity regarding what ethereal-type enemies might be. For some inexplicable reason, his thoughts drifted to the platform of today. Could those non-human entities be the ethereal types? Indeed, it was fortunate he had not chosen Platform 1. Otherwise, he would have been doomed, lacking any means to confront those ethereal beings. A wave of relief washed over him. Nevertheless, he refrained from dissecting the giant's corpse. Firstly, giants bore a striking resemblance to humans, and the idea of consuming giant flesh was unappealing. Secondly, far more valuable were the enormous fruits scattered about. Yet, as he glanced toward the giant and the fleeing sprite's direction, he spotted a vast abode. Xiao Shui, you handle the watermelons. I shall investigate the giant's dwelling. Luo Xiao Shui obediently replied, All right, I will take care of things here. Do ensure your safety. Parting ways with Luo Xiao Shui, Shen Ping approached the giant's residence alone. The giant's home was constructed entirely of timber, resembling an oversized log cabin. Armed with a gale blade, he cautiously pushed open the massive door and stepped inside. Although the platform's warning had indicated that the only danger in the giant's farm was the giant itself, that did not grant Shen Ping the luxury of lowering his guard in an unknown environment. Such vigilance was a commendable habit. However, as soon as Shen Ping creaked the door open, an overwhelmingly nauseating stench of blood assaulted his senses, flooding his nostrils. His pupils contracted in disbelief at the scene before him. Scattered across the ground lay several skeletal remains, some bones still stained with dark brown remnants of flesh at the fractured ends. The wooden floor had long been soaked with dark crimson blood, pooling into viscous puddles in the depressions. Even more harrowing were the upright human crosses, upon which were affixed dismembered body parts, heads with wide-open eyes, grotesquely contorted arms, thighs bearing half a femur, and even eviscerated torsos, with organs dangling in a tangle of blood and filth. Is this hell? Shen Ping's voice trembled. As a university student, he had never witnessed such a scene and immediately retched. At the center, on the most prominent cross, a naked woman hung her head, her body marred by wounds of varying depths, old scars layered over fresh injuries, dried blood caked against the wood. Upon hearing the creaking of the door, she slowly lifted her head, her eyes nearly devoid of pupils, locking onto Shen Ping, who wielded a long knife. "Who are you?" he inquired of the tormented woman. She remained silent, her expression void of emotion as she gazed at him, yet a faint, eerie smile crept across her face. Has she already lost her mind? Shen Ping perceived that her mental state was far from stable and immediately called for Luo Qiuxue. Upon entering, Luo Qiuxue, equally shocked, retched just as Shen Ping had. "Are these the players tortured to death by the giant?" She gasped, but quickly sensed a disturbing detail. "No, this is wrong. There are far too many corpses here. Today marks the third day of the global survival event. How could so many players have perished?" Shen Ping's eyes widened as he voiced his speculation. Could it be that some of them were players from before? The two pondered, unable to discern the truth. Luo Qiuxue directed her healing ability towards the sole, surviving, yet deranged woman. Soon, the woman's body returned to its original state, and her facial expression gradually stabilized. "Indeed, you possess the strongest healing power in the world," Qiuxue, Shen Ping praised. However, the moment her recovery was complete, the woman looked around in sheer terror. Where am I? Memories surged within her like a tidal wave. Perhaps recalling her torment at the hands of the giant, she slipped back into insanity. She giggled foolishly. Luo Qiuxue's expression shifted. "Why is my healing talent ineffective?" Shen Ping replied solemnly, "It may not be that your healing ability is lacking. Rather, she cannot bear the weight of her experiences, causing her to lapse back into madness. The only way to truly help her is to erase her memories." Shen Ping shook his head. "It's futile to seek information now. The events are likely as we surmise. Let us grant her release." Gritting his teeth, he drew the windbreaker blade, severing the poor woman's head. To let her endure such suffering was a fate worse than ending it. Luo Qiuxue felt a pang of compassion. Closing her eyes, her heart heavy with sorrow, the scent of blood within the wooden cabin was overwhelmingly pungent, leaving Shen Luo and his companion feeling quite uneasy, prompting their swift return to the farm. Subsequently, the pair resumed their task of transporting fruit. After a passage of 1 or 2 hours, it became evident that completing the task was utterly impossible, as the quantity of enormous watermelons had become quite substantial. Shen Ping soon ventured into the apple orchard, felling apple trees one by one, and carried away apples the size of watermelons. Meanwhile, Luo Qiuxue busied herself with harvesting bananas. Just 5 minutes before the end of their time, the duo stacked all the fruits they had collected in the third compartment of the cart. This included watermelons, apples, bananas, and grapes, all significantly larger than their typical counterparts. Additionally, they had gathered seeds from these fruits, 4 varieties in total: giant watermelon seeds, giant apple seeds, giant banana seeds, and giant grape seeds, each totaling over 100. However, cultivating these would require soil and sunlight, making immediate planting impossible. Nevertheless, upon noticing Luo Qiuxue's sorrowful expression, Shen Ping swiftly offered words of comfort, assuring her, "Qiuxue, this is not your fault. It is that giant's doing. You have performed admirably." Encouraged by Shen Ping's reassurances, Luo Qiuxue's spirits began to lift. Shortly thereafter, Shen Ping grasped a massive watermelon in his hands and, out of curiosity, struck it with force. Critical hit successful. Giant watermelon, white quality, ink-patterned ice heart melon. In the next moment, the giant watermelon in Shen Ping's grasp began to shrink, reverting to the size of a normal watermelon, its original green hue transforming into a frosty blue, adorned with the familiar patterns of a watermelon. Ink-patterned ice heart melon. White quality, consuming it permanently enhances one's constitution by 1 point, with a maximum of 2 consumptions allowed. It also restores a portion of stamina. providing satiety comparable to that of a giant watermelon. To his astonishment, this was a white-quality food item. Shen Ping, filled with delight, proceeded to strike all the watermelons, as well as the other fruits. Crimson horn fruit, white quality, consuming it temporarily boosts one's constitution by 5 points for a duration of 2 hours, with no limit on consumption, providing satiety comparable to that of a giant apple. White J banana, white quality, consuming it restores a portion of one's injuries, offering satiety comparable to that of a giant banana. Purple Miss Grape, white quality, consuming it temporarily enhances one's stamina for a duration of 2 hours, providing satiety comparable to that of a giant grape. After striking all the giant fruits, they transformed into white-quality food items. Moreover, the watermelon even had the capability to enhance one's constitution. Although the total enhancement was limited to 2 points, it was still quite impressive. Shen Ping felt that this harvest was truly a monumental success. Chapter 16. The roar of departure time swiftly passed, and the train began to move. After approximately 3 minutes, the surrounding environment transformed into a kaleidoscope of bizarre sights. In the blink of an eye, the train vanished from this realm, plunging into an abyss of darkness. Returning to the initial void, Shen Ping cast a solemn glance around. It appeared that the train was preparing to depart from this miniature world. Perhaps our next station will also be within such a small world, suggested Luo Qiushue. Indeed, after all, the game system previously indicated that each station constitutes a distinct microcosm. Shen Ping responded, promptly presenting Luo Qiushue with 2 ink-patterned ice heart melons. As a reward for enduring a critical hit, these fruits would enhance her physical constitution by a permanent 2 points. Luo Qiushue's constitution was merely 8 points. As a female university student, she certainly could not compete with the average adult male. However, upon consuming the ink-patterned ice heart melons, her constitution would elevate to 10 points, matching that of a typical adult male, while Shen Ping's would rise to 27 points. Perfect, we haven't eaten anything this morning. Let's enjoy lunch together. Luo Qiushue exclaimed joyfully as she accepted the offering. After both consumed the ice heart melons, they felt an invigorating surge of strength coursing through their bodies, particularly evident in Luo Qiushue. In contrast, Shen Ping's increase from 25 to 27 points was less pronounced. Once satiated, the two reclined in their seats to rest, meticulously tallying their gains. They had amassed over 300 ink-patterned ice heart melons and more than 500 red rhinoceros fruits, along with 2 other fruits obtained from critical hits. The larger quantity of the latter was primarily due to their lighter weight, as the melons were quite heavy. The ice watermelon and the white jade banana could be sold. One had lost its utility for them, serving merely as sustenance, while the other provided healing, of which they had no shortage. Shen Ping voiced his perspective, suggesting that the red rhinoceros fruits and purple mist grapes be reserved for personal use. However, Luo Qiushue shook her head. Shen Ping, it will be prudent to sell the ice heart melons first. As for the white jade bananas, we cannot sell them all, for healing requires close proximity. If we are ever forced to separate, you would find yourself at a loss. This was reminiscent of their recent battle against the giant. To avert being overwhelmed and to ensure timely healing, Shen Ping had even carried Luo Qiushue during combat. Although she felt soft and comfortable to carry, the situation was undeniably tense. Thus, having a few white jade bananas in Shen Ping's backpack would prove beneficial. Understood. Your foresight is commendable, Qiushue. Before listing items on the trading platform, Shen Ping opened the chat channel, eager to inquire about the group's experiences. Opening the chat channel, he typed, "Brothers, how have you fared over the past 3 days? What stations have you explored, and have you discovered any treasures? I find myself quite fortunate today, having procured a skill of ordinary quality, albeit with a cooldown period. Logically, vanquishing white-quality monsters should be a straightforward task. Regrettably, I have yet to encounter any such creatures, and my first kill was snatched away by the esteemed Shen Ping. To the individual above, do refrain from being foolish. White-quality monsters should indeed be tackled with white-quality skills. For an ordinary skill can only suffice to eliminate basic beasts. You speak the truth. White-quality monsters are undoubtedly formidable adversaries, and Shen Ping may possess genuine prowess. Shen Ping continues to sell water incessantly in the trading market at remarkably low prices, alongside prepared foods. One might easily mistake him for having raided a restaurant. I stumbled upon a marshland and narrowly escaped its clutches, yet I lived to tell the tale. I also chanced upon an ordinary quality weapon, specifically a cleaver. I envy you all. Some have encountered sustenance or weaponry, while I have spent 3 days traversing vast grasslands, subsisting solely on grass and producing green waste. In my travels, I discovered a haunted house, from which I barely returned alive, though my wife remains forever lost within its depths. My train halted upon a vast ocean. Can you believe it? Observing the conversations of the crowd, Shen Ping realized the multitude of peculiar stations they had encountered. The environments varied greatly, from expansive grasslands and oceans to marshes, inhabited by beasts, monsters, and phantoms. Furthermore, there existed a plethora of resource stations. Shen Ping noted that the once extensive chat channel, teeming with billions, now counted only 85 billion participants. In just 3 short days, over 1 billion lives have been lost. How astonishing! Luo Qiushue felt a twinge of anxiety, uncertain if her parents might be among the deceased. How has everyone fared today? Has anyone met their demise? I am well. I found a composite bough and stumbled upon some fruit at my station. If anyone is interested in purchasing oranges or pears, feel free to message me privately. Remarkably, you obtained a weapon, a composite bough, no less. Wait, if memory serves, Shen Ping was reported globally today as the first player to slay a white-quality monster, right? Not necessarily. We cannot be sure that the Shen Ping in the report is the same one who has been active in this chat lately. There are countless players with the same name. Shen Ping, could you confirm? Was it indeed you who was reported today? I apologize, everyone. I am indeed the one featured in today's global report. Moreover, I acquired a type of fruit resource at the station, which can enhance one's constitution by 1 point, usable up to 2 times. Those in need may purchase from me, though supplies are limited. I prioritize acquiring blueprints, black iron, and above chests, as well as white-quality items and other unique resources. Goodness, Brother Ping is extraordinary. He has managed to collect fruit that boosts constitution. Esteemed Shen Ping, would you consider being my boyfriend? I can offer you a delightful exchange of lingerie and shorts. With a battle cry to commence this segment, Shen Ping sent this message, subtly promoting himself. As a renowned figure who has been broadcasted globally twice, every message he sends creates a sensation. Not to mention, Shen Ping also possesses fruits that can enhance one's physical constitution. Chapter 17. The Transaction of Blueprints. After Shen Ping placed an advertisement, other players swiftly approached him to trade for equipment blueprints. Blueprint for Blue Cloak. A standard blue cloak that offers a modicum of defense and bestows an additional point to one's constitution when worn. Additionally, some players sought to exchange campfire blueprints with Shen Ping. The campfire blueprint promises a source of flame, though its potential for critical enhancement remains a mystery. Others opted to trade using black iron chests, which Shen Ping readily accepted. Remarkably, every item acquired through these trades was subject to critical enhancement, resulting in substantial profits. As for common resources like wood, plastic, and refined iron, Shen Ping found himself ample in supply. He merely utilized water and food, enhanced through critical hits, to engage in trade with ease. Thus, when it came to high-quality fruits for exchange, it was only fitting that he sought something of greater value. Trading ordinary resources would be a disservice. After selling for a while, Shen Ping decided to take out the more significant blueprints he had acquired, intending to construct them and subsequently assess their effects through critical enhancement. Blueprint for Blue Cloak. Synthesis requirements. Cloth 20, leather 10. Wearing it will increase constitution by 1 point. Donning this will not transform you into a smurf. Disregarding the jest regarding the blue cloak, he focused on the synthesis requirements. Unfortunately, he lacked both cloth and leather. However, that was inconsequential. A brief search in the trading market would yield these basic materials, easily obtained through exchanges involving water and food. Moreover, prior to synthesis, he could also apply critical enhancement to the blueprint. Achieving a critical hit before synthesis followed by another after, would effectively result in a double critical enhancement on a single item, almost akin to exploiting a glitch. Yet, the moment the critical enhancement was executed, Shen Ping was left astounded. Critical success, blue cloak blueprint, white quality, ice cloak blueprint, quality, white. Synthesis requirements, ice essence 1, white quality, cloth 15, leather 20. Wearing it increases constitution by 10 points and significantly enhances cold resistance. The blue cloak had transformed into an ice cloak after the critical enhancement, not only elevating the constitution boost to 10 points, but also substantially improving cold resistance. However, the synthesis difficulty had increased considerably. What on earth is ice essence? Shen Ping pondered curiously. Observing this, Luo Qiuxue promptly searched the trading market, only to find no trace of it after an exhaustive search. How could this be? In such a bustling trading market, could no one have located ice essence? The vastness of the market, teeming with transactions in the billions, should have yielded at least a semblance of this material. This only indicated one thing. Such items were unattainable in the early stages of the game, nor could they be found in treasure chests. Otherwise, even the slightest probability would eventually manifest given the sheer volume. Shen Ping shook his head and said, "Never mind. Let us just put this blueprint away for now and gather some cloth and leather in the trading market." Luo Qiuxue eagerly assisted, ready to lend a hand in whatever Shen Ping needed. Subsequently, Shen Ping proceeded to apply a critical enhancement to the campfire blueprint. Critical hit successful. Campfire blueprint, white quality, eternal furnace blueprint. Eternal furnace, quality white. Synthesis requirements, wood 100, stone 100, fire essence 1, white quality. A furnace that burns eternally. Impervious to extinguishment, requiring no consumables, only a modicum of mystical essence. At this moment, Shen Ping fell into contemplation. He discerned a flaw in the critical hit blueprint. While it allowed for exploitation of a bug, the difficulty of synthesis escalated post-critical hit, necessitating an increased resource allocation. Thus, it would be more prudent to synthesize first and then execute a critical hit. In the early stages, some constructions should be prioritized for immediate benefit. However, he found himself at an impasse, awaiting the discovery of those elusive essences before he could construct the windbreaker and furnace, subsequently triggering critical hits. As for the other blueprints, they would have to be constructed first before attempting critical hits, as the uncertainty surrounding critical hit blueprints was considerable. The loss of a critical hit opportunity was unavoidable. The inherent drawback of the blueprints lay in their material requirements. Shen Ping continued his search in the trading market, and, as anticipated, he could not find any of those essences, regardless of their attributes. In the ensuing hours, he sold 20 ink-patterned ice heart melons, trading for blueprints of other equipment. Among them, he was now able to synthesize 2 cloth armor blueprints. Each piece could enhance vitality by 2 points, requiring 10 pieces of cloth and 20 pieces of fine iron, all of ordinary quality. This time, Shen Ping exercised wisdom, opting against risking a critical hit and proceeding with a direct fabrication. Acquired cloth armor 2. He then executed a critical hit. Critical hit successful. Cloth armor, rigid cloth armor. Rigid cloth armor, white quality, enhances vitality by 12 points. Donning one for himself and one for Luo Qiuxue, their vitality surged to 39 points and 22 points, respectively, significantly augmenting their strength. Chapter 18, A Night of Trading. Uncovering elusive resources. As the clock approached 7 or 8 in the evening, the resources amassed by the train had grown considerably, yielding numerous treasure chests. These treasures were sufficient to elevate the status of the train by 2 levels. However, upon opening all the chests that had been critically struck, it appeared that fortune was not in favor of the 2, as they primarily acquired basic resources. Nevertheless, they had amassed a considerable amount of train currency, totaling 300 coins. Fortunately, to this point, Shen Ping's supplies had not yet been depleted. The water resources were nearly sold out, with only enough remaining for himself and Qiuxue. Thus, in the trading market, Shen Ping had 2 active posts, one offering cooked food and another selling the ink-patterned ice heart melon. Additionally, He had posted several requests for purchasing white items, white equipment, and various elemental essences. It is worth noting that due to the rarity of white quality items, players who possess them seldom consider selling. The rationale is simple. Such equipment is deemed more critical than a mere 4 points in vitality. And most players believe that acquiring 4 ink-patterned ice heart melons is sufficient. Buying more offers no tangible benefit. Consequently, they would only trade items of comparable value to those 4 melons. Interestingly, through the sale of the ink-patterned ice heart melons, Shen Ping also managed to trade for 4 blueprints for the condensation device. Many players had obtained these blueprints, but after the transaction, Shen Ping understood why the seller chose to part with a design capable of daily water resource condensation, opting instead for fruit that enhances vitality. Condensation device blueprint, synthesis requirements, refined iron 20, energy crystal 1, daily condensation of 5 liters of pure water. Although the synthesis requirements for the condensation device blueprint are relatively straightforward, the necessity of an energy crystal poses a challenge. Upon searching the trading market, he discovered that, much like the ice essence, this resource had yet to be acquired by any player, likely remaining elusive even within ordinary and black iron treasure chests. Fortunately, in a state of confusion, Shen Ping stumbled upon it within the upgraded train shop, and he still had a substantial amount of train currency yet to be claimed. Train upgrade. Level 5. Conductor. Shen Ping. Train members. 2. Upgrade requirements. Wood 2000, plastic 2000, refined iron 2000, steel 1500, train upgrade card 1. Docking time. 6 hours. Can choose to depart after 5 hours. Train currency. 312. Number of carriages. 4. Special abilities. Consumption halved. Station foreknowledge. Station selection. Consumption halved. The resources required for upgrading the train are permanently reduced by half. Station foreknowledge. Gain insight into every station's information. Station selection. Offers a choice among 3 stations. Train shop. Updated post-upgrade. Trading can only be conducted using train currency. Random food. Price. Train currency 1. 500 milliliters bottled water. Price. Train currency 1. Novice treasure chest. Price. Train currency 50. Train seat modification. Adding an additional seat. Price. Train coins 10. Train room modification. Adding a small room. Empty inside. With the option to modify between carriages. Price. Train coins 100. Train upgrade card. An essential item for train upgrades. Price. Train coins 100. Energy crystals. A vital energy source. Price. Train coins 100. Meanwhile, upon opening the train marketplace, Shen Ping received a notification. Player Shen Ping has received a comprehensive score of 85 points out of 100, based on resources acquired plundered yesterday, as well as monsters, animals, and players defeated. This grants player Shen Ping 85 train coins. Note, the train marketplace must be accessed to claim the train coins from yesterday's score. Shen Ping was momentarily taken aback. He had overlooked this aspect. The standard means of acquiring train coins is through the daily rewards, and an impressive score of 85 points is indeed commendable. Other players might only accumulate around 10 points, if that. Moreover, the number of players upgraded to level 3 is certainly limited. After a brief contemplation, Shen Ping purchased a novice treasure chest, an energy crystal, a small room within the train, and a train upgrade card. Later that evening, around 10 o'clock, Shen Ping closed 2 trading posts, particularly the one for the MO1 Ice Heart Melon. It is crucial for Shen Ping to oversee transactions involving such blueprint exchanges and item trades personally. If he were to allow automatic trading of the Ice Heart Melon with any blueprint indiscriminately, he might end up with subpar trades. The 2 of them counted the sales and upgrade receipts from the day. First, there were still over 50 MO1 Ice Heart Melons remaining, and the basic resources were nearly depleted, as upgrading the train consumed a significant amount. They had accumulated a fair number of blueprints and items. Aside from those previously mentioned, there were additional blueprints, though gathering the necessary resources for these was quite challenging. For instance, one of the blueprints was Backpack Blueprint, Quality, White. Synthesis Requirements, Space Essence 1, Fabric 10. Upon synthesis, one would obtain a backpack with 50 slots. Shen Ping was hesitant to attempt a critical strike on this blueprint for a simple reason. He did not even have the resources to gather at present, let alone for a critical success, which would require even more resources. Chapter 19. The Infinite Desert Eagle? Take off. Subsequently, Shen Ping constructed a water condenser. Upon successful completion, the device materialized before the two. Its overall composition was metallic, adorned with a silver gray or black exterior, featuring heat dissipation vents and condensation tubes connected to a water reservoir. Exuding distinctly technological aura. The critical hit blueprint was no longer capable of delivering a critical strike, at least not at this moment. After the water condenser was built, Shen Ping achieved another critical hit. Critical hit successful. Water condenser, large water condenser. Following the critical strike, the entire apparatus expanded in size, resembling a standard water barrel. Luo Qiushue observed the scene with tranquility, for Shen Ping's ability to land critical hits was extraordinarily potent after witnessing his critical strike on the toilet the previous day. Such occurrences now seemed somewhat routine. Large water condenser, quality, white, capable of condensing 100 liters of pure water daily. That will be all for today. I will store the blueprints that cannot be crafted for future use, Shen Ping declared. Yes, I will heed your words, Shen Ping. Luo Qiushue replied obediently. As the two prepared to rest after their baths in anticipation of tomorrow's platform, another player contacted Shen Ping. Gu Tianshun, Shen Ping. Have you sold out of the ink pattern Ice Heart Melon? Shen Ping. Not yet, but I need to rest tonight, so I want to be selling for the time being. He found it curious that despite having withdrawn the trading post, this Gu Tianshun could still reach out to him. There were 3 channels for players to connect with one another, the various chat channels, the trading market, and recommendations from other players. Those who had traded or chatted could recommend others, provided neither had been blocked. Presumably, this Gu Tianshun had contacted him through the recommendation route. Gu Tianshun, no rush. After I transact with this major client, you can activate Do Not Disturb again. Gu Tianshun's words piqued Shen Ping's curiosity. Shen Ping, what major client? Gu Tianshun, how many ink pattern Ice Heart Melons do you have left? I want to purchase the remainder. Soon, Gu Tianshun sent the item to Shen Ping. Upon seeing it, Shen Ping's pupils constricted. Stamina pistol, quality, white, requires no ammunition. It can fire a shot by consuming a portion of stamina, dealing exceptionally high damage. A firearm, and one that required no bullets. Momentarily taken aback, Shen Ping inquired, if it's such a fine weapon, why not keep it for yourself? Quite simply, because I do not favor this particular gun. Care to guess whether I believe you? Seeing Shen Ping unconvinced, Gu Tianshun quickly elucidated. My talent is A-class limit cancellation. Consuming this ink pattern Ice Heart Melon has no restrictions, allowing my physique to continually increase. Thus, based on your remaining quantity, if there are over 50 left, I will trade with you. Ah, I see. You intend to use this pistol to trade for 50 points of physique. Indeed, for me, physical strength is far more significant than this firearm. Your vitality, along with that of your companions, must have reached its peak. Otherwise, you would not be contemplating the sale of this fruit. Would it not be delightful to engage in a mutually beneficial exchange? However, I currently possess only 35. On the other side, a tall man clad in a black coat furrowed his brow upon hearing Shen Ping's words. 35 is far too few, he remarked. If you add 5 more white jade bananas, it could aid in restoring injuries. After stating this, Shen Ping proceeded to provide an introduction to the white jade banana for Gu Tianshun. Gu Tianshun's breath quickened. This white jade banana could actually facilitate healing, and 5 of them at that. As an item of white quality, Gu Tianshun had no doubts regarding the value of this white jade banana. Very well, let us proceed with the transaction. With the exchange complete, Shen Ping transferred the majority of the remaining ink-patterned Ice Heart Melon to Gu Tianshun, along with 5 white jade bananas. Acquired a stamina pistol. In no time, a pitch-black metallic handgun, devoid of any magazine, materialized in Shen Ping's hand. Luo Qiushue gazed at the stamina pistol in astonishment. Is this truly a firearm? She had never encountered one before. After all, firearms are prohibited in China. Yet in this extraordinary train world, encountering a gun is not unusual. The difference lies in the fact that conventional guns require ammunition, while this one merely demands stamina. Shen Ping turned to Luo Qiuxue, who quickly grasped the implication and exclaimed, "My talent possesses the ability to restore stamina. So, Shen Ping, does this mean you will have infinite ammunition from now on?" "Indeed, this is our advantage." Before long, Shen Ping achieved another critical hit. Critical hit successful. White quality, stamina pistol, green quality, infinite Desert Eagle. Following the critical hit, the handgun in Shen Ping's possession gradually enlarged, transforming into the likeness of the Desert Eagle from a game. Although it remained a pistol in form, he was aware that the Desert Eagle's power far surpassed that of a standard handgun. Infinite Desert Eagle, quality, green, requires no ammunition. It consumes a portion of stamina to fire a single shot, inflicting substantial damage capable of eliminating an ordinary green quality monster in an instant. Satisfied, Shen Ping stowed it away. This infinite Desert Eagle would become his trump card. Perhaps I am now qualified to enter that biochemical laboratory. As long as Luo Qiuxue remains by Shen Ping's side, he need not reload. No matter how much stamina he expends, Luo Qiuxue can restore it. However, should Luo Qiuxue's stamina become depleted, she too would require healing to replenish her strength. Perhaps replenishing her stamina would be akin to reloading the pistol. "Shen Ping, I am feeling weary. Lean your shoulder over." Luo Qiuxue yawned, for prior to her journey, she scarcely managed to rise for an 8 a.m. class, let alone awaken at 6 each morning now. She was utterly exhausted. Although Shen Ping remained curious as to why Luo Qiuxue sought closeness with him, he recognized he was the one benefiting from the situation, and thus readily acquiesced. In other words, he had nothing to lose. Inhaling the subtle fragrance of jasmine emanating from Luo Qiuxue, Shen Ping soon succumbed to slumber. However, scarcely had the gentle sound of his snoring begun to resonate when Luo Qiuxue abruptly opened her eyes, a glimmer of mischief sparkling within them. Chapter 20, The Fourth Platform. Yangli Village at approximately 5 in the morning. Shen Ping found himself enveloped in a cocoon of comfort, resting his head upon a remarkably soft and fragrant pillow. However, he soon realized that this pillow seemed to consist of two distinct parts. Before he could ponder this peculiar sensation further, his biological clock roused him from slumber. And as he opened his eyes, he was met with the sight of Luo Qiuxue's chin. Shen Ping's eyes widened in surprise. Had he inadvertently fallen asleep on Luo Qiuxue's lap? No wonder it was so soft and aromatic. Just days prior, she had collapsed into his embrace as they slept. And now he found himself in this curious position. He couldn't help but wonder if it was mere coincidence. Sensing the movement on her lap, Luo Qiuxue also stirred, her eyes fluttering open to meet Shen Ping's gaze. After a moment of stunned silence, she turned her head away, a hint of shyness coloring her cheeks as she exclaimed, "Shen Ping, you should get up." Feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him, Shen Ping pondered the absurdity of the situation. He certainly did not suffer from any form of sleep disorder. Although they were seated on a train, the cushions were plush. How could he have possibly rolled onto Luo Qiuxue's lovely, fair legs in his sleep? Qiuxue, let me explain. He began, but she interjected with a light-hearted, "It's all right, I forgive you." Shen Ping was momentarily taken aback. Such swift forgiveness? He remained still, resting on her lap, momentarily forgetting the need to rise. Sensing that her rapid forgiveness might seem illogical, Luo Qiuxue quickly elaborated. "After all, we were just sitting so closely together, and you didn't do it on purpose, right?" Though Shen Ping found the situation rather peculiar, he decided it was of little consequence. As long as he could procure the blueprint for a proper bed in the future, everything would be fine. Yet, he recalled that the blueprint from their previous transaction had not included a bed. Once both had risen, they attended to their morning routines, preparing for the 6 o'clock train arrival. After a brief interval, rather than the expected station announcement, a game notification chimed in, detected that 3 days of gameplay have elapsed. To enhance player interaction, every participant in the chat channel will now be assigned a real-life avatar, which cannot be hidden. The avatars will reflect true likenesses, devoid of beauty filters or alterations. Real-life avatars? Shen Ping was taken aback. Previously, there had been no such feature, making it rather challenging to recognize others. Had these avatars been available from the outset, he mused, it would have certainly facilitated reconnecting with old classmates and friends. He promptly checked the avatars assigned to himself and Luo Qiuxue. To his delight, his avatar bore a striking resemblance to his actual self. With sharp features and an attractive visage, though he still felt overshadowed by the readers. Luo Qiuxue's avatar radiated sweetness, her enchanting smile captured in a breathtaking image. With everyone now endowed with avatars that could not be concealed, interactions in the chat channel would undoubtedly become more seamless. Armed with names and true likenesses, encountering players who might offend him could now lead to direct confrontations. As the clock struck 6, the announcement continued. The train is about to arrive at the station. Please choose one of the following 3 platforms for disembarkation. If no selection is made within 2 minutes, a platform will be chosen automatically. Platform 1, Bioengineering Laboratory. Within lies a terrifying biochemically toxic gas. Entering the platform will result in direct exposure to this lethal substance. If not treated promptly after exposure, one risks transforming into a biochemical entity. The laboratory is also teeming with these biochemical beings of green quality. Resources available include a golden chest situated at the heart of the laboratory, alongside various potent potions. Danger level, high. Area size, 74,586 square meters. Platform 2, the Silent City. A dreadful town imbued with the essence of silence, inhabited by creatures infected by this eerie force that incessantly roam the streets. Resources include dark cores, silence potions, silence armor, silence greatswords, and the path to immortality, among others. Danger level, certain death. Platform 3, Yangli Village, a multiplayer station where one may encounter other trains, with a high likelihood of meeting familiar faces and a low chance of encountering strangers. An ordinary village filled with chickens, ducks, crops, and farmland. Resources present are typical of rural areas. Number of other trains encountered, 1. Danger level, low. After contemplating the first 2 platforms, Shen Ping ultimately decided against them. Despite possessing a Desert Eagle, the difficulty rating of the first platform remained daunting. He resolved to wait until it became less perilous before venturing there. As for the second platform, the Silent City was an unfathomable threat. Venturing forth would undoubtedly invite death. Even though the resources were plentiful, including a path to immortality, the associated danger rendered any thought of it futile. Shen Ping was utterly perplexed. Thus, after careful deliberation, he chose Platform 3. Upon making a selection, an announcement echoed in the ears of all players. Today marks the 4th day of survival. A new platform is about to open, the multiplayer station. This station accommodates multiple trains. Note, there are less than 72 hours until the onset of the cold disaster. After 72 hours, all trains will enter the winter world, spending all but the travel time at the station in this frigid realm. As the words faded, the environment surrounding Shen Ping's train transformed, revealing a new expanse. Furthermore, his train continued its journey, seemingly traversing a rural path with illusory tracks beneath. Shen Ping, look, there's another train beside us, directed Luo Qiuxue, pointing to the right of Shen Ping's train, where another train was indeed in motion. Yet, the identity of those aboard remained a mystery. According to the game system, it was likely someone he knew. Soon, both trains came to a halt in front of a rural setting. Shen Ping's train nestled within, while the other remained outward. Many villagers, driven by curiosity, glanced over but fled in fear upon witnessing the trains, with only a small fraction remaining to observe. Among them stood a colossal figure clad in iron armor. Upon sighting the 2 trains, the giant rushed forward in anger. Recognizing the trains as the vessels of players intent on plundering the village, the iron-clad giant, as the protector of Yangli Village, was determined to confront them. In the unremarkable gaze of Shen Ping, the armored giant launched the first assault on his train. With a powerful punch, it struck his vehicle. Player Shen Ping, your train has been attacked by the Iron Golem, damage level 99. Repair, 50 fine iron, 50 steel. Soon, Shen Ping's expression darkened. What did this Iron Golem mean by directly assaulting his train? After all, He had yet to attack the villagers or seize their possessions. Without hesitation, Shen Ping exited the vehicle, clutching a desert eagle that emitted a faint green glow. The moment the iron golem caught sight of Shen Ping, it charged at him like a madman, its colossal iron arms flailing wildly, seemingly unwilling to relent until Shen Ping lay dead. With the desert eagle raised, Shen Ping fixed his icy gaze upon the iron golem and pulled the trigger. Bang! Chapter 21. Surrender your firearms to the instructor or face expulsion. The desert eagle discharged, the gunfire nearly piercing Shen Ping's eardrum. Simultaneously, a faint pain radiated from his thumb. At that moment, the shoulder of the iron puppet burst open, as a powerful bullet effortlessly penetrated its frame. Yet, the iron puppet remained relentless, continuing its assault on Shen Ping's train. Was the aim inaccurate? Perhaps. But one must consider that it was the first time wielding a firearm. Shen Ping felt a twinge of fatigue after firing a mere few rounds. He realized he could no longer continue and require a moment to rest and replenish his ammunition. However, the physical limitations of firearms were of little consequence to him. Observing this, Luo Qiuxue hastily approached Shen Ping, utilizing her healing abilities. Through her soft and delicate touch, Shen Ping felt rejuvenated within seconds. He then resumed firing at the iron puppet, while Luo Qiuxue continued to support him. Bang! That shot struck true, delivering a fatal blow to the puppet's head, causing its body to teeter and collapse to the ground. The bullet had obliterated its cranium, leaving it in a shattered state. Did it still dare to attack me? Shen Ping chuckled, descending with Luo Qiuxue. Acquired scrap iron puppet can be recycled within the train. With a smile, he contemplated the substantial amount of steel he would obtain from such a hefty mass. Swiftly, he collected the remnants of the iron puppet. Just then, both Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue heard a familiar voice. "You are you, Shen?" On the other side, a voluptuous woman and a middle-aged man with a beard disembarked from the train, both astonished by the scene before them. They had been covertly observing since the iron puppet had attacked Shen Ping. "Teacher Huang, Teacher Li?" Shen Ping expressed his surprise upon recognizing the pair. The voluptuous woman was none other than Huang Na, their calculus instructor, while the portly middle-aged man beside her, sporting a scruffy beard, was Li Jigang, their class advisor. Shen Ping held a rather unfavorable impression of Li Jigang. He was notorious for monopolizing students' free time for meetings and for his rigorous attendance policy in his lackluster classes, often penalizing students for poor performance or absences. Most students harbored disdain for him. As for Huang Na, his impression was rather vague. If she were a high school teacher, it would be different, as they would see each other daily. However, in university, their encounters were scarce. Huang Na recognized Shen Ping primarily due to his frequent absences from calculus class. What piqued Shen Ping's curiosity was the nature of their pairing. Huang Na was married. So why was she with their class advisor, Li Jigang? Exchanging glances with Luo Qiuxue, they regarded the two with bewilderment. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. Shen Ping instinctively considered the implications of encountering a teacher. It is evident that this is not merely a trading market or a chat channel, even in a multiplayer platform. Encountering individuals from Jiangsheng takes precedence. When meeting familiar faces in close proximity, they are prioritized. Ahem. As for you, Shen and Luo, our matching is likely due to both being university instructors, which inadvertently brought us together. Li Jigang rubbed his nose and then discreetly glanced at the pistol in Shen Ping's hand. Your compatibility is of no concern to me. However, the iron puppet is my responsibility. Therefore, the resources of this rural area will belong to Luo Qiuxue and myself, and I trust there are no objections to this arrangement. Shen Ping, uninterested in reminiscing, could discern that neither of them were virtuous characters, though he held a particular disdain for Li Jigang. Just as they were about to depart to explore the rural resources, Li Jigang intercepted them. Huang Na tugged at Li Jigang's arm, her eyes wide with confusion, unable to comprehend why he was stopping them. Yet, Li Jigang brushed her aside, coldly fixing his gaze upon Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue. Director, what do you intend to do? Are you not aware that firearms are prohibited in Huaxia? Li Jigang asserted with righteous indignation. As your counselor, it is my duty to oversee you students. You would do well to surrender that gun to me for safekeeping. Otherwise, it poses too great a risk to you. Upon hearing Li Jigang's words, Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue felt their minds dull with disbelief. They exchanged a glance, their expressions reflecting pity as they regarded Li Jigang. It seemed his mindset was still ensnared in the past, embodying the condescending attitude of an educator who looked down upon students. He taught a trivial course on Marxism, where students were expected to present PowerPoint slides weekly, while he reclined in the front row, engrossed in his phone. Previously, when it was Shen Ping's turn to present and he had forgotten his USB drive, Li Jigang had reprimanded him harshly. Seeing that the two remained unmoved, their expressions suggesting they regarded him as foolish, Li Jigang's face twitched as he continued to scold them. Should you persist in your obstinacy and refuse to hand over such a dangerous item, I will undoubtedly report you to the university upon our return and ensure your expulsion. You surely do not wish for your 12 years of hard work to culminate in being advised to withdraw from university, do you? At this point, Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue could no longer contain themselves. Meanwhile, Huang Na kept tugging at Li Jigang's sleeve, imploring him to regain his senses. This was no longer the world of the past. However, Li Jigang's gaze remained greedily fixed on the pistol in Shen Ping's hand. If he could acquire that valuable firearm, the path ahead would undoubtedly become less arduous. Furthermore, the village appeared to be brimming with resources. If he could utilize this pistol to intimidate the villagers, he could even threaten Luo Qiuxue, this female student. Li Jigang cast a subtle glance at Luo Qiuxue. Previously, he covertly engaged with numerous female students through scholarships and financial aid. However, just at that moment, as Shen Ping was about to retort, two iron puppets emerged from the village, charging towards the four individuals. Witnessing this, Shen Ping's pupils constricted, and with a forced smile, he remarked, "Director Li is right. We students indeed should not wield such firearms. We shall take our leave now." After uttering these words, Shen Ping took hold of Luo Qiuxue and returned to the train. The two iron puppets settled on the ground, leaving imprints in the earth and emitting a thunderous sound. Upon hearing the commotion, Li Jigang turned around, utterly dumbfounded. Terrified, he hastily shoved Huang Na aside and fled. "No, Jigang, you cannot treat me this way," Huang Na exclaimed in fear, stumbling and falling to the ground. As the iron puppet approached her, it delivered a devastating blow, shattering her skull, and blood and fragments splattered everywhere. Shen Ping's lips twitched. He could not fathom Li Jigang's cruelty and selfishness. He had no means to save teacher Huang, but perhaps death was preferable. Meanwhile, Li Jigang was scrambling toward his train, but it was too far away, positioned to the right of Shen Ping's train, and soon he was overtaken by the two iron puppets. In a voice filled with dread, he cried out, "Shen, save me." Shen Ping opened the window and responded loudly, "I am sorry, teacher Li. Such perilous entities are not meant for students to wield. And moreover, firearms are prohibited in Huaxia. As a university instructor, you should not be using them either." Li Jigang was so infuriated he nearly spat blood, never anticipating such a dramatic turn of events. Amidst the cries of despair, devoid of any weapon and having not eaten sufficiently in days, Li Jigang met his demise under the relentless blows of the iron puppets. His body was left in a mangled state. What a pity that teacher Huang met her end due to teacher Li's actions. Luo Qiuxue rested her chin on her hand, feeling a sense of melancholy. And as her gaze fell upon the two lifeless bodies, an unsettling feeling filled her heart. Their deaths were indeed too tragic. "Qiuxue, you do not blame me for not rescuing the teacher, do you?" Shen Ping inquired. Luo Qiuxue shook her head. "How could I possibly fault you? Teacher Huang was a victim of circumstance. Had it not been for teacher Li pushing her, she might have escaped. As for teacher Li, he got what he deserved. He had just exhibited a desire to seize our firearms. I cannot fathom his audacity. Had we attempted to save him, he might have struck at us from the shadows." Ultimately, all of this turmoil stemmed from those two iron puppets. Moreover, I detest the way he looked at me. Chapter 22. The emergence of the iron spirits. Shen Ping let out a sigh of relief. It appeared that Luo Xiaohua was more capable of accepting the harsh realities of this survival world than he was. It was, however, not entirely unexpected. Luo Qiushue had made her stance clear from the very beginning, pledging her allegiance due to her innate abilities. Later, when besieged by 5 wild dogs, she even stepped forward to help absorb damage. While her contribution may have seemed minimal, it was nonetheless significant. Eventually, when confronted by the terrifying giant and the death of a former teacher, Shen Ping ceased his ruminations and retrieved the Desert Eagle once more, disembarking the train alongside Luo Qiushue. 2 formidable iron puppets charged toward them. "Come on, my iron puppet, eliminate these 2 bandits. Annihilate them all, and the woman shall be my concubine." The man must have exhausted all his bullets, for there was no way he could have fled back to the train otherwise. Desolate mountains and treacherous waters breed cunning men. The farmers, unwilling to retreat, cried out incessantly. The presence of the 2 iron puppets instilled a sense of confidence among them. Shen Ping cast a contemptuous glance at the farmer who had just boasted about taking Luo Qiushue as a concubine. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he felt a surge of irritation. Out of bullets? He would soon see. Shen Ping swiftly aimed at the head of an iron puppet and fired. In an instant, the puppet's head exploded. It was indeed a fearsome handgun capable of slaying creatures of green quality. Dispatching an iron puppet whose strength barely surpassed white quality was a trivial task. Luo Qiushue took the opportunity to heal Shen Ping. The scene rendered the shouting farmers speechless. A portion of them fled back to their village, including the one who had just boasted. After eliminating the final iron puppet, Shen Ping aimed his gun at the back of the fleeing farmer. Bang! The bullet detonated behind the farmer, obliterating half of his body. Shen Ping's hand trembled from the recoil. It was, without a doubt, an act of murder, a deed deemed immoral. Yet, inexplicably, a glimmer of admiration flickered in Luo Qiushue's eyes as she gazed intently at Shen Ping, her expression gradually becoming entranced. She found him incredibly handsome in that moment. "Do not flee. Whoever runs next shall be the next to perish." Shen Ping approached slowly, his gun unwavering. He then coldly remarked, "I have yet to disembark, and you farmers have already attacked me with 3 iron puppets, even insulting my companion. Do you deem such actions appropriate?" One farmer shouted back, "What does it matter if it's inappropriate? Did you not come down to seize our resources?" "Did we?" Shen Ping retorted. The farmers exchanged glances, seemingly realizing that the descending player had not yet begun to plunder before they had acted. "Enough! Surrender the resources. Every household must transport their provisions, grains, seeds, livestock, pigs, cattle, sheep, chickens, as well as tools, wood, refined iron, plastic, and steel into the train. Should anyone dare to hoard, death shall be their consequence." Shen Ping was not a fool. He refrained from uttering threats of annihilation against all farmers. Such an act would weigh heavily on his conscience. While it may be manageable to eliminate a couple of boastful farmers, it was far more advantageous to have them move the resources willingly. Besides, their assertions held merit. The train's arrival in the village was indeed to facilitate the players in seizing the resources. If Shen Ping were in their position, he would likely take the initiative to strike first against any outsiders. "You are nothing but demons. You cannot do this. If you leave, what will become of us? We are devoid of resources and shall perish." Shen Ping paused, recognizing the gravity of their plight. His concern was not for the robust farmers' future, but rather the resentment that would fester if he stripped them of their resources. Such animosity would diminish their efficiency in transporting goods. His thoughts drifted to the 3 iron puppets, and Shen Ping's gaze flickered momentarily. At that moment, a diminutive iron figure emerged, leading a throng of farmers. This figure resembled a smaller version of the iron puppet. It was evident she was female, standing at just over 1.5 meters tall, yet she bore 2 hefty iron protrusions on her chest, her entire form crafted from iron, with screws adorning her joints, a living embodiment of an iron woman. With an emotionless gaze, she fixed her eyes upon Shen Ping and inquired, "You are the outsiders?" Her voice was sharp, reminiscent of a wicked witch. "It was you who attacked my train?" Shen Ping retorted with a question of his own. "Indeed, it was I who summoned the iron puppets to assault your train. I am the guardian spirit of this village, the Iron Spirit." Raising his pistol, he aimed it at the Iron Spirit. "Do you dare approach?" Are you not afraid I will end you with a single shot? Indeed. Do you not fear our bullets? Luo Qiushua chimed in, assuming an air of authority. A glimmer of coldness crossed the iron spirit's face as she stood before a multitude of farmers wielding axes and pickaxes. The atmosphere between them was charged with tension. Shen Ping contemplated his odds. The farmers were numerous, yet he was not without a fighting chance. With his superior physique and swiftness, he could evade the farmers while carrying Luo Qiushua, taking them down one by one. Of course, securing the resources without engaging in combat would be the ideal outcome. For the very essence of Shen Ping's ambition lay within the resources of these villages. In the next moment, Shen Ping was left utterly astounded as the Iron Spirit, who had moments ago exuded an air of defiance, suddenly knelt before him, pleading, "Please spare me. I realize my mistake. I should not have attacked you. Woe is me." Her shrill voice was laced with fear as she bowed repeatedly. The abrupt shift in demeanor left Shen Ping momentarily at a loss. Had this Iron Spirit not been so audacious just moments before? How did one suddenly become so timid? In that moment, a notification sound echoed in Shen Ping's ear. Iron Sprite detected submission. Do you wish to capture it? Note: at various stations, one may encounter NPCs who are submissive players. Capturing these NPCs will provide assistance to players, but some NPCs will manifest loyalty levels, and if loyalty drops below 30 points, there's a risk of betrayal. At this juncture, Shen Ping was utterly bewildered. He exchanged glances with Luo Qiushua at a loss for words. Perhaps we should capture her? Shen Ping suggested. I have no objections. This sprite appears to possess the ability to summon or control iron puppets, which might prove advantageous to us. Noticing that Luo Qiushua had no objections, Shen Ping resolved to capture the Iron Sprite. However, due to her biological nature, the Iron Sprite could not inflict critical hits. Yet, the iron puppets she created were lifeless and could indeed deliver critical strikes using their innate abilities. Meanwhile, the villagers began to stir in unrest. No, Great Iron Sprite, how could you do this? Indeed, Great Iron Sprite, why must you submit to the tyranny of our enemies? Can't we resist together? Great Iron Sprite, if you leave, what shall become of us? The Iron Sprite retorted sharply, silence. This person possesses the ability to effortlessly annihilate my puppets. I am no match for him. Do not provoke him further. The villagers were deeply dissatisfied, as Yangli village had always been under the protection of the Iron Sprite. If she truly departed, what would they do? After contemplating for a moment, Shen Ping ultimately chose to proceed with the capture. The Iron Sprite cautiously raised her gaze, observing Shen Ping's reaction. Sensing an inexplicable connection and recognizing his intent to capture her, she let out a subtle sigh of relief. She certainly did not wish to perish for the sake of these farmers. Chapter 23. Taming the Iron Sprite. Successful taming. The Iron Sprite will become the pet of players Shen Ping and Luo Qiushua. Iron Sprite, quality white. Constitution, 15. Loyalty, 70. Preference, refined iron. Skill, iron puppet crafting. Can create 3 iron puppets per day, each possessing a constitution of 35, with the cooldown refreshing the next morning. Detected that player Shen Ping is the first in the world to tame a pet. As a reward, player Shen Ping receives 3 low-grade pet qualification pills, white quality. Low-grade pet qualification pills can slightly enhance a pet's attributes. Shen Ping paid no heed to the low-grade pet qualification pills automatically placed in his backpack. Instead, glancing at the Iron Sprite's constitution, realizing why she seemed so timid. Her constitution was remarkably low, only slightly exceeding that of an average adult male. After establishing a master-servant connection through the game's verification, the Iron Sprite quickly approached with a cheerful demeanor. Upon reaching Shen Ping, she respectfully exclaimed, "Master, mistress." Shen Ping nodded in acknowledgement, and then turned his gaze towards the group of despondent farmers. Perhaps feeling a pang of compassion, the Iron Sprite promptly suggested, "Masters, since you have received my assistance, why not leave some resources for these farmers? Moreover, Yangli village is quite large. If we were to transport all resources, it might take an indefinite amount of time. Our train can only halt for a few hours, I presume?" Seeing the Iron Sprite's perspective, Shen Ping replied, "Very well. We shall only transport 2/3, leaving 1/3 of the resources for your farmers. However, you must rally them to assist in gathering the supplies. Do you understand? Understood, master. The iron sprite rejoiced, her heart brimming with gratitude towards Shen Ping. Your pet iron sprite's loyalty has increased to 80 points. Please continue to exert effort. The higher the loyalty, the more obedient the iron sprite will be to your commands. Subsequently, the iron sprite fixed her calm gaze upon the farmers, declaring, "Did you hear my master's words? Do not hesitate to obey his commands." Her defiance reemerged, as she had lingered in the village due to the adoration and reverence of the farmers. Regrettably, she feared retribution from Shen Ping, prompting her to submit preemptively. Left with no choice, the farmers complied with the iron sprite's orders, continuously bringing forth their supplies: wheat, rice, eggs, bread, and more. Meanwhile, Shen Ping curiously retrieved the 3 low-grade pet qualification pills and achieved a critical success. Critical success. Low-grade pet qualification pill, medium-grade pet qualification pill. Critical success. Low-grade pet qualification pill, high-grade pet qualification pill. Medium-grade pet qualification pill. Enhances a pet's attributes somewhat. High-grade pet qualification pill. Significantly enhances a pet's attributes and elevates its quality by at least 1 major tier. Shen Ping's eyes widened in astonishment. 2 of the qualification pills had ascended to medium grade, while 1 had reached the level of high grade. Momentarily, Shen Ping found himself in a state of indecision. Initially, he had contemplated providing all 3 pet qualification pills for the iron spirit's use. However, he realized that a single exquisite pet qualification pill could elevate a creature by at least 1 significant tier, meaning it could still be utilized even after reaching the green tier. Based on Shen Ping's prior experiences with online games, he understood that the higher the quality, the more challenging it was to enhance. Thus, it would be wiser to wait until he could capture a pet of superior quality or until the iron spirit reached a higher tier before using this exceptional pet pill. Luo Qiushua's curiosity was piqued as she gazed at the golden pill in Shen Ping's hand. He promptly began to elucidate its properties. Luo Qiushua, captivated, exclaimed in wonder. But soon, with a playful laugh, she remarked, "Shen Ping, does that imply that if you grow stronger and become my pet in the future, consuming this exquisite pet pill would significantly boost your power?" However, as soon as the words left her lips, she felt something amiss. Shen Ping's eyes widened in surprise upon hearing her statement. "Ahem, Shen Ping, I was merely jesting." Luo Qiushua quickly stuck out her tongue, appearing somewhat embarrassed. Shen Ping breathed a sigh of relief, yet he sensed an inexplicable oddity in Luo Qiushua's demeanor, although he chose not to dwell on it. Before long, the two gathered the supplies dropped by the 2 teachers. Their backpacks were rather sparse, containing only 2 bottles of water. It seemed that more resources were likely stowed away in their train. Speaking of the train, both Shen Ping and Luo Qiushua approached with curiosity. With the owners deceased, could they claim this train as their own? Shen Ping, intrigued, clicked on the train and was pleasantly surprised to receive a prompt. Unclaimed level 2 train detected. Would you like to disassemble it? It turned out that upon a player's demise, their train could be disassembled. Shen Ping quickly opted to disassemble it. Obtained wood 100, obtained plastic 100, obtained refined iron 100, obtained train core 1. Most of the resources acquired were identical to those required for upgrading a level 2 train. But one item stood out, the train core. Having never encountered such an item before, Shen Ping deemed it essential to keep, especially since it had emerged from a train. Regrettably, their train's carriages could not be attached to their own. Truthfully, Shen Ping was quite envious of the carriages. The more carriages one possessed, the greater the capacity for storage. Currently, although both he and Luo Qiushua had reached level 5, they only had 5 carriages, excluding the engine. However, the earlier small room had yet to yield a critical hit. Should that room, obtainable with train tokens, achieve a critical hit, it could potentially expand their space. Soon after, the farmers began to arrive in succession, carrying a multitude of resources before registering at the train. Some farmers cradled large boxes of eggs. Others bore heaps of wheat and rice, while some clutched chickens, ducks, and geese with a reluctant expression. A few even let a cow. As for the live cattle and pigs, given the limited space, it would be best to consider slaughtering them. Upon observing the situation, Shen Ping, albeit feeling a twinge of regret, commanded the farmers to process the items into meat chunks. He also instructed them to gather some fertile soil. When the time came to sow the previously acquired fruit seeds, Shen Ping would certainly not overlook the importance of a decisive strike beforehand. After more than 5 hours had elapsed, with time drawing near, Shen Ping, along with Luo Qiushue and the Iron Spirit, returned to the vehicle. The farmers continued to supply their resources unceasingly, their expressions reflecting a deep sense of loss. Nevertheless, the efforts of Shen Ping and Luo Qiushue were sufficiently commendable. Soon, the 6-hour time limit expired. Shen Ping ushered away the last farmer still aboard the vehicle, and all the train doors closed simultaneously. A thunderous sound reverberated between the train and the tracks. Chapter 24. Summary of critical hit patterns in a resounding rumble. The environment surrounding the train transformed continually. The idyllic scene of a rural village swiftly morphed into an abyss. The train proceeded onward into this void. The Iron Spirit gazed around with curiosity, pondering the bizarre occurrence. Why had they simply vanished? A sense of trepidation welled within her, as this was her first encounter with such an event. Shen Ping elucidated. Each platform constitutes a small world of its own. The village you just safeguarded, Yangli Village, was merely one such platform. We have simply departed from it. He then called upon Luo Qiushue and the Iron Spirit. Qiushue, Iron Spirit, let's take stock of the resources we have gathered and tidy up a bit. Okay, they replied. The abundance of supplies was overwhelming, and it took them 5 or 6 hours to finish the inventory. First, they assessed the perishable food items, approximately 100 jin of eggs, totaling around 1,000, duck eggs weighing 80 jin, and goose eggs 30 jin. Chicken and pork were about 500 jin each, while duck and beef were around 400 jin each, with lamb at 200 jin and goose meat exceeding 100 jin. Milk and goat's milk were also close to 100 jin each. Shen Ping felt a sense of concern regarding the vast quantity of meat, as it was susceptible to spoilage and lacked proper storage containers. Even with time, it was likely to deteriorate. Fortunately, there were also over 300 jin of cured meats, which are less prone to spoilage. Additionally, there were staple crops such as rice, wheat, oats, and corn, albeit with the drawback of potential decay. They also noted a variety of vegetables, including leafy greens like cabbage, spinach, and lettuce, root vegetables such as radishes, carrots, potatoes, and sweet potatoes, and fruit-bearing plants like tomatoes and eggplants. The fruits included apples, pears, peaches, apricots, plums, grapes, strawberries, and blueberries, all of which were regular-sized fruits, unlike the gigantic ones encountered previously. Various oils, including peanut and soybean oil, were also among the supplies, as well as cooking utensils. They had also acquired 15 iron picks, 16 stone picks, and 500 units of wool. Bedding, mattresses, and pillows were included as well, although it was somewhat exasperating that the beds were too large to fit into the train. All these supplies had already filled at least 2 carriages. However, storing these items was not overly challenging. The primary concern lay with the living creatures. There were around 20 chickens, ducks, and geese, representing only a fraction of what the farmers had. Unfortunately, the sheer number of live animals could pollute the train, so only a small portion was taken. At that moment, these creatures were incessantly chirping in the 4th carriage, leaving droppings scattered across the floor. Once the inventory was complete, Shen Ping did not forget the small room he had purchased the day prior. It was modestly sized, approximately 2 by 2, necessitated by the train's dimensions, much like the original restroom. Shen Ping entered this small room and activated the critical hit feature. Critical hit successful. Room transformation luxurious warehouse. Perhaps due to the emptiness of the room, possessing only a storage function, it automatically upgraded to a luxurious warehouse under the critical hit judgment. The opulent train storage room, measuring 15 by 15, revealed a surprisingly vast interior space of over 200 square meters, with a height of 3 meters, exceeding that of the train itself. Shen Ping beckoned Luo Qiushue and the Iron Spirit to begin placing their items in the warehouse. Although the issue of food spoilage required attention, storing them for a day or two would pose no significant problem. If necessary, they could simply be disposed of and sold for materials. As for the flock of chickens, ducks, and geese, Shen Ping opened the chat channel, posing the question, "Dear friends, if you were to acquire a multitude of live chickens, ducks, and geese, how would you manage them?" This message was broadcasted on the global chat channel, and due to 3 previous global announcements, Shen Ping had garnered considerable attention within the chat community. His inquiry immediately captivated the audience. Whoa, is that the Shen Ping who was mentioned in 3 global announcements? It must be him. He even has live animals. I don't even possess a single egg. Yet Shen Ping has begun raising chickens. Why is there such a vast disparity between people? Shen Ping, if I may, raising chickens in a sealed train environment requires at least 3 considerations. First, ventilation is crucial. Confining dozens of livestock in a small space can lead to disease, which not only affects the animals, but humans as well. Second, waste management is essential. Typically, the droppings of chickens, ducks, and geese raised in rural areas serve as fertilizer. Since you're already raising these animals, cultivating some crops should be effortless, thus necessitating a strategy for utilizing their waste as fertilizer. Third, their diet primarily consists of crops, such as corn and rice, which can be cultivated using the fertilizer produced from their droppings. The influence of his prestige was undeniable, as Shen Ping's query prompted serious advice from others. As he read through the responses, an idea sparked in his mind. This truly was a brilliant solution. Both he and Luo Qiuxue were urban university students, unfamiliar with the intricacies of agricultural ecological cycles. Impressive. The person above seems quite knowledgeable. Isn't it the case that anyone who has worked the land should understand this? I rarely work the fields, but my school once offered me the chance for practical experience. I spent 500 yuan helping farmers harvest rice. Over a week, I averaged just over 70 yuan a day. It felt quite lucrative, impressive, paying to work for others. Capitalists really know how to play the game. After glancing at the chat channel filled with trivial chatter, Shen Ping closed it and began selling items to acquire chests and resources. As for the chickens, ducks, and geese, for the time being, he would set them aside, providing them with water and food as necessary. Before long, through a night of selling, Shen Ping amassed a substantial amount of resources, including over 20 chests and 2 blueprints for condensation devices. It appeared that blueprints for condensation devices were rather plentiful. It is no wonder that Shen Ping, prior to his transmigration, immersed himself in various survival novels, where the protagonist invariably acquires the blueprint for a water condenser in the early stages. Water is an invaluable resource, essential for drinking, bathing, irrigating land, and providing sustenance for small animals. Even iron sprites require water, although their nourishment consists not of conventional food, but rather of refined iron and steel, with refined iron serving as their staple diet and steel as a delicacy. Upon opening all the obtained treasure chests, he discovered refined iron 1523, steel 2625, plastic 3268, wood 2569. These constitute the fundamental resources. Among the blueprints, aside from a few duplicates, 3 particularly significant ones emerged. Air Purifier Blueprint, Large Bed Crafting Blueprint, Belle, and Arrow Crafting Blueprint. First and foremost is the Air Purifier, which necessitates refined iron and energy crystals for its construction. The latter is exorbitantly priced, requiring at least 100 train coins. Nevertheless, it holds the promise of purifying the air within the train, though Shen Ping remains uncertain of the extent of its efficacy. He intends to prioritize its placement in the livestock car, deeming it unnecessary for the engine and the first carriage. Moreover, Luo Qiuxue occasionally carries a delightful fragrance, and Shen Ping is reluctant to allow the purifier to diminish her charming aroma. Additionally, he experienced a significant windfall when a black iron treasure chest unexpectedly transformed into a golden treasure chest, yielding a remarkable 1,000 train coins. Indeed, you heard correctly, 1,000 train coins. When combined with the other coins obtained, the total approaches an impressive 2,000 coins. However, resource consumption has been considerable. Firstly, his stock of crab-flavored instant noodles has dwindled. He once possessed several boxes, but is now left with merely 5 packs, which he intends to savor rather than sell. The Healing Bayou bananas have also been sold in abundance, with the remainder reserved for personal use. Subsequently, he considered various agricultural products. Although their marketability has not been particularly strong due to their raw state, the group has yet to develop substantial culinary skills. For instance, the eggs are uncooked, and it is hardly feasible to consume them raw. They are not sterile. Wheat and rice remain unprocessed. Raw meat is more acceptable. Some brave souls, when famished, resort to eating it, albeit with the unfortunate consequence of digestive upset. Thus, most of these items are retained. Raw meat often experiences a significant increase in quantity upon critical hits, mirroring the previous experience with raw dog meat. Shen Ping has also begun to discern certain patterns in the critical hit mechanics, although the effects remain largely random. Generally speaking, the most coveted train coins frequently yield higher-tier variants, which leaves Shen Ping somewhat disheartened. Had the coins been capable of critical quantity increases, his developmental pace could have surged. Furthermore, raw meat that achieves critical hits often sees an increase in quantity, and occasionally the quality improves, such as raw pork transforming into white-quality pork after a critical hit. In terms of fruits, the majority experience an increase in quantity following a critical hit, with the exception of certain unique fruits, such as the oversized fruits cultivated by giants, which are inherently extraordinary and only exhibit a quality enhancement post-critical hit. As for water, the increase in quantity certainly qualifies as a form of quality enhancement. Regarding other items, such as equipment and tools, most typically witness a singular enhancement in quality. The facilities within the train exhibit remarkably beneficial effects after a critical hit. After organizing the resources, Shen Ping commenced the upgrade of the train. Chapter 25. The Emergence of Agricultural Carriages. With resources abundant, Shen Ping swiftly elevated the train to level 7, consuming several thousand of each resource in the process. Train enhancement. Level 7. Conductor, Shen Ping. Crew members, 3. Shen Ping, Luo Qiuxue, Iron Spirit. Upgrade requirements. Wood 5,000. Plastic 5,000. Refined iron 5,000. Steel 2,000. Train upgrade cards 3. Stopping time, 7 hours. May choose to depart early after 5 hours. Train currency, 1856. Number of carriages, 6. Special abilities, have consumption, foreknowledge of stations, selection of stations. Have consumption. The resources required for upgrading the train are permanently reduced by half. Foreknowledge of stations. Information about each station can be anticipated. Selection of stations. 3 stations are offered for selection, from which one may be chosen. The requirement for upgrading to level 8 was astonishing, necessitating an immense amount of resources and 3 additional train upgrade cards, equivalent to 300 train currency. Luo Qiuxue, astonished, remarked on the situation. Shen Ping responded, speculating that subsequent upgrade conditions would likely be even more stringent. However, at this early stage, most players had not even reached level 3. It was only the 4th day, with 4 platforms, and securing food was already a challenge. Indeed, few had managed to upgrade their trains to level 3. Next came the train shop, where Shen Ping perused for any new items. Each time the train ascended a level, new items would be introduced. As for the novice treasure chest, its quality was not significantly superior to that of a standard black iron chest. Following a critical hit, perhaps due to misfortune, Shen Ping only obtained some blueprints, along with water and food resources. However, he had no need for these, rendering the expenditure of 50 train currency a mere waste. Thus, the novice treasure chest was disregarded. He also decided to purchase an additional train modification room. Now, he had 2 rooms, 1 restroom and 1 storage space, positioned between the first and second carriages. Consequently, the new room had to be placed between the second and third carriages. According to calculations, the number of available spaces for rooms related to the train carriage count is determined by subtracting 1 from the total number of carriages and then doubling that number. For example, with 3 carriages, there are only 4 positions available. Now that Shen Ping's train was at level 7, comprising 6 carriages, he had 10 available positions, 6 to 1. Then multiplied by 2. Presently, 3 of those positions were occupied, leaving him with 7 remaining. While placing the new room, Shen Ping did not forget about the potential for critical hits. Then came the introduction of new merchandise. Agricultural carriage. Transform an entire carriage into an agricultural space, eliminating all seats. The ceiling will be fitted with solar lights that simulate sunlight, while the floor carpeting will be replaced with soil rich in essential elements for various crops. Modification price, 500 train currency. Upon witnessing the emergence of the agricultural carriage, both Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue were taken aback. Shen Ping was still contemplating how to cultivate agriculture when this type of carriage materialized. Yet, he pondered the absence of a livestock carriage. Perhaps it was due to insufficient train levels? Shen Ping, why don't we transform the 4th carriage into an agricultural train? Proposed Luo Qiuxue. The 4th carriage was precisely where the chickens, ducks, and geese resided. Due to the cramped quarters, a few of the poultry were engaged in squabbles. The ground and various seats were littered with droppings, utterly filthy and chaotic. Thus, Luo Qiuxue's suggestion was indeed commendable. By converting it into an agricultural compartment, the soil could absorb the manure from the fowl. Agriculture not only involves planting, but also the nurturing of these little creatures. Shen Ping concurred with Luo Qiuxue's idea and promptly spent 500 train coins to renovate the 4th carriage. Upon arriving at the 4th carriage, they assessed its condition. At first glance, the interior dimensions remained akin to any ordinary carriage. However, the air was now infused with the fragrance of earth, transforming the previously disordered environment into what resembled a rectangular plot of farmland. The solar lights above emitted a gentle glow, casting a warm light upon the 2 of them. Cluck, cluck! One of the hens called out excitedly, seemingly delighted. Shen Ping was curious whether this carriage could yield a critical hit. He attempted it but observed no change nor received any notification. Perhaps this was because the carriage was a part of the train and had already been subject to a critical hit. Luo Qiuxue offered her conjecture, noting that unlike the unnecessary small rooms and restrooms that appeared out of thin air, the carriage itself had undergone an actual transformation. Shen Ping found merit in Luo Qiuxue's thoughts, chuckling as he remarked, "Although I cannot inflict a critical hit on the entire carriage, I possess other methods." With that, he placed his hand upon the soil. Truth be told, he had not anticipated the possibility of an agricultural carriage. Otherwise, he would not have requested soil from the farmers, which consumed considerable time to excavate. Fertile soil. Subsequently, Shen Ping opted for a critical hit. As expected, the soil was indeed subject to a critical hit. Critical hit successful. Fertile soil, white quality, premium fertile soil. Premium fertile soil, quality, white. Capable of cultivating white quality seeds and reducing growth time by half. Indeed, Shen Ping, you are quite astute. The soil does not belong to the train. It manifested after the carriage's transformation. The carriage itself is expansive and part of the train, having been previously subjected to a critical hit. In that case, let's bestow critical hits upon the other smaller items. Shen Ping proceeded to execute a critical hit on the solar lights. Critical hit successful. Solar light, white quality, super energy, sunlight lamp. Super energy sunlight lamp, quality, white. Capable of simulating sunlight more profoundly and reducing crop growth time by half. Half and half. Now, the planting would require only 1/4 of the original time. Following the same method, Shen Ping continued to convert the 5th carriage into an agricultural compartment before bestowing critical hits upon the lights and soil. After completing this, it was time to select seeds. Shen Ping extracted the seeds of the previously colossal fruits. Although these seeds had yet to reach the pristine white quality, they were nonetheless extraordinary food seeds. A critical hit was likely to result in a quality enhancement, while ordinary seeds predominantly yielded quantity boosts. As for why certain snacks differed, it is because they belong to the realm of processed foods. Unprocessed items, such as crops and raw meat, were more prone to quantity boosts upon critical hits. In contrast, processed foods, like snacks and cooked meats, were more likely to receive quality enhancements. This distinction would become evident once the furnace was constructed and the meat roasted. Regardless of the nature of the critical hits, the outcome was invariably an improvement, which sufficed. He scattered a handful of seeds upon the ground and triggered a simultaneous critical hit, thus saving time. Critical hit successful. Colossal watermelon seed 123 ink pattern ice heart melon seed 123. Critical hit successful. Colossal banana seed 153 white jade banana seed 153. Chapter 26. Good night. Little Pingzi, after successfully striking the seeds of the other two gigantic fruits, Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue, along with the Iron Spirit, managed to plant 12 of each type of fruit. Given that a single agricultural compartment could accommodate a maximum of 50 crops and could not be overly large, they were constrained by space. The moment they planted the fruits, they received a prompt, white quality, MO, when Bing XMLN successfully planted. Growth period of 10 days reduced to 5 days, remaining time, 60 hours. Originally set for 240 hours, it was now down to 60 hours, which was quite commendable. Shen Ping nodded in satisfaction, knowing they would be harvesting in just a few days. In addition to the MO, when Bing Xian Melon, there were the Baiyu Jiao, Xia Tao, and Hong Shigua. Baiyu Jiao required 3 days, Xia Tao took 2 days, and Hong Shigua needed 4 days. It seemed prudent to plant only one variety of fruit in each agricultural compartment. Shen Ping remarked slowly. However, that would be rather extravagant, as modifying 2 agricultural compartments would consume at least 1,000 train coins. Luo Qiuxue lamented. Let us not forget, I still have critical hits. Shen Ping chuckled. The items before and after planting were distinct. If a critical hit could be achieved post-planting, it would yield substantial profit. Luo Qiuxue found this reasoning sound, yet quickly countered, but wait, as the seeds grow into fruits, aren't the fruits essentially just matured seeds? They probably won't be eligible for critical hits. Much like how a train remains the same vehicle before and after upgrades, without the chance for a critical hit. Let us not dwell on it. We'll see when the time comes. Shen Ping acknowledged the validity of Luo Qiuxue's point, realizing he had perhaps been overly excited. Nonetheless, aside from the agricultural compartments, nothing new had emerged after reaching level 7. As the hour grew late, they decided to have a meal, accompanied by snacks processed through critical hits, followed by a lavish dinner. After feasting, Luo Qiuxue's belly was round and full. Shen Ping constructed a large bed and the blueprints for a bow and arrow, along with 3 air purifiers, expending an additional 400 train coins. He originally intended to place the air purifiers where the Kuan resided to alleviate the heavy air quality. Before installation, he attempted a critical hit, resulting in critical hit successful, air purifier train air purifier. To Shen Ping's surprise, the rather sizable machine vanished, replaced by an apparatus resembling a central air conditioning unit atop the train. Curiously, he clicked on it. Train air purifier continuously purifies the air within the train, elevating air quality to the highest level. Shen Ping was left dumbfounded, and Luo Qiuxue was equally astonished. Is this correct? One item has directly transformed into a part of the train, she exclaimed. Isn't that a good thing? Luo Qiuxue covered her mouth with a laugh. After all, our goal is to purify the air inside the train. Indeed, Shen Ping conceded. Subsequently, Shen Ping continued to strike the condensers, delivering powerful blows to all 3. 2 of the condensers transformed into large condensers, while one was elevated to the status of an ultra-large condenser. The large condenser is capable of producing 100 liters of purified water daily, whereas the ultra-large condenser boasts an impressive daily output of 500 liters. It is important to note that even an average household consumes approximately 100 to 300 liters of water each day. Currently, with only Luo Qiuxue and Shen Ping disregarding the previously acquired, non-critical bottled water, the 4 large condensers combined with 1 ultra-large condenser yield nearly 900 liters of water resources. This translates to a remarkable daily provision of 900 liters. If only they could continuously procure several hundred bottles of mineral water each day. The previous stock of 500 mineral water bottles had nearly been sold out, exchanged for a considerable amount of resources. The current 900 liters allocated for drinking, bathing, and tending to poultry leaves a maximum of 200 to 300 liters. Selling the water would involve the cumbersome process of trading empty bottles and then selling the water, which seems overly complicated. Perhaps it would be simpler to indulge in 3 or 4 baths a day. Luo Qiuxue playfully stuck out her tongue. That works. Bathe as often as you desire. Shen Ping affectionately ruffled her hair. This gesture caused Luo Qiuxue's eyes to widen in surprise. She could hardly believe that Shen Ping, typically so oblivious, had suddenly gained awareness, leaving her feeling shy and flustered. In truth, Shen Ping had not overthought it. He merely found Luo Qiuxue in that moment to be irresistibly charming. The large bed also received a critical hit, prompting Shen Ping to purchase a train transformation room, thus filling the gaps between the first, second, and third carriages. Following this, he placed the critically enhanced bed in the new room, which too experienced a critical hit. Shen Ping did not forget to apply a critical hit to the bed's blueprint before crafting it. For more advanced items, such as bows or critical hit blueprints for condensers, he might encounter shortages of crafting materials. However, the bed was different. After its critical enhancement, it transformed into a luxurious bed, merely requiring a greater quantity of materials. After another critical enhancement, the luxurious bed became a super luxurious bed, boasting a white quality. Super luxurious bed, quality, white. Sleeping on it promotes health and well-being, facilitates deeper sleep, and reduces the time required for rest by half. Gazing at the spacious room of at least 200 square meters, with only the solitary large bed occupying it, Shen Ping declared, "This will be our bedroom from now on." Wonderful! Luo Qiuxue exclaimed excitedly. Would she finally have a bedroom to share with Shen Ping? She wondered if they could. Oh, right, Qiuxue, it's customary for men and women to maintain distance. If you feel uncomfortable, I can purchase another bed blueprint and a transformation room. Luo Qiuxue, despairing, she silently cursed Shen Ping, then looked at him in exasperation. What is it? Why are you staring at me like that? Luo Qiuxue shook her head and said, I believe it is unnecessary, Shen Ping. Rather than wasting train currency on a new room, we might as well share a bed in the same room and save a little. Observing the earnest expression on Luo Qiuxue's face, one couldn't help but wonder if her intention was genuinely to save on train currency. It seemed unlikely. Shen Ping was no fool. Perhaps the campus Belle had developed a subtle fondness for him, especially in this survival world, where the pairing of men and women often led to budding affections. Shen Ping smiled and replied, If you don't mind, then I have no objections. Luo Qiuxue beamed. Of course I don't mind. We'll need to survive together for quite some time. After both Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue finished bathing, they lay side by side on the bed, lost in thought, gazing intently at one another. The lavishly grand bed stood 3 meters high, adorned with premium bedding, and the duvet was crafted from silk, luxuriously smooth, filled with high-quality white goose down. The mattress was as soft as stepping into a pile of clouds, gently cradling their bodies. Wow, Shen Ping, I feel this bed is softer and more comfortable than those in 5-star hotels. Luo Qiuxue stretched and playfully exclaimed. Indeed, is premium quality bedding a real delight, Shen Ping remarked. He opened the chat channel to glance at the messages, simultaneously claiming the train currency from the previous day. Player Shen Ping has received a comprehensive score of 88 points out of 100, based on resources obtained plundered and monsters, animals, and players defeated yesterday. As a reward, player Shen Ping receives 88 train currency. The previous station was the Giant's Farm, where they had slain giants and collected a bounty of enormous fruits and seeds, yielding a score even higher than that of looting a convenience store. Luo Qiuxue, either intentionally or unintentionally, engaged Shen Ping in conversation, inching ever closer. He could catch the faint fragrance emanating from her, and his gaze often strayed to the collar of her attire. Sister, you missed a button. Whether it was deliberate or accidental, the collar of Luo Qiuxue's pink and white JK uniform was slightly ajar. Shen Ping leaned slightly forward, anxious that Luo Qiuxue might notice his gaze, and then turn away, saying, Let us sleep, Qiuxue. We have to rise early tomorrow. There are stations to explore each morning. He had grown accustomed to an early bedtime. However, to be honest, this was his first experience sharing a bed with a girl, and the sensation was truly peculiar. Luo Qiushue smiled slyly, then softened her voice as she whispered, "Good night, little Pingzi. May you have sweet dreams tonight, good night." Qiushue, Shen Ping replied, soon forcing himself to drift into slumber. Luo Qiushue, however, did not turn away or fall asleep. Instead, she gazed intently at Shen Ping's back. He truly resembled the simpleton she had imagined, falling asleep immediately after declaring it, even emitting soft snores. What a silly dear he was. Luo Qiushue murmured with some dissatisfaction. Drawing closer to Shen Ping's back, she gently embraced him and gradually drifted into slumber. Chapter 27. The Reason for Matching. Following you because I like you in the early morning, before dawn had broken, Shen Ping found himself struggling to breathe. Awakening slowly, he was astonished to discover that a school beauty lay atop him. Luo Qiushue resembled a plush pillow, her two fair and perfectly shaped legs enveloping Shen Ping. Her arms were wrapped around his back, her face resting against his, their proximity so intimate that he could feel her breath against his cheek. Shen Ping was momentarily bewildered. What was happening? Why this sudden air of ambiguity? Shen Ping, could you perhaps? Shen Ping was left speechless. Luo Qiushue, lost in a dream, had taken on an enchanting blush, mumbling nonsensical phrases and occasionally breaking into a silly grin. Shen Ping's eyes widened, his pupils constricting. Surely, this could not be reality. A glance at the clock confirmed it was just past 5. He pinched himself, feeling a sharp sting, and realized with certainty that he was not dreaming. Though somewhat clumsy in matters of romance, he could sense Luo Qiushue's inexplicable affection for him. Yet, he was certain that prior to his unexpected journey, their paths had never truly crossed. She had few friends at school, often preferring solitude, and he too was rather friendless. Thus, their relationship in class had been nothing more than that of mere classmates. Wait a moment. During this time, Shen Ping had learned from the class group chat that most people were matched with either close friends or romantic partners, or were individuals who secretly harbored feelings for each other. It dawned on him that it was exceedingly rare for two classmates with no prior connection to find themselves matched, unless there existed another possibility. A rather narcissistic thought crossed his mind. Perhaps Luo Qiushue had harbored feelings for him long before. Although this notion felt rather presumptuous, he could hardly be blamed. Initially, on the train, Luo Qiushue had insisted on sitting beside him, their shoulders brushing. And even at night, misunderstandings had ensued. This morning was no exception, with her uttering curious phrases in her sleep. But why? Shen Ping found himself utterly perplexed. Damn Shen Ping, I want to smack you. Why do you always appear so cold in class? I want to pursue you, yet I can never find the opportunity. In the classroom, on the playground, in the cafeteria, at the delivery station. I've been following you. I stick around because I like you. Upon hearing this confession, Shen Ping's eyes widened in astonishment. He finally understood why he often spotted Luo Qiushue not far away. During class, she would sit in front of him or behind him. In the cafeteria, she was either not far behind or at an angle above him. At the delivery station, he would catch sight of her bending down to retrieve her packages. Even while running on the playground, he would see her. He had thought it mere coincidence, but now it seemed far from it. Luo Qiushue has always been a relentless pursuer. Well, it is not entirely unacceptable. Clinging to her school's beauty, she continues to utter whimsical dreams. Shen Ping listens intently, fearing he might miss something crucial. In a murmured reverie, Luo Qiushue recalls, "When we were young, you held me and promised to marry Xiao Xiao. You scoundrel Shen Ping. Have you forgotten everything?" A tear glistens in the corner of her eye. Shen Ping's pupils constrict as memories flood back. He finally remembers. It was during their kindergarten days, when Shen Ping's parents were still alive, before the tragic accident that took them away. Back then, there was a little girl named Luo Xiao Xiao, his childhood companion. Shen Ping and Luo Xiao Xiao shared an inseparable bond, often playing together. The popular game of house in kindergarten saw them frequently enact their roles, with Luo Xiao Xiao delighting in being Shen Ping's wife, or sometimes even his mother. One evening, with her enchanting big eyes fixed on him, Luo Xiao Xiao asked, "Shen Ge, when you grow up, will you marry Xiao Xiao? Xiao Xiao likes you." Young Shen Ping declared with fervor, "Of course. I like Xiao Xiao too. I will definitely marry her when we grow up." However, not long after, for reasons unknown, Luo Xiaoxiao's family abruptly moved away without a word. Shen Ping suspects it could be that either Luo's parents sensed the burgeoning affection between the two children and deemed it inappropriate, hence their hasty departure. Or perhaps they had to relocate for other reasons, merely changing Luo Xiaoxiao's name as an afterthought. The Luo family was affluent, while Shen Ping's family was quite ordinary. Their social standings were worlds apart. Now, it seems that Luo Qiuxue is none other than Luo Xiaoxiao. Both are remarkably wealthy, and rumors suggest that Luo Qiuxue receives a monthly allowance exceeding 10,000. Their personalities also bear striking similarities. In her childhood, Luo Xiaoxiao rarely interacted with peers, always trailing behind Shen Ping, shy and reticent. In university, Luo Qiuxue remains taciturn in class. Furthermore, Shen Ping frequently encounters her by chance. Reflecting on it now, these encounters hardly seem coincidental. It appears this young lady has orchestrated them deliberately. It is only now that Shen Ping can comprehend why he and Luo Qiuxue are so well matched and understand the peculiarities of her behavior in recent nights. Gently stroking Luo Qiuxue's head, a flicker of regret crosses his gaze. He sighs, listening to her incessant murmuring and the tightening embrace. Just as he is about to speak, a prompt from a game interrupts. The train is about to arrive at the station. Please choose one of the 3 platforms below for your stop. If no choice is made within 2 minutes, a platform will be selected automatically. Shen Ping quickly closes his eyes, feigning sleep. Phew! Luo Qiuxue blinks her drowsy eyes open, and Shen Ping pretends to awaken, their gazes locking for a moment. A flicker of panic crosses Luo Qiuxue's eyes as she grapples with what to say, especially since she is embracing Shen Ping and has shared some dreams. Get up, Qiuxue. Shen Ping gently patted Luo Qiuxue's head, his touch reminiscent of petting a cat, prompting a soft hum of delight from her. However, the gaming system continued to announce notifications. Station 1, Biochemical Laboratory. This facility harbors terrifying biochemical toxins. Entering will result in direct exposure to these hazardous substances. If not treated promptly after exposure, one risks becoming a biochemical entity. The laboratory is also populated with numerous biochemical beings, green quality. Resources available: a golden chest located at the center of the lab, along with potent potions. Danger level: moderate to high. Station 2, Aerial Prison. A prison that perpetually floats in the air, housing some of the most vicious criminals. Resources available: green quality weapons and items. Danger level: high. Station 3, Haunted Apartment, Survival Station. A 10-story apartment complex consisting of 100 dormitories. Opening a dormitory door may yield resources or perhaps nothing at all, and one might even encounter entities that defy humanity. It is strongly advised to avoid the apartment during the late hours, for beyond the dormitories, one may encounter wandering specters. Resources available: special items, ghost crystals, and apparitions. Danger level: extremely high. Chapter 28. They are coming. Luo Qiuxue and Shen Ping hastily rose to their feet, both feeling a twinge of anxiety, not due to the unexpected intimacy of waking up in each other's embrace, but rather because of the 3 platforms before them. Shen Ping. All 3 platforms are perilous this time. Shen Ping nodded solemnly, a flicker of seriousness crossing his gaze. This was the first encounter where all 3 platforms presented significant challenges. After a moment of contemplation, they could only opt for the biolaboratory. The high-security prison and the haunted apartment were far too daunting. Based on the train system's evaluation, selecting the biolaboratory platform was indeed the most prudent choice. After a brief discussion, Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue decided on the biolaboratory. Upon making their choice, the train began to veer left. They moved towards the center of the train, where Shen Ping equipped himself with a substantial supply of red thorn fruits, white jade bananas, and purple mist grapes, along with his essential weaponry, the windbreaker blade and the infinite desert eagle. Luo Qiuxue closely followed Shen Ping, casting him shy glances, though her mind was not on such thoughts at the moment. Shen Ping gently took her hand, catching her off guard. She did not resist, but rather complied, allowing him to hold her hand. Qiushue, let us resolve this platform today. We can discuss matters later. Luo Qiushue nodded obediently. Rest assured, Shen Ping, I will support you diligently. Could it be that this little fellow has finally awakened to his feelings? Luo Qiushue mused inwardly. After all, until recently, Shen Ping had merely regarded her as a friend. The notion of holding hands had never even crossed his mind. She reveled in thoughts of the future, content that Shen Ping could understand her feelings. Alas, it seemed he remained oblivious to why she harbored such affections and had forgotten their childhood promise. No matter. The mere fact that she had garnered Shen Ping's favor was already a significant blessing. Luo Qiushue was not greedy. She believed that love should unfold gradually. As long as Shen Ping stayed by her side, she would be content. Iron Spirit, how long can the iron puppets you summon last? Shen Ping, unaware of Luo Qiushue's inner musings, curiously inquired of the Iron Spirit. They can last an entire day. By tomorrow, the iron puppets will vanish, the Iron Spirit replied candidly. Then summon 3 iron puppets now. Shen Ping's eyes lit up. This effectively meant he could have 3 iron puppets at his disposal for a day, each with a life of its own. Understood. The Iron Spirit promptly summoned 3 iron puppets. In an instant, 3 crouching iron puppets appeared within the train, curiously surveying their surroundings. From now on, you are to heed the commands of your master, Shen Ping. Do you understand? The Iron Spirit commanded the 3 puppets. Upon receiving the order, the 3 iron puppets swiftly turned around, regarding Shen Ping with respect. Shen Ping then struck the 3 iron puppets lightly, demonstrating his authority. As constructs powered by the Iron Spirit's energy, they were not classified as living beings, allowing for such a demonstration. Critical hit successful. White quality, iron puppet green quality, advanced iron puppet. Advanced iron puppet, quality, green. Constitution, 105. The advanced iron puppet, a creation only possible by the elite iron spirits, possesses formidable strength. Shen Ping's eyes brightened at the sight. An astonishing 105 points in physical constitution. Wouldn't that be a tremendous gain? With the protection of these 3 iron puppets, accompanied by the Windbreaker and the Infinite Desert Eagle, as well as some fruits and Qiushue by his side, resolving the situation at this station would undoubtedly pose no challenge. Luo Qiushue encouraged him. Come on. Shen Ping, I believe in you. As 2 minutes elapsed, the environment surrounding the train transformed. The suffocating black void morphed into the confines of a subway tunnel. The train now traversed through this underground passage like a subway car, the iron tracks visible beneath their feet. Suddenly, the train came to a halt, and the doors swung open, mirrored by the subway doors. Shen Ping, filled with curiosity, took Luo Qiushue's hand and urged the 3 iron puppets to exit first. The advanced iron puppets, towering at 4 to 5 meters, found the train too short to accommodate their height, compelling them to crawl out slowly. It was only when the iron puppets stood firmly at the edge of the platform that Shen Ping pulled Luo Qiushue forward. As soon as his foot touched the platform's tiles, a nauseatingly sweet stench invaded his nostrils. Not the metallic tang of fresh blood, but a foul odor mingled with decaying flesh and mold, stirring turmoil in his stomach. A look of discomfort crossed Luo Qiushue's delicate features. The Iron Spirit curiously surveyed the surroundings, her glass-like eyes flickering, while the metal of her form glimmered faintly. Lacking a sense of smell, she remained oblivious to the situation. At that moment, a dull thud resonated from the large glass door across the way. Shen Ping turned his gaze in that direction, his pupils constricting in alarm. There stood a massive glass door, once pristine, now marred by a spiderweb of cracks, and at the center of these fissures, a humanoid figure relentlessly thrashed its head against the glass. Thud, thud, thud. This creature could scarcely be described as human any longer. Its skin, like dried leather, clung tightly to its bones, and its gaunt visage was hollowed, revealing sunken eye sockets devoid of eyeballs, filled only with murky blood clots. Dark red remnants of flesh clung to its teeth, and with each collision, fresh splatters of blood erupted upon the glass. Trickling down the cracks, and pooling on the ground in a darkened puddle. Shen Ping could even discern the creature's skull slightly deforming with each impact. Fragments of bone mingling with brain matter seeping from its scalp. Yet it seemed entirely oblivious, mechanically and frantically repeating the same motion. This was a product of the biochemical laboratory, often referred to as a zombie. With a grave expression, Shen Ping mused that this must be the entrance to the biochemical lab. He had no doubt that, with a few more blows, the monster would burst forth, coated in a veil of blood, and this desolate platform offered no corner to take refuge. The three advanced iron puppets had straightened up, standing protectively before the two. Shen Ping exhaled slightly, reassured by the presence of three iron puppets impervious to the viral infection, alongside Luo Qiushui's healing abilities and their weapons. He should not exhibit fear. Let us proceed, iron puppets. Break down the door and eliminate that bioman. The advanced iron puppet surged forward, shattering the glass door, and then delivered a powerful blow that crushed the bioengineered humanoid. Simultaneously, a pungent odor wafted from within the laboratory's computer. A grave expression crossed Shen Ping's face. Player Shen Ping, you have been infected with the biohazard virus. You will transform into a bioengineered entity in 10 minutes. Countdown, 9 minutes 59 seconds. Luo Qiushui was similarly afflicted. Do not panic. You have a remedy, Shen Ping reassured her. Luo Qiushui promptly administered treatment to Shen Ping. Biohazard virus has been eradicated. However, in the next moment, player Shen Ping, you have been infected with the biohazard virus. You will transform into a bioengineered entity in 10 minutes. Countdown, 9 minutes 59 seconds. Undergoing treatment for the infection 10 times will grant immunity to the virus. Shen Ping found the situation troublesome, yet his eyes soon brightened with realization. After treating herself but still being infected, Luo Qiushui proposed, Shen Ping, if we become infected 10 times outside, followed by treatment, will we not achieve complete immunity to this virus? Shen Ping nodded. Indeed, it resembles a vaccine. Having experienced the virus within our bodies, subsequent infections should pose less difficulty. However, this zombie virus may be particularly vicious, necessitating 10 infections. Thus, Shen Ping and Luo Qiushui endured consecutive infections and subsequent treatments. After 10 cycles, player Shen Ping is now immune to the biohazard virus. Player Luo Qiushui is now immune to the biohazard virus. All set, let us proceed. Yet, scarcely had Shen Ping's words left his lips when, perhaps due to the recent commotion caused by the iron puppet, a multitude of rustling noises emanated from the depths of the bioengineering laboratory, as if countless feet were dragging something closer. From the shadows of the platform, from the depths of the tunnel, they began to converge. They are coming. Chapter 29. The existence behind the biochemical laboratory. Both Shen Ping and Luo Qiushui received the game prompt simultaneously. What is this? Luo Qiushui felt somewhat bewildered. At least a dozen terrifying zombies burst forth from the biochemical laboratory, their guttural roars akin to the mournful wailing of a torn windbag, intermingled with the ominous grinding of teeth, creating layers of echo on the desolate platform. Shen Ping could distinctly see that the foremost zombie had a dislocated jaw, hanging grotesquely against its chest, a sight most horrifying. Iron golems strike down these zombies. The three advanced iron golems swiftly unleashed their iron arms, pummeling the zombies relentlessly. Yet, their true targets were not the three hulking iron figures, but rather Shen Ping and Luo Qiushui. Consequently, a few straggling zombies managed to slip through the onslaught. Shen Ping drew his Desert Eagle and fired at the approaching zombies. These creatures bore only white quality, and thus, each shot from the Desert Eagle dispatched them with ease. Luo Qiushui promptly utilized her healing abilities to restore Shen Ping's stamina. Let us venture inside. The three iron golems, along with Shen Ping and Luo Qiushui, quickly proceeded within. However, before entering, Shen Ping disassembled the zombie's flesh. To his astonishment, the disassembled remains transformed into rotting meat. Rotting meat 125, rotting meat, quality, white. Consuming this from a humanoid creature of inferior quality will infect one with the biochemical virus, turning them into a fearsome bioman. Curiosity piqued. Shen Ping executed a critical hit. Critical hit successful. White quality. Rotting meat, green quality. Advanced rotting meat. Advanced rotting meat, quality, green. Consuming this from humanoid creature of inferior quality will infect one with a terrifying biochemical virus, transforming them into a fearsome advanced bioman. There must be advanced biomans within, Shen Ping said gravely. The iron golems transformed into advanced versions following their critical hits. Given the mid to high difficulty of this biochemical laboratory, it was only natural for Shen Ping to surmise the presence of advanced zombies inside. Upon entry, they were greeted by an exceptionally long corridor. The laboratory boasted sufficient height, at least 5 to 6 meters, allowing the advanced iron golems to stand upright effortlessly. A notification indicated that at the center of the laboratory lay a golden treasure chest, along with potent potions. Shen Ping surveyed his surroundings, noting the bloodstains and the pungent scent of blood, a clear indication that this biochemical laboratory had long been abandoned. However, he was perplexed as to why such a facility was constructed within a subway. After approximately 10 minutes of walking, Shen Ping failed to notice a hidden infrared beam emitting a faint red glow from the ceiling. Another glass door appeared before him. Shen Ping squinted slightly. This glass door was reinforced, leading to a corridor that branched left and right. It seemed that the zombies he had just dispatched were linked to this glass door and the creatures beyond it. As Shen Ping was about to instruct the iron puppet to push open the grand door, it unexpectedly swung open on its own. At that moment, a piercing shriek emanated from the ceiling, leaving Shen Ping momentarily stunned. Almost immediately, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from both sides of the corridor. Why did this door suddenly open? Luo Qiushue exclaimed in astonishment. The shrill sound intensified, causing both Shen Ping and Luo Qiushue to feel dizzy. Simultaneously, a notification from the game system appeared. They're coming. The attention of the horde of zombies was drawn solely by sound, followed closely by scent. Initially, they were attracted by noise, but once they approached, the scent would lead them to attack its source. We have been compromised. Shen Ping glared coldly at the source of the shrill scream from the ceiling, never forgetting to instruct the 3 iron puppets to block the path. Meanwhile, he and Luo Qiushue steadily retreated. Holding a desert eagle in his hand, Shen Ping was certain that the opening of the door was no mere coincidence. Someone had discovered their intrusion. Soon, an even greater number of zombies surged forth. The iron puppets relentlessly hammered at the approaching undead, but their numbers were limited to 3, managing to dispatch only one every 2 to 3 seconds, thereby intercepting merely half of the onslaught. Approximately 10 zombies charged towards Shen Ping. He fired his desert eagle repeatedly at them, retreating alongside Luo Qiushue to create as much distance as possible. With each shot fired, Luo Qiushue would treat Shen Ping, replenishing his stamina. Once they were within close quarters, only 2 or 3 zombies remained. They encircled Shen Ping and Luo Qiushue, incessantly clawing at them. Their blood, more terrifying than the very air, invading Shen Ping's body. Luo Qiushue clung tightly to Shen Ping, and under the effects of her healing, his wounds began to mend. Meanwhile, he continued to aim his desert eagle at the zombies' heads, dispatching them with precision. After eliminating the 3 zombies that had closed in, Shen Ping and Luo Qiushue were both covered in wounds, some from bites and others from scratches. Despite their disheveled state, Luo Qiushue's healing played a pivotal role. Shen Ping's wounds, which had started to darken, were not immune to the potent zombie toxin, although he could withstand it without severe repercussions. However, thanks to Luo Qiushue's assistance, the symptoms diminished significantly, and his injuries visibly began to heal. Once she completed her treatment for Shen Ping, she turned to heal herself, though the prolonged exertion required more time for her recovery. You've worked hard, Qiushue. Shen Ping gazed earnestly at Luo Qiushue, feeling warmth in his heart, perhaps due to her constant concern for him. Undoubtedly, Luo Qiushue was his childhood companion, yet they had yet to express their feelings openly. However, Shen Ping was unaware of why Luo Qiushue chose not to confide in him. After Luo Qiushue finished treating him, she smiled radiantly, remarking, You are the backbone of our team. I am merely a support. If we're to speak of hardship, you undoubtedly bear a greater burden than I. Shen Ping, captivated by Luo Qiushue's charming demeanor, could not resist affectionately ruffling her hair. Ignoring the crimson flush that adorned her cheeks, a visibly shy Luo Qiushue, Shen Ping suddenly adopted a serious tone, stating there are likely unseen forces at play. This was certainly no coincidence. As we approached this grand door, accompanied by that jarring, piercing sound, unbeknownst to them, this entire scene was captured by an invisible camera mounted on the laboratory ceiling. On the opposite side of the camera sat a middle-aged man clad in a white lab coat. He rose to his feet, his eyes wide with disbelief as he focused intently on Luo Qiushue, standing beside Shen Ping. This woman, she possesses such extraordinary abilities, he thought, recalling how he had witnessed the males' and females' wounds heal at a visibly rapid pace alongside that virus. I must have her. It is imperative. The man in the white coat was the proprietor of the biochemical laboratory, self-styled as the biochemical doctor. However, a previous incident involving a mysterious leak of biochemical gas had transformed the lab into a nightmarish hell. Fortunately, the biochemical doctor had injected himself with a vaccine, allowing him to survive until this day. With this woman, he could cultivate any virus he desired. He paced back and forth, his lab coat laden with various vials, contemplating the formidable man and the three imposing iron figures. How shall I deal with these troublesome nuisances? The biochemical doctor murmured to himself, before returning his gaze to the surveillance feed, observing Shen Ping and Luo Qiushue as they prepared to explore the leftward direction. Soon, a cruel smile began to curve at the corners of his lips. Chapter 30. The terrifying liquors, be cautious. The recently opened door undoubtedly indicates that someone is behind us, Shen Ping remarked with a serious demeanor, instructing the two iron puppets to take the lead while one stood guard at the rear. He and a frail iron sprite positioned themselves in the middle. This arrangement stemmed from Shen Ping's concern that zombies might emerge from behind. The corridor, which delved deep into the laboratory, led to the left, where iron puppets were stationed for protection. However, this did not guarantee safety from the right side or behind them. Given the possibility of surveillance from the rear, Shen Ping felt compelled to adopt this strategy. Quite astute. I had initially intended to unleash the zombies from the right, the biodoctor mused, his eyes narrowing slightly, as if he sensed something amiss. The corridor was exceedingly narrow, and with the presence of the advanced iron puppet, it was likely that they could eradicate the lower-tier bio creatures. In that case, let's dispatch two formidable ones, the biodoctor murmured to himself. Shortly thereafter, as Shen Ping and his group proceeded, heavy footsteps echoed ahead. Two gigantic bio creatures, roughly the same height and size as the advanced iron puppets, slowly emerged. Their towering forms bore withered skin, and soon a multitude of footsteps followed from behind. They're coming, another wave of zombies, accompanied by two giant zombies, or rather, advanced zombies. Undoubtedly, the strength of these two colossal zombies had reached the green quality tier. The two advanced iron puppets shall impede those giant zombies. The rest of the zombies are mine, Shen Ping exclaimed. These creatures are too numerous. We must resort to melee weapons, Luo Qiushue declared, realizing that a single desert eagle would be insufficient to tackle such a horde. She swiftly brandished her giant spirit axe, cleaving into the nearest zombie. Observing this, Shen Ping wielded the desert eagle in his left hand and the windbreaker blade in his right, firing while simultaneously hacking at the zombies with the blade. However, the overwhelming number of zombies soon took their toll on him. A flash of anger crossed his eyes as the windbreaker blade emitted a faint green glow. Windbreaker slash. In the next moment, a green arc cleaved through the surrounding zombies, severing limbs and scattering them across the floor, leaving chaos in its wake. The iron sprite stood atop one of the advanced iron puppets, witnessing the scene with a glimmer of fear in her eyes, trembling uncontrollably. There was little she could do. Her strength was far too feeble to contend with the giant zombies, let alone a mere ordinary zombie. Luo Qiushue hastily utilized her healing abilities. Before long, the injuries she had sustained were restored to their original state. The advanced iron puppets also dealt with the giant zombies, a sight that left the biodoctor utterly astonished. Incredible! The biodoctor exclaimed in disbelief. This defies the law of conservation of energy. With so many bio-creatures attacking, sustaining injuries, and yet, in an instant, transforming into two lively individuals. Is it truly possible to achieve such a feat? Amidst the overwhelming presence of numerous biochemical viruses, the biochemist muttered to himself, "Heavens, I have underestimated that woman's capabilities. The only course of action now is to activate my ultimate weapon." His thoughts spiraled as he paced, a yearning for Luo Qiushua flickering in his eyes. This power is simply too formidable. At long last, after traversing a labyrinth of corridors, Shen Ping and his companion exhaled with relief, for they were nearing the heart of the laboratory. Just then, the ceiling unexpectedly opened, revealing a hairless, pale red-skinned creature devoid of eyes. It materialized from thin air, suddenly extending its tongue towards Shen Ping with lethal intent. Momentarily taken aback, Shen Ping swiftly dodged, yet the creature's tongue pierced into his shoulder. Were it not for his evasive maneuver, it would have struck his neck. In the next instant, as Shen Ping drew his firearm, the tongue coiled around him, lifting him toward the ceiling with alarming speed. "Shen Ping!" Luo Qiushua cried out in desperation. However, Shen Ping quickly aimed and fired at the creature, the bullet striking its head, eliciting a pained wail. He was momentarily stunned. How could such a critical shot not be fatal? Regaining his composure, he grasped the slippery tongue with his left hand and fired his Desert Eagle at it. The weapon shattered part of the tongue, causing Shen Ping to plummet. But the iron puppet rushed to catch him. Luo Qiushua hastened to administer aid. The severed tongue creature continued to screech in agony. "This is a licker, a creature born from the realms of film and television," Shen Ping recognized gravely. "A licker?" Luo Qiushua's expression changed, for she had seen Resident Evil. The horrific beast bore a striking resemblance to the lickers in her memory, muscular, crawling, and accompanied by a terrifying roar. Yet soon, 4 more lickers emerged from the open ceiling, bringing the total to 5, all undoubtedly possessing green quality, among the most formidable of their kind. 1 iron puppet per creature. The iron sprite will focus on self-preservation. The remaining 2 will be dealt with by Luo Qiushua and me, Shen Ping stated calmly. Then, a red fruit appeared in his hand. "Qiushua, consume the fruits without hesitation. Do not deem it wasteful." Luo Qiushua nodded solemnly, quickly producing the red fruit and the purple grape, 2 special white-quality fruits, and consumed them. Shen Ping did the same. In that instant, a surge of power coursed through both Shen Ping and Luo Qiushua. Their stamina felt significantly replenished. Shen Ping's eyes widened. Although the purple grape did not explicitly state how much stamina it would enhance, the moment he ingested it, he felt invigorated, allowing him to fire with greater frequency. This is akin to temporarily increasing the upper limit of mana after consumption. This is something that Luo Qiushua cannot accomplish. Her ability lies in the restoration of mana. The hungry fiends above could no longer contain themselves. 3 advanced iron puppets encountered their adversaries, although these fiends were still classified among the zombies. Primarily feasting on human flesh and spreading infection, they were reluctant to engage the iron puppets. However, the formidable size and strength of the puppets compelled the fiends to confront them. 2 additional fiends descended, one following the other, fixated on the pair. Luo Qiushua wielded her green-quality giant spirit axe, striking at one of the fiends. However, it swiftly evaded her blow. The massive axe was ill-suited for targeting the fiends, as its attack speed was far too sluggish, suitable only for dealing with giant zombies. Observing this, Shen Ping hastily handed a Desert Eagle to Luo Qiushua, stating, "Hold this Desert Eagle to protect yourself while I engage one with my Windbreaker blade." "All right. Be cautious. I will assist you once I deal with that fiend." Luo Qiushua accepted without hesitation, aware of her restorative abilities, allowing her to shoot and heal simultaneously. The giant spirit axe was too cumbersome, so she stowed it away for the time being. The 2 fiends surged forward. Shen Ping, wielding the Windbreaker blade, nimbly thrust it into the fiend's maw. Although the cooldown period had not yet expired, He intended to pierce the fiend's head with the blade's strength and eliminate it. However, the unexpected occurred. The fiend clamped down on the blade's tip, letting out a furious roar, and bit down with tremendous force. Crack! The blade of Shen Ping's weapon was instantly severed by the fiend's massive jaws. He widened his eyes in disbelief, his pupils constricting in shock. The fiend's biting power was terrifyingly formidable. It is noteworthy that this was a green-quality weapon. It appears that not all green-quality items are equal. Possessing a green-quality weapon does not guarantee an effortless victory over green-quality monsters. In that moment, Luo Qiuxiue had already drawn her infinite Desert Eagle and was firing at the fiend. Thanks to her infinite restorative ability, the handgun's ammunition was perpetually replenished, requiring no reloading. She could shoot while continuously healing. Bang! 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 The thunderous reports of the Desert Eagle echoed loudly. Although several of her shots missed, 2 or 3 bullets struck the exposed forehead of the fiend. Blood erupted forth, and the fiend experienced excruciating pain. Roar! Keep going! Boldly! Luo Qiuxiue closed the distance to the fiend, relentlessly firing at its wounds while simultaneously healing herself. Soon, with a barrage of gunfire, a multitude of bullets found their mark in the fiend's forehead, ultimately bringing it down. The fiend's head was nearly obliterated, swaying momentarily before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Global announcement. Player Luo Qiuxiue is the first to slay a green-quality monster. Reward for player Luo Qiuxiue. Constitution 10, 2 random green item upgrade cards, and 1 green recruitment scroll. Luo Qiuxiue was taken aback. She never anticipated becoming the world's first player to kill a green-quality monster. However, considering that Shen Ping could be the first to vanquish a white-quality monster, it was only fitting that she could achieve the same. Yet, she felt somewhat embarrassed for overshadowing Shen Ping with her Desert Eagle. Moreover, this was not the moment to examine her rewards. Impressive. Although my shooting accuracy is somewhat lacking, I certainly fire much quicker, Shen Ping murmured to himself. Indeed, Luo Qiuxiue was significantly faster. Shen Ping required Luo Qiuxiue to replenish his ammunition, whereas her self-replenishment was undoubtedly more convenient and efficient. Soon, Luo Qiuxiue turned back, firing her Desert Eagle at the Devourer's approaching Shen Ping. Using the same method, she dealt with the Devourer that had severed Shen Ping's weapon. At last, after Shen Ping had sacrificed a sizable chunk of flesh from his shoulder, Luo Qiuxiue, akin to a goddess of firearms, dispatched 2 Devourers. She hurried over, embraced Shen Ping, and administered healing to him. Chapter 31. The Inferior Blue Quality? It seems that this handgun is best suited for your use, as it facilitates healing. After the treatment concluded, Shen Ping declined Luo Qiuxiue's offer to return the handgun. Then Luo Qiuxiue gestured towards the broken blade in Shen Ping's hand. Since it had shattered, the quality of the broken wind blade had diminished to white, and it had even lost its skills, resulting in a minor loss. I possess the ability to deal critical hits and will inevitably find a more suitable weapon. However, wielding this weapon, which depletes stamina, is undoubtedly more fitting for you. With Shen Ping's reassurance, Luo Qiuxiue acquiesced, stating earnestly, "All right, from now on, I shall protect you." At that moment, the advanced iron puppet continued to engage in combat with the remaining 3 lickers, who glared furiously at Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxiue, clearly agitated by the duo's earlier defeat of 2 of their kind. Shortly thereafter, Luo Qiuxiue eliminated the 3 lickers still battling the advanced iron puppet with her handgun. Shen Ping proceeded to disassemble the corpses of the lickers, collecting the resultant meat chunks, which were advanced rotten flesh. As for the previous 2 colossal zombies, they were, in fact, the so-called advanced biohumans, yielding nothing but advanced rotten flesh. To clarify, both lickers and colossal zombies are forms of advanced biohumans, differing primarily in their mutations. The lickers exhibit mutations in control and agility, while the colossal zombies manifest changes in size and defense. Their attack power is comparably similar. The strength of the colossal zombies and the biting capability of the lickers can instantaneously obliterate any creature that has not reached green quality. Soon after, Luo Qiushue initiated a global broadcast in response. Shen Ping affectionately ruffled Luo Qiushue's hair, teasing, "My little Qiushue has become a powerful global broadcaster." Upon hearing this, Luo Qiushue's pupils widened in surprise. She shyly averted her gaze and mumbled, "What do you mean by my Qiushu? What is it not so?" Shen Ping pressed. Noticing her blush, Luo Qiushue did not refute him. Instead, her cheeks flushed crimson. "All right, I was merely jesting. Let us see what rewards we've obtained. I'm not joking, I truly belong to you." Luo Qiushu silently exclaimed in her heart, yet her courage faltered, leaving her speechless. Was it too soon to express such feelings? However, when Shen Ping caressed her head, it evoked memories of her childhood, a time when she relished such gestures, though she enjoyed other forms of affection as well. Luo Qiushue's thoughts began to meander nonsensically. Nevertheless, she quickly recalled Shen Ping's earlier words and checked the rewards. A green quality upgrade card. Shen Ping experienced a critical success, transforming it into a blue quality upgrade card. Should we apply the critical hit to the handgun? Luo Qiushue inquired. Not just yet. Let us first examine what other useful items we may find. However, if we encounter any insurmountable blue quality foes, we shall utilize this Desert Eagle as critical hit. Shen Ping replied. Following this, they obtained a green recruitment scroll. Green recruitment scroll randomly summons a crew member of green quality, who may be an elf, a demon, or various grotesque humanoid beings from myriad races. The crew member will assist in managing the train and can also aid the conductor in combat. Note, the green recruitment scroll must be used at the front of the train. In simpler terms, it is a means to summon a combatant. Regrettably, it cannot be activated now and must await their return to the train. Shen Ping remarked, subsequently landing a critical hit on the scroll. Critical hit successful. Obtained a blue inferior recruitment scroll. Why did it transform directly into a blue inferior one, rather than simply blue? Shen Ping pondered, though it was not the moment for such thoughts. The group continued their exploration. Over the course of the next hour, they vanquished the zombies along the way, be they standard or colossal, as well as the lickers. At long last, they arrived at the core location. Here lay a golden treasure chest, alongside various potions. The grand gate opened automatically. Upon entering, Shen Ping and his companions beheld a middle-aged man clad in a white lab coat, wearing a smirk that was neither fully amused nor entirely serious. Two outsiders, your strength is formidable. I did not anticipate that you would reach such a level so early in this round of the game. A round of the game? Level? What does that mean? Shen Ping furrowed his brow, struggling to comprehend the implications of the lab-coated man's words. It was evident that he was aware of their identities and their novice status. Could it be that the natives of each platform's microcosm possess some insight? Are you the mastermind behind it all? If I eliminate you, will that resolve everything? Shen Ping inquired, while scanning the surroundings, noticing the apparent absence of any golden treasure chests. Wasn't it said that the laboratory's center contained a golden chest? Shen Ping mused internally. Let us not rush. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the doctor of this laboratory. Would you care to join me in researching bioweapons? Detected green quality NPC, biochemical doctor's recruitment offer. Do you accept? Warning 1. Accepting will result in the loss of player status. Warning 2. Refusal carries a high probability of inciting the biochemical doctor's wrath. Upon recruitment, the NPC will cease to be a player, but will gain a stable living environment, all at the player's discretion. If it is possible to recruit Iron Spirit NPCs, then one can also be recruited by an NPC. Shen Ping scoffed. Why should we heed your call? We categorically refuse. The moment they declined, a flicker of rage ignited in the middle-aged Dr.'s eyes. You leave me no choice. I shall tear you outsiders to shreds. With that, he brandished a black vial, poised to inject it into his neck. In a swift motion, Luo Qiushue drew her Desert Eagle and fired at the doctor's head. Bang, bang, bang. 3 bullets later, not only was the doctor's head obliterated, but his upper body was also blown apart, his lower half collapsing into a pool of blood. The black vial still clutched in his hand. Fool, do you truly believe this is a movie? Are you waiting for a transformation through some elixir? I'll simply eliminate you. Luo Qiushue scoffed. Shen Ping's lips twitched. You cannot deny, it indeed has the essence of a cinematic experience. Initially encountering feeble zombies, progressing to formidable ones, essentially the minor bosses. Ultimately, the grand boss lurks in the depths, anticipating the player's arrival, first attempting to entice them, only to become enraged and resort to this dark potion for transformation upon rejection. However, Luo Qiushue swiftly interrupted the transformation of the middle-aged man. Well done, Qiushue, though perhaps a tad lacking in martial ethics, Shen Ping commended, giving her a thumbs up. Luo Qiushue chuckled. It's because this idiot failed to evade. Soon after, Shen Ping and the Iron Puppet, alongside the Iron Sprite, continued their exploration of the laboratory, uncovering numerous potions. Biochemical virus recovery potion. Consuming it can eradicate the host's biochemical virus. Tyrant potion. Upon consumption, one transforms into a tyrant, with a 50% chance of losing rationality. This tyrant potion was precisely the one held by that biochemical doctor moments ago. Chapter 32. The powerful golden treasure chest. In addition, there lurked a golden treasure chest in the corner. As its name suggests, the chest gleamed with a resplendent golden hue, crafted entirely from gold. As Shen Ping held it in his hands, a flicker of excitement flashed in his eyes. Undoubtedly, this treasure chest was the most significant prize of his platform. The treasure chests were categorized into several tiers. Thus far, Shen Ping had only encountered 3 or 4 types of chests in the chat channel. The ordinary chest was the one Shen Ping had traded the most, which rarely yielded survival coins, but often produced food and water supplies. Next was the black iron chest, which had a higher likelihood of yielding survival coins, albeit in scant amounts, with a small chance of obtaining white-grade items. Following this was the bronze chest, which predominantly yielded white-grade items, with a minor chance of green-grade ones. After the bronze chest came the silver chest, akin to the ranks in certain games, which generally produced green-grade items, with a slim chance of blue-grade inferior items. Lastly, there was the golden chest. However, upon picking up the golden chest, he was surprised to receive a notification indicating it was of inferior quality. Inferior golden treasure chest. High probability of yielding blue-grade inferior items. Small probability of yielding blue-grade medium items. Shen Ping chuckled, beginning to understand why there were distinctions among inferior and medium grades. Perhaps the higher the quality, the more pronounced the disparity. The difference between ordinary items and white-grade items mirrored that between blue-grade inferior and blue-grade medium items. Let us see what a critical hit yields. Luo Qiushue exclaimed eagerly. Her curiosity piqued about what quality followed gold and what lay beyond blue. Shen Ping executed a critical strike. Critical hit successful. Inferior golden treasure chest, inferior platinum treasure chest. The critical hit was indeed impressive. Instead of merely elevating to a superior golden chest or an exquisite golden chest, it transformed directly into an inferior platinum chest. This time, the increase was substantial, likely positioning him to encounter items of quality above blue. It is worth noting that previously, Shen Ping had only traversed through items of white and green quality. Now, players possessing white-grade items appeared out of their depth, a clear example of a dimensional reduction assault. Is this the power of an S-grade talent? Shen Ping mused, simultaneously curious about the abilities of other players' grade talents. However, even with such a significant lead, he could not afford to be complacent. According to the biochemist's words, they were merely a batch of newcomers. With newcomers, there would inevitably be successors. And Shen Ping was uncertain about the caliber of these successors. His thoughts began to swirl, and he subsequently examined the inferior platinum treasure chest. Inferior platinum treasure chest. High probability of yielding purple-grade inferior items. Small probability of yielding purple-grade medium items. Purple-grade items. He wondered what they would be like. Without hesitation, Shen Ping opened the chest. Acquired 2,500 train coins. Acquired blue medium, infinite shotgun 1. Infinite shotgun, quality, blue medium. The expenditure of a portion of physical strength is required to charge the weapon, capable of inflicting lethal damage upon most creatures of blue quality. Note, physical attacks are ineffective against ethereal entities. Acquired purple inferior, skill book, thunderous power. Skill book Thunderous Power. Quality purple inferior. Consuming a significant amount of physical strength. It conjures a bolt of lightning, capable of instantly annihilating creatures of purple quality and below, while also inflicting horrifying damage on those of purple quality. Cooldown 2 hours. Note, the attribute of Thunderous Power, being exceedingly potent, can deliver devastating blows to ethereal beings. S. breath grew increasingly labored, mirrored his excitement. The two exchanged wide-eyed glances, utterly astonished. A platinum treasure chest, glancing at the time, coupled with their bountiful harvest, swiftly proposed they return to the train to tally their gains. S. heart raced with exhilaration, affirming, "Yes, we have struck it rich, we have truly prospered." Quickly, and made their way back to the train, accompanied by the Iron Golem and the Iron Sprite. However, the Iron Golem, due to its massive size, necessitated a climb into the train, ensured all critical hits were achieved. Firstly, the Infinite Shotgun retained its name, but was upgraded to a blue superior quality. An astonishing blue superior shotgun. With this weapon, aside from the so-called ethereal monsters, it is likely that any normal creature they encounter would struggle to withstand its might. Yet, and were not entirely powerless against ethereal monsters anymore, for they possessed thunderous power. With fervent anticipation, executed a critical hit on Thunderous Power. Critical hit successful. Purple inferior, Thunderous Power, purple medium, Thunder Kirin. Was it merely an incremental quality enhancement? Displayed a hint of disappointment. No matter, she mused, perhaps once reaching blue quality, the standard critical hits yield only minor advancements, unless fortune favors us with greater boosts. Promptly examine the abilities of Thunder Kirin. Skill book Thunderous Power. Quality purple medium. Consuming a substantial amount of physical strength, it summons a terrifying Thunder Kirin, capable of instantly obliterating creatures of purple quality and below, while also inflicting tremendous damage on those of purple quality. Cooldown, no cooldown period, but each use of Thunder Kirin will deplete considerable physical strength. Note, the attribute of Thunderous Power is exceedingly potent against ethereal beings. However, just as intended to learn the skill. Note, insufficient physical strength. Casting this skill would exhaust the player's entire physical stamina. If physical strength is critically low, it may result in sudden death. Would you like to learn it? Physical strength and constitution are interdependent. Enhancing constitution can improve physical strength. A twitch graced the corner of his mouth. Upon learning this, S. eyes brimmed with disappointment. How could this be? Is it our constitution that is too low to learn it? Alas, their excitement was in vain. While learning was indeed possible, executing it would deplete their physical capacity, risking immediate demise. Feeling a sense of resignation, remarked, "If only I could consume the purple mist grape and then unleash it." Luo Chioshua offered him a spark of inspiration. A sudden realization struck Shen Ping. How had he not considered this before? Logically, temporarily increasing the upper limit of his mana could indeed enable him to cast this high-quality skill in an instant. He decided to test this theory. With a cheerful demeanor, Shen Ping set about learning the skill, only to be informed that it would take 5 hours to master. This was to be expected. Acquiring skills invariably requires time. As is the norm in games. "I shall begin my studies," he announced to Luo Chioshua. "Yes, study well. I will delve into researching the shotgun," she replied. 5 hours later, Shen Ping finally comprehended the intricacies of this exceptional skill. Simultaneously, he sensed that should he attempt to utilize this purple tier skill, he would undoubtedly be drained of his stamina in the next moment. Consequently, he consumed the purple mist grape to test its effects, discovering that it could indeed elevate his stamina limit. His personal assessment was that he might barely manage to execute one shot. However, this was merely his perception. He was hesitant to attempt it recklessly, choosing instead to regard it as a trump card. The critical strike felt overwhelmingly potent yet unwieldy. In addition, there were other potions to consider. The biochemical virus restoration potion, when activated by a critical strike, enhanced recovery abilities. The Tyrant Potion, on the other hand, eliminated all side effects upon consumption, transforming the user into a formidable tyrant without any drawbacks. Truth be told, Shen Ping found himself somewhat intrigued by this potion. However, It was not a matter of him and Luo Qiushue using it. The idea of undergoing such an exaggerated transformation of their biological traits was out of the question, unless it involved something benign, like giving Xiao Qiushue a pair of small ears or a tiny tail. Thus, Shen Ping resolved to administer it to other creatures. If a loyal creature were to consume it, that would be ideal. Have you completed your studies? How'd it go? Luo Qiushue inquired as she opened the door, her curiosity evident in her gaze. After Shen Ping explained, she could only accept the situation as it stood. However, she quickly reassured him, do not worry. Even if this skill cannot be utilized in the short term, I can still protect you. Shen Ping smiled and affectionately ruffled Luo Qiushue's hair. She responded by closing her eyes in contentment, much like she had that very morning. With Xiao Xiao by my side, I have nothing to fear, Shen Ping whispered softly in her ear. Chapter 33. Confession. Listening to Shen Ping's words, Luo Qiushue widened her eyes, her pupils constricting. Her heart trembled in disbelief as she gazed at him. W, what did you just call me? Xiao Xiao. Isn't that your nickname? Shen Ping replied with a cheerful smile, then looked at Luo Qiushue earnestly. You've remembered. Luo Qiushue felt a twinge of grievance for reasons she couldn't quite articulate. And though it was partly due to her own hesitance to clarify matters with Shen Ping face to face, perhaps it was also because she secretly hoped he would discover it on his own. With a brief sniffle, Luo Qiushue looked up at Shen Ping, her eyes glistening with tears. Why are you crying, Qiushue? Shen Ping asked, somewhat flustered. Logically, she should be happy, so why was it like this? Suddenly, Luo Qiushue grasped Shen Ping's arm and took a gentle bite, the pressure light, more an expression of her tumultuous emotions than anything else. You, brother, Shen Ping. You finally remembered. She sobbed, her words slightly slurred. Shen Ping embraced Luo Qiushue tightly. Xiao Xiao, I'm sorry, I just recalled it recently. I hadn't thought of you before. After all, girls change so much as they grow up, and you become so beautiful. The campus belle of Jiangxing University. Quickly, Luo Qiushue lifted her head, her beautiful eyes shimmering with tears. You, brother Shen Ping, actually I have my own issues. I suffer from social anxiety, and couldn't confess to you directly. I could only stay by your side. But now it's different. I want to be with you, okay? Shen Ping nodded seriously. All right, let us embark on this journey together. I will always be by your side. The train is our home. At that moment, the train traveled through the dark void. Luo Qiushue slightly closed her eyes, and understanding his cue, Shen Ping lowered his head and kissed her soft lips. You. Xiao Pingzi is not a dense man anymore. Luo Qiushue reveled in Shen Ping's kiss, her hands tightly clutching his back as they immersed themselves in each other's presence. After indulging in their tender moment for about 10 minutes, Shen Ping finally released Luo Qiushue. Henceforth, you are my man, Shen Ping, Luo Qiushue proclaimed, a mix of relief and a commanding tone in her voice. All right, from now on, you are my woman, and I am your man, Shen Ping affirmed, wrapping his arms around Luo Qiushue and gently stroking her head. Just know, if you dare to treat me poorly, I will. I will. Luo Qiushue seemed unsure of how to threaten him, and quickly added, I will be unhappy and make you console me. Shen Ping found this utterly amusing. Was this really the aloof and graceful campus belle he once knew? He felt as if he were witnessing the return of the little girl who once clung to him. Qiushue, I vow to treat you well for a lifetime. If I fail, I will. Luo Qiushue raised her finger to Shen Ping's lips. Don't utter such ominous words. I believe in you. Shen Ping, the two continued to revel in their sweet intimacy for a while longer. As 5 hours elapsed, the evening settled in around 5 or 6 o'clock, and the two enjoyed a delightful dinner together. Regarding the name of Luo Qiushue, she was known as Luo Xiao Xiao in her childhood, but now goes by Luo Qiushue. To her, it mattered little. She was accustomed to the name and welcomed any form of address from Shen Ping, as long as it remained consistent with the past. Shen Ping, too, found no reason to dwell on it. Beyond that, their attention turned to the recruitment scroll. After Shen Ping's critical hit, it transformed into a blue inferior recruitment scroll, usable solely within the confines of the train. Curiosity piqued, Shen Ping was eager to discover what this scroll could summon. He produced a blue inferior recruitment scroll and activated it. In the next moment, a radiant blue light materialized before them, igniting their anticipation for the arrival of something remarkable. However, to their astonishment, a diminutive squirrel appeared, no larger than a palm, its eyes gleaming with a hint of intelligence as it gazed at Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue, then extended its tiny paws. Shen Ping, Luo Qiuxue. The two exchanged a bewildered glance. Could this tiny creature truly possess blue quality status? Shen Ping pondered aloud. What if we were to cook it? I have yet to taste squirrel meat. Luo Qiuxue proposed, eliciting an immediate, indignant reaction from the squirrel, which puffed up its cheeks and glared at her, hands on its hips. It chattered indignantly, uttering what could only be described as squirrel profanity, pointing accusatively at Luo Qiuxue. Her lips twitched. How could this squirrel comprehend human language? Yet, soon enough, the system notification dispelled their doubts. Recruitment successful. You have successfully summoned a blue inferior quality auxiliary type train attendant, the psychic squirrel. Train attendant, psychic squirrel, type, auxiliary quality, blue inferior. Constitution, 120. Generally, a constitution of 30 to 100 is classified as white, 100 to 200 is green, and 200 to 500 is blue. However, formidable skills can compensate for a weak constitution. Though the psychic squirrel's physicality is frail, its abilities maintain its blue quality. Skills: transform into spirit mouse. Upon being hit by any hard control skill, except absolute suppression, it will immediately break free and transform into a spirit mouse for 30 seconds, during which it is invincible and immune to all attacks. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Spirit Mouse Shield creates a massive spirit mouse shield capable of withstanding attacks from creatures with up to 200 constitution for 10 minutes. Cooldown, 1 hour. Spirit Mouse Possession. The psychic squirrel can possess a friendly unit's head, granting them the spirit mouse state, rendering them immune to all attacks, while increasing their constitution by 30 points and tripling their health limit. Duration, 30 minutes. Cooldown, 10 hours. As Shen Ping surveyed this auxiliary train attendant, the psychic squirrel, he initially felt it was somewhat mediocre. After all, a creature with a constitution of 200 held little significance against the firepower of two individuals armed with a shotgun and a Desert Eagle. Skill 1 is self-preservation, and Skill 2 is a shield, which proves to be of little use for the two individuals. However, before long, Shen Ping's attention was drawn to Skill 3, a tripling of health points. His eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld this revelation. Hey, Shen Ping, does this mean that with this little mouse you can indeed? While consuming the purple mist grape, I could barely unleash the Thunder Chillin skill once, but it would undoubtedly leave me exhausted. Yet now, the situation has transformed. With the purple mist grape and the capabilities of this little mouse, I can execute this skill flawlessly and even twice without issue. Shen Ping's expression conveyed his excitement. This little mouse is remarkable. Moreover, any stamina you lose, I can replenish. With both me and the little mouse supporting you, for that half hour, you shall be invincible. Luo Qiuxue giggled, covering her mouth. Observing her two masters extolling its virtues, the psychic squirrel proudly lifted its small head, placing its paws on its hips, exuding an expression that seemed to challenge their earlier dismissal. The little mouse is the best, isn't it? Luo Qiuxue bent down, gently stroking the psychic squirrel's tiny head. Chapter 34. The current state of Lin Yun. Witnessing the rapid change in Luo Qiuxue's expression, the psychic squirrel displayed a fleeting glimmer of human disdain in its eyes. Shen Ping stroked his chin thoughtfully, remarking that the small creature's abilities bore an uncanny resemblance to a certain four-character game's singular hero. The duo had affectionately named the psychic squirrel Little Mouse for the sake of convenience, while the iron sprite was referred to as Little Iron. By the way, Shen Ping, should we use the exquisite pet pill on Little Mouse? Luo Qiuxue inquired. The exquisite pet pill possessed the extraordinary ability to elevate a pet's rank significantly. After a moment's contemplation, Shen Ping decided it would be prudent to reserve it for a more critical juncture. To put it plainly, Little Mouse's abilities leaned toward support, and the capacity to enable Shen Ping to wield purple tier skills was already impressive. Subsequently, Shen Ping accessed the train shop to claim the train coins awarded for his exploration of Yangli village the previous day. Player Shen Ping has achieved a comprehensive score of 90 points, out of a maximum of 100 points, based on resources acquired, plundered, and monsters, animals, and players defeated yesterday. As a reward, player Shen Ping receives 90 train coins. Due to his elimination of 3 iron puppets, along with the assistance of numerous villagers in transporting goods and crops, Yangli village's score naturally surpassed that of the giant's farm by 2 points. Shen Ping felt a surge of anticipation regarding the score and train coins he would earn tomorrow, especially after vanquishing so many zombies today. Although the daily train coins received were not as substantial as those gained from opening a high-quality treasure chest, their stability was commendable, and the amount increased steadily with each exploration. Just then, Lu Ting sent Shen Ping a private message. "Hey, Pingu, did you and Xiaoxue kill a green-quality monster today? Was that green-quality monster truly taken down by Xiaoxue?" Upon reading Lu Ting's message, Shen Ping realized that he had been the first to slay a white-quality monster last time, while the honor of defeating a green-quality monster now belonged to Luo Xiaoxue. He surmised that the chat channel must have been abuzz with excitement by now. Shen Ping opened the chat channel, and Luo Xiaoxue curiously leaned in to read along. How exactly did Shen Ping's teammate, Luo Xiaoxue, manage to do that? I wouldn't even dare venture out with white-quality monsters lurking around. Yet the illustrious Luo actually defeated a green-quality monster? It's simply unbelievable. Now I understand why Shen Ping is faring so well. It's entirely due to his teammate carrying him. So envious. If only I could partner with Luo Xiaoxue. Seeing the conversation unfold in the chat, Shen Ping couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity. However, Luo Xiaoxue was unable to tolerate their disparagement of Shen Ping. She quickly sent a message, stating, "Please refrain from speaking ill of my boyfriend. Everything we have now is thanks to Shen Ping. I merely benefited from his efforts." Indeed, that was the truth. Had it not been for Shen Ping's critical strike against the Desert Eagle, how could Luo Xiaoxue have so effortlessly defeated the Lickers? Wait, so you're saying that all of this was indeed brought about by Shen Ping? Aja, I find that hard to believe. Esteemed Shen Ping, is this the reason you refrained from purchasing my socks and undergarments? It appears you have embarked on a romantic relationship. Woe is me. Shen Xiaohua, fear not, dear lady. I shall make a purchase. Observing the conversation veering into peculiar territory, Shen Ping shook his head in exasperation and exited the chat channel. The affluent heir who had previously provoked Shen Ping was faring decently. Inside Lin Yun's train compartment, in addition to Lin Yun and his girlfriend, Lu Xiaoyan, there were 3 others, classmates Li Tian and his girlfriend, Su Xiaohe, along with a male professor of English. They had encountered one another at a busy station, and upon witnessing Lin Yun's remarkable talent, they sought to associate with him. However, upon noticing the ease with which Shen Ping and Luo Xiaoxue seemed to be living through the chat channel, Lin Yun began to feel a sense of discomfort. Comparison among individuals can be quite vexing. Li Tian spoke slowly. In my opinion, Brother Yun, all we encounter are individuals from Jiangqing. Perhaps we should plan to meet Shen Ping and Luo Xiaoxue one day, seize their resources, eliminate Shen Ping, and then naturally, Luo Xiaoxue would be yours. Observing Lin Yun's reluctant expression, Li Tian proposed. Lin Yun shook his head, stating, "No, that is unfeasible. At present, I can barely contend with white-quality monsters, while green-quality ones are entirely beyond my capability. Should I confront Shen Ping, I would undoubtedly be defeated." Although Lin Yun harbored ill intentions, he was not foolish. He needed to contemplate how to evade Shen Ping should they cross paths at a crowded station. Currently, Lin Yun possessed a physique of 40 points. He had acquired an item that enhanced his physique at one station, and due to his talent, he received a double boost to his physique, which accounted for its rapid increase. The English teacher, Yin Feiping, remarked, rather than focusing on contending with them, it would be wiser to consider how to survive. As the train continued its journey, the number of passengers increased, leading to an even greater scarcity of food and water resources. Lin Yun cast a glance at his girlfriend, Lu Xiaoyan. It was uncertain whether his dissatisfaction stemmed from her consuming without contributing over the past few days, or if it was simply an irritation with her presence. He slowly declared, "I hereby announce that, henceforth, female players shall receive only half of the food. Does anyone object?" This. Li Tian expressed confusion. He had just brought his girlfriend aboard, only to be met with such an announcement. What would Su Xiao think? Moreover, did Lin Yun not have a girlfriend himself? Yin Feiping shrugged. "I have no objections. In my view, even reducing female players' food and water by 2/3 would pose no issue. Given their physical structure, women require less sustenance and exert less effort. In these extraordinary times, enforcing absolute egalitarianism is impractical. Those who contribute the most should receive the most resources, distributed according to labor." Li Tian, what about you? Of course, you may share your own food and water with your girlfriend. That is beyond my purview. Otherwise, should you refuse to adhere to the rules, you will have to relinquish your train corps and disembark. Lin Yun stated. After the merger, one's own train would transform into the core of the train along with a plethora of resources allocated to another train leader. Presently, Lin Yun possesses at least 2 train corps, one belonging to Li Tian and the other to Yin Feiping. However, despite this assertion, the return of these assets is utterly implausible. Once something is in Lin Yun's possession, the notion of returning it is laughable. Even if Li Tian is reluctant, he finds himself powerless, as he originally came seeking support. Lu Xiaoyan was taken aback and turned to Lin Yun, asking, "What about me?" Lin Yun replied, "Coolly you? You're also a woman. Food and water supplies will be halved. Is there an issue with that?" Stunned by Lin Yun's demeanor and the prospect of having her already limited food supply reduced further, she could hardly believe it, nor would she accept such a reality. "How would you treat me this way?" "Why not? Just endure a bit. The new rule is established. Women shall eat less unless they contribute significantly. As my girlfriend, you naturally must lead by example in adhering to this rule." Although Lu Xiaoyan felt unwilling, she found herself with no choice but to acquiesce. Chapter 35. The Sixth Platform. Spider Cave. Shen Ping was oblivious to the events unfolding on Lin Yun's side. Regardless, he had already blacklisted that troublesome couple, leaving any potential encounters uncertain. There was no point in dwelling on it. He perused other chat channels, discovering a unanimous lament over Luo Qiuxue. Naturally, some players began to compare the prowess of Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue. At that moment, a particularly astute player interjected, proclaiming that Luo Qiuxue had vanquished green-quality monsters, whereas Shen Ping had only defeated white-quality ones. Thus, it was evident that Luo Qiuxue surpassed Shen Ping in skill. Consequently, the discussion shifted to the merits of each player. Soon after, the two seized the opportunity to continue selling food and water sources, exchanging them for materials required to upgrade the train. By around 11 in the evening, they had finally gathered enough resources. Shen Ping then procured a train upgrade card, elevating the train to level 8. Their goal was to enhance the train's development as much as possible each day. With a resounding rumble, a new train carriage materialized. Enhanced train, level 8. Train Master, Shen Ping. Train members, 4, Shen Ping, Luo Qiuxue, Iron Sprite, Psychic Squirrel. Upgrade requirements: wood 7,500, plastic 7,500, refined iron 7,000, steel 3,000, train upgrade cards 5. Stop time 7. 5 hours, can choose to depart early after 5 hours. Train currency 856. Number of carriages 7. Special abilities: reduced consumption, station foreknowledge, station selection. Reduced consumption: the resources required for upgrading the train are permanently halved. Station foreknowledge: information about each station can be foreseen. Station selection: provides 3 stations for selection. Initially, their train currency was quite limited due to the modifications made to 2 agricultural carriages and the purchase of the upgrade card. However, after a frenzied trading session in the market, they had acquired several treasure chests, which significantly boosted their train currency. Additionally, the train currency earned from yesterday's evaluations had brought their total back up to over 800. The moment they upgraded the train, Shen Ping eagerly checked the train shop for new items. Livestock carriage: a specialized carriage for raising poultry and animals. capable of automatically providing water troughs and food troughs daily, requires prior preparation. Each preparation can provide 1 ton of water and 1 ton of food. The ground can recycle animal waste, using chemical energy to convert it into plant nutrient solution. Maximum storage of 1 ton of plant nutrient solution. This nutrient solution can reduce the growth cycle of crops. To his astonishment, a new carriage had appeared, one that could synergize with the agricultural carriages. Without hesitation, Shen Ping spent 500 train currency to acquire it. Although he was now left penniless, he was confident in his ability to earn back the funds by critiquing food and water sources, selling them for treasure chests. He designated the livestock carriage as the 6th carriage, with the 4th and 5th carriages currently serving as agricultural ones. Shen Ping enlisted the help of Xiao Tai and Xiao Shu to transfer a group of kuan, ducks, and geese from the 4th carriage to the 6th. As for the iron puppet, it was best to let it remain comfortably sprawled in the carriage. Although Xiao Shu was diminutive in stature, being a blue-tier attendant endowed with remarkable physical strength, it was effortless for him to lift several chickens or ducks. Once the animals were safely delivered to the 6th carriage, Shen Ping struck a critical success in 3 areas. Critical hit successful. Animal food slot, infinite food slot. Infinite food slot. Every day, 10 pounds of premium feed materialize out of thin air, suitable for all creatures and rich in various vitamins. When the animals in the livestock carriage finish consuming the premium feed, another 10 pounds will appear. Infinite water tank. Every day, 10 liters of water appear from nowhere, suitable for all beings. When the animals in the livestock carriage drink the water, it will regenerate spontaneously. After glancing at the results of the first 2 critical hits, which were rather standard, Shen Ping contemplated whether there was any commercial value, such as selling premium feed. After some reflection, he dismissed the idea. The feed could only generate 10 pounds at a time, which was inefficient compared to the potential gains from a critical hit on rice. As for the nutrient liquid conversion machine, its efficiency had doubled, and the effects of the nutrient liquid had also increased correspondingly. Having concluded all these tasks, Luo Qiushua wiped the sweat from her forehead and called out, "Shen Ping, it's getting late. We should retire early tonight." "All right." There's a news station to attend to in the morning. The 2 of them took turns bathing and then climbed into bed, facing each other. For some inexplicable reason, the atmosphere grew slightly awkward, reminiscent of a newly minted couple in a single-room hotel. Inhaling the faint fragrance emanating from Luo Qiushua, Shen Ping found himself inexplicably flustered. "Oomph. Xiao Pingzi, I know what you're thinking." Luo Qiushua suddenly leaned closer, slightly bowing her body. "Are you imagining something naughty?" Shen Ping. The suppressed urge erupted anew. He embraced Luo Qiushua tightly, eliciting a soft murmur from her as she gazed up at him with eager eyes. Whether intentional or not, Luo Qiushua looked at him with doe-like, glistening eyes, tinged with a hint of grievance. "Then will you do something naughty with me?" Shen Ping leaned towards Luo Qiushua's ear, whispering gently. Feeling the warm breath of her beloved near her earlobe, Luo Qiushua's breath quickened. She turned her head slightly, shyly murmuring in a voice as soft as a whisper, just don't be too naughty." Having received the school beauty's permission, Shen Ping pulled Luo Qiushua into his embrace and fervently kissed her cherry lips. Perhaps taken aback by Shen Ping's fervent response, Luo Qiushua's delicate brows furrowed, her small hands instinctively resting on his chest. However, being inherently modest, her feeble resistance proved utterly ineffective. Instead, she inadvertently compressed her own rounded fullness. Shen Ping tightly embraced Luo Qiushua's waist. Under deliberate guidance, Luo Qiushua raised her head high, revealing a swan-like neck, her body continuously arching backward. Ultimately, Shen Ping merely teased Luo Qiushua a little. Perhaps it was the comfort in knowing Shen Ping would not overstep, or perhaps it did not matter if he did. The latter soon succumbed to slumber amidst the enjoyment. This left Shen Ping in a bit of a predicament. Well, it would have to suffice for now. After all, he too was weary. Today's venture into the terrifying biochemical laboratory had drained considerable energy. The 2 gradually drifted into sleep, enveloped in each other's breaths. At dawn, The train's announcement echoed nearby. Platform 1, Silent City, multiplayer station, a terrifying town imbued with the power of silence, where beings infected by this force roam endlessly. A tall man with gray hair awaits at the heart of the town for those fated to arrive. Resources available: Dark Core, Silent Potion, Silent Armor, Silent Greatsword, Path to Immortality, among others. Danger level: certain death. Platform 2, Serpent Marsh, multiplayer station, a swamp teeming with serpents, whose sole purpose is to devour players who enter this murky domain. Resources available: serpent meat, black iron treasure chest, green Polonia treasure chest. Danger level: low. Platform 3, Spider Cave, multiplayer station, a vast cavern rich in resources, yet harboring some monsters lurking in the shadows. Resources available: iron ore, stone ore, various minerals, train upgrade cards, silver treasure chest. Danger level: very low. Upon awakening, Shen Ping resolved to choose between platforms 2 and 3, engaging in discussion with Luo Qiuxue for some time. Ultimately, he opted for platform 3. Iron ore, train upgrade cards, and silver treasure chests were all exceedingly valuable to him, and the danger level was minimal. Undoubtedly, for Shen Ping at this moment, it was akin to a child's play. Simultaneously, he kept a keen eye on the station. He had not anticipated acquiring a purple quality skill, making platform 1 a guaranteed death trap. Wait a moment, Shen Ping. Was T platform 1 a singular station? I recall it being so before. How has it transformed into a multiplayer station? Luo Qiuxue inquired curiously. I'm not sure, and the description has changed as well. Shen Ping suddenly recollected the biochemical doctor from earlier. He remarked, do you think it's possible that the Silent City underwent some changes yesterday? Otherwise, why would the descriptions and station types have altered? It could be related to that gray-haired man, Luo Qiuxue responded. Soon the surrounding environment shifted, as the train traversed through the mountains and forests, followed by the appearance of the train. The thunderous sound was considerable. Shen Ping counted, for trains were heading toward a great mountain, while his own train comprised 7 carriages. Others possess merely 1 or 2 secondary trains, along with a single tertiary train. The developmental pace of Shen Ping is astonishingly rapid, surpassing all global competitors with remarkable ease. Seizing the opportunity before the train's arrival, Shen Ping promptly accessed the train marketplace, acquiring information regarding the train coins obtained from yesterday's exploration of the biochemical laboratory. Player Shen Ping received a comprehensive score of 95 points out of a possible 100, based on resources acquired in monsters, animals, and players vanquished during yesterday's endeavors. Consequently, player Shen Ping was awarded 95 train coins. He promptly claimed the 95 train coins. Chapter 36, The Spider Cave, Part 1. Meanwhile, within the adjacent train to Shen Ping's, 2 male players gazed in astonishment at Shen Ping's train. One, a robustly built player, exclaimed in disbelief, 1, 2, 3, 4, 7. 7 carriages? Another, slender in stature, murmured, 1 engine, 1 second-class carriage, 1 engine, 2 third-class carriages. Those 7 carriages? Could they possibly be of the 8th tier? Our train appears to be only 3rd tier. How on earth is this possible? The muscular player cautioned, his tone laced with gravity. Be careful, away. If they decide to make a move against us, we would stand no chance, he added slowly. Perhaps not, Longa. They're already so formidable. Would they truly attack us? Qindawei inquired with curiosity. Better to be cautious than complacent, Li Tianlong replied, his voice steady. Remember, if they attempt to seize our resources, we will resist with all our might, refusing to yield. Qindawei declared passionately. Resist? Nonsense. You foolish boy. Li Tianlong retorted, gently tapping Qindawei on the head. If they attempt to take our resources, we shall submit and lower our profile as much as possible. Understand? It was not only Li Tianlong and Qindawei who were aware of Shen Ping's extraordinarily long train. The other 2 trains also took note. 2 minutes later, the 4 trains halted beside a vast cavern, at least 5 or 6 meters in height and width, shrouded in darkness. The doors of the 4 trains opened almost simultaneously, and 8 players descended in sequence, exchanging silent glances. Apart from Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue, There were 4 males and 2 females. Observing the distances between them, Shen Ping noted that they had formed same-gender teams, 2 males together, 2 females together. Moreover, the 2 girls appeared to be students from Jiangxing University, belonging to a neighboring class rather than his own. Both Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue recognized them. In turn, the girls recognized Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue, particularly Luo Qiuxue. The campus Belle of Jiangxing University, known to almost 80% of the student body. Observing the situation, Shen Ping spoke gently. Everyone, our purpose here is to explore this station, so let us not delay and proceed with our exploration. Li Tianlong breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that the players descending were reasonable and did not immediately attack them. Quickly, he concurred, indeed, esteemed player, your words hold merit. Let us hasten inside. Excellent. Let us collaborate in our exploration. You are Shen Ping from the neighboring class, along with Luo Qiuxue? One of the female players hesitated before asking curiously. At this, the other 4 unfamiliar male players erupted in surprise, exchanging incredulous glances. Shen Ping, the player known worldwide, they exclaimed, and his companion, Luo Qiuxue, who has vanquished green-tier monsters. It is I who must declare that the dangers herein are not insignificant. I cannot guarantee your safety, so it would be prudent for you to remain aboard the train. Shen Ping cautioned. However, the 6 players were resolute in their decision to follow closely behind him. Furthermore, let it be known that resources shall be distributed according to merit. The player who vanquishes the most monsters shall reap the greatest rewards. Is this understood? Shen Ping continued. Absolutely. Esteemed Shen Ping, you need not worry. We are merely here to assist. Chen Daowei promptly replied. Upon realizing that it was the globally renowned Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue, the 2 female classmates were struck by a surge of ambition. If they could align themselves with Shen Ping and his companion, survival would surely be effortless. Moreover, as classmates, mutual assistance is expected, is it not? Seeing that the 6 remained undeterred, Shen Ping furrowed his brow slightly. The perceived simplicity of the spider cave was only applicable to himself and Luo Qiuxue. For these 6, the challenges would undoubtedly be formidable. Yet, if they were intent on courting danger, there was little he could do to dissuade them. He had said all that needed to be said. There was no need to further indulge in sentimentality. Soon, the 8 entered in succession, accompanied by Xiao Tai and Xiao Shu. Xiao Shu perched on Shen Ping's shoulder, his bean-sized eyes surveying the other players. Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue took the lead. Upon entering, they were greeted by the sight of colossal iron ore deposit. As they approached, the system announced, iron ore detected. Would you like to mine it? Note, a pickaxe-type tool is required to mine iron ore. A pickaxe? Shen Ping was momentarily taken aback. However, he quickly recalled that he had acquired 15 iron pickaxes within the village. These appeared to be the tools intended for mining. Subsequently, Shen Ping activated these pickaxes in his inventory, primarily to prevent others from witnessing their existence. Critical hit successful. Iron pickaxe, white quality, black gold pickaxe. The ordinary iron pickaxe, upon achieving a critical hit, transformed into a white quality black gold pickaxe, which was indeed quite useful. Once it had been upgraded, Shen Ping retrieved it and handed it to Luo Qiuxue. With the black gold pickaxes in hand, the 2 began to strike the iron ore. The remaining 6 exchanged glances. They could barely afford sustenance, let alone the means to purchase pickaxes. After only a few minutes of striking, the iron ore before them shattered, yielding a substantial quantity of iron ore. Acquired rough iron ore 125. Rough iron ore? It seemed that it would require smelting to transform it into refined iron. Shen Ping mused, placing it in his inventory. He then continued to lead Luo Qiuxue, Xiao Tai, and Xiao Shu deeper into the cave. Chen Daowei murmured, truly remarkable. He is not only capable of nurturing a pet, but can also produce any tool at will. The others remained silent, in tacit agreement with this sentiment. They sensed that this exploration might yield little reward. The darkness deepened as they ventured further inside. Shen Ping purchased a torch from the marketplace, and, after a critical hit, the torch transformed into a white-quality, exquisite torch that would burn for 3 full days without extinguishing. Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue grasped torches in their left hands and pickaxes in their right, shattering any or they encountered along their path. The remaining 6 could only watch with envy as Shen Ping amassed resources. At that moment, a cacophony of screeches echoed from the depths of the mine, heightening their vigilance. From inky darkness emerged a swarm of bats, their sharp, piercing cries filling the air as their wings sliced through it, creating a terrifying howl. Enemy attack! Shen Ping shouted, swiftly stowing away his pickaxe and replacing it with a gleaming desert eagle. The gun's sleek body reflected a chilling glimmer under the faint light. Without a moment to steady his breath, his fingers tightened around the trigger. Beside him, Luo Qiuxue moved with even greater swiftness, positioning her infinite shotgun firmly against her shoulder. The barrel, slightly elevated, aimed at the oncoming horde of bats. Her innate talent was particularly suited for wielding a shotgun, allowing her to shoot while simultaneously healing to restore her stamina. At that moment, the shotgun seemed to pulsate with life in her grip, rising and falling gently with her breath, poised for action. Bang, bang, bang. The crisp, rapid shots of the Desert Eagle rang out as Shen Ping meticulously tore through the ranks of bats, each bullet finding its mark, causing the struck bats to plummet like shadows, their foul blood splattering upon the ground. His arms remained as steady as a rock, his gaze darting swiftly among the swarm, the gunfire never relenting. Just as Luo Qiuxue squeezed the trigger, her shotgun unleashed a blinding tongue of flame. With a thunderous roar, countless pellets rained down like a torrential downpour. The first wave of bats, unable to emit a cry, was obliterated in a crimson mist amidst the dense barrage. Fragments of wings cascaded to the ground like fallen black butterflies. With Luo Qiuxue's relentless firing, a breach was forcibly created in the overwhelming assault, the fallen bat corpses accumulating at their feet. Yet, more bats surged forth like a tide from every direction, their eyes glimmering with an eerie green light in the darkness. The 6 observers gazed in disbelief at the spectacle. This was a gun, a Desert Eagle, and a fearsome shotgun. Where on earth had they acquired such weaponry? Suddenly, a few bats that had evaded capture emitted sharp cries, abruptly altering their course and lunging towards the other players, who were caught off guard. Before they could fully comprehend Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue's prowess, a piercing scream erupted. One female student had her arm slashed by a bat's claw, blood instantly staining her sleeve, plunging the scene into chaos. "Help, help me!" she screamed desperately. "Xiao Shu, Xiao Tai," Shen Ping called out. Xiao Shu immediately joined the fray, dispatching bats with ease, each blow sufficient to fell a creature due to its formidable strength. Xiao Tai summoned 3 advanced iron puppets. The previous trio had long since vanished due to cooldowns. The massive iron puppets relentlessly crushed bat after bat. After 5 minutes, this wave of bats was finally vanquished by Shen Ping and his companions. The other 6 players had sustained varying degrees of injuries. One female player in particular bore numerous, ghastly wounds from bat bites, a truly pitiable sight. It had been advised for them to remain on the train. Shen Ping's expression remained unchanged. The challenges of this cavern were not to be underestimated. "Let's proceed." Chen Dawei, feeling helpless, decided that rather than remain a burden to Shen Ping, it would be wiser to return to the train for rest. Soon, the 4 male players departed. The other 2 female players, one of whom was severely injured and unable to move, could only depart slowly. Sighing, Luo Qiuxue, after seeking Shen Ping's consent, gently touched the injured player's wounds. In no time, the wounds began to scab over. Luo Qiuxue utilized only a modicum of her innate powers, careful not to overexert herself to avoid drawing undue attention. The 2 female players cast a grateful glance at Luo Qiuxue. "Qiuxue, we shall never forget your immense kindness. Please return to the train. There is no need for further expressions of gratitude," Luo Qiuxue replied, waving her hand dismissively. However, the now-healed female player retrieved a piece of parchment from her pocket. "I believe this might be of use to you." Luo Qiuxue, intrigued, accepted it. Chapter 37. The Spider Cave, Part 2. Blueprint for Psychic Battle Armor. Quality, green. Synthesis requirements. Refined Iron 100, Psychic Stone 100. Capable of withstanding attacks from ethereal entities. This Psychic Stone seems to be a rare find, as it is not available in the trading market. I surmise it is an exceedingly difficult resource to procure, which is why I thought to offer this blueprint to you as compensation. Well then, thank you very much. Casting a glance at the two female classmates, Luo Qiushue accepted it. Could we perhaps add each other as friends? Inquired the female player. After a brief private conversation with Shen Ping, Luo Qiushue decided to accept the request, as the blueprint was indeed impressive, and having an additional friend would not be a burden. Before long, they retraced their steps, intending to depart. Lily, are we really giving this blueprint away, just like that? Asked the other female player, who was carrying the injured girl. This blueprint is of no use to us. The resources it requires are unattainable. It is better to hand it over casually. Besides, having the friendship of two formidable players like Shen Ping and Luo Qiushue seems like a worthwhile exchange. That is true. Very well, since it was your idea. I just have this feeling that it would be even better if they could take us in. Let's drop that thought. Did you not notice? The difficulty of this platform is quite steep, clearly matched to the player's abilities. If we were to accompany them, we would undoubtedly face numerous perilous platforms in the future. Moreover, they appear to be a couple, and they would likely not welcome any disruption to their intimate world. So let us abandon the idea of seeking their shelter. The two female players exchanged thoughts before swiftly exiting and returning to their own train. Meanwhile, Shen Ping continued exploring with Luo Qiushue. Those two female classmates seemed quite grateful. This blueprint is no trivial matter, as it can withstand attacks from ethereal beings, Shen Ping mused. However, gathering the necessary resources will be quite challenging. We have yet to even encounter that Psychic Stone. Now we have yet another elusive resource to contend with. Various elemental cores and this Psychic Stone are indeed rare finds. Subsequently, the duo continued their exploration of the mine, utilizing iron picks to extract iron ore, accumulating numerous chunks of raw iron. After approximately 10 minutes, the psychic squirrel perched on Shen Ping's shoulder suddenly emitted a sound, seemingly warning them of impending danger. The two of them exchanged serious glances, and, in an instant, several red, circular glows appeared. Upon illuminating them with a torch, they discovered several enormous spiders. As this was a spider cave, the prowess of the spiders could not be underestimated. These spiders likely possessed white quality strength. Defeating a creature allows one to acquire its data in the bestiary. The bats encountered earlier, as well as the biochemical beings and advanced biochemical beings, were similar in this regard. Shen Ping, having amassed several entries in his bestiary, estimated that the spiders before them were likely of white quality strength. Perhaps they pose a significant threat to ordinary players, but for Shen Ping and his companion, they were merely a group of weaklings. Shen Ping declared, "Little mouse, I leave them to you." The little mouse let out a loud squeak, then began to hop about in a rather comical manner. However, when the swarm of spiders attacked, they couldn't even touch it. Squeak! The mouse swiftly slapped the nearest spider, instantly causing it to perish, its round belly flattened. Truly a testament to its blue quality. Even as a support character, its power was formidable. Shen Ping praised the mouse as it continued to dispatch the spiders one by one, while he leisurely collected the resources left behind on the ground. Acquired white quality, spider meat 15. Acquired white quality, spider silk 15. Each item yielded a critical hit. High-grade spider meat. Quality, green. Consumption increases constitution by 1 point. Up to 3 times. Seeing that the critical hit on the spider meat could indeed enhance his constitution, Shen Ping excitedly crit the remaining spider meat. As for the spider silk, critical hit successful. White quality, spider silk, green quality, spider web. The spider silk transformed into a spider web. Spider web, variety, green. Trap type item. Can be deployed in a location. Any prey that contacts the web will be firmly ensnared. However, it remained unclear whether the white quality spider silk had any other uses. Therefore, Shen Ping refrained from critting all of it, opting instead to transform half into spider webs while retaining the other half. The spider web, held in his hand, appeared as a small orb of light to prevent it from sticking to his hands. Yet, when thrown, the orb would vanish. transforming into a large spider web that enveloped its prey. Once the mouse had dealt with all the spiders, Shen Ping pressed onward. Next, upon encountering iron ore, he would use the black gold pickaxe to mine. When faced with bats and spiders, he would draw his gun. The mouse assisted in dealing with them. If fatigue set in, he would take a moment to rest and enjoy a massage from Luo Qiushue's delicate hands. Meanwhile, outside the cave, aboard train, a serious conversation unfolded. "Brother, have you thought this through?" That's the train of the world's top player, Shen Ping, and Luo Qiushue. Lin Xiaohu exclaimed gravely. He and Lin Dahu were brothers and part of this group of players. Lin Dahu replied earnestly, without entering the tiger's den. "How can one catch the tiger cub? I just surveyed the area outside. Their train contains numerous resources. And do you know? There are even live chickens and ducks. Can you imagine? They frequently sell all manner of supplies, food, and water in the trading market. If we could seize all the resources on that train." As Lin Dahu spoke, his tone grew increasingly urgent. Lin Xiaohu felt the same excitement. Just the thought of having an endless supply of food, water, and various resources was tantalizing. Yet he remained rational, saying, "Brother, I think it's not feasible right now. They could return at any moment. Instead, we should wait until the last 10 minutes before they leave. We can use tools to break their windows, and then. Their train is of a much higher level. It will definitely remain longer than ours. All right, let us do it." The two individuals unanimously decided to take action in just over 2 hours, gathering as many supplies as possible. After all, the vehicle was laden with resources they could never consume. At that moment, Shen Ping and Luo Qiushue remained oblivious to the fact that their train was under surveillance. After a little over 2 hours, they had amassed a considerable amount of supplies, including over 1,000 units of crude iron ore and several hundred pieces of spider meat and silk. However, at that precise moment, Luo Qiushue received a private message. "Lu Qing, Sister Qiushue, 2 players are eyeing the resources inside your train. I suspect they harbor malicious intentions." The message came from Lu Qing, a recently injured female player. "Lu Qing, video, 2 videos appeared, and Luo Qiushue clicked on them. The footage revealed the 2 male players loitering around their train, seemingly searching for an opportune angle, wielding a hammer. When they faced the bats earlier, they had not even produced the hammer and had instead cowered at the back. Seeing this, Shen Ping's anger surged. These players were courting death. "What should we do, Shen Ping? Should we return early?" Luo Qiushue inquired, her brows furrowed in anger. It was only natural for her to feel this way. These resources belonged to her and Shen Ping. "It is my fault for not having the iron golem guard the train. I should have sent one back with us." Shen Ping's expression darkened with rage. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to head back first. Mining and battling had consumed a considerable amount of time. The round trip didn't take long. They must not allow these two to escape. The other player's train was of the second level, with only 4.5 hours of stay time. If they fled, it would infuriate Shen Ping. Such individuals had to be dealt with personally. Otherwise, he would find it impossible to sleep at night. "All right, let us go." 20 minutes later, Shen Ping and Luo Qiushue sprinted towards the cave entrance, closely followed by Xiao Shu and Xiao Tai. Just then, an alert sounded in their ears. "Player Shen Ping, your train's window is under attack. Please take caution. Only 5th-level trains receive such alerts." "Player Luo Qiushue, your train." The two exchanged glances, witnessing the fury reflected in each other's eyes. They truly dared to act. Meanwhile, Lu Qing continued to send alerts to them. On the train, Chen Dawei and Li Tianlong, along with 2 female players, observed Lin Dahu and Lin Xiaohu relentlessly hammering on the 3rd carriage of Shen Ping and Luo Qiushue's train. Chen Dawei shouted, "Are you 2 insane? How dare you attempt to steal from the esteemed Shen Ping? He is not present now, and in about 10 minutes, I will depart. Once we return, who knows what will happen? You 3 are forbidden from warning them. Understand? Otherwise, I will smash your windows." Li Tianlong shook his head, pulling Chen Dawei along. "Let us go back inside the train. They have no weapons and are powerless to intervene." The crux of the matter lies in his fear that Shen Ping and Luo Qiushue might return first, leading to a misunderstanding that would spell disaster. These two individuals are exceedingly despicable and are undoubtedly destined to face retribution, murmured Chen Dawei. Lin Do, known for his fiery temper, overheard Chen Dawei's grumbling and bellowed, "Dare to utter another word, and I shall shatter your skull. Let us be off," urged Li Tianlong as he escorted Chen Dawei back to the train. "And you, two delicate creatures, are you still watching?" Lin Da shouted at Lu Qing. Startled, Lu Qing recoiled momentarily but quickly retorted, "Your actions will lead to dire consequences." In a fit of rage, Lin Dahu advanced towards her, brandishing a hammer with intent to strike. "Brother Dahu, do not squander your time," Lin Xiaohu swiftly intervened, preventing Lin Dahu from proceeding. The pair resumed their efforts to smash Shen Ping's car window. However, before they could succeed, a chilling voice echoed from behind them. "What do you intend to do to my train?" Despite the voice's serene demeanor, Lin Dahu and Lin Xiaohu felt as though they had plunged into an icy abyss. Chapter 38, The Spider Cave, Part 2. Lin Dahu and Lin Xiaohu turned around mechanically, their eyes falling upon Shen Ping, Luo Qiushue, the Iron Spirit, and the squirrel perched upon Shen Ping's shoulder, accompanied by the three iron puppets that followed them. In an instant, their minds were engulfed in turmoil. Lin Xiaohu, in particular, was overwhelmed with terror, collapsing onto the ground. Shen Ping, how have you returned?" Lin Dahu gasped in disbelief. "You shattered my car window and attempted to thieve my belongings. Am I not entitled to return and thwart your plans?" Shen Ping replied coldly, a flicker of murderous intent glimmering in his eyes. Shen Ping, I was wrong. Please grant me another chance. I swear I shall not dare again. Just give my brother and I one more opportunity. We merely sought to pilfer a trifle. Our crime does not warrant death." Shen Ping cast a glance at Luo Qiushue, curious as to how she would respond to the situation. After a moment's hesitation, a chilling glint flickered in her eyes. This is no longer a society governed by laws as it was before a crossing. It is a realm where the strong prey upon the weak. Should we allow these two thieves to escape, we may encounter them again, and they could continue their misdeeds. They may even seek retribution against us. Eliminate them. If we let them go, more will follow in their footsteps. Besides, they had even contemplated attacking Lu Qing and others. We must eradicate the root of this problem. Just moments ago, Lu Qing had conveyed all pertinent information to Luo Qiushue through private messages. Shen Ping nodded in satisfaction. Luo Qiushue was adapting to this world of trains far better than he had anticipated. As they had just crossed over, the emergence of covert theft was troubling. Should time pass, they would inevitably witness players turning against one another. Yet it appeared that Luo Qiushue was no naive saint. Her act of healing the injured classmate from the adjacent group stemmed from kindness. But she showed no mercy toward players who vandalized their train or sought to steal their resources. It was this resolute side of Luo Qiushue that made her truly exceptional. Shen Ping withdrew his Desert Eagle and aimed it at Lin Dahu. Though Lin Dahu was gripped by fear, he soon steeled himself, realizing Shen Ping would not relent. He brandished a hammer, preparing to strike Shen Ping. With swift reflexes, Shen Ping pulled the trigger. Within 5 meters, the gun was both rapid and precise. In no time, a bullet shattered Lin Dahu's skull. Luo Qiushue, wielding a shotgun, dispatched Lin Xiaohu with a single shot, her movements devoid of hesitation. "You have eliminated player Lin Dao. You have acquired resources from his backpack, bread 3, wood 5. This scene left Lu Qing and her companion dumbfounded. They had not anticipated that the esteemed Luo Qiushue would be so decisive. "I thought they would spare these two. I never expected them to be executed. They got what they deserved. Those two brothers were about to turn on us. They're truly vile." Chattering excitedly, the two reflected on the event. Soon, their exploration time came to an end, and the train began to move. Lu Qing leaned out of the train window and waved at Luo Qiushue, who soon vanished from sight. Meanwhile, Shen Ping approached Lin Da's train, shot out the window, and leaped inside, only to find that the interior held little in the way of resources. With no other option, Shen Ping could only dismantle Lin Da's train. Dismantling successful. Acquired wood 100, acquired plastic 100, acquired fine iron 100, acquired train core 1. The resources obtained were meager, accompanied by a single train core. As for Chen Daowei and Li Tianlong's train, being ranked at level 3, they still had a full half-hour before departure. Shen Ping remained vigilant, assigning a high-level iron puppet to guard the train. He then continued to explore with Luo, Qiushua, Little Mouse, Little Iron, and 2 high-level iron puppets. Half an hour later, Chen Daowei and Li Tianlong were too apprehensive to step outside their train. They were not foolish enough to do so. Their train soon departed, while Shen Ping and his companions arrived at the very core of the spider cave. This place was abundant with countless iron ores, but at that moment a massive spider, 3 meters wide and 2 meters high, suddenly appeared before them, detected the emergence of a boss-level monster. Boss-level monster, the most formidable creature of this quality, possessing abilities comparable to the next tier, and defeating a boss-level monster will surely yield a treasure chest. Below is the boss information. Cave Giant Spider, quality, green, boss level, health, 163. Skills, Spider Silk. Excretes a multitude of silk to form a web that controls enemies and inflicts damage. Summon small spiders. After a 3-second chant, it suddenly gives birth to 5 green quality small spiders to assist in battle. Spider Roar. Lets out a roar, causing widespread damage. A green quality boss? It was time to employ the newly acquired skill. Until now, it had remained unused. A flicker of excitement danced in Shen Ping's eyes. Womans, you are so arrogant, even at the brink of death. The giant spider suddenly spoke, its gaze contemptuous as it fixed on Shen Ping and Luo Qiushua. Observing Shen Ping's intention to use a skill, Luo Qiushua swiftly sheathed her shotgun, fearing that as a blue-grade weapon, it might obliterate the giant spider instantly. After all, no matter how much of a boss it was still merely a green-quality creature. Are you not going to resist? A glint of mockery flashed in the spider's eyes as it noted Luo Qiushua's action of putting away her shotgun. No, it's because I fear accidentally killing you. Luo Qiushua replied, shaking her head honestly. A clever little girl, then I shall. Yet, it soon noticed a squirrel had unexpectedly perched atop Shen Ping's head. At this moment, Little Mouse was in its ethereal state, having tripled Shen Ping's health limit. With Little Mouse's possession, Shen Ping felt invigorated, brimming with strength. Thunder Kirin. He murmured, and as his words fell, a dazzling cluster of purple lightning erupted from his palm, dancing like a living entity at his fingertips. Crackle, pop, crackle. The air was filled with a cacophony of crackling explosions, as the purple lightning seemed to possess a life of its own, swiftly coursing up his arm and coalescing. In the blink of an eye, a majestic phantom of a Qilin materialized before Shen Ping. Its entire body was adorned with scales woven from intertwining bolts of purple electricity, and within its gaping maw, one could observe slender electric serpents darting about. With the emergence of the Qilin's ethereal form, the surrounding atmosphere appeared to be ionized, resonating with a low, buzzing tremor. The giant spider, in a state of terror, exclaimed, "Human, what power is this?" Yet, awaiting her was the fearsome Thunder Qilin. In an instant, the purple Thunder Qilin tore the giant spider's form asunder. As a boss-level creature, it was effortlessly vanquished by Shen Ping. Acquired Silver Treasure, Chest 1. Acquired Giant Spider Bloodline Potion 1. Giant Spider Bloodline Potion. Consuming it grants the Giant Spider Bloodline, transforming the user into a giant spider, with a 50% chance of instant death. Acquired Giant Spider Meat 100. Acquired Giant Spider Silk 100. Listening to the notifications echoing in his ears, a glimmer of delight flashed in Shen Ping's eyes. This haul was truly substantial. Chapter 39. Exploring physical strength values, however, the moment Shen Ping unleashed the Thunder Kirin, he felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. Nevertheless, he was still capable of casting the attack at least 2 more times, meaning he could execute it thrice in total. The Thunder Kirin had no cooldown period, yet consumed a significant amount of stamina, presenting both advantages and disadvantages. Fortunately, with the presence of a little mouse, he at least had the opportunity to perform the spell. Luo Qiushua, ever considerate, hurried to Shen Ping's side to administer healing, restoring his vitality. As his strength returned, Shen Ping proceeded to exploit his spoils. Acquired a golden treasure chest. Acquired green quality, high-grade spider meat. High-grade spider meat. Quality green. Grants a boost of 10 points to physique with a maximum of 2 consumptions. Acquired blue low quality spider web. Spider web. Quality blue low quality. Deploying the spider web can envelop a vast area with a diameter of at least 10 meters. Finally, there was the spider bloodline potion. Critical hit successful. Green quality, spider bloodline potion. Blue medium quality, blood scythe, spider bloodline potion. Blood scythe, spider bloodline potion. Quality, blue medium quality. Consuming it guarantees the acquisition of a blue quality monster, the blood scythe spider's bloodline. The spider bloodline was directly upgraded to a new spider's name through the critical hit. Shen Ping collected it with satisfaction. Though he and Luo Qiuxue would not use it, it did not mean it would not serve future crew members. As for the little mouse, it was entirely unnecessary to use it, as it was inherently support-oriented. Administering the blood scythe spider's bloodline potion could lead to undesirable side effects. After approximately 5 minutes, Shen Ping's stamina was fully restored, and he felt remarkably invigorated. Let us return to the train. Shen Ping, I want a hug. Luo Qiuxue nestled affectionately against him. Shen Ping instinctively gathered the beloved girl into his arms, lifting her in a princess carry as they prepared to head back. Luo Qiuxue playfully leaned in and pecked him on the cheek. Upon their return to the train, he finally set her down. This time, the haul was substantial. He had gathered nearly 2,000 pieces of rough iron ore, though he had yet to devise a method for smelting it. He ventured to the trading market and purchased a furnace, delivering a critical hit to it. Ordinary furnace, green quality, golden furnace. How astonishing that an ordinary furnace, which barely qualified as white quality, transformed into one of green quality. Shen Ping felt remarkably fortunate. The upgraded golden furnace gleamed with a resplendent golden hue. In the time before his journey, purchasing such a furnace could have easily bought him several houses. Yet, Shen Ping's focus was solely on the special effects of the golden furnace and what made it worthy of its green quality. Golden furnace, quality, green. Each time the golden furnace is used, it produces a piece of gold. Before smelting, Shen Ping delivered a powerful blow to the raw iron ore, for it was an unprocessed product. Following the strike, the quantity of the ore surged, akin to the ordinary fruits harvested from the fields. Only through processing, transforming it into snacks or refined iron bars, for instance, or possessing intrinsic qualities of rarity, like colossal fruits, could one achieve a qualitative enhancement post-strike. A single piece of raw iron ore could yield anywhere from 5 to 10 pieces, with the results being random, yet confined within a specific range. After 2 hours, Shen Ping successfully struck all the raw iron ore, acquiring approximately 10,000 pieces. He then placed the ore above the golden furnace, laying timber and fuel beneath. Soon, the furnace emitted a continuous hissing sound. After consuming 10 pieces of iron ore, it produced 1 refined iron. However, alongside the refined iron, a piece of gold also emerged. Out of curiosity, Shen Ping struck the gold. With the establishment of this golden furnace, he would no longer be in want of gold. Critical hit successful, gold black gold. This suddenly reminded Shen Ping of the black gold pickaxe he had obtained today. The efficiency of mining with the black gold was indeed impressive. Yet he pondered which was superior, black gold or platinum. Previously, after striking the golden treasure chest, a platinum treasure chest had emerged. He had thought that 10,000 pieces of iron ore were quite valuable, only to discover they were worth merely 1,000 pieces of refined iron. That's rather disappointing, Luo Qiuxue remarked, but compared to other players, 1,000 pieces of refined iron is certainly considerable, though not for us. Shen Ping responded. Next came the golden treasure chest. Shen Ping opened it. Obtained train coins, 180. Obtained green quality, golden jacket. Golden jacket, quality, green. Wearing it temporarily increases vitality by 20 points and can mitigate 50 of the damage from the enemy's first attack. Cooldown time, 2 hours. Shen Ping struck again. Black gold jacket, quality, blue low grade. Wearing it temporarily boosts vitality by 100 points and stamina by 20 points and can absorb 80 of the damage from the enemy's first attack. Cooldown time, 2 hours. After a brief discussion with Luo Qiuxue, they decided that Shen Ping should don the black gold jacket, reserving better equipment for her in the future. As for the hard armor, He could not wear it since a player could only don one upper garment, unless it were a special type of attire. Next, they turned to the two varieties of spider meat. The advanced spider meat, when consumed, could enhance vitality by 1 point, with a maximum of 3 pieces per individual. Shen Ping possessed several hundred and placed 6 pieces of advanced spider meat atop the furnace for roasting. The advanced giant spider meat raised vitality by 10 points per piece, with a maximum of 2 pieces. Thus, the two types of spider meat could elevate an individual's vitality by a maximum of 23 points. By the time both varieties of spider meat were finished roasting, it was already evening, perfect for dinner. Shen Ping extracted the roasted spider meat, and then Luo Qiuxue divided it evenly. Initially, Luo Qiuxue felt a sense of aversion, considering it was spider meat. However, upon tasting it, she discovered it to be tender and juicy, the meat rich and exceedingly savory. Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue swiftly consumed both types of spider meat. Shen Ping then proceeded to check his attributes panel. Player, Shen Ping. Teammate, Luo Qiuxue. Talent, S-Class Critical Hit Everything. Level, 8. Constitution, 5100 Black Gold Jacket. Stamina, 140-20. Skill, Thunder Kirin. Currently, Shen Ping's stamina had reached 140, and his constitution had risen to 50. As for Luo Qiuxue, her constitution was now at 43, and her stamina had also increased to 133. Could it be that an increase in constitution leads to a linear enhancement in stamina? This might indeed be a method for augmenting stamina. Next came the equipment. In addition to enhancing constitution, equipment could also boost stamina. However, Shen Ping found it rather perplexing that the skill description did not clearly state the total stamina consumption, merely expressing it in vague terms. This ambiguity applied to any item related to stamina. For instance, the Zixia grape only mentioned a partial increase in stamina, and casting Thunder Kirin consumed a significant amount of stamina, among other things. It seemed that only by examining the attributes panel could one draw conclusions. Shen Ping mused. Previously, when he consumed the Zixia grape, donned the little mouse, and invoked Thunder Kirin, he had not checked the attributes panel. Following this, Shen Ping decided to conduct an experiment. He ingested a Zixia grape and then clicked on the attributes panel. Player, Shen Ping. Stamina, 140-20-10, Zixia grape, skill, Thunder Kirin. A single Zixia grape appeared to increase stamina by approximately 10 points. Shen Ping concluded. Now his total stamina, accounting for equipment and the Zixia grape, amounted to 170 points. Shen Ping, be cautious. The little mouse is still on cooldown, Luo Qiuxue reminded from the side. Rest assured, having precise values will facilitate better understanding in the future. Subsequently, Shen Ping invoked Thunder Kirin. The crackling sound reverberated through the air as the phantom of the Kirin coalesced before him. Luo Qiuxue, feeling a tinge of concern, approached from behind. Soon after, 5 minutes passed without the release of Thunder Kirin, causing it to dissipate into the air. At that moment, without the aid of the little mouse, Shen Ping felt as though he had been drained, his head spinning. Observing Shen Ping sway as if intoxicated, Luo Qiuxue anxiously embraced him from behind. Shen Ping then checked his stamina. Player, Shen Ping. Stamina, 31-40-20-10, Zixia grape. Currently, Shen Ping was left with only 30 points of stamina. This indicated that invoking Thunder Kirin consumed at least 140 points of his stamina. No wonder Thunder Kirin was classified as a purple quality skill. In a hurry, Luo Qiuxue began to heal Shen Ping. Shen Ping did not neglect to open his attribute panel, subsequently assessing his stamina. At that moment, his vitality was replenishing at a rate of 10 points per second. After a span of 14 seconds, Shen Ping returned to a state of full stamina. Conversely, Luo Qiuxue, who had previously been at full strength, saw her vitality diminish to just over 50 points. However, it was of little concern, as Luo Qiuxue merely needed to administer treatment to herself, which she accomplished at an approximate rate of 5 points per second. Thereafter, Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue endeavored to experiment with the Infinite Desert Eagle and the Infinite Shotgun. The Infinite Desert Eagle consumed 10 points of stamina, while the Infinite Shotgun required 20 points. Chapter 40. Who is your wife? After delving into various stamina-consuming weapons and skills, night had nearly fallen. As the two engaged in a lively chat in the channel, Shen Ping finally received a notification. The agricultural compartment has crops that are ripe for harvest. Please collect them promptly to prevent withering. Crops will wither if left beyond double the planting time from the moment of fruition. Crops? At that moment, Shen Ping recalled that the 4 crops he had planted were beginning to bear fruit. The Zixia grapes took 2 days, the red rhinoceros fruit 4 days, the Bayou banana 3 days, and the Maoan ice heart melon required 2.5 days. Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue swiftly made their way to the 5th agricultural compartment. At this juncture, clusters of Zixia grapes hung heavily between the vines, resembling amassed purple gemstones or jade. The grapes were plump and round, some perfectly spherical, while others were slightly oval, closely nestled yet not overcrowded. With jovial enthusiasm, Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue busily commenced the harvest. He had initially anticipated that planting 12 seeds would yield 12 individual fruits, but to his astonishment, he had produced 12 bunches. Each bunch bore a dozen or more grapes, totaling nearly 200 Zixia grapes. Additionally, they had acquired 24 Zixia grape seeds. This meant that future plantings would lead to more fruitful harvests, allowing for a cycle of planting, harvesting, and replanting, exponentially increasing their bounty. Subsequently, Shen Ping held 1 Zixia grape in his hand and attempted to execute a critical hit. However, the attempt failed, yielding no response. Disappointment washed over him. It appeared that even as seeds transformed into fruit, they could not be subjected to critical hits. The newly acquired Zixia grape seeds were similarly unaffected. It was a logical conclusion. If critical hits were possible, one could obtain superior quality fruits every few days, which would indeed be unreasonable. After gathering the fruits, the two realized the hour was late. They took turns bathing and prepared to rest. However, as they were about to enter the bedroom for sleep, the environment surrounding the train underwent a transformation. The previously pitch-black surroundings shifted, revealing a snowy landscape. Outside the window, moonlight flooded into the train. Almost immediately, Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue felt a chilling breeze. Unaccustomed to the cold and clad in light clothing, they both shivered. At that moment, Shen Ping's realization struck him. Could it be that the frost calamity had arrived? Luo Qiuxue recalled that during their initial journey, it had been mentioned that the 5th point indicated the prior week was a novice protection period, and afterward would come the first disaster, the frost calamity. Shen Ping glanced at the time. It was precisely midnight. Yet, that didn't align, for even if it was past midnight, it was merely the 7th day. Tomorrow they would face the 7th station, but was the novice protection period truly ending after tomorrow's early hours? As if to confirm their suspicions, a notification echoed in the ears of all players. Attention, all players. Please note that all trains have departed from the initial void and are en route to the cold world. Initial void, the grand world where all novice players first traverse, filled with numerous resource stations that serve as a benefit during the novice protection period. Within the initial void, as long as the train is not in the station's subworld, no danger will be encountered. Cold world, the first train disaster experienced by all novice players. Aside from daily visits to the subworld stations, players will traverse the cold world, where they may encounter beasts or monsters that obstruct their path. With only 24 hours remaining until the end of the novice protection period, the temperature will plummet, potentially reaching as low as -30 degrees. Tomorrow, all players must head to the World Transfer Station by 6 o'clock in the morning, where they may use train currency to purchase useful items. World Transfer Station 1. Players will arrive at the World Transfer Station a day before heading to the large world, which offers rare items, goods, and resources for sale. 2. Each World Transfer Station can accommodate 10 trains. 3. Players are prohibited from engaging in combat, damaging other players' trains, or stealing resources from others within the World Transfer Station. 4. The duration of stay at the World Transfer Station is the same as at regular stations, determined by each train's level. As the hints concluded, Shen Ping understood the situation. The train had arrived early in the disaster world. However, With still 24 hours of protection remaining, he and Luo Qiuxue only felt a slight chill. Once the protection period ends, temperatures could plummet to as low as minus 30 degrees. Moreover, the daily stations would be replaced by the World Transfer Station. Uncertain if the World Transfer Station would have the resources he desired, he pondered, what should we do? Shen Ping. Luo Qiuxue asked in a state of mild panic. Do not worry. Most players lack any means of keeping warm. If worst comes to worst, you can wear that black gold jacket. It should provide at least some warmth. Shen Ping suddenly recalled the ice wind cloak. It could offer substantial protection against the cold. Unfortunately, while he had leather and fabric, he lacked the ice essence. He was unsure if it would be available at the World Transfer Station tomorrow. No, what about you? Luo Qiuxue expressed her concern, unwilling to see herself freeze. Let alone Shen Ping. The thought of him succumbing to the cold was unbearable. Suddenly, an idea struck Shen Ping. He gently caressed Luo Qiuxue's slender waist and drew her into his embrace. Well, about serious matters, why are you behaving so mischievously? He whispered near her ear. If our clothing proves insufficient, you can wear the black gold jacket, and I will warm myself in your arms. How's that sound? Luo Qiuxue's earlobes flushed crimson. No, that's shameless. Her tone became increasingly urgent, perhaps recalling the dreams she had experienced over the past few nights. All right, just a jest. Rest assured, with your husband's talents, we shall not succumb to the cold. We still have 2 days to prepare. Who is your wife? Luo Qiuxue did not push away Shen Ping's mischievous hand as they chatted. Instead, she merely curled up in his embrace, subtly expressing her modesty by shifting her body. Oh, I see now. It appears that Qiuxue does not wish to become my wife. How disheartening. Shen Ping feigned sorrow, which inadvertently flustered Luo Qiuxue. With her eyes gleaming with emotion, she clung tightly to him, burying her head in his chest, and sobbed, No, that's not true. I do want to be your wife. More than anything. I dream of it. Yet just moments ago, you spat at me? Shen Ping could not help but chuckle. I was wrong, darling. Luo Qiuxue blinked playfully, gazing up at him with a tender pout. Shen Ping found himself utterly enchanted by her endearing demeanor. Perhaps no one could have imagined that Luo Qiuxue, renowned as the school's belle, would present herself in such a childlike manner in Shen Ping's arms, even calling him husband. Qiuxue, you are truly adorable, Shen Ping praised, then leaned down to kiss the beloved girl nestled in his embrace. Chapter 41. The workers at the World Transit Station, after teasing Luo Qiuxue for a while, Shen Ping embraced her and lay down in the warm bed. Subsequently, he activated the global chat channel to gauge the reactions of others. I wonder if the World Transit Station can sell some warm clothing. It's so frustrating. I feel unbearably cold. I have a thermometer. It's only around 10 degrees now. I can't imagine how frigid it will be when the real cold disaster arrives. 10 pieces of grilled pork chop, high-priced exchange for down jackets. Are you foolish? Who doesn't recognize the importance of down jackets at this stage? Yet you offer grilled pork chops in return? I do possess 2 large cotton jackets, but I need to wear both. By the way, since tomorrow is the World Transit Station, will there still be platform exploration? Probably not. Everything is scheduled for 6 in the morning. Seeking support. My teammate has passed away. Can anyone take in a vulnerable woman? All I need is food, drink, and clothing. Soon after, Shen Ping placed some spider meat on the trading market. Selling spider meat that can increase constitution by 1 point. Trading for 2 cotton jackets, a maximum of 3 pieces per person. After all, Shen Ping had an ample supply of spider meat. Little Mouse had already enhanced his constitution by 23 points, rendering the remaining spider meat useless. Before long, several players began to leave messages. Message what? Meat that increases constitution. Is that real? Just for clothing? Message. The increase in constitution is too minimal, only 1 point. Message. I can trade, Shen Ping. Quickly, numerous players reached out to Shen Ping. Although clothing was currently expensive in the trading market, meat that could enhance constitution was equally invaluable. Shen Ping swiftly completed a trade with a player named Li Murong, exchanging 2 large cotton jackets for a total of 10 pieces of spider meat. Shen Ping then critiqued the 2 cotton jackets. Critique successful. Large cotton jacket, white quality, cold-resistant vest. The fluffy large cotton jackets vanished from his hands, replaced by a mere vest. Despite its thinness, Shen Ping felt a surge of joy. Cold-resistant vest, quality, white. Wearing it can withstand at least -50 degrees of extreme cold, and due to its small size, it won't occupy a slot for upper body equipment. He promptly dressed Luo Qiuxue in the vest, though its size was slightly snug, almost getting caught on her. Once she donned it, she felt a comforting warmth, as if she were by a roaring fire. How is it, Qiuxue? It's warm. This clothing is wonderful, though it feels a bit tight. That's fine. A little snugness is good. It accentuates your figure. Luo Qiuxue felt somewhat speechless, yet since Shen Ping liked it, she decided to wear it. As long as you put on your armor when we go out, it will be fine. Shen Ping continued to speak while playfully scratching her arm. Hey, stop it, that tickles. Just a little more. I still want to tickle you. As Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue engaged in their playful banter, they did not forget to list spider meat in the trading market, hoping to sell some treasure chests. The more chests they acquired, the more train coins Shen Ping could amass, allowing him to purchase even finer goods at the World Transfer Station the following day. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was 5:55 in the morning. Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue had already awakened. Although their sleep had not reached 6 hours, the enhancement of their physical constitution left them feeling surprisingly alert, especially for Shen Ping, whose physique had reached a remarkable 50 points. Even after mere 4 or 5 hours of slumber, he felt no fatigue. Had this been before his journey, he would have been utterly exhausted. The train is approaching the World Transfer Station. All players are advised to take heed. As their destination was not a regular platform, no options appeared. The train continued its journey, and the surrounding scenery transformed rapidly. The once frosty expanse suddenly morphed into a vast indoor environment, reminiscent of a large high-speed train station from before his travels. Surrounding Shen Ping were 10 trains, all moving in parallel, with Shen Ping's train positioned first on the far left, while the others trailed to the right at a considerable distance. Each train was separated by a platform, each adorned with machines akin to beverage dispensers. However, these machines offered not drinks but essential supplies. A woman clad in a uniform stood at the platform to Shen Ping's left, not far ahead. Gradually, the train decelerated, coming to a halt beside the uniformed woman, with the train's entrance directly facing her. As she caught sight of Shen Ping's train, her pupils dilated in astonishment, counting 1, 2, 3, nearly 7 carriages. Had a newcomer, merely a week into their journey, elevated their train to level 8? What a preposterous notion. The woman was profoundly shocked. Soon, the train doors opened, and Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue curiously stepped onto the platform. The World Transfer Station appeared to be a composite hub, with numerous platforms situated at the center of each train. Was this indeed the World Transfer Station? Where was the trading area? Were these machines the answer? Shen Ping gazed inquisitively at a nearby vending machine and inquired, "Hello, I am a staff member of the train world, and I shall be your guide," the woman announced. Meanwhile, players from the other 9 trains began to engage with their respective guides. This is the location where the trains halt. These machines are the most basic supply dispensers. Exchanging train coins for these materials is not economically viable. For more precious items, I kindly ask you to accompany me to the hall of the World Transfer Station. The uniformed woman explained earnestly. Shen Ping approached one of the vending machines. Wood vending machine, 1 train coin for 10 units of wood. Stone vending machine, 1 train coin for 5 units of stone. Bread vending machine, 1 train coin for 1 loaf of bread. Shen Ping grasped the function of these machines, but found them rather unappealing. Who would use train coins to exchange for such readily available resources? It was no wonder the staff member had remarked on the lack of value. Luo Qiuxue inquired with curiosity, "Hello, what is meant by worker? How does it differ from a player?" The woman smiled wryly and replied, "I am Yang Na. You may call me simply Yang Na. I belong to the last 2 groups of players who ventured into the train world. A worker is a designation that players can choose upon arriving at the World Transfer Station, allowing them to transition into this role and work in a conducive environment where accommodation and meals are provided. For instance, my duty involves guiding newcomers to familiarize themselves with the World Transfer Station, among other responsibilities. However, becoming a worker does not imply a complete absence of peril. one must still embark on a platform exploration once a month. Yet, unlike players, workers do not possess their own trains and instead utilize direct teleportation, thus indicating that being a worker does not guarantee absolute safety. I see, Shen Ping mused, stroking his chin. In that case, wouldn't many players opt to become workers? After all, the train world is fraught with dangers, requiring daily explorations of the platforms, while workers only need to explore once a month. However, Yang Na shook her head. Chapter 42. The first encounter with Lin Yun. Though the role of a worker is quite coveted by certain players, each world transit station can accommodate only one player in this capacity. Once the quota is filled, it is no longer available. Moreover, prior to assuming the role of a worker, one must submit two types of resources, the first being 3 train cores, and the second comprising 500 train coins. The train coins are exceedingly precious, primarily utilized for transactions within the train marketplace and the world transit station. Most players lack either or both of these resources, and those who possess them are typically disinclined to take on the role of a worker, whose existence is often perceived as mere subsistence. Thus, under such stringent conditions, the actual number of players eligible to become workers is quite limited. Furthermore, being a worker does not guarantee safety. One must embark on an exploration of the platform at least once a month, as Yang Na explained. I understand now, but given that there's only one worker per train, it appears that the number of workers is substantial. Are you all transferred from elsewhere? Shen Ping inquired curiously, casting a glance at the players interacting with the train guides behind him. To his surprise, he encountered familiar faces among those emerging from the second train: the affluent Lin Yun, Lu Xiaoyan, and 3 unfamiliar players. It seemed Lu Xiaoyan was Lin Yun's girlfriend. However, Shen Ping recalled Lin Yun's earlier excuse for purchasing water, allegedly for his girlfriend. Yet now, Lu Xiaoyan appeared disheveled, her clothing slightly discolored and her demeanor reflecting significant distress. Her posture bent and lacking confidence, evidently having endured considerable hardship. Cloud brother, Lu Xiaoyan, is that not Shen Ping? And Luo Qiuxue, if I am not mistaken, exclaimed Li Tian, his keen eyes spotting Shen Ping, astonished. Lin Yun and Lu Xiaoyan turned their gaze toward Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue, momentarily taken aback. How could they have encountered them here? A flicker of panic crossed Lin Yun's eyes. He had previously offended Shen Ping in the chat channel, and now they had met so dramatically. He lamented the lack of time for personal growth. If only he had not crossed Shen Ping back then. Gritting his teeth, he felt a pang of regret. Reluctantly, he approached Shen Ping, grateful that they were in a world transit station where combat was prohibited. Had they met on a regular platform, Lin Yun would have fled at the speed of light. Well, look who it is, Shen Ping chuckled, equally surprised by the coincidence of encountering Lin Yun and his entourage. The mutual recognition stemmed from a new feature in the chat channel that displayed players' photographs, unfiltered and authentic. Thus, Shen Ping and Lin Yun were naturally acquainted. Lin Yun, noticing Shen and Luo's cold stares, quickly donned a sycophantic smile. Brother Ping, the previous incident was merely a misunderstanding. I, Lin Yun, extend my sincerest apologies to both of you. Perhaps we might consider this matter resolved? Li Tian was utterly astonished, gazing at the humble Lin Yun. In school, and indeed throughout the entire Lin city, Lin Yun was notoriously arrogant and overbearing. Not only did he look down upon his classmates, but even some teachers were said to have succumbed to his charms, with rumors circulating that many female students had fallen under his sway. Yet, to witness such a wealthy second-generation heir adopting such a submissive demeanor was bewildering. Nevertheless, while Li Tian was taken aback, he understood that Shen Ping was deserving of this respect. In this era of upheaval, Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue's train was impressively long, and they certainly possessed the qualifications to command such attention. Shen Ping regarded the meek Lin Yun with a tranquil gaze. Although he harbored thoughts of annihilating him, the current setting was not appropriate for such actions. As for a clean slate, that was utterly unattainable. Shen Ping simply shook his head, indicating that reconciliation was out of the question. Should they encounter one another again at the platform, it would undoubtedly be a matter of life and death. Only one side would emerge victorious. Shen Ping surveyed the others surrounding Lin Yun, shrugging slightly. Words spoken in error must be met with consequences. He vaguely recalled the derogatory remarks Lin Yun had hurled at him. Such a rabid dog would undoubtedly seek vengeance, if not for Shen Ping's formidable strength. Even Luo Qiuxue could potentially suffer repercussions. Thus, Shen Ping was resolute in his intent to not let Lin Yun escape unscathed. Li Tian, Su Xiaoa, and Yin Fei Ping exchanged glances, contemplating, "Dude, is it really necessary? I haven't even wronged you." Li Tian silently grumbled, though he dared not voice his thoughts, fearing they might merely be empty threats. "Yang Na, lead the way," Shen Ping instructed. "Oh, all right," Yang Na replied, initially taken aback but quickly stepping forward to guide them. Her body trembled slightly, unsure if it was due to Shen Ping's fierce demeanor. Luo Qiuxue looped her arm through Shen Ping's, not dwelling on the matter too much. Those who offended Shen Ping surely had to pay the price. Besides, to insult him in such a public forum was nothing short of moral coercion. Moreover, she found Shen Ping's current appearance rather impressive. The other players could only follow at a distance, waiting for Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue to move further away, too intimidated to approach. Shen Ping's earlier demeanor had been exceedingly fierce. At that moment, Lin Yun's expression darkened. Following that, his eyes turned icy as he seethed. "What a wretched creature. Once we leave this transit station, you might just find yourself at a perilous platform, destined for demise. How dare you speak to me with such insolence?" Lin Yun was consumed by fury, for Shen Ping's attitude indicated he had no intention of sparing him. The day he crossed paths with Lin Yun's core train, Shen Ping could easily seize it, despite his attempts to lower himself and even adopting a nauseatingly obsequious manner. He felt Shen Ping truly deserved a fate worse than death. "Brother Yun, with so many platforms, the likelihood of encountering Shen Ping is quite low. Do not worry excessively. Their current strength does not guarantee future power. As long as we strive to develop and grow stronger, we shall certainly be able to defeat Shen Ping with our numerical advantage," Li Tian interjected, trying to offer some reassurance. Yin Fei Ping sighed and remarked, "Now, the five of us are like grasshoppers on the same string." Shen Ping's recent demeanor suggests he is unlikely to let us off the hook. He perceived the situation with clarity. If Lin Yun were to meet his demise at Shen Ping's hands, both he and Li Tian would find themselves in peril as well. As the foremost player in Blue Star at this moment, he could not fathom that Shen Ping was oblivious to the principle of eradicating threats at their root. Chapter 43. The four types of players guided by Yang Na, Shen Ping, and Luo Qiuxue arrived at a vast indoor plaza. Here, numerous players donned worker uniforms, with some operating food stalls selling pancakes. Upon closer inspection, it was astonishing to find that they required a train coin for such purchases. Shen Ping exclaimed in disbelief, questioning who would use train coins for such trivialities. However, his astonishment quickly turned to bewilderment as he witnessed another worker in uniform exchanging a train coin for a pancake. It dawned on Shen Ping that the workers lacked their own trains. They did not need to expend train coins to acquire items beneficial for their trains in the train marketplace. Additionally, there were workers pushing carts laden with goods, while others swept and mopped the floors. In essence, these workers managed the entire establishment. "Something feels amiss, Yang Na. Our group has only 10 trains. Why construct such an extravagant plaza here?" Luo Qiuxue inquired, genuinely perplexed. Yang Na chuckled. "Do not forget, we workers are required to complete platform tasks once a month. Furthermore, should any influential survivors choose to pilot their trains to other worlds, they can also replenish supplies at transit stations. Indeed, as you mentioned, players can be categorized into two types: survivors, such as ourselves, and workers," Shen Ping observed, intrigued by Yang Na's words. Yang Na shook her head. "No. There are two more types: rule violators and hunters." Noticing Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue's astonished expressions, Yang Na elaborated. "These concepts may seem distant to you. Strictly speaking, rule violators do not fall within the realm of players. They are individuals who have succumbed to powerful entities and assist them by targeting players scavenging or completing tasks at various platforms. If they kill 100 players, the game system designates them as rule violators. As for hunters, there are players specifically dedicated to dealing with rule violators. Both categories of players are formidable, possessing physical attributes at least in the 4-digit range, and typically dwell in high-risk, large platforms, so you are unlikely to encounter them. Shen Ping was utterly astonished. He had not anticipated the game to be so intricate. Was this truly merely a train survival game? Rest assured, generally speaking, if you talented new players encounter a rule violator, the game system will do its utmost to protect you. Additionally, there are righteous hunters who target these violators, so there is no need for concern. Following this, Yang Na continued to impart a wealth of information. For instance, aside from submitting resources, if a worker obtains a worker card, they can perfectly transition to a new role and be randomly transported to a transit world. Moreover, train coins are exclusively available to workers who may trade them with any type of player. However, other types of players are constrained, only able to spend their time on the train or engage in trade with the workers. Yang Na, as a guide among the workers, aims to foster the growth of novice players as much as possible. May I ask, what is your physical constitution? Inquired Shen Ping with curiosity. Yang Na, while introducing the information, mentioned that each batch of players enters the world once a year, and she belongs to the last 2 batches, meaning she has been here for 2 years. As for me, well, players who have survived in the survival world for 2 years typically have an average physical constitution around 300. As for myself, due to my role as a worker, I only possess a little over 150, Yang Na admitted somewhat shyly, as she sensed that her physical constitution was likely comparable to Shen Ping's. By the way, let me first assist you both in confirming your player types. Subsequently, Yang Na led the two to a room on the first floor, where a simple certification process took place. At the same time, Shen Ping's attribute panel updated to include the player type, Survivor. Afterward, Yang Na introduced various shops. While shops for low-level resources were non-existent, as they could be purchased from external vending machines, there were indeed shops for weapons, items, and rare special resources in this area. For instance, the various elemental cores that Shen Ping had been lacking were available for purchase at the core shop. Please encourage the author for updates, dear readers. The premiere has begun, and early achievements are crucial. Any valuable suggestions will be welcomed. Chapter 44. Exploiting opportunities in various shops. The exploration is now in your hands. I shall return to my station. Remember to return to the train in a timely manner, as the duration at the World Transit Station is identical to that on the platform. Should you miss the train, you will be eternally stranded here, and due to your incorrect identity, you would face annihilation by the game system, Yang Na reminded. I understand. Thank you, Shen Ping replied. As Yang Na departed, she casually added him as a friend. However, this was not a strict requirement. Yet most players tend to add the workers as friends at the World Transit Station. Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue were no exceptions. Moreover, as trading with the workers is permitted, it would be increasingly convenient to earn train currency in the future. The two entered the core shop. Welcome. Here we sell ice essence, fire essence, earth essence, spatial essence, and more. Please see if there is anything you require. The female worker of the core shop addressed them. The elemental cores are what is referred to as essences. Previously, the frost cloak and various items requiring white quality essences after critical hits could be purchased here. On the shelves, a serene ice blue orb lay quietly. Shen Ping picked it up. Ice essence, quality, white. A core infused with ice elements. Price, 50 train coins. Next, there was a red one. Fire essence, quality, green. A core infused with fire elements. Price, 50 train coins. A flicker of curiosity crossed Shen Ping's eyes. What transformation might these essences undergo after a critical hit? He spent 50 train coins to acquire a fire essence and placed it in his backpack for a critical hit. Critical hit successful. Obtained Advanced Fire Essence 1. Advanced Fire Essence, quality, green. A core infused with fire elements, containing 10 times the quantity of a regular fire essence. A glimmer of astonishment appeared in Shen Ping's eyes. He inquired of the worker, "How much can I sell this advanced fire essence for?" The worker was taken aback. She had not anticipated that this survivor possessed such a high-level fire essence, which was exceedingly rare even among green quality items. "Sir, this advanced fire essence is typically sold at subsequent World Transit Stations. We do not stock such items here. However, its value generally hovers around 500 train coins. approximately the price of a modified train carriage. Shen Ping contemplated quietly. May I sell this advanced fire essence to you? He asked. This could potentially be a lucrative opportunity to earn train currency, considering that trading with the workers was an advantage. As a survivor, the conditions for earning train currency were rather stringent. I'm afraid we do not offer that. The worker hesitated. An advanced fire essence would exchange for 200 train coins. Shen Ping interrupted her. She widened her eyes, incredulous at Shen Ping. Isn't that a losing deal? Are you serious? The worker queried. Absolutely genuine, he replied. The worker swiftly retrieved 1,000 train tokens from his pocket. My savings are modest, allowing me to purchase at most 5, as the remainder has other purposes. It was then that Shen Ping noticed a particular issue. The worker who had just purchased pancakes likely possessed a considerable amount of train tokens, unlike the other workers. Consequently, if Shen Ping wished to engage in a transaction involving train tokens, he would need to seek out the affluent worker. That was sufficient. Shen Ping remarked, however, I must wait to collect my goods. I will first acquire some elemental cores from this shop. Before long, he procured 2 of each elemental essence, totaling 7 types: ice, water, fire, earth, wood, metal, and space, expending 700 tokens in total. According to the shopkeeper, other elements also possess cores, but this establishment did not stock them. Subsequently, Shen Ping pretended to step outside, taking the opportunity to enhance these elemental cores, transforming them all into mid-grade quality. Upon his return, he sold 5 to the worker, thus netting approximately 300 tokens and an additional 9 elemental cores. Shen Ping then inquired, May I exchange 1 high-grade essence for 4 low-grade essences? Logically, this would yield a substantial profit. The worker appeared tempted, yet she shook her head. I apologize, but each shop is regulated by the game system. Exchanges of items are not permitted, only purchases with train tokens. However, I can buy items from the shop using tokens and then trade with you. Yet, as you can see, my funds are running low, so I cannot engage in transactions at the moment. Faced with this, Shen Ping had little to say. At least he was not at a loss. He then purchased additional elemental cores and departed the shop. Luo Qiuxue expressed her disbelief, stating, I didn't anticipate such strict limitations on selling items here. It seems we cannot earn any train tokens. That is still quite acceptable. Let us explore each shop and see if we can trade with the workers, Shen Ping replied. Although somewhat disappointed, he held an advantage that rendered any restrictions insignificant, as they would not impede his ascent. Indeed, they proceeded to a shop selling blueprints. There were numerous basic designs available, such as those for water condensers, bread machines, kettles, and iron armor, all essential for survival, and none exceeding white quality. Shen Ping purchased a few useful blueprints and then discussed the possibility of selling low-priced high-grade essences with the shop's worker. However, to his surprise, the worker outright rejected his proposal, waving his hand dismissively. I do not engage in activities beyond my primary duties. Do not attempt to deceive me. Observing the worker's earnest demeanor, Shen Ping felt a surge of exasperation. Yet, with the worker unwilling to trade, he could not force a sale. He and Luo Qiuxue continued to explore other shops, including one that recruited crew members. Indeed, it was as literal as it sounded. This shop offered numerous recruitment scrolls for crew members, though they were all of subpar or white quality. And the prices were exorbitant. One subpar wooden puppet was priced at 100 train tokens. A white quality stone golem is being sold for no less than 500 train coins. An astonishing price indeed. However, it is hardly surprising, as the recruits summoned through scrolls have proven to be quite useful. Although the white quality iron sprite was not summoned via a recruitment scroll, its utility is significant. Had it not been for those 3 iron puppets, Shen Ping would certainly have struggled to conquer the biochemical laboratory dungeon. Of course, this was also due to Shen Ping's critical hits on those 3 iron puppets. Subsequently, Shen Ping employed a strategy akin to that used in the elemental core shop. He initially purchased 10 mediocre crew recruitment scrolls at a bargain price of 1,000 train coins, subsequently achieving critical hits on all of them. 9 scrolls transformed into white quality, while 1 experienced a stroke of luck, resulting in a green quality scroll. Consequently, Each white quality scroll was sold at a minimum of 300 train coins to the recruitment workers, netting him approximately 700 train coins, thus earning a profit of 700 train coins. As for the green quality scroll, it remained unsold, not due to Shen Ping's reluctance, but rather because the workers were indeed out of funds. This was evident to Shen Ping, as they were merely employees with little coin to spare. The true magnates were the game system itself, with these shops belonging to it. Beyond these shops, there exists a more crucial establishment, the train modification shop. Within this venue are numerous modules and various types of trains that cannot be found in the train marketplace. Naturally, some items also come with train level restrictions. However, before venturing to this train modification shop, Shen Ping felt compelled to seek out other workers, attempting to sell the items he had just purchased at a low price. Aspiring to profit as a middleman, time was of the essence, as the train would soon depart, and such opportunities would vanish. Thus, for the next 2 to 3 hours, Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue tirelessly traversed the area, engaging in business. Most players lacked significant funds, merely taking a brief respite after a cursory exploration before returning to the train, while only Shen Ping continued his relentless efforts. A considerable 70 of the workers were skeptical of Shen Ping's wares. Yet, 30 believed in him, albeit with limited finances. After accumulating nearly 7,000 train coins, Shen Ping decided to cease his endeavors, not due to having earned enough, but because most of those who trusted him had exhausted their funds. This total also included the 400 train coins provided by Yang Na. However, a small number of workers began to harbor suspicions about Shen Ping, astonished by his apparent wealth, as he sold white and green quality items with such ease, often at half price, showcasing an almost extravagant generosity. Chapter 45. Departure from the transfer station. A bold idea. With the acquisition of train currency, the time for further consumption has arrived. Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue swiftly entered the shop, transformed from the train. Welcome. Recently, we have introduced a plethora of new accessories favored by novice players. Do take a look and see if anything piques your interest. The attendant quickly approached, drawn by the enticing aroma. Shen Ping nodded, briefly surveying the array of items for sale. Not only were train upgrade cards available, but there were also various energy crystals, all priced identically to those found in the train's marketplace, rendering any purchases unnecessary. Train compartment bulletproof vest provides bulletproof protection for one compartment, priced at 500 train currency. Level requirement, level 5. Shen Ping's interest was piqued, for he knew that encounters with armed adversaries were inevitable. He possessed firearms, and the players who previously sold him these weapons likely had access to numerous players acquiring these special firearms that do not require ammunition. If this were indeed the case, the bulletproof vest would undoubtedly be a worthy investment. Moreover, numerous modular upgrades appear to be quite advantageous. Train alarm system emits an early warning when a player approaches within 1 meter of the train, priced at 300 train currency. Level requirement, level 7. Train machine gun installs a white quality machine gun atop the train, which can consume food to convert heat into kinetic energy, automatically replenishing ammunition up to 500 rounds. Priced at 1,500 train currency. Level requirement, level 8. Train aircraft wings installs helicopter wings atop the train, which can be concealed when not in use, allowing the train to fly. Priced at 3,000 train currency. Level requirement, level 20. Shen Ping was dazzled by the options and ultimately purchased 4 useful items that would serve him well. Train compartment bulletproof vest, train alarm system, train machine gun, train body alloy reinforcer. As for the train body alloy reinforcer, priced at 1,000 train currency and applicable to only a single compartment, it was indeed costly, yet its efficacy surpassed that of the bulletproof vest. In fact, combining both defensive modules could elevate the overall defense to new heights. Shen Ping, feeling fortunate, quickly assessed these items within his inventory. Train compartment bulletproof vest, train bulletproof vest. Train bulletproof vest? All train compartments, including newly added ones, will benefit from bulletproof protection. The effect had doubled. Shen Ping was pleasantly surprised. The alloy reinforcement echoed this enhancement, fortifying the entire train, both inside and out. The machine gun had also been upgraded to green quality, with initial damage slightly inferior to that of the Desert Eagle. However, the machine gun fired in succession without depleting stamina, relying solely on food for ammunition. For ordinary players, this would indeed be a source of frustration, as they themselves struggled to maintain sufficient provisions, let alone for a machine gun. However, Shen Ping's words harvested a wave of small shops, reaped the giants' farms, and collected villages, coupled with the critical effect on primary, unprocessed agricultural products. Shen Ping could be considered to have achieved food freedom. As for the alarm, its range was elevated from 1 meter to 10 meters. Subsequently, Shen Ping purchased 2 white-quality weapons from the weapon shop, a broadsword and a spear, spending 1,000 train coins. With the windbreaker blade gone, it was natural to seek a new weapon, which he placed in his backpack for critical hits. The white quality, broadsword, green quality, slashing mountain blade, quality, green. A powerful blade, imbued with a tearing buff, possessing extraordinary slashing power within the realm of green quality weapons. The spear, upon critical hit, transformed into the flame breaker spear, its tip encircled by flames, granting a flame buff. This spear was designated for Luo Qiushua, although she already wielded the giant spirit axe. Its cumbersome nature made it more suitable for the iron puppets summoned by the Iron Elf. The 7,000 train coins just earned dwindled back to 3,000 or 4,000. At this moment, Shen Ping noticed that the employees of the weapon shop and train modification shop had made quite a fortune courtesy of him. Thus, Shen Ping employed the same strategy, selling some of the white quality items, now green quality due to critical hits, at low prices, cycling the train coins back into his possession. What a delightful feeling it was to enjoy the spoils for free. Upon returning to the train, Luo Qiushua stretched and exclaimed excitedly that it seemed a visit to the World Transfer Station would yield a windfall. Shen Ping glanced at the time. There was still some time left before the 5-hour mark, with all other trains having departed, leaving only his train behind. When the 5-hour milestone approached, Shen Ping initiated the train ahead of schedule, unwilling to waste time in this place. Simultaneously, he added the newly acquired modules to the train. After the addition, Shen Ping attempted another critical hit, curious if he could exploit a bug. This was akin to triggering critical hits before and after opening a treasure chest or constructing blueprints. However, to Shen Ping's dismay, there was no response. The train modification modules did not fall into the category of exploitable bugs. Thus far, the only instances of bugs were linked to treasure chests and blueprints. As the train journeyed on, Shen Ping began constructing the previous items. Ice Wind Coat Blueprint, quality, white. Synthesis requirements, Ice Essence 1, white quality, cloth 15, leather 20. Wearing it increases vitality by 10 points and significantly enhances cold resistance. Eternal Furnace, blueprint. Backpack, 1 Ice Essence, 1 Fire Essence, 1 Space Essence. Shen Ping possessed all 3. He synthesized them separately and then aimed for a critical hit. Winter Wind Coat, quality, green. Wearing it increases vitality by 50 points and greatly enhances cold resistance. Eternal Forging Furnace, quality, green. The perpetually burning flames within can continuously restore damaged equipment when placed inside. The crafted gear, however, must not exceed blue quality. Backpack Additive, quality, green. Utilizing the backpack additive grants an additional 80 slots to one's personal inventory. One requires carrying, while the other directly enhances the personal backpack. It goes without saying which is more advantageous. 3 items have been critically struck. The trench coat offers warmth and boosts constitution by 50 points. The furnace burns incessantly, capable of forging equipment. The backpack additive expands inventory space. At that moment, Shen Ping found himself pondering if everything aside from his innate talents could critically strike. What is personal backpack, chat channel, trading market, or even a tribute panel? With this thought, Shen Ping's breath quickened. Yet, each item possesses only a singular opportunity for a critical strike. He must seize this chance. Chapter 46. The conflict of critical hits and biological limitations, however. Shen Ping found himself in a state of hesitation. Currently, his backpack consisted of 70 slots. if the critical hit mechanism served to augment the existing capacity of the backpack. Will not the early stages of critical hits yield a loss? For instance, should the backpack expand from 70 slots to 700 following a critical hit? What would occur if one originally possessed 100 slots? Would the impact of the critical hit then become significantly magnified? Nevertheless, he thought it prudent to embrace the opportunity without delay. This line of reasoning inadvertently reminded Shen Ping of the opinions expressed by some individuals regarding smartphone purchases prior to his transmigration. The latest generation of smartphones is exorbitantly priced, and it would be wiser to wait a few months until the next major sales events, such as 618 or 11. Yet, smartphones are updated annually, and by the time next year arrives, new models will be available, prompting yet another year of waiting for discounts on the latest devices. Shen Ping proceeded to apply critical hits to the 4 functionalities in succession. Personal Backpack, Enhanced Personal Backpack. The additional slots granted are tenfold the Train S level. Current Train level, Level 8, resulting in an additional 80 slots. Thus, Shen Ping S backpack capacity surged to 150, with each slot capable of containing up to 100 items, allowing him to store a total of 15,000 items at once. Next, he turned his attention to the remaining 3 functionalities. Both the chat channel and the trading market were upgraded to enhanced versions, although the functional improvements were not particularly pronounced. The chat channel introduced a singular new feature that could assess the accuracy of players' statements, thereby elevating the clarity of communication. Most individuals frequented the chat channel primarily to gather intelligence, with only a select few engaging for entertainment, relishing the act of conversation. Thus, this enhancement augmented the veracity of the information obtained. The trading market experienced an increase in visibility, which would further improve as the train level ascended. Given that these were primarily functional abilities, the introduction of new features was already commendable. Lastly, he considered the attributes panel. The attributes panel could not be critically hit independently, as it comprised multiple components: talent, constitution, stamina, and skills. Since his innate talent could not be critically hit, Shen Ping focused on the other 3 parameters. However, constitution manifests as the corporeal strength of living beings and cannot be critically hit. Stamina is, not only was the constitution unmodifiable, but stamina too was impervious to critical hits. Shen Ping recalled the introduction of talents, noting that, apart from innate talents and living entities, all other aspects could be critically hit. Despite both being parameters on the attributes panel, they pertain directly to one's physical form. Yet, he believed that skills should be eligible for critical hits. If talents could be enhanced, surely skills could too. However, as skills had already been subjected to a critical hit upon activation, they could not undergo another enhancement. After much deliberation, Shen Ping realized that none of the 4 parameters on his attributes panel were amendable. Luo Qiuxue, too, was unsurprised. Shen Ping had assisted her in critically hitting 3 functionalities: the personal backpack, chat channel, and trading market. The attributes panel remained untouched due to the prior critical hit on her talent and the absence of skills. Thus, she would have to wait until acquiring skills for further modifications. Finally, he turned his attention to the little mouse and the little iron. The parameters shared on the crew members and pets attributes panels included quality, constitution, and skills. The first 3 aspects pertain to biological enhancements, where the very essence of quality signifies a holistic upgrade of the organism's constitution. The nature of one's physique is self-evident, and the principle remains consistent. The final element encompasses skills. In accordance with Shen Ping's conjecture, skills possess the potential for critical hits. White variety, skill. Iron puppet creation, green quality, skill. Advanced iron puppet creation. At that moment, Xiao Tai felt an influx of knowledge surge within, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Subsequently, it was Xiao Shu's turn. After the enhancement of Xiao Shu's 3 skills, their new attributes were as follows. The transformation into a spirit mouse now lasted 2 minutes, with the cooldown period remaining unchanged. The thickness of the spirit mouse shield increased to absorb damage equivalent to 300 points of constitution. Additionally, the vitality limit of the spirit mouse's possession ability was quintupled. After accomplishing all this, Xiao Shu's head felt as though it had exploded, and he promptly fainted. Luo Qiushua hurriedly knelt to soothe Xiao Shu's head and administered some healing. Soon after, Xiao Shu regained consciousness, feeling as though he had absorbed a wealth of newfound knowledge. Once all was settled, Shen Ping utilized the green recruitment scroll he had procured. This scroll had originated from a critical hit, hence the direct recruitment. Recruitment successful. Obtained green quality, Fire Sprite 1. Train Attendant, Fire Sprite, Type, Summon. Quality, Low Green. Constitution, 28 points. Skill, Fire Puppet Creation. Summons a fire puppet capable of launching fireballs, lasting for 24 hours, with a daily summoning limit of 1. A small creature, its head perpetually ablaze, tilted its head as it regarded Shen Ping and Luo Qiushua. Its appearance bore resemblance to that of the Iron Sprite. Yet its skin was a vibrant crimson, ablaze with flames, in contrast to the Iron Sprite's metallic exterior. Shen Ping executed a critical hit on the Fire Sprite skill, transforming the fire puppet creation into the summoning of an elite fire puppet. It remained uncertain whether the elite fire puppet was of blue quality. The ordinary fire puppet should logically align with the green quality of the Fire Sprite. Interestingly, irrespective of whether it was the Fire Sprite, Iron Sprite, or the Psychic Squirrel, their skills had all been critically enhanced, yet their qualities remained unchanged. Could it be that the quality was predetermined from the outset? Shen Ping pondered. Considering that the enhancement of skills does not elevate quality, what, then, could augment quality? Must it be the pet pill? Subsequently, Shen Ping crafted useful blueprints for a bread maker capable of producing loaves and a kettle for boiling water, among others. Naturally, he did not overlook the potential for critical hits. Once all trivial matters were settled, it was already nearing evening. Shen Ping and Luo Qiushua enjoyed a dinner of 2 bowls of hearty beef noodles. The beef chunks remarkably generous, reminiscent of instant noodles in flavor. The similarity to instant noodles stemmed from Shen Ping's critical hit yielding 2 bowls of braised beef noodles. After all, indulging in seafood, too, frequently warranted a brief respite with instant noodles. While savoring his meal, Shen Ping shared his experience in the chat channel. Shen Ping, having consumed an abundance of seafood, it's time for a light touch with some instant noodles. Observe the lively chat among the group. Notably, certain comments bore a percentage of accuracy, indicating their relevance to reality, while others, such as the last remark, received a score of 0, allowing him to discern valuable information amidst the banter. However, remarks unrelated to facts or boasting did not present an accuracy rating. As he turned off the chat channel, gazed out the train window, where the sun-like star of this region had set, revealing a landscape blanketed in snow. With the passage of time, the temperature would only continue to drop. Yet, both were clad in warm vests, indulging in bowls of noodles adorned with generous portions of beef and fresh vegetables, while others either shivered in the cold or lacked sustenance altogether. A sense of satisfaction bubbled up from within. "How wonderful it is to have you here," remarked, savoring a bite of beef, her eyes sparkling with happiness. "Come sit closer," gestured with his hand, though was momentarily puzzled, as they were already sitting side by side on the train seat. However, she soon understood and shifted into some embrace. "Is this how it is?" he mused, pleased with her obedience, reminiscent of their childhood. Setting aside his noodles, affectionately ruffled his hair, showering her with praise. The moment he touched her, she melted into his embrace. "Sweetheart, feed me some beef," playfully chided, preparing to offer him a piece with her chopsticks. To her surprise, shook his head. "Allow me to feed you. You'll understand." This chapter includes specific settings regarding critical hits. Let me clarify a few points. 1. The main characters remain in the same tier, often leading the preceding tiers, with Water Blue Star far ahead. 2. There will be no suppression of the protagonist's growth. They will continually evolve. 3. The narrative will avoid cliché plot devices, such as amnesia or ambiguous relationships with other female characters, ensuring a singular focus on the main female character, with a steadfast love between the leads. 4. The author is receptive to constructive feedback. Please feel free to directly mention any suggestions or errors. Chapter 47. Shen Ping. I love you, have you learned it? Shen Ping asked with a mischievous smile, gazing at the delicate Xiao Shui in his arms. Luo Qiushui was utterly astonished, left speechless for a moment. However, she had not declined any of Shen Ping's advances. Instead, she found herself lost in the moment. Shen Ping, you cosmopolitan charmer, Luo Qiushui lamented. Why? Shen Ping inquired, slightly perplexed. Because you have a penchant for imported delicacies. Once satiated, the two decided to retire early. As Shen Ping was uncertain how long the cold calamity would persist, they might remain in this place for the duration. The small platform served as a miniature world, and aside from exploring it, they had to navigate the frigid conditions at all other times. As midnight approached, an announcement resonated. All players, please be advised that the cold calamity has arrived. The following are important notes. 1. The duration of the cold calamity is unpredictable, and the arrival of the next world is also uncertain. During this period, the player's train will continuously traverse the frigid world. 2. In the event of a train collision during the frigid world journey, higher-level trains will sustain less damage, while lower-level trains will incur more. If the level difference exceeds 5, the higher-level train will remain unscathed. 3. While traversing the frigid world, players may encounter monsters obstructing their path. Higher-level trains can ram through monsters, while lower-level trains may be halted, after which monsters will continue to assault the train. 4. The platform is a miniature world and is unaffected by the cold calamity. In the next moment, a blizzard began to pelt against the windows, marking the true onset of the cold calamity. The temperature plummeted. After comprehending the details, the two could finally rest. Having already bathed, they slipped into the warmth of the blankets, yet sleep eluded them. Luo Qiushui gazed intently at Shen Ping. It was yet another evening, another time ripe for an ambiguous atmosphere. Shen Ping found his eyes drawn to the hint of spring visible above the neckline of Luo Qiushui's garment. The familiar scent of her enveloped him. With a sigh, he bent slightly and caressed her face, whispering, "We need to rise early tomorrow. Let us get some rest, darling." However, Luo Qiushui leaned closer, seemingly unfazed by Shen Ping's posture, and embraced him, their bodies now intimately aligned. Her cheeks flushed as she sensed something amiss. Yet she spoke earnestly. "In this situation, Shen Ping, can you truly sleep?" Gazing at Luo Qiushui's innocent visage and her slightly tense form, Shen Ping was momentarily taken aback. Gathering her courage, Luo Qiushui subtly pulled away the fabric enveloping her hips, her lips brushing against Shen Ping's ear as she whispered, "Shen Ping, it's too cold. Shall we warm up together?" At that moment, Shen Ping finally grasped her meaning, replying, "Are you suggesting a bit of aerobic exercise?" Luo Qiushui lowered her head, her face a radiant crimson, and ultimately, all her unspoken words coalesced into a single affirmation. If Shen Ping could resist now, he would hardly be a man. He pressed his lips against hers, accompanied by the girl's hesitant murmurs. Moments later, their lips parted. "Shen Ping, I love you. You will cherish me for a lifetime. One to you. I will love you forever and treat you well, Qiushui." All right. On that stormy night, the snow pelted against the car windows and roof, creating a cacophony outside. An hour later, Luo Qiushui nestled in Shen Ping's embrace, resembling a docile kitten in her master's arms. She closed her eyes, remnants of unshed tears lingering at the corners, tears of happiness. Yet fatigue soon took its toll, and Luo Qiushui fell into a deep slumber. As Shen Ping held her, his heart brimmed with joy. Outside, the blizzard raged, but within the warmth of their cocoon, cradling the woman he adored, he felt an overwhelming sense of bliss. Listening to the snowflakes tapping against the roof and windows, Shen Ping too gradually succumbed to sleep. In the dead of night, around 2 or 3 o'clock, a corpulent ice-blue cat with a menacing visage and a fierce gaze stood upon a railway track, fixated on the distant lights glowing through the blizzard. As time passed, the front of a train slowly emerged. However, due to the storm and its position directly facing the locomotive, the blue cat could not discern its length or shape. "Hee, tender newcomers, let me, the cold wind cat, devour you," the ice-blue cat exclaimed excitedly. It had finally lifted its restrictions, gaining permission to attack new players, and had been ravenous for far too long. Yet, as the train drew nearer, the cold wind cat's expression froze, then shifted in alarm. What? An 8th level train? How can this be? In a panic, it attempted to flee, but due to its disarray and perhaps lack of intellect, it ran in the same direction as the train, remaining on the tracks. The speed of an 8th level train is formidable. Before long, with a thunderous crash, the train collided forcefully with the cold wind cat's back. The immense force sent the cat soaring into the air, its expression dazed from the powerful impact. Platform 1. A haunted villa. A red-clad ghost hangs in the villa's living room, vowing to ensnare all players who venture to this estate. Resources: ghost crystals, apparitions. Danger level: extremely low. Platform 2. An oceanfront restaurant in Donghai. This establishment welcomes all players to dine, but requires train currency. Any players attempting to rob the restaurant will be forcibly conscripted as NPC servers. Resources: food. Danger level: extremely high. Platform 3. A hovering square stone. Do not worry about the train's ascent. Rather, fear choosing this platform, as it yields nothing. Resources: stone. Danger level: extremely low. Chapter 48. The lady in red Shen Ping gradually awakened, cradling Luo Qiuxiu in her dazed state, opened her eyes, filled with confusion. A chill crept beneath her. Soon, the excruciating memories rushed back like an overwhelming tide. Get dressed quickly. We must select our platform soon, Shen Ping gently urged, stroking Luo Qiuxiu's head. Luo Qiuxiu nodded, her shyness evident as she timidly requested, Shen Ping, could you please turn around for a moment? Shen Ping was taken aback. After everything that transpired yesterday, why was she suddenly so bashful? He found himself perplexed, but chose to honor her request. All right, I will select my platform first. Without hesitation, Shen Ping opted for Platform 1. The rationale behind avoiding Platform 2 was straightforward. There was no need to squander a platform for a mere meal. The so-called seaside restaurant likely hosted numerous formidable entities. Otherwise, the danger level would not be so pronounced. However, Shen Ping concluded that if he refrained from provoking the powerful beings associated with Platform 2, he would not encounter peril. Thus, he deduced that the danger rating during the platform introduction was derived from a comparative analysis of the pinnacle combat capabilities of both sides. As for Platform 3, it seemed unnecessary. What could be gained from a floating stone? Regarding the female ghost, Shen Ping understood why the difficulty level was so low. He possessed skills capable of harming supernatural beings. After selecting Platform 1, the surrounding environment swiftly transformed. He found himself in a luxurious villa district, where a train continued its journey before finally halting before Grand Villa. Although it was 6 in the morning in the cold world he had previously inhabited, it was now nightfall, illuminated by a multitude of bright stars. The rule that platforms constituted their own miniature worlds had truly materialized. He opened the car door and stepped out with Luo Qiuxiu. Xiaohua, Xiao Tai, Xiao Shu. Stay close, Shen Ping reminded his 3 companions, who were both pets and attendants. Xiao Shu quickly scampered about, surveying the vicinity before climbing onto Shen Ping's shoulder. Squeak! Xiao Shu pointed toward the house ahead, promptly warning, is there danger? Don't worry. Unleash your ultimate move on my head. Squeak! Xiao Shu responded, then transformed into a translucent spirit mouse, alighting atop Shen Ping's head. At that moment, Shen Ping felt invigorated, his stamina multiplied 5-fold. I could at least unleash 5 strikes. He contemplated. Moreover, even if he used 5 strikes, should the spirit mouse remain within its time limit, Luo Qiuxiu could continuously replenish his stamina. However, 5 times the stamina was quite excessive. It could not be entirely refilled in one go. To sufficiently restore his stamina, some time would be necessary. Meanwhile, the ghost hanging inside the house had sensed the presence of the living. Humans have arrived? The female specter smirked. In this era, what power do humans possess to confront entities like us? Another one has arrived, allowing me to feast. With a creaking sound, the villa's grand door swung open. Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxiu stepped inside. At that moment, the expansive living room was illuminated only by a few chandeliers, heavily veiled in dust, their bulbs flickering erratically, casting a pallid glow akin to a shroud. The air was thick with a damp, musty odor, mingled with a faint metallic tang reminiscent of rust. A chilling breeze inexplicably swept through, stirring the scattered scraps of paper across the floor. A terrifying woman clad in red hung from the ceiling, her skirt appearing as though soaked in blood, swaying gently in the wind. Her pallid face was directed towards the entrance, her murky eyes devoid of life, yet fixated intently on Shen Ping and Luo Qiushue. "Hello," Shen Ping remarked, his curiosity piqued as he scrutinized the apparition. For this was his first encounter with a so-called spiritual entity. The ghost was taken aback. How could this person before her not fear her? After all, she was a ghost. How could one not be afraid? Anger surged within her. She could hardly believe that a new player was unafraid of her. With a roar, she drifted closer, initially intending to toy with the duo. However, her intentions shifted as she resolved to dominate these oblivious souls. Yet around Shen Ping, arcs of purple lightning began to swirl. As the phantom of the Qilin manifested, the surrounding air vibrated with a resonant hum. Wait, I believe there's a misunderstanding." Before the specter could finish her plea, the Qilin unleashed a devastating strike upon her. Aya! A horrifying scream echoed through the air as the red-clad ghost was instantly reduced to ashes. Chapter 49. The remarkable power of the chat channel eliminating the ghost in red. A black crystal materialized before Shen Ping. Curiously, he grasped it in his hand to examine. Ghost crystal, quality white. An item dropped by a specter, usable for crafting spiritual artifacts or nurturing spirits. After vanquishing the female ghost, Shen Ping continued his exploration of the villa, transferring all useful items onto the train. Luo Qiushue even discovered a plethora of garments within the ghost's bedroom wardrobe, including dresses, jeans, tank tops, various stockings in white, black, fishnet, and an array of lace underwear in myriad colors. "Shen Ping, do you think I can take these back?" Luo Qiushue's eyes sparkled with excitement. It appeared that this vanquished specter had been quite affluent in life, as the quality of the clothing was commendable, soft to the touch, akin to high-end brands worth thousands prior to their journey through time. "Of course, take them all. If you need a critical strike, I can provide that as well," Shen Ping replied, equally enthused, instructing Luo Qiushue not to forget the stockings and undergarments. Luo Qiushue muttered, "You naughty rascal," before quietly stuffing everything into her reinforced backpack. Shen Ping, intrigued, attempted a critical strike on some garments, such as the pink dress. Critical strike successful. Pink dress, white quality, pink crystal silk dress. Pink crystal silk dress, quality, white. Increases constitution by 10 points. A dress crafted from silk spun by pink crystal silkworms. Wearing it enhances one's constitution by 10 points. "Wow," Shen Ping exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that these seemingly ordinary garments transformed into equipment upon receiving a critical strike. Not only were they beautiful, but they resembled the alluring outfits worn by female characters in competitive games favored by boys. Seeing this, Luo Qiushue suggested, "Why not attempt a critical strike on all these clothes? They have been worn by that ghost, and after the strike, they will become new garments. Some could even be worn by the iron and fire spirits." Shen Ping found her reasoning sound and proceeded to strike each item. Black stockings, white quality, black crystal silk. Wearing it increases constitution by 3 points. Skinny jeans, white quality, denim armored pants. Wearing it increases constitution by 5 points. And so forth. When Luo Qiushue adorned herself with the black stockings, denim shorts, and the various dresses and undergarments that had undergone critical strikes, her constitution surged by approximately 20 points. It seemed she had amassed many outfits, yet the increase in constitution was modest. This was primarily due to the rule that prohibited wearing 2 items of the same type simultaneously. As per the previous stipulations, one could not don 2 coats, as they would occupy the same upper garment slot, unless one wore a coat alongside an undergarment, where the undergarment could augment constitution. For instance, an upper undergarment might increase constitution by 5 points, while a coat could add 10, resulting in a total enhancement of 15 points. Thus, these white quality coats pale in comparison to the previous black gold jackets and the sturdy fabric armor. The trousers are similarly unimpressive, reduced to mere undergarments and outer pants. The undergarments and body stockings belong to the same category and cannot be worn together. Luo Qiushue, in her attire, seems indifferent to the potential discord with her physique or the waste of a garment's essence. The primary reason remains that Shen Ping enjoys the sight. Aside from clothing, they returned various household items from the villa district to the train. Upon reaching the basement, they discovered an abundance of steel and fine iron. Everything was claimed. Those iron gates, wooden tables, and an assortment of unnecessary plastics were all loaded onto the train for recycling. After 4 hours of labor, Shen Ping wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling quite satisfied. Shall we return to the train, Shen Ping? Luo Qiuxue tilted her head, feigning cuteness. Suddenly, Shen Ping swept her into a princess carry, cradling her in his arms. Startled by the unexpected embrace, Luo Qiuxue quickly adapted, wrapping her arms around his neck. Shen Ping, what are you doing? All right, shall we finish what we didn't complete yesterday? Shen Ping's straightforwardness rendered Luo Qiuxue bashfully flustered. However, since Shen Ping desired it, she felt compelled to acquiesce. Luo Qiuxue cherished Shen Ping. To love a boy is to heed his wishes, a reflection of her romantic disposition. Had she possessed her prior constitution before the transition, such an act would have been impossible. Yet with her enhanced physique, it was now feasible. Moreover, she boasted remarkable recuperative abilities. Suddenly, Luo Qiuxue realized that with her recovery capabilities, the two of them could essentially become an eternal engine of vitality. Upon returning to the bedroom, they instructed Xiao Tai, Xiao Hua, and Xiao Shu to keep an eye on the train. After all, this was a miniature world. However, with the elite combat prowess of Xiao Shu, there was no cause for concern. After the train departed, Shen Ping held Luo Qiuxue contentedly and took a leisurely afternoon nap. Upon awakening, feeling somewhat hungry, he casually dispatched 2 rice elders, transforming them into 2 steaming bowls of rice, and struck down 2 crab sticks. Originally crafted from fish and a modicum of shrimp meat, the crab sticks, upon being struck, morphed into those of the emperor crab, and in substantial portions. Gazing at the snowy scenery, alongside the beauty in his arms and the delectable food, Shen Ping reveled in the moment. After a delightful meal, Shen Ping opened the chat channel to see what had transpired since everyone had departed the World Transit Station. World Chat Channel 4. 7 billion, 10 billion. It is noteworthy that the number of players in the World Chat Channel had dwindled to less than half. How cruel! Over the span of a week, more than half had perished. Luo Qiuxue sighed in reflection. Everyone, has your train encountered any crises? This morning, a colossal ice-blue bird suddenly attacked my train. Fortunately, my companion and I continuously utilized steel and fine iron to repair the train. While the bird assailed us, we diligently mended the damage, and after a while, the creature ceased its relentless onslaught. Indeed, I was astounded when a gigantic blue bear halted the train and persistently attacked it. Thankfully, I disembarked and shot it down with a single bullet. My train has reached level 5, barely managing to shove one monster aside. Everyone, hasten to upgrade your train's level. Additionally, do not sell all your steel and fine iron. Retain a portion for repairs. This is crucial. By the way, have you encountered any veteran players here? Someone inquired curiously. Have you seen one? I have, and the veteran player even left me some resources. Really? Is it true that veteran players provide supplies to newcomers? How is that possible? Observing this group of players, most were engaged in idle chatter, yet the topics were intriguing. Shen Ping sighed and tagged the player who claimed to have met a veteran. Ho Yang, speak the truth. Did you truly encounter a veteran player? And did they provide you with resources? Ho Yang replied, of course I did. Witnessing this, a grave expression crossed Shen Ping's face. The accuracy of encountering a veteran player was supposedly 100%. How could this be? Would the game system allow veteran players to invade the novice area to target players? Shen Ping remarked, you may have indeed seen a veteran player, but I can surmise without hesitation that even if you did, they would never bestow resources upon you. Rather, they would have seized your supplies. However, due to certain game regulations, they could not eliminate you. Am I correct? Shen Ping's words rendered Ho Liang silent. He was at a loss for a response. Yet Shen Ping's statement struck a nerve. Shen Ping's eyes brightened. Beside him, Luo Qiuxue exclaimed, Shen, we can see the accuracy of our spoken words in the chat channel. Shen Ping understood the implications. He opened his private messages, only to find none. Perhaps such information was exclusive to the chat channel. Could it be that in the future, I might express some of my speculations in the chat channel and then verify their accuracy? Shen Ping mused. This could be considered a cheat, couldn't it? Soon, he opened the chat channel and noticed a message from Ho Yang. Ho Yang wrote, "Indeed, Shen, you were right. I was indeed robbed by that veteran player. Alas, for the sake of my pride, I falsely claimed they provided me with resources. Aside from some basic survival supplies, like bread and water, everything else was taken. That beast forced me to a halt with its high-level train and took my belongings, though I wonder why they did not kill me." Seeing the accuracy rate of 95%, Shen Ping concluded that Ho Yang's account was likely very close to the truth. I have finally returned. The reason for my sporadic updates is due to the similarities between my old work and the plot involving my ex-girlfriend. Although I have made some adjustments to the earlier sections, the main storyline remains unaffected. For those intrigued, feel free to revisit the earlier chapters. However, the books that enter the proverbial black room experience a significant decline in readership, leading to a drop in overall performance. I hope my dear readers can minimize their delays in reading. If the book suffers irreparable damage, updates will become exceedingly challenging. Chapter 50. Shen Ping speculation. How could you be so unreasonable? I mean, how could a seasoned player, who has never met you, choose to provide you with resources? Such ill intentions. People like you are a bane to us novice players. As the crowd vehemently criticized the individual named Ho Yang, Shen Ping swiftly posed a crucial question. What do you think is the reason that the seasoned player did not eliminate Ho Yang, but instead opted to seize his resources? Soon, the chat channel erupted into discussion. In my opinion, it is highly probable that this seasoned player possesses special privileges that prevent him from killing new players. Alternatively, slaying a new player may incur certain penalties. Accuracy, 50. Shen Ping's eyes lit up. A 50% accuracy implies that either the new player is indeed immune to being killed, or they can be slain but would face repercussions. Shen Ping remarked, "I personally feel that being killed would indeed lead to punishment." Accuracy, 100. Upon witnessing the subsequent declaration of 100 accuracy, Shen Ping smiled, realizing he had discerned the answer through the chat channel. Shen Ping, esteemed Shen Ping, why are you so certain? It's evident upon reflection. I also agree with Shen Ping. If seasoned players cannot kill new players, why allow them to infiltrate the world of novices? With over 50 billion of us arriving in this frigid realm as a calamity, the intensity of disasters such as heat waves, fires, and toxic plagues far exceeds that of cold disasters. This world is undoubtedly designed for successive waves of new players. If seasoned players are absolutely barred from slaying new players, there would be no reason to permit their access to this world. Once someone gains recognition, a multitude will rally to support their statements. Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue were among such renowned figures. Moreover, Shen Ping's hypothesis resonated with the majority's conjectures, thus eliciting such agreement. Ultimately, while there may be obstacles or penalties associated with seasoned players killing new players, the fact that they can freely venture into the icy world raises concerns. Accuracy, 30. 30% accuracy? Shen Ping pondered. The flaw in this statement likely stems from the notion of unrestricted entry and exit in the icy realm. It appears that some seasoned players also face conditions when entering this frozen world. Subsequently, Shen Ping engaged in the chat channel once more, attempting to entice players to share their own speculations. In the end, he reached a conclusion. Seasoned players are not significantly stronger than new players, merely arriving in this train world a year earlier. Essentially, they are part of the earlier batch. According to Yang Na, players embark on this train world annually. However, a year is still a considerable span of time, 365 days, equating to 365 platforms. If approximately half of these platforms remain too fearful to venture out and instead hide within the train, they would have at least explored 180 platforms, thereby possessing strengths ranging from blue to purple quality beings. While formidable, Shen Ping felt confident that he could manage. Moreover, veteran players inflict harm upon newcomers, with severe penalties imposed. The deduction of train currency is a minor concern, while the loss of train levels and personal attributes holds far greater significance. Train levels are amassed through considerable resources and substantial train currency. Personal attributes are cultivated gradually over time. Therefore, under no circumstances would seasoned players choose to harm new players or even eliminate them. Should they commit such acts excessively, they risk being classified as violators, attracting the wrath of hunters. Furthermore, veteran players venturing into the realms of newcomers incur costs, paying a certain amount of train currency. Consequently, the vast majority of seasoned players refrain from entering the maps of new players, save for a few daring individuals seeking to claim special resources. Wealthy newcomers are indeed susceptible to the predations of veteran players, are they not? Shen Ping smirked. If they encounter us, it shall be quite entertaining. Although veteran players face penalties for harming newcomers, the latter can acquire resources from the former upon their demise. Luo Qiuxue responded earnestly. Shen Ping, do you believe those seasoned players would dare to act against us? Should they find us, they may indeed take action. Yet they lack the capacity to meticulously search for players, with the exception of a few possessing unique items. Thus, the likelihood is slim. Even if such encounters were to transpire, we remain unperturbed, for those who target newcomers are predominantly from the previous tier of underperforming players. Shen Ping's reasoning is not without merit. Truly developed veteran players would hardly set their sights on newcomers. It is only the struggling veterans who resort to such despicable behavior. The population dwindles by half each week, with competition growing increasingly fierce. While those who adapt manage to survive, the total number of players enduring for a year seldom exceeds 100 million, with merely tens of millions remaining. Assuming only 1% of veteran players, amounting to several 100,000, venture into the frigid world in search of newcomers, the probability indeed appears minimal. These figures are not mere fabrications by Shen Ping. They stem from inquiries guided by the chat channel, leading to educated guesses that were subsequently validated for accuracy. Subsequently, Shen Ping organized his resources, discovering that he possessed sufficient materials to upgrade the train, and thus resolved to proceed with the enhancement. Chapter 51, Level 9 Train, Dining Carriage. A lengthy chapter of 4,000 words. Enhanced Train, Level 9. Conductor, Shen Ping. Crew members, 5. Shen Ping, Luo Qiuxue, Iron Sprite, Psychic Squirrel, Fire Sprite. Upgrade requirements. Timber 10, 000, Plastic 10, 000, Fine Iron 10, 000, Steel 5, 000, Train Upgrade Cards 10, Train Core 1. Stopover duration, 8 hours. May choose to depart early after 5 hours. Train currency, 7, 256. Number of carriages, 8. Special carriages. Agricultural carriage 2. Livestock carriage 1. Special abilities. Have consumption. Foreknowledge of stations. Selection of stations. Have consumption. The resources required for upgrading the train are permanently reduced by half. Foreknowledge of stations. Ability to glean information about each station. Selection of stations. Provides a choice among 3 stations. At last, the train has ascended to level 9. With a total of 8 carriages, it proudly hosts 3 special ones, 2 agricultural carriages and 1 livestock carriage. Moreover, Shen Ping's train currency remains robust at over 7,000. Although the most fundamental resources are scarce, hindering a swift upgrade to a level 10 train. The substantial amount of train currency still affords Shen Ping a considerable sense of security. The acquisition of train currency. Aside from purchasing it from the shop based on the previous day's ratings, which yield no more than 100, relies on opening treasure chests or engaging in trades with workers. Additionally, in the preceding days, novice treasure chests were available for purchase. For other players, these novice treasure chests often prove to be a trap, yielding items of lesser value than their cost of 50 train currency. For Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue, while it wasn't entirely unprofitable due to their critical hit capability, the balance between income and expenditure remained fairly equal, leading both to dismiss the notion of purchasing novice treasure chests in recent days. However, those novice treasure chests have now vanished. Meanwhile, Shen Ping harbors curiosity about the implications of his train achieving level 9, particularly regarding the basic resources of timber and plastic. which must each total at least 10,000. What of other players? They must be burdened with a requirement of 20,000. This illustrates how the advancement to level 10 could potentially stymie many for an extended period. It is conceivable that the challenges of upgrading beyond level May 10th be even more formidable. Moreover, a novel element has emerged, the train core. Only now does Shen Ping grasp the true significance of the train core. It serves as a crucial item for upgrading the train. To elevate from level 9 to level 10 requires a train core. Besides its utility in worker transitions, the train core also facilitates upgrades, marking it as a profoundly significant item. The game system appears to be inciting mutual conflict among players, Shen Ping muses. He wonders aloud, do you think that if veteran players were to eliminate us and dismantle our trains, they would acquire train cores? Shen Ping shakes his head. I'm not entirely certain, but it is unlikely. However, this notion cannot be discussed in the chat channel. Who knows what chaos might ensue if the purpose of the train core were to be disclosed among players of the same cohort. One cannot help but feel a sense of trepidation regarding oneself. It is conceivable that self-inflicted harm might occur with greater alacrity. Shen Ping accessed the current train marketplace, eager to discover any novel offerings. How delightful it would be if there were core train components available for purchase. Alas, there were none. Dining car. A compartment transformed into a dining car, featuring 3 tables, 12 chairs, and additionally equipped with a highly skilled chef and a storage area for food. Price: 1,500 train coins. While the price is somewhat steep, it offers exceptional value. A dining car? Priced at 1,500 train coins? I am curious to ascertain the justification for such an expense. Despite the exorbitance, Shen Ping resolved to acquire it. Upon completing the purchase, he contemplated the current configuration of the agricultural compartments, which comprised 4 or 5 sections, with the livestock compartment being the 6th. Given this, he decided to convert the 3rd compartment into a dining car. Regrettably, they had already dined. Thus, if the two wished to eat again, they would have to wait for supper or until the morrow. Arriving at the 3rd compartment, it had undergone a remarkable transformation. The space had expanded significantly, measuring 10 meters in length and at least 8 meters in width, now featuring 3 refrigerators and a kitchen. The kitchen was situated on the left side of the train's forward motion, furnished with a faucet, a stove, a range hood, a microwave, an oven, and more. A humanoid robot, adorned with a scarf, stood beside it, its body entirely metallic, resembling a machine. Chef Puppet, quality, white. Constitution, 30. Loyalty, 100. Possessing exceptional culinary skills. It can also wield a knife in combat if confronted with weaker monsters. Skill, culinary creation. The dishes produced possess healing properties and restore stamina while uplifting spirits. Esteemed Trainmaster and Vice Trainmaster. The Chef Puppet intoned respectfully, kneeling on one knee. From this day forth, I shall prepare all the meals in the dining car, provided you supply me with sufficient resources. To Shen Ping's surprise, the conversion of the compartment had also yielded an attendant. Luo Qiuxue remarked in astonishment. I wonder if I can enhance its skills further. Shen Ping approached the Chef Puppet, scrutinizing it closely, and then bestowed a critical hit upon its skill. The Chef Puppet's abilities began to resemble Luo Qiuxue's talents, and with her presence, its utility seemed limited to the creation of delectable dishes. Critical hit successful. Culinary creation, enhanced culinary creation. Enhanced culinary creation. The dishes produced now confer a slight increase in constitution. Shen Ping's eyes widened in astonishment. A slight increase in constitution? How much could one meal augment constitution? If a single meal could enhance constitution by 1 point, would it not be possible to gain 2 or 3 points in a day? Concurrently, the Chef Puppet expressed curiosity. Esteemed Trainmaster, what have you done to me? I feel as though my culinary skills have advanced significantly. Shen Ping replied, from now on, the meals you prepare will bolster our constitution or that of Xiao Tai, Xiaohua, and Xiao Shu. Henceforth, you shall be our esteemed chef. The Chef Puppet nodded gravely, assuring, rest assured, my lord, whatever you command, I shall undertake with utmost diligence. Shen Ping responded with a satisfied nod. Subsequently, he unleashed a critical strike on the 3 ordinary refrigerators to his right. Critical hit successful. Ordinary refrigerator, large refrigerator. 2. Critical hit successful. Ordinary refrigerator, dimensional refrigerator. The large refrigerator, characterized by its white quality, could accommodate at least 100 food items, with each compartment capable of holding 100 identical items. It also possessed cooling effects, ensuring the food remained fresh for nearly a month. The dimensional refrigerator, of green quality, could hold a minimum of 10,000 food items, with superior cooling capabilities that ensured freshness for at least 6 months. With the dimensional refrigerator at hand, the utility of the large refrigerator diminished significantly, prompting Shen Ping to list it at a premium price on the trading market. Soon after, Shen Ping instructed his subordinates to transfer all the food stored in the warehouse into the dimensional refrigerator. This food supply would suffice for 6 months. Once this task was accomplished, Shen Ping requested the chef to prepare 2 bowls of ordinary fried rice, using unenhanced eggs and rice, in order to conduct an experiment. During their idle time, Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue sent the younger ones to the agricultural compartment. The crops in the agricultural compartment had fully matured. These 4 types of fruits could fetch a handsome price on the trading market. A single ink pattern ice melon could be sold for approximately 500 units of wood or plastic, or 300 units of refined iron, or 200 units of steel. The prices for the other 3 fruits were similarly favorable, though slightly lower due to their single-use nature. Moreover, each successful planting yielded double the quantity of seeds, allowing for an infinite cycle of production, resulting in an ever-increasing bounty of these white-quality fruits. A brief calculation revealed that one agricultural compartment could produce around 200 purple mist grapes, primarily due to their smaller size compared to the other 3 fruits, although they were still significantly larger than ordinary grapes. If a single purple mist grape could be sold for 200 units of wood, then an entire compartment would yield at least 40,000 units of wood, adding the produce from the other 3 fruits, which yielded less due to their larger size, especially the ink-patterned ice melon, which, despite its higher selling price, produced fewer fruits. The total would be around 100,000 units of wood. However, Shen Ping would not solely sell the produce for wood, but also for plastic, refined iron, and steel. Thus, selling out both agricultural compartments could potentially elevate the train by 1 or 2 levels within 2 to 3 days. Of course, this was an ideal scenario. Shen Ping also needed to adjust prices based on market conditions to maximize profits. After completing these arrangements, the chef reminded Shen Ping that the 2 bowls of fried rice were ready. Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue approached the 2 bowls, adopting an air of admiration. Together, they consumed 1 bowl. They carefully attuned to the changes within their bodies, yet received no notification of an enhancement in their physical attributes. Could it be that the improvement was too minimal to warrant a single notification? Luo Qiuxue pondered aloud. Shen Ping considered this a distinct possibility. Subsequently, Shen Ping delivered a critical blow to another bowl of fried rice. Critical hit successful. Fried rice, white quality, fire spirit egg fried rice. Perhaps, in a manner beyond comprehension, the critical hit effect had its own direction. The fried rice did not transform into something extravagant, as if a crab stick had suddenly become a king crab. It merely changed its name from ordinary chicken to fire spirit chicken. The entire dish only underwent a color transformation, turning a vibrant crimson. Shen Ping examined it closely. Fire spirit egg fried rice, quality white. Made from eggs laid by fire spirit chickens. Consuming it can permanently increase physical constitution by 2 points, with a maximum of 10 consumptions. Shen Ping's eyes brightened, and he turned to the nearby chef puppet, stating, "In the future, when you prepare meals, make sure to utilize ingredients that have not been subject to a critical hit." Understood? He intended to maximize the number of critical hits in the final products, akin to how this fried rice had transformed into fire spirit chicken. The chef puppet curiously inquired, "How should I distinguish which foods have not been critically hit?" Those unprocessed agricultural products, various eggs, wheat, rice, corn, and certain fruits and vegetables, as well as various raw meats, have not experienced a critical hit. "I understand, master." After finishing the fried rice, the 2 felt quite stuffed. They had already dined earlier and now indulged in a late-night snack. "Oh no, I feel so guilty," Luo, Qiushua pouted, clutching her rounded belly. Why? Isn't it good to be full? Shen Ping gently caressed Luo, Qiushua's abdomen. Her stomach, which had initially been flat, slightly protruding due to her female anatomy, now appeared fuller due to the meal. For some reason, Shen Ping found Luo Qiushua exceedingly alluring at that moment. He continued to rub and playfully poke her belly. Luo Qiushua shot him a glance, but did not stop him. Instead, she retorted, Shen Ping, are you a bit eccentric? What's wrong with touching your belly? It's not like I'm touching other places, and you don't mind that. I suppose that's true. After pondering for a brief moment, Luo Qiushua conceded that Shen Ping had a point. She then returned to the previous topic, murmuring, I'm afraid if I gain weight, you won't like me anymore. Hee hee. You really are extravagant. Other players are starving, barely able to fill their stomachs. And here you are worrying about such matters. Shen Ping playfully pinched her little nose. Even if you turned into a little pig, you'd still be my little pig. How could I possibly not like you? Besides, don't fret too much. We engage in such vigorous exploration that our energy expenditure is significant. That's true, she acknowledged. We eat plenty, but we also expend a lot. Others are different. They eat less but still consume a lot of energy. As the night grew late, the two instructed the chef puppet to tidy up the utensils before preparing to wash up and sleep. As for where the utensils came from, they were, of course, the result of the critical hits on those snacks. For instance, when the crab roe-flavored crispy noodles were critically hit, not only did the noodles and king crab appear, but also the bowl containing both the noodles and king crab. After Luo Qiushua tidied up her clothes, she entered the bathroom. After a while, Shen Ping noticed the bathroom door was unlocked and stealthily slipped inside. In the deep of night, two frost blue, plump cats stood upon a railway track. In this frigid world, the ground was riddled with countless tracks, intricately intertwined. When two non-parallel tracks intersected, they would converge into one. These two frost blue felines belonged to the Frostwind clan. Brother Han, you must be jesting. How could these newcomers possibly command an 8th level train? Inquired a slightly smaller Frostwind cat, its curiosity piqued. Why would I deceive you? Did you not observe the injuries I bear? In any case, when confronted with a train of level 4 or higher, we are powerless to intercept it. Level 4 and below is manageable. Is it possible that they are seasoned players from another realm? Pondered the Frostwind cat, contemplating the likelihood of such an occurrence and nodding in agreement. Regardless, beings of such caliber must be exceedingly rare. However, just as they were preparing to collaborate in halting the approaching train, they beheld a train with no fewer than 8 carriages advancing towards them. Quick run. It's a 9th level train. How could this be? My tracking device has pinpointed high-level trains twice. Shrieked the Frostwind cat, having been knocked aside once before. Perhaps out of panic, the two Frostwind cats fled in the same direction as the train's advance. Thus, the following morning at 5:30, the two awoke refreshed and ready for breakfast. Initially, they had no habit of having breakfast, often just nibbling on some bread. However, recognizing that food could enhance their physical condition, they resolved to consume as many meals as possible that day, ensuring breakfast, lunch, and dinner were not overlooked, and perhaps even indulging in a midnight snack. Shen Ping stretched luxuriously. Qiushua, I heard a loud bang last night while I was sleeping. Did you happen to hear it? Luo Qiushua paused, recalling a faint sound that seemed to resonate, albeit not distinctly. Could it be that the train mistook some objects for speed bumps? Chapter 52, The Red Town, Part 1. After pondering for a moment, Shen Ping could not discern the reasoning behind it. According to the chat channel, nighttime was recognized as the peak period for monsters to assault the train. Consequently, many players found themselves restless during the night, anxiously awaiting monster interceptions. If faced with insurmountable foes, they would resort to repairing the train with steel and iron. If the monsters were manageable, they would disembark to confront them. However, high-level trains could mitigate these challenges. Regardless, with the presence of Little Mouse, Little Iron, Little Fire, and Little Chef, there was no need for them to keep watch. Little Chef was a makeshift named Shen Ping had given to the culinary automaton. The two of them partook in a simple breakfast of sandwiches and milk tea crafted by Little Chef. The sandwiches, made from uncritical ingredients, were transformed into a dish of uncharted quality when a critical hit occurred, yielding eggs from a white quality hen. The milk tea was not a concoction of powders as before. Rather, it was crafted from genuine white-quality milk and tea. They savored their breakfast in a familiar manner. Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue felt their vitality increment once more. In this manner, they could enhance their constitution by approximately 30 points over the course of a week. Shen Ping sighed with realization. All of this was a boon from their critical hit talent. Without such a talent, how could they have progressed so swiftly? In the ensuing hours, Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue gazed out the window at the scenery. The morning snow was breathtakingly beautiful. As 6 o'clock arrived, they began to select a platform. Platform 1, Island. A solitary island in the sea. Resources, fruits, wood, etc. Danger level, low. Platform 2, Cannibal Village. Multiplayer platform, a village of cannibals. Any outsiders will be met with hostility from the inhabitants. Resources, human flesh, hearts, livers, lungs. Danger level, low. Platform 3, Red Town, Quest Platform. Quest platforms are special. Aside from solo and multiplayer platforms, completing a quest here yields unique rewards, including but not limited to constitution, train currency, skills, etc. Task. A seemingly ordinary town where the previous veteran player failed to depart the train in time. The objective is to eliminate the lingering veteran player. Successful completion of the task will yield rewards, while failure incurs no penalties. Resources, train currency, train core, crucial intelligence, and special identity transformation scores. Danger level, medium. Shen Ping hesitated for merely 3 seconds before discussing with Luo Qiuxue and opting for Platform 3. A medium difficulty indicated that they could expend some effort to deal with this veteran player, whose strength lay somewhere between blue and purple quality. If he were of purple quality, it would indeed pose a high difficulty for Shen Ping, who possessed only purple skills. Conversely, if he were of blue quality, the challenge would be considerably easier. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The pivotal aspect was the intelligence. At present, both Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue were fresh entrants into the train world. Although much intelligence has been gathered in the chat channel, there remains a certain lack of understanding regarding the various veteran players and the 4 distinct types of players. However, Shen Ping found himself perplexed as to why a veteran player would remain in this place only to be slain by newer players. Suddenly, he recalled the regulations concerning rule violators. These violators can rely on a formidable entity behind them to traverse from one platform to another, subsequently eliminating players. By definition, this veteran player merely lingered in the small town, neither aligning with a powerful entity nor having a record of slaying numerous new players. Nevertheless, they are all survivors disembarked from the train. Presently, there are many players lingering in resource-rich platforms, unwilling to follow the train for further exploration. Shen Ping pondered whether this could pertain to the degree of violation. In reality, those survivors choosing to remain at the platform to survive have already breached the regulations, yet have not reached the level of being classified as violators. Listening to Luo Qiuxue's conjecture, a light dawned upon Shen Ping. Subsequently, Luo Qiuxue speculated that since this degree of violation has not escalated to that of a violator, it should suffice for the survivors like us to deal with these veterans exhibiting lesser violations. Shen Ping began to grasp the underlying logic. Hunters eliminate severe violators, while ordinary survivors handle those who, though not egregious, still exhibit behavioral infractions. Luo Qiuxue added, moreover, Shen Ping, have you noticed the scoring associated with possessing resources and class transitions? I surmise that resolving these infractions among survivors might enhance our scores, and if our scores are sufficient, we may even have the opportunity to become hunters in the future. Luo Qiuxue's audacious conjecture left Shen Ping in awe. Qiuxue, you are truly astute. It's akin to examinations. Before becoming a hunter, one must undergo repeated assessments, each conferring a score. Although the game system does not explicitly state any penalties for lingering at the platform, it is evident that there are indeed consequences. These penalties are to be enacted by us, the examining players. Shen Ping chuckled. Hey, Shen Ping, with my brilliance. Shouldn't you reward me? What reward do you desire? A kiss. Shen Ping acquiesced to Luo Qiuxue's request, bestowing upon her 2 kisses. He then verified his hypothesis in the chat channel. At that moment, Shen Ping's train departed the icy realm, arriving at the doorstep of a quaint town. The overall hue of the town was red. In front of the town, several individuals clad in red garments halted, their peculiar gazes fixed upon the approaching train. Upon the train's arrival and the doors opening, a stern law enforcer, with a revolver at his waist, approached Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue. "You two outsiders. Our town has regulations. Newcomers must be presented to the mayor." Before disembarking, Shen Ping instructed Xiao Tai and Xiao Chu to remain on the train to avoid a repeat of previous theft incidents. Xiao Hu followed closely behind, while Xiao Shu perched upon Shen Ping's shoulder. Shen Ping gazed calmly at the enforcer. "From whence do your regulations originate?" The enforcer replied solemnly. "They are naturally decreed by the mayor. You outsiders are nothing but brigands plundering our resources to ensure the well-being of the town's residents. You must accompany us to meet the mayor." Shen Ping pondered curiously. Is the mayor an experienced player? Although he initially contemplated resistance, he decided to meet the mayor, thinking that once he had done so, he could eliminate him with the Thunder Qilin. Exchanging a glance with Luo Qiuxue, Shen Ping nodded. "Very well, lead us." The enforcer sighed in relief, finding the outsiders somewhat amenable to negotiation. "Please follow me. Rest assured, our mayor merely wishes to discuss a matter with you." Subsequently, the enforcer guided Shen Ping and his companion, a mouse and an elf, into the heart of the Red Town. Chapter 53. The Red Town, Part 2. Under the guidance of the constable, Shen Ping, Luo, Qiuxue, Little Mouse, and Little Fire traversed the gates of the town, entering its inner sanctum. The streets, though spacious, were riddled with potholes. Remnants of rainwater still lingered upon the ground, and numerous footprints marked the path of passers-by. Most of the houses were constructed from stone, reminiscent of medieval towns. Shen Ping observed that the residents they passed bore expressions of numbness, as if they had endured significant persecution. "Has this town recently experienced a calamity?" Shen Ping inquired. The constable halted abruptly, a shadow of despair crossing his features as he replied in a low voice. "It is indeed due to your kind, the outsiders." His voice trembled, his complexion pale. "While our town has dealt with numerous interlopers, many households have continued to suffer from the ravages of outsiders over the years. Food has been plundered, property seized, and, regrettably, the women of our homes have not been spared. The wives and daughters of these residents have all, to varying degrees, faced persecution." Shen Ping fell silent. The Red Town, serving as a task station, had drawn many powerful survivors to its midst. He considered himself no paragon of virtue, having seized resources from Yongli village, raided the giant farm, and pillaged the spiders' lairs. For Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue, the iron spirits, giants, and colossal spiders were foes. Yet in their eyes, it was Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue who were the adversaries. This sentiment was amplified by the presence of other players, including an old player who had been hiding here for over a year. Shen Ping was at a loss for words. "However, we also have need of outsiders," the constable said, his tone fraught with conflict. He sighed deeply, admitting, "In truth, I would relish the opportunity to shatter the skulls of you outsiders with my revolver." Shen Ping felt no anger. He understood that he would likely harbor similar sentiments were their positions reversed. Survivors passed through one station after another merely to seize resources, which inevitably led to conflict and generations of enmity. Yet, Shen Ping found himself puzzled by the constable's assertion of needing them. Initially, he had assumed that the constable referred to the town mayor as an old player who had long governed this red town. However, he now reconsidered that notion. How could an old player possibly seek assistance from incoming players? If he were in the position of the old player, he would undoubtedly station a multitude of constables at the entrance, ready to attack those disembarking from the train, seizing the core of the train and its resources, thereby fortifying the entire red town to thrive and grow. It was evident that the reality was far more complex. An eerie tranquility enveloped the two parties. "The mayor of the red town resides within," the constable said slowly. "Please follow me inside." Shen Ping allowed Little Fire and Little Mouse to enter first before he cautiously accompanied Luo Qiuxue into the room. Inside, a desk and a bookshelf awaited them, and a man clad in a red shirt stood with his back turned to Shen Ping. Upon noticing Shen Ping's entrance, He slowly turned around and scrutinized him. "Are you the newcomers who just arrived in our red town?" Shen Ping examined the town's mayor, noting the absence of any aura of strength about him, perhaps even lacking the qualities of a white-grade individual. "Indeed. Finally, you have arrived." That esteemed individual did not deceive me. After utilizing the scroll, I discovered that the visitors are not brigands, but rather stable-minded individuals willing to assist me. Shen Ping frowned. Who is that esteemed individual? The old player? Or someone else? Observing Shen Ping's confusion, the man in the red shirt cautiously inquired, "You must be aware that you have a mission at hand, correct?" Shen Ping nodded. "Then we are in agreement. I have a task for you. Upon completion, you will receive an additional 500 train coins, and you may freely seize the resources from the task's objectives, provided you do not harm the innocent." As soon as he finished speaking, a prompt appeared beside Shen Ping's ear. Mission: the old player of Red Town. Mission details. Mission reward: 500 train coins. Mission duration: 8 hours. The mission details were identical to those on the train. Shen Ping finally understood the mayor's purpose to assign him a task. Other players did not possess the train module. While Shen Ping had the luxury of choosing among 3 options, he had received information about the platform several minutes in advance. When others arrived at the platform, they would only be given the name and type of the station. Thus, to truly obtain the mission details, one needed to engage with the NPCs within the mission station. Shen Ping comprehended this fully. Soon after, akin to a game interface, a red arrow appeared before him, bending to indicate the direction behind him. Location of the old player. "I understand now. Leave the task to us," Shen Ping said slowly. "Good. Your assurance puts me at ease," replied the mayor, wiping the sweat from his brow. In truth, he has been hiding here for quite some time, and his continued presence poses a risk to our red town. Here is the search warrant. With it, you may investigate any location. Shen Ping nodded, accepting the search warrant, and refrained from further pleasantries. The train's was only 8 hours. The priority was to resolve the mission as swiftly as possible. Shortly thereafter, Shen Ping and Luo Qiushua departed, following the red arrow to their destination. "Do you require me to send security personnel to accompany you?" Shen Ping shook his head, indicating that it was unnecessary. The two proceeded along the path marked by the red arrow until they arrived at an estate. 2 men clad in security uniforms glared sternly at Shen Ping and Luo Qiushua. "This is a private estate. Please vacate the premises." Shen Ping presented the search warrant to the guards. After glancing at it, the guards reluctantly allowed Shen Ping and Luo Qiushua to enter. Under normal circumstances, the old player should be the master of this estate, Shen Ping murmured to himself, recalling the mayor's words. The seasoned player has resided in this town for at least a year devoid of any disturbances. Yet this raises suspicions. Is the mission platform activated due to the mayor's utilization of a task scroll, directing players to the platform to undertake missions? Or is it a consequence of the gaming system itself? Perhaps it is a combination of both. The fact that the mayor allowed an experienced player to linger here for an entire year before finally reporting him is indeed peculiar. Shen Ping shook his head. These considerations were not his focus. Completing the task, claiming the reward, and departing were his priorities. Soon, Shen Ping knocked on the manor's door. A maid opened it, and after some negotiation, she escorted a few individuals inside. Meanwhile, a man clad in a janitor's uniform, upon hearing the commotion from downstairs, felt a sudden jolt of apprehension. Chapter 54, The Red Town, Part 3. He slightly lowered his head, gazing at the incoming Shen Ping, Luo Qiushua, and the others. Where did this group of individuals come from? Lian observed the newcomers with a tinge of wariness. He happened to be an old player hiding within the estate. Despite possessing the strength to dominate the town, he dared not flaunt it. As for whether abandoning his train and lurking on the platform constituted a violation, Lin had some inkling. After all, since he had taken refuge in this town, the trading market and chat channels have been sealed off, leaving only his personal inventory and attributes visible. This phenomenon indicated that Lian's actions were indeed against the rules. During this year of concealment, Lian had been exceedingly cautious and low-key. Thus, it was precisely why he preferred to remain inconspicuous as a janitor rather than striving for power across the entire platform. However, Lian overlooked one crucial detail. Players preparing to complete their tasks did not need to search meticulously. With the aid of the red arrow before them, they could accurately pinpoint the location of any violators. After a brief negotiation with the estate owner, Shen Ping was met with a dismissive wave of the hand. "There is no one here that you seek. Best be on your way. Do you wish to defy the mayor's orders?" Shen Ping furrowed his brow. "The mayor? A person who cannot even safeguard a mere town is fit to govern the entire place?" The estate owner sneered, gesturing dismissively. At that moment, numerous thugs wielding machetes surged forth from the estate, surrounding Shen Ping, Luo, Qiushua, Little Mouse, and Little Fire. What Shen Ping did not anticipate was that the red arrow did not point to the estate owner, but rather upstairs. Following the direction of the red arrow, Shen Ping looked up and locked eyes with the janitor. The latter froze momentarily before retracting his head. "No escape." Shen Ping hurriedly attempted to ascend the stairs, but the surrounding thugs rushed towards him. The affluent family harbored their own henchmen. This estate was precisely the stronghold of a prominent family within the town, housing a plethora of thugs. "Little Mouse, Little Fire, go," Shen Ping commanded softly. He assessed the situation. These thugs wielding machetes were at most of white quality. Little Fire was of green quality, while Little Mouse was blue quality. They could easily handle these white quality thugs. Suddenly, Little Mouse leaped up and kicked the nearest thug squarely in the face. In the next moment, he was sent flying, crashing against the wall, and creating a substantial hole. The abrupt turn of events left the thugs and the estate owner dumbfounded. "No, it's just a mouse. How could it possess such strength?" The estate owner murmured. Although the psychic squirrel was an auxiliary-type attendant, its high quality rendered its physical prowess more than sufficient to dominate the entire town. Meanwhile, Little Fire recited an incomprehensible incantation. In the next instant, a fiery puppet materialized in mid-air, engulfed in flames. Elite Fire Puppet. Shen Ping swiftly dealt a critical hit to the Elite Fire Puppet. However, the Elite Fire Puppet exhibited no response whatsoever. It appears that the prior critical strike on the skill has rendered the summoned entities immune to exploitation. Shen Ping explained slowly. However, it matters little, for the fire golem is essentially equivalent to a creature of green quality, and the elite fire golem is even more formidable, comparable to a blue quality monster. The very presence of such a creature instilled fear in some of the hired hands, causing them to sit down in terror. Shen Ping cast a cold gaze upon the estate owner, questioning whether he still harbored any thoughts of resistance. "A far more dangerous entity than ourselves has emerged within your estate, and in our attempt to assist you, you repay our goodwill with ingratitude." The estate owner gritted his teeth and ordered his surrounding henchmen to disperse. Subsequently, a small mouse leaped onto Shen Ping's head, along with Luo, Qiushua, and the fire golem. The trio, one man, one woman, one mouse, and one golem, ascended the staircase in search of the player who had just fled, suspected to be an experienced gamer. Following the guidance of the red arrow, Shen Ping arrived at the rooftop. There, a man donned in a cleaning uniform, wielding a broom, stood coldly regarding Shen Ping. "I never imagined my disguise would hold so well. Even after a year, players still seek to trouble me," he said slowly, his gaze filled with a simmering anger directed at Shen Ping and Luo Qiushua. "You mistakenly believe your facade to be flawless, yet in truth, it has merely been a period of transgression over the past year. Had you managed to board another train during that time, you might have had a chance to survive." Shen Ping responded gradually. "However, I am here solely to complete my task and claim my reward. Your narrative holds no interest for me. Wait, if you kill me, the team will not let you off easily. It would be wiser to release me. Leave this town, and I shall provide you with resources." Lian's gaze flickered momentarily. Having wasted a year, he was uncertain if he was truly a match for Shen Ping. Moreover, he could not ascertain which version of Shen Ping he faced, particularly with that mouse capable of delivering a powerful kick to his henchmen. "Team?" Shen Ping and Luo Qiushua exchanged puzzled looks. "You are unaware of the team?" Upon seeing the curious expressions of Shen Ping and Luo Qiushua, a bold conjecture formed in Lian's mind. Surely, these two could not be the latest batch of players. However, how could that be? New players wielding such formidable mice and summoning fire golems? Quickly, Lian reviewed the timeline. Exactly 1 year ago, he himself had been unaware of the team. The corresponding timeline indicated a survival period of 7 to 8 days. This feature had only emerged a month into survival. Thus, you two are new players? Shen Ping nodded. Indeed, what of it? Upon hearing this, Lian exhaled in relief, then smirked coldly. New players dare to be so audacious, even pursuing an old player like myself. I suppose you truly have a death wish. Before he could finish, Lian's expression changed. The small mouse unleashed its ultimate move, transforming into a spirit mouse state, thereby augmenting Shen Ping's stamina. Shen Ping's vitality surged dramatically as he activated his no-cooldown skill, Thunder Qilin, summoning arcs of purple lightning before him. The thunder transformed into a formidable Qilin, causing resounding roars to reverberate throughout the air. Witnessing such a spectacle, Lian's eyes twitched, and he thought to himself, "Wait, esteemed one, I retract my previous statement." However, the colossal purple Qilin charged directly towards him. Lian widened his eyes, deploying a skill that enveloped him in a faint purple shield. The purple Qilin collided with the shield, and moments later, the shield shattered, causing the Qilin to gradually dissipate. A shield capable of withstanding a purple tier skill? Shen Ping's expression changed, while Luo Qiuxue placed her hand on Shen Ping's back, providing him with a surge of energy. He then continued to summon the Thunder Qilin. The second Thunder Qilin undoubtedly surged toward Lian, instantly reduced to ashes under the force of the lightning. Player Lian has been slain. The quest in Red Town is complete. The player has received 500 train coins. Please proceed to the town mayor to collect your reward. The quest rewards were also distributed by NPCs. Shen Ping murmured to himself, but soon recalled that during the train ride, it was clearly stated that this town had not only train coins but also train cores. Such an important item must have a specific location for acquisition, along with crucial information. Could this vital intel be related to the so-called battle team? After Lian's demise, some resources appeared before him, likely dropped from his personal inventory. Besides some basic resources, there was also a black card. Shen Ping picked it up with curiosity. Outlaw Team Identification Card. Owner, Lian. The owner, Lian, possesses the Outlaw Team Identification Card, allowing access to the transit point established by the Outlaw Team leader at this coordinate, XXXXX, which leads to the core area of the Outlaw Team. Lian, merely a slightly transgressing survivor, could join the so-called Outlaw Team? Furthermore, this so-called identification card made it seemingly arduous to reach the headquarters of the Outlaws. Shen Ping furrowed his brow. Undoubtedly, the players recruited by this team were likely akin to Lian, those who had slightly strayed, but not completely transgressed as survivors. It was plausible that the leader of this team was the true outlaw. I am not Lian. It serves me no purpose, Shen Ping muttered, preparing to discard it. However, Luo Qiuxue blinked and remarked, Shen Ping, what would happen if you were to critically strike this card? Shen Ping was taken aback. Chapter 55, The Red Town, Part 4. Shen Ping began to ponder. How did Lian, who was hiding at the platform, acquire this card? Furthermore, how did he manage to join the rogue team? Based on Lian's earlier reaction, it was evident that the team was not accessible to new players. Thus, Shen Ping speculated that there was but one possibility. The captain of the rogue team intended to gather these outcasts for mutual support, or perhaps to nurture the transgressors. He distributed cards to the survivors who had violated the game's rules, and if Lian were to grow strong enough to venture solo into the Inferno world, akin to the Frigid world, and locate the designated coordinates, the captain of the rogue team would reap the rewards. Conversely, if Lian were to perish at the hands of other survivors, or even hunters, the captain would suffer no loss, for these cards functioned merely as identification, usable solely by the individual. What a cunning scheme. Shen Ping felt a chill run down his spine. It appeared that this train world harbored numerous such outcasts, as well as rogue teams. Following Luo Qiuxue's suggestion, Shen Ping, who was initially prepared to discard the card, soon struck a critical blow. Critical hit successful. Rogue Team Identity Card. Rogue Team Captain Card. Rogue Team Captain Card. Upon use, the bearer will directly become the captain of the team, while the previous captain will be demoted to a member. Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxiu exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of what to say. Staring at the black card in hand, both were taken aback. A captain card? To become the captain directly? Luo Qiuxiu exclaimed. Does this mean that becoming the captain of this team would allow one to command the other players? Shen Ping shook his head. I am not certain. Regardless, we should put it away for now. It is certainly not usable at this moment. Slightly transgressive survivors would be dealt with by other survivors, while the rogue ones, along with the enigmatic and formidable hunters, would be resolved by them. To become the captain of the rogue team, Shen Ping suspected that using it now would not only offend the previous captain, but also alienate the other team members, and even provoke the hunters. Should he use it at this juncture, he might very well be torn to shreds. No, that was an exaggeration. It was akin to acquiring a card that could elevate one to the position of a mafia boss before crossing paths with the original boss. Not to mention failing to gain the loyalty of the members and incurring the wrath of the police. Shen Ping shook his head, dismissing further contemplation. In any case, even if this card were to be given to Xiaoshu, Xiaohua, or Xiaotai, it remained unusable by us. Xiaoshu hopped down from Shen Ping's head and perched on his shoulder, hands on hips, chattering away as if to admonish him, implying that he should not even think of causing harm to this mouse. The two returned to the mayor's office in the Red Town. The mayor greeted them with a broad smile, as expected of you, to have completed the task so effortlessly. He then produced a box containing 500 train coins. This is your reward. Shen Ping nodded slightly, stowing the item away before surveying the mayor. I would like to inquire if you possess this. As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Ping retrieved a train core from his personal backpack. Up until now, he had only acquired 2 train cores, not including the one for his own train. Should the necessity for a train core arise with each level advancement, the demand for such items would undoubtedly surge. The mayor hesitated for a moment. Shen Ping continued, I am aware you have them, and I am willing to trade. With a sigh, the mayor extracted 3 train cores from a safe. These items were obtained from our town's victory over outsiders. They should be considered priceless treasures. However, if you genuinely desire them, I shall sell one for 1,000 train coins. Shen Ping was somewhat taken aback, having anticipated a different price from the mayor. He then smiled, suggesting, I can offer an exchange. If a green quality weapon is valued at 300 train coins, I can provide you with 10 green quality pistols. 10 green quality pistols. The mayor's eyes widened in disbelief as he regarded Shen Ping. He suspected that Shen Ping might be deceiving him, not because the price was unreasonable, but rather because it was exceedingly fair. Trading 10 green quality weapons for 3 seemingly inconsequential items seemed extraordinarily advantageous. Well, will you trade or not? Of course I will trade. The mayor doubted his own judgment. If he hesitated any longer, this outsider might simply seize the opportunity. Shen Ping smiled once more, stating, Please provide me with 10 white-quality revolvers. I believe you have an ample supply. The mayor, perplexed, handed over 10 white-quality revolvers to Shen Ping. The latter placed them into his backpack, right before the mayor's eyes. The mayor thought that Shen Ping was brazenly robbing him. However, Shen Ping then astonishingly produced 10 green-quality revolvers from his backpack, significantly enhancing the damage and strength of the firearms. The mayor, disregarding the 10 white-quality revolvers he had just given, accepted the 10 green-quality revolvers with the reverence one would reserve for treasures, eagerly testing them out. Surely, the value of these firearms must exceed 3,000 train coins, would it not? Shen Ping inquired with a smile. Chapter 56, The Red Town, End. The mayor gazed at the 10 green-quality handguns, his breath quickening. He nodded. Indeed, these 10 green-quality handguns were worth a staggering 3,000 train coins, at least for a small town. Acquired train core 3, so far. Shen Ping possessed a total of 5 train cores. He glanced at the time, realizing he had several hours left before his departure. The mayor hesitated momentarily before inquiring, Do you have any more of these weapons for sale? This was the question Shen Ping had been awaiting. That depends on how many train coins you have. I can allow you to exchange white-quality weapons, whether they be knives or handguns, for green-quality counterparts at a rate of 300 coins per item. The mayor nodded. I still have 1,500 train coins, obtained from the corpses of players who failed to attack our town. If possible, I would like to exchange for 5 green quality weapons. Acquired 1,500 train coins. Shen Ping swiftly completed the transaction with him. Indeed, utilizing this method of trade with workers and NPCs was quite pleasant. Shen Ping considered his train coins, believing he possessed a considerable amount, even among the ranks of the previous batch of veteran players. After the transaction, Shen Ping recalled the description of the train, which mentioned the possibility of acquiring crucial intelligence in addition to train cores and coins. He pondered for a moment before asking, "I still have some time before I leave. Mayor, could you share some information about us outsiders?" The mayor hesitated, recognizing the goodwill of these two individuals, especially since they had assisted in eliminating the threats within the Red Town. He nodded. "What would you like to know?" "I will answer to the best of my ability." Shen Ping and Luo Qiushua exchanged glances. How had this town come into existence? Are there other buildings beyond the town? They had arrived at this red town after disembarking from the train, unable to venture elsewhere, indicating that not only they but also the local NPCs were confined to this area. The mayor paused before responding, "I am not well versed in the world outside. All I know is that our ancestors have survived in this town for generations. Though small, each household manages to sustain itself. Every year, masked outsiders bring us the resources we require." Shen Ping nodded, surmising that the last statement referred to the workers, who supplied resources necessary for the operation of the various stations, which were then pillaged by the survivors. However, survivors were prohibited from lingering in those resource-rich, low-risk stations. Luo Qiushua then asked, "Do you know how your town first arrived in this world?" "Indeed, Qiushua, that was an excellent question, for it held the greatest mystery. It is fundamentally impossible for an isolated world to give rise to a small town of any considerable size. The entire town appears to be in a state of disconnection." Just as the town mayor was about to speak, a look of confusion quickly overtook him, and he shook his head. Shen Ping furrowed his brow slightly. The mayor's reaction seemed rather peculiar, leaving him to ponder the reason behind it. Had they inadvertently touched upon a subject that should remain unspoken? Shen Ping exchanged glances with Luo Qiushua. Subsequently, Shen Ping chose to shift the conversation, directing his inquiries toward the mayor regarding other less significant information. As they gathered sufficient information, Shen Ping and Luo Qiushua noted that time was running short and promptly returned to the train. Shen Ping then pressed a button on the train, preparing to depart from the platform ahead of schedule. The train was now capable of leaving the platform 5 hours early, a precautionary measure to avoid prolonged stays at the station as train levels increased in the future. Indeed, the longer the train remained at a potentially dangerous station, the more perilous it became. The environment around the train transformed, returning to a scene of icy desolation. The biting cold enveloped them, yet Xiao Tai and Xiao Shu, along with Xiao Chu, donned warm vests that shielded them from the chill. With the aid of these vests, they had no reason to fear the cold. Shen Ping then took stock of their haul from this station, a total of 2,000 train coins and 3 train cores. Perhaps it was due to the lack of valuable items at the previous station, aside from completing tasks to earn a modest reward of train coins. Nothing of noteworthy quality had caught the discerning eyes of Shen Ping and Luo Qiushua. As for the so-called job transfer rating, it had yet to make an appearance. Shen Ping dismissed the matter, speculating that perhaps the rating was being silently recorded, awaiting a future prompt. However, he was not particularly invested in the notion of a job transfer. There were 4 available professions: survivor, hunter, violator, and worker. Shen Ping had no desire to become a worker. It was far more appealing to grow stronger alongside the train and Qiushua than to labor. As for the violator, that was equally off the table. Thus, only the hunter profession remained. Could completing more of these tasks one day lead him to become a hunter? Shen Ping mused to himself, shaking his head. Now was certainly not the time to concern himself with such roles. To put it plainly, he was merely a novice. "Shen Ping, I'm hungry. Let us have Xiao Chu prepare some food for us," Luo Qiushua said, tugging at his arm. "Let us go." Upon arriving at the dining car, Shen Ping made a few requests, asking Xiao Chu to whip up some homestyle dishes. After satisfying their hunger, as Shen Ping intended to return to their cabin for a nap, a sudden alert sounded from the train. "Attention, Trainmaster Shen Ping. According to data modeling calculations, the train is on a collision course with another player's train. Estimated time to collision, 32 minutes and 42 seconds, with a margin of error not exceeding 5 seconds. A collision? Shen Ping felt a tinge of apprehension, for all players' trains on Blue Star were currently traversing the frigid realm, making collisions an inevitable concern. A lower-tier train colliding with a higher-tier one could spell disaster. At best, it would derail, necessitating material for repairs, while at worst, entire carriages could be dislodged. It remained uncertain whether train control would improve with elevated levels. Luo, Qiuxiu lamented, expressing concern that her train would pose a danger if it lacked the stature of others. Conversely, should her train surpass others in tier, she would feel remorse for the destruction it might cause. Shen Ping sighed, wishing for a sustainable means of resource acquisition. As the visibility in the trading market was limited, and the daily transactions were becoming increasingly insufficient. Indeed, he possessed a knack for turning base materials into gold, enabling him to sell items post-critical hits and purchase those without, continually replenishing his resources. However, the market was saturated with both buyers and sellers, leading to a dilution of traffic. No one ever complained about earning more. The two of them nervously awaited the impending collision of their trains. Meanwhile, not far from Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxiu, a high-speed train harbored a man with an eye patch seated in the co-pilot's seat, exclaiming with excitement, "Brother, we've finally encountered a newcomer. This frigid world is vast. It took us ages to find one. I hope they aren't destitute." Another man, bearing a scar and dressed in a coat, resembling the first, responded, "We can send our crew to rob the newcomer's resources, but we must be careful not to damage their train or harm them. Both actions could cost us dearly in train currency, not to mention physical points, especially the latter. That's the rule." These two were Lu Zijian and Lu Ziheng, who had crossed into this train world last year as part of the previous cohort of novice players. Their train level had barely reached 11, indicating a painfully slow progression. Thus, they contemplated whether they could seize resources from new players using items that would return them to the novice world. However, two rules governed their actions. First, they could not take the opponent's train core, only other resources. Second, they must not kill players to avoid penalties. Rest assured, boss, I'm not foolish. We merely seek to acquire some resources from novice players. However, if the player happens to be a woman, can I? Lu Zijian's eyes glimmered with desire. Lu Ziheng, upon hearing this, felt a stir of interest. Opportunities for such encounters had been exceedingly rare over the past year, especially as the frequency of mandatory exploration at platforms had significantly diminished. They were on the verge of madness. It should not violate the rules, right? Don't worry, we're not unattractive. If there is indeed a female player, she would be wise not to refuse our overtures, Lu Ziheng murmured to himself. Lu Zijian cast a glance at Lu Ziheng, whose height scarcely reached 1.60 meters, and the unsightly scar that marred his face. With a disingenuous nod, he remarked, "Indeed. Chief, your striking appearance is sure to attract the attention of novice female players, who would undoubtedly be eager to approach you." Chapter 57, Veteran Player or Novice. Listening to the flattering remarks of his subordinates, Lu Ziheng felt quite pleased. As the minutes passed, the time limit approaching, the players on both trains, now closer, could see each other as carriages. Shen Ping, holding Luo Qiuxiu's hand, coldly gazed at the opposing train. It was coming directly towards them. Luo Qiuxiu, feeling a surge of anxiety, spoke up. Would it be their train that would send the opposing one flying, or would they be the ones to be struck? Shen Ping leaned to the side, opening the window as a gust of cold air rushed in. He craned his neck out, attempting to count the visible carriages of the opposing train. "What do you see, Shen Ping?" Luo Qiuxiu asked, her voice tinged with apprehension. After enhancing his physique, Shen Ping had long since overcome his nearsightedness, and his vision was even sharper than that of an average person. He slowly articulated, "It appears the opposing train has 2 more carriages than ours. At level 11, they cannot possibly be novice players, which means they must be veterans." Luo Qiuxiu's expression shifted. The worst fear had come to fruition. Moreover, the cooldown for the little mouse's ability had not yet expired. 10 hours of waiting, and several hours remained. This meant that Shen Ping could only unleash the Thunder Qilin once. Any more would surely deplete his stamina to the point of collapse. Furthermore, if it could be avoided, he would refrain from using the purple tear skill, as it was still too burdensome for him. The little mouse scurried onto Luo Qiushue's shoulder, chirping a few notes. Are you suggesting that even without the spirit mouse's ultimate ability, we can still receive assistance? As the little mouse's master, Shen Ping and Luo Qiushue could vaguely comprehend its intent. Rest assured, even without employing the spirit mouse, I hold no belief that we are inferior to those veteran players raiding novice resources in the beginner village. They come to prey upon the weak. How formidable could they truly be? They are likely among the lowest tier. Moments later, the two trains drew ever closer. The fierce wind whipped up snowflakes like feathers, howling as it lashed against the tracks. The trains resembled colossal iron beasts ensnared within a snowy veil, forging ahead against the tempest. At that moment, Shen Ping had pulled Luo Qiushue and their 4 attendants, who also served as companions, into the bedroom. This impending collision would undoubtedly result in considerable losses, yet the bedroom, being a contained space, should remain unaffected by the impact. In an instant, a thunderous crash reverberated. The front of their train crumpled inward, folding as heavy steel plates twisted like mere paper. The windows shattered with a cacophony, while with splinters, metal shards, and plastic debris mingled with snow, raining down upon the icy rails with a sharp clatter. Fortunately, Shen Ping's train had not sustained catastrophic damage. Conductor Shen Ping, your train has suffered significant damage. Damage level 72. Repairs required. Refined iron 1400, steel 1400. A damage level of 72 was, in some respects, a stroke of fortune. Had the opposing train been at levels 15 or 16 or even higher, the outcome would have been far more dire. Additionally, the train had experienced minor derailment. Following the collision, Shen Ping and Luo Qiushue, along with the crew inside the train, emerged into the frigid expanse of the snowy world. It was their first encounter with the vast, white landscape, leaving them a tad disoriented. Aside from their travels to the platform and the transit hub, they had spent all their time within the confines of the train, which had become their home. This marked their inaugural venture into the realm traversed by the train. They pondered whether anyone could disembark in the void of the original origin, although it was likely devoid of oxygen. Shen Ping cast a glance at the opposing train, which had sustained minimal damage to its front, owing to its elevated tier. However, the forces at play were reciprocal, and some steel resources would still be necessary for repairs. Soon, the doors of the opposing train swung open, revealing 2 burly men and several ironclad crew automatons. Lu Ziheng descended swiftly, his gaze sharp and menacing as it fell upon Shen Ping. However, upon noticing the exquisite visage of Luo Qiushue, with her alluring figure, his eyes widened in astonishment, fixating intently on her. Luo Qiushue, sensing his gaze, felt a surge of disdain and instinctively moved behind Shen Ping. Shen Ping regarded the 2 veteran players with a frigid stare. Lu Zijian, though momentarily captivated by Luo Qiushue's beauty, quickly regained his composure and whispered, "Brother, do you think they might also be seasoned players? After all, based on the number of compartments in their train, it is undoubtedly at level 9. It's implausible for newcomers to achieve such a feat, even among our previous batch of seasoned players. The most elite could barely elevate their train to level 10 after nearly 20 days, and it has only been 8 days since we began." Lu Ziheng found this reasoning compelling, his icy gaze fixed on the silently brooding Shen Ping, a flicker of murderous intent glimmering in his eyes. If they were indeed seasoned players, there was no need for restraint. The rules governing veteran players did not apply when it came to eliminating one another. After a year of development, reaching level 9 was decidedly unimpressive. However, in the next moment, an alert resonated in Lu Ziheng's ear. "Warning, player Lu Ziheng. Do not kill new players. Do not dismantle the new player's train. Do not seize the new player's train core." New players? These 2 were truly newcomers? How could it be possible for new players to elevate their train to level 9? Lu Ziheng was momentarily taken aback, exchanging incredulous glances with the equally bewildered Lu Zijian. Yet, a grin soon spread across his face. What being new players? They have merely stepped into the train world a little over a week ago. How could they possibly compare to a veteran player like me who has been immersed in this realm for a year? Surrender your resources. If I'm in a good mood, I might just allow you to leave. Lu Ziheng barked. Chapter 58 turned into a sieve. Lu Zijian prodded Lu Ziheng, who immediately grasped the implication and fixated on Luo Qiuxue beside Shen Ping with a lewd gaze. By the way, when you move the resources onto our train, remember to let that woman over there entertain me. No sooner had Lu Ziheng finished speaking than a glint of coldness flashed in Shen Ping's eyes, and a long blade materialized in his hand. These seasoned players are truly a scourge. Shen Ping could no longer endure it. The blade, a horizontal sword purchased at the World Transit Station, had transformed into the formidable mountain-slaying blade. It was the perfect opportunity to test its power. His gaze sharpened as he gripped the dark blade tightly, its surface glimmering with a deadly sheen in the sunlight. With a sudden stamp of his foot, as snowflakes danced in the air, he launched himself like an arrow towards Lu Ziheng. With a twist of his wrist, the mountain-slaying blade sliced through the air with a piercing shriek, descending upon Lu Ziheng. This was Shen Ping's first time wielding the mountain-slaying blade. Oomph! A mere newcomer dares to brandish a weapon before me? How naive! A smirk curled at the corners of Lu Ziheng's lips as he deftly reached for his waist. Grasping the faintly glowing blue scabbard, an icy blue longsword was swiftly drawn. With a flick of his wrist, the sword met the blade with a chilling aura, expertly countering the mountain-slaying blade's edge. The green-quality frost sword, imbued with frost, was indeed a weapon well-suited for the frigid climate of this world. Clang! The clash of blade and sword erupted with a resounding noise. In that moment of collision, Lu Ziheng felt an overwhelming force surge through him, pain radiating from his grip. The smirk on Lu Ziheng's face froze, replaced by a look of incredulous astonishment. How could a newcomer possess such formidable strength? You're an old hand, yet your weapon is only of green quality. Do you not find that comical? Shen Ping mocked. Amidst the thunderous roar of their weapons colliding, Luo Qiuxue had already engaged Lu Zijian in battle. Lu Zijian chuckled. Hey girl, come join us on the train. Don't follow that boyfriend of yours. P.S. Just a novice. Knows nothing. Stick with us, seasoned players, and you'll learn the ropes much faster. However, a mocking smile graced Luo Qiuxue's lips as she subtly moved, revealing a crimson spear that suddenly appeared in her grasp. The spear was a vibrant red, its tip flickering with blazing flames that crackled, heating the surrounding air, particularly noticeable in the cold weather. Though the spear's quality was only green, it was one of the most potent among green-quality weapons. In her left hand, she firmly held a shotgun, its body shimmering with a ghostly blue luster. This was a blue-quality weapon. Lu Zijian had intended to toy with the woman, but upon witnessing her brandish such powerful arms, he was momentarily taken aback. Instinctively retreating a few steps, his eyes filled with suspicion. What on earth is this woman capable of? An ordinary novice player might be fortunate to find an unremarkable knife or cleaver, yet here she was, wielding a shotgun in her left hand and a long gun in her right. This configuration was utterly absurd. Was she truly a newcomer? Luo Qiuxue swiftly seized the opportunity while Lu Zijian was still in a state of bewilderment. With a sudden surge of power, her crimson long gun shot forth like a blazing bolt of lightning, the flames at its tip swelling dramatically, accompanied by the searing heat that threatened to scorch skin, almost instantaneously reaching Lu Zijian's face. Wait. Lu Zijian also brandished a crossbow emitting a blue glow, evidently another weapon of blue quality, which he had intended to withhold. With a precise thrust, the tip of the long gun pierced Lu Zijian's chest, flames instantly licking at his garments. The agony of scorching heat and the sharp pain of the bullet penetrating flesh assailed him simultaneously. Lu Zijian let out a muffled groan, his complexion turning ashen, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. However, being a seasoned player with a year of experience and robust constitution, he endured the excruciating pain, gripping the gun barrel with both hands and forcibly extracting the still-burning long gun, causing blood to spurt from the gaping wound on his chest. At that very moment, Luo Qiuxue's shotgun was raised steadily, aimed squarely at Lu Zijian. Without a hint of hesitation, she resolved to treat her adversary in this manner. The blue light at the muzzle flared intensely. Her gaze was as frigid as frost as she unflinchingly pulled the trigger. Boom! A resounding blast echoed as the shotgun discharged, unleashing a barrage of pellets that sliced through the air with a piercing shriek, hurtling directly towards Lu Zijian's face. Lu Zijian's crossbow trembled in his grasp, having been struck by the shotgun's projectiles. It narrowly grazed Luo Qiushui's ear as it flew by. The blue-quality crossbow was lethal enough to annihilate him. Fortunately, he had struck first, and the opponent was wary of the penalties for slaying a novice player. Luo Qiushui's face turned pale as she beheld Lu Zijian, now collapsed on the ground. His head was a gruesome mess, blood and flesh in disarray, yet he was still clinging to life. Luo Qiushui, with her shotgun in hand, continued to aim at his head, heart, and lower body, firing relentlessly. Boom! 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 Meanwhile, the skirmish among the attendants was decidedly in favor of Shen Luo. Little Fire had summoned an elite fire puppet, while Little Iron had conjured 3 advanced iron puppets. The fireballs produced by the elite fire puppet could incinerate 2 of the opposing puppets in an instant. As for the advanced iron puppets, defeating their adversaries was as effortless as child's play. Little Mouse, on the other hand, relentlessly kicked at his foes, dispatching them one by one with each strike. None among the attendants could withstand Little Mouse's onslaught, and they were swiftly rendered obsolete. Witnessing this, Lu Ziheng took a few steps back, disbelief in his eyes. Yet he comprehended that Shen Ping before him was not to be trifled with. Wait, I believe there seems to be a misunderstanding between us. I was merely jesting moments ago. Lu Ziheng glanced at Lu Zijian, who was battered beyond recognition, his body devoid of any unscathed flesh. Then he cast a wary gaze at Luo Qiushui, who was pointing the shotgun at him, a wave of desolation washing over his heart. How did I end up provoking such a formidable character? Undoubtedly, he has attracted the attention of the most elite new players, perhaps possessing some terrifying talent. Otherwise, I find it hard to believe that one could reach such a level with merely 7 or 8 platforms. Of course, this also stems from Lu Zijiang not taking decisive action immediately, displaying a certain negligence. The blue-quality crossbow in his possession failed to manifest any effect. He should have anticipated this when he received the warning. Shen Ping, quick-witted and agile, brandished his infinite desert eagle. Seeing yet another gun aimed at him, Lu Ziheng trembled as he knelt down. His brother was already dead. He could not afford to perish, not even for the slightest chance of revenge in the future. Shen Ping, what was to be done? Naturally, it was to eliminate all threats. With that, both prepared to strike with unerring precision. Shen Ping would not show mercy to an old player intent on harming Luo Qiushui. Aware that the two were unwilling to let him go, a flicker of malice flashed in Lu Ziheng's eyes as he reached for something from his backpack. However, Shen Ping and Luo Qiushui unleashed a barrage of bullets, akin to the relentless fire of American police toward individuals of darker complexion. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. Lu Ziheng had not even managed to use his trump card before being riddled with bullets. Did he still wish to employ underhanded tactics against us? Not a chance. Shen Ping scoffed. Chapter 59. The hope for more weak-old players. The 2 older players were swiftly dealt with. Shen Ping collected the weapons that had dropped from them. Indeed, as expected from seasoned players, the weapons were quite impressive. First, there was the Frostblade, a weapon with a straightforward ability. It bestowed a cold resistance and inflicted a chilling buff on attacked players, rendering them both cold and sluggish. It was a rather unique weapon of green quality. Shen Ping executed a critical strike. Critical hit successful, green quality, Frostblade, blue quality, Ice Cold Claw. Ice Cold Claw, a pair of ice blue claws that, upon striking any creature or surface, would encase them in ice. With the notification of the critical hit, the sword in his hand gradually transformed into what resembled a pair of gauntlets. A sword had remarkably morphed into claws. Shen Ping once again experienced the randomness of his critical strike talent. In astonishment, he hastily donned the ice blue claws. Adorning himself with the claws indeed looked quite cool. Under the curious gaze of Luo Qiu. Shen Ping clenched his fist and delivered a punch to the already defeated opponent's puppet. As he struck, the puppet's remains shattered and were instantly enveloped in solid ice, showcasing a formidable control ability. A glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Shen Ping's eyes. This was quite an excellent melee weapon, albeit the transformation from sword to claw felt somewhat peculiar. Next, Shen Ping continued to reap the rewards from his critical strikes, including a blue quality crossbow. He wondered if it could be upgraded to purple quality. Critical hit successful, blue inferior quality, spirit bow, blue superior quality, shadow poison crossbow. The once ordinary crossbow had now transformed into something akin to a repeating crossbow, draped entirely in black. However, since the item remained of blue quality, it also emanated a faint, deep blue hue. Shen Ping glanced at the detailed description. Shadow poison crossbow, quality, blue superior. It can expend a portion of stamina to shoot 10 arrows in succession, each arrow inflicting a poison effect. Creatures with a constitution below 250 are at a high risk of succumbing to poison. Shen Ping promptly tested the shadow poison crossbow, curious about its stamina consumption. However, despite the description stating it only consumed a portion of stamina, he felt somewhat fatigued after firing 10 arrows. The arrows struck the snowy ground, staining it black. Contemplating this, Shen Ping understood that this was a blue superior weapon, quite close to purple quality, and thus naturally consumed more stamina. In a moment of daze, Luo Qiu quickly embraced Shen Ping, administering healing to him. Soon, Shen Ping's stamina was fully restored. He pondered for a moment before handing the infinite Desert Eagle to Xiao Tai, saying, "This gun is now yours." With an abundance of ranged weapons at his disposal, he now possessed 3, 1 infinite Desert Eagle, 1 blue superior infinite shotgun, and 1 blue superior shadow poison crossbow. The Desert Eagle was entrusted to Xiao Tai, the initial companion. Xiao Tai nodded, saying, "Hand it over to me, master. With so many firearms in use, I shall undoubtedly master it." He grasped the weapon firmly and aimed it at the snowy expanse, soon creating a large crater in the ground. Despite his frail physique, the Iron Spirit managed to fire several shots without difficulty. Following this, Shen Ping ventured to scavenge the supplies within the train. He discovered a considerable amount of food, primarily bread and instant noodles, along with other assorted provisions. Additionally, there were several barrels of water. While these items held little value, Shen Ping gathered them all, knowing that after a critical hit, they could be sold for a substantial sum in the trading market. Next came the train's own resources. Dismantling the train would yield materials, and having already dismantled it twice before, Shen Ping realized he had been somewhat wasteful. If he could deliver a critical blow to his own train, it stood to reason he could do the same to others. After some contemplation, he hastily struck the level 11 train with a critical hit. Critical hit successful. Level 11 ordinary train, level 11 enhanced train. Suddenly, the entire train transformed, its formerly ordinary surroundings now resembling the opulence of Shen Ping's own train. Curious about the potential yield from dismantling this enhanced version, he proceeded to click on the dismantle option. Acquired steel, acquired refined iron, acquired gold, acquired plastic, acquired wood, acquired train core 1, acquired advanced train core 1. What is this advanced train core? Shen Ping furrowed his brow, realizing it was not immediately necessary. Even for upgrading his enhanced train, only the ordinary train core was required at this stage. Perhaps it would be useful for future upgrades? Queried Luo Qiu curiously. That seemed to be the only possibility. Shen Ping tucked it away, understanding that the result of a critical hit on an ordinary train core would merely yield an enhanced train core. The train currency gained from critical hits bore similarities, representing resources that would be beneficial in the future, but not immediately useful. Note, Train Master Shen Ping. The danger has now dissipated. The train is currently in a temporary halt and will resume operation in 1 hour, can be activated at any time. Shen Ping promptly transferred all acquired resources into the train, including the remnants of the train attendants dealt with by Xiao Shu, Xiao Hua, and Xiao Tai. These were merely ordinary puppets, yielding standard refined iron upon dismantling. Once all resources were collected, Shen Ping gazed at the bounty from the dismantled level 11 train. The resources in the thousands were more than sufficient for us to upgrade to level 11 or even level 12, exclaimed Luo Qiuxue with delight. It is quite lucrative. I never anticipated that targeting veteran players would yield such profits. The resources traded in the market for several hours do not amount to this. Shen Ping chuckled softly, even entertaining a mischievous thought. Profiting from veteran players is far more rewarding than spending days exploring the platform. Perhaps one should consider emulating the seasoned players by preying on the newcomers, while the novices take advantage of the veterans. Yet, this notion remains merely a fleeting idea. Engaging in the unscrupulous act of robbing others is best avoided, unless provoked. Moreover, these individuals merely represent the lower echelon of veteran players. The truly formidable ones undoubtedly surpass Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue, who have only explored for a few days. I hope more feeble veteran players appear henceforth. That would lead to substantial gains, exclaimed Luo Qiuxue, her eyes shimmering with excitement. Chapter 60, A Grueling Upgrade Process. Detected that the train upgrade resources are sufficient to elevate to level 11. Would you like to proceed with the upgrade? Note, requires an additional consumption of 2 train cores and 3,000 train coins to purchase 30 train upgrade cards. Shen Ping hastily clicked to upgrade. 2 train cores. Upgrading from level 9 to level 11. This implies that from level 9 to level 10 onwards, each level requires 1 train core. To reach level 19, 10 train cores are necessary. It remains uncertain whether the requirement for upgrading from level 19 to level 20 will alter. Shen Ping muttered to himself. Following this, the expenditure of 3,000 train coins stirred a pang of regret within him. Upgrading a level 9 train to level 10 demands 10 upgrade cards, equating to 1,000 train coins. Conversely, upgrading from level 10 to level 11 seemingly requires 20 upgrade cards, which is 2,000 train coins. Luo Qiuxue expressed her confusion, stating, "But wait, didn't we just acquire a copious amount of resources?" A train's resources from level 1 to level 11 were entirely disassembled. With such an abundance, how can we only upgrade to level 11? Not to mention, we still possess a fair share of resources. Could it be due to a deficiency in upgrade cards? But that doesn't seem right, as we have plenty of train coins. Shen Ping shared her bewilderment. However, clarity soon dawned upon him. Upon completion of the upgrade, 2 additional train cars appear behind the train. Reinforced train, level 11. Train master, Shen Ping. Train members, 6, Shen Ping, Luo Qiuxue, Iron Sprite, Psychic Squirrel, Fire Sprite, Chef Puppet. Upgrade requirements, 1,000 gold, 30 train upgrade cards, 1 train core. Docking time, 9 hours. May choose to depart early after 5 hours. Train coins, 6256. Number of cars, 10. Special cars, Agricultural Car X2, Livestock Car X1, Restaurant Car X1. Special abilities, Resource Consumption halved, Station Foresight, Station Selection. Resource Consumption halved. The materials required for upgrading the train are permanently reduced by half. Station Foresight. Information about each station can be anticipated. Station Selection. 3 stations are presented for selection. It became evident that the alteration in upgrade requirements was the cause. Shen Ping remarked, "If I am not mistaken, upgrading from level 10 to level 11 requires 500 gold. While a typical player would need to expend at least 1,000 gold to upgrade their train from level 10 to level 11. However, we possess the ability that halves resource consumption. We just disassemble the trains of the veteran players, acquiring precisely 1,000 gold. After utilizing 500 gold for the upgrade, we are left with 500 gold, which is insufficient for advancing from level 11 to level 12. So, we merely need to gather an additional 500 gold, correct?" Luo Qiuxue counted on her fingers, her mind swirling, and she struggled to grasp the concept. After Shen Ping elaborated further, she finally comprehended. 2 individuals posted on the trading market, offering food, water, and other essential resources in exchange for gold. However, soon after, Shen Ping realized he had overlooked something. Wait a moment. Shen Ping amended the content of his trading post and added a request for purchasing refined iron. Subsequently, the refined iron was not for sale. What happened? Wasn't refined iron no longer needed? Luo Qiuxue inquired curiously. Shen Ping quickly chuckled. "Did you forget? Initially, I used refined iron to strike a critical hit on something, Luo Qiushue soon recalled. At the outset, Shen Ping had achieved a critical hit on a piece of refined iron, transforming it into gold. Although some refined iron had turned into other metals, the majority had indeed become gold. This implied that approximately 10 to 20,000 units of refined iron remained in stock. And after striking critical hits, they would yield at least a significant portion of gold. What are we waiting for? Let us strike now, Luo Qiushue exclaimed excitedly. Shen Ping pondered for a moment and said, "Actually, you could omit the last word." "Why?" Luo Qiushue repeated her words several times, her face flushing red as she glanced at Shen Ping. You're being suggestive again." Ahem. Shen Ping was aware of Luo Qiushue's bashfulness, yet he found her demeanor endearing. Her rosy cheeks made him feel an overwhelming urge to tease her. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Luo Qiushue asked, sensing Shen Ping's mischievous intent, a mix of fear and anticipation in her voice. "I want to tease you a bit, but we're still waiting for the train upgrade. There's no rush. With resources on hand, we can upgrade anytime." "That is true with that." Shen Ping embraced Luo Qiushue tightly, after indulging in playful teasing with the beauty in his arms. He proceeded to strike critical hits on all the remaining refined iron at once, thus saving time instead of doing it one by one. Critical hit successful. Gained gold 8,000, gained black gold 1,000, gained platinum 2,500, gained diamonds 500, gained emeralds 100. A myriad of metals were obtained, with gold being the most abundant, followed by black gold. Shen Ping suspected that future train upgrades would be associated with these peculiar metals. With the remaining resources, Shen Ping once again spent 3,000 coins to purchase 30 train upgrade cards. There were 3 train cores left, meaning the remaining resources would only allow him to upgrade the train to level 12. Strengthen train, level 12. Train master, Shen Ping. Train members, 6. Upgrade requirements, gold 2,500. Train upgrade cards 40, train core 1. Docking time, 5 hours. Train coins, 3256. Number of carriages, 11. Special carriages, agricultural carriage 2, livestock carriage 1, dining carriage 1. The consumption of train currency is indeed substantial, which elucidates the challenges faced by ordinary players devoid of exceptional talents in upgrading their trains, murmured Shen Ping to himself. Beyond fortuitously acquiring train upgrade cards from treasure chests, purchasing these cards necessitates several thousand train coins for each level increment. Moreover, the higher the level, the greater the demand for train coins. Common players are unable to trade train coins in the marketplace, requiring months to accumulate a mere few thousand coins. Thus, Shen Ping surmised that the average level of veteran players' trains hovers around 10, excluding those endowed with remarkable talents. After completing the train upgrades, Shen Ping perused the train shop and claimed the train coins awarded for yesterday's exploration station rating, albeit a modest sum of just over 90 coins. Yet every little bit counts. Indeed, this represents a source of train coins for ordinary players. The following day, they can earn train coins based on the previous day's exploration station rating. Should an ordinary player achieve a rating of 20 to 30 daily, this would amount to several hundred coins over the course of a month, approaching 1,000. Chapter 61. McDonald's Little Tree in the Train Marketplace. Several new offerings have emerged. Firstly, there is the expansion of train compartments, which can now be enlarged threefold. A standard compartment is priced at 500 train coins, while a special compartment costs 1,000 train coins. Next, the pond compartment transforms an entire carriage into a serene pond, with water quality stabilized to that of purified water, allowing for swimming and fish cultivation. This is available for 500 train coins. Additionally, the lumber compartment modifies a standard carriage, featuring a continuously growing tree in its center. This necessitates the presence of attendants to regularly fell the tree, yielding 1,000 logs daily, priced at 1,000 train coins. The ordinary attendant, crafted from refined iron, is a rather mundane puppet, available for 500 train coins. These are the latest offerings in the train marketplace. The expanded compartments now provide daily revenue from agricultural and livestock carriages, both of which are fully automated. Comparing the livestock carriage, which typically houses chickens, ducks, and geese. The agricultural carriage offers superior profits. Investing 1,000 train coins doubles the area of an agricultural carriage. A similar effect to the 500 train coins spent on a standard carriage modification. Thus, if Shen Ping had ample train coins, he would undoubtedly opt to enlarge both agricultural carriages. However, with only a little over 3,000 train coins at his disposal, he must exercise caution in his expenditures. Next is the pond compartment, which Shen Ping is disinclined to consider. Swimming idly seems unnecessary. As for swimming with the unclad Qiu Shui, the bathtub in his restroom provides a satisfactory alternative. He may revisit this option when he has more disposable income in the future. Lastly, regarding the latter two offerings, Shen Ping finds himself somewhat perplexed. Upgrading the train no longer requires logs, yet the lumber compartment has been introduced. It feels akin to receiving an umbrella only after the rain has ceased. One wonders if, in the future when gold is no longer needed, a gold mining train might be introduced as well. Despite his bemusement, Shen Ping acknowledges that expanding the business within the trading market is advantageous. The wider the variety of goods available for sale, the greater the influx of players drawn to purchase his items. Thus, to enhance trading volume, he plans to list 1,000 logs daily, selling them for 200 to 300 refined iron, which he will then convert into gold. Moreover, there are two additional strategies to increase traffic within the trading market: overall sales and player recognition. Since the trading market comprises players from across the Blue Star, Shen Ping has maximized both aspects. His notoriety is evident, as half of the conversations in the chat channel revolve around him and Luo Qiu Shui. Similarly, his sales figures reflect this. The products he offers are of high quality and reasonably priced, slightly undercutting the market rate. Consequently, among individual sellers, there are currently no teams. Shen Ping boasts the highest traffic. However, given the scale of the market, which encompasses billions, there are still millions of sellers vying for attention. A seller posts several messages each day, amounting to billions of posts. Consequently, Shen Ping's traffic has reached its limits. It remains uncertain whether he will acquire tools to enhance his traffic further. The lumbering carriages necessitate the preparation of crew members. Xiao Hua, Xiao Tai, and Xiao Shu are all combatants who must be taken into battle regularly. Meanwhile, Xiao Chu must prepare meals. Therefore, Shen Ping opted to purchase a puppet instead. After the acquisition, he transformed the 7th carriage into a lumbering compartment. The current specialized carriages consist of a dining area in the 3rd, agricultural sections in the 4th and 5th, livestock in the 6th, and a newly modified lumbering section in the 7th. Shortly after, a puppet resembling the 2 veteran players appeared before him. Puppet biomechanical being, quality, subpar, capable only of labor, not combat. It is even weaker than the iron puppet, Shen Ping remarked. He pondered whether this puppet biomechanical being and the chef puppet were indeed non-biological entities, capable of receiving direct critical hits. Previously, he had only achieved critical hits on the chef puppet skills, which allowed the meals prepared to enhance physical constitution, among other benefits. Shen Ping, deep in thought, had overlooked this detail. The iron spirits and fire spirits are biological, while the puppets they create are non-biological. Now, with the presence of these readily available puppets, he had inadvertently neglected them. He casually inflicted critical hits on both the puppet biomechanical being and the chef puppet, elevating their qualities by 1 tier. The puppet biomechanical being advanced to white quality, while the chef puppet ascended to green quality. However, the chef puppet's skills remained unchanged, as they had already been critically hit before. From now on, you shall be called number 1, understood? Shen Ping decided upon this name after some contemplation. Ordinary puppet biomechanical beings, devoid of any special functions, would be designated by numbers. Special crew members, such as Xiao Shu and Xiao Chu, would receive unique names. I understand. Master, number 1 nodded in response. Shen Ping then purchased a common axe from the trading market, which he subsequently transformed into a black gold axe through a critical hit, handing it to number 1. This is your tool. Your duty is to venture into the lumbering carriage and continually fell trees. Yes, master, I understand, number 1 affirmed. Upon entering the lumbering carriage, Shen Ping quickly noticed a small tree approximately 2 to 3 meters tall in the center of the compartment. Infinite tree, a unique organism of the lumbering carriage. When felled, it will grow vigorously, capable of producing up to 1,000 logs in a single day. Each time you chop me, I feel an exhilarating thrill. Upon inspecting the description, Luo Qiushue's eyes flickered with disdain. Oh, this little tree is reminiscent of McDonald's. Observing her reaction, Shen Ping quietly recounted the events of the previous night in her ear. Ahem, speaking of McDonald's, Xiao Qiushue, I feel that you. Before Shen Ping could finish, Luo Qiushue promptly punched him lightly in the chest. No need for baseless remarks. Subsequently, Shen Ping instructed number 1 to chop down the small tree, eager to witness how rapidly it could grow. Number 1 nodded and swung the axe to fell the tree. Soon, the sapling was felled, its trunk akin to those in survival games, swiftly tumbling to the ground before splintering into a stark piece of wood. 666. Not even a performance, Luo Qiushue murmured. What a highly gamified visual indeed. Immediately thereafter, the sapling began to grow anew. Infinite tree, a unique organism of the logging compartment. When felled, it strives to grow vigorously, instantaneously regenerating, capable of producing up to 1,000 logs in a single day. Ah, how delightful! The evaluation of the infinite tree had also undergone a transformation. Shen Ping, rendered speechless, pulled Luo Qiushue away from the logging compartment. He found little to critique about this compartment. The sapling, being a living entity, was impervious to criticism. Chapter 62. The 10th platform, defending the carrot. At the break of dawn, a new platform awaited. Shen Ping and Luo Qiushue had adapted their biological clocks to rise before 6 each morning. Their enhanced physical condition allowed them to feel invigorated even after just 4 hours of sleep. And should fatigue set in, what of it? Luo Qiushue could effortlessly employ her restorative abilities. Shen Ping had come to understand the true application of her healing powers. Last night, she had transformed into a veritable perpetual motion machine. Platform 1. Underwater ancient city, a realm submerged in the depths, inhabited by various terrifying fishmen. Resources available, weapons and items of purple, gold, and red quality, such as the Poseidon sword and the Neptune shield. Danger level, extremely high. Platform 2. Cannibal village. Platform 3. Defending the carrot tower defense platform, multiplayer cooperative platform. The tower defense platform is a unique type, where players need not explore. They simply eliminate monsters attacking the carrot from within or around the train to earn train coins, and even rewards for train modification modules. Multiplayer cooperative platform, a type of platform designed for collaborative gameplay. Resources available, train coins, train cores, train modification modules. Danger level, low. Shen Ping swiftly disregarded the underwater ancient city. He could not fathom why the enhanced train insisted on presenting platforms of such extreme difficulty. What was this silent city? A grand dining ship in the East Sea? An aerial prison? An underwater ancient city? Could a novice like him possibly venture into such peril? He was at a loss. Platform 2 was no consideration either. Its resources comprised various human remains, and he was no Hannibal. No, he was uncertain if Hannibal even existed in that cannibal village. By process of elimination, he could only opt for this so-called defending the carrot. Defending the carrot? He recalled playing a game of that name, which featured a winding path where monsters were summoned at the start, and at the end lay a carrot, the target of the monster's assault. He could place a plethora of tower defense weapons along the sides of the path to fend off the creatures. Luo Qiushue had also mentioned this game, and it seemed straightforward enough. He merely needed to vanquish the monsters before they reached the carrot. Such a task should be simple. In his grasp appeared a shadow poison crossbow, while Luo Qiushue wielded a shotgun, and Little Iron held a desert eagle, each mimicking the motions with impressive flair. Luo Qiushue patted her chest and declared, "Leave the rest to me, Shen Ping. As long as you and the Iron Spirit grow weary, I shall heal you both." Before long, the snowy landscape surrounding the train transformed into a verdant meadow. Not only was Shen Ping's train present, but 2 others were also traversing nearby. However, due to Shen Ping's train boasting an impressive level 12, it comprised 11 carriages. As for the others, They were merely at levels 3 and 4. One at level 3 and the other at level 4, appearing rather isolated. In a nearby carriage, a curious couple peered out, their eyes wide with astonishment as they gazed at Shen Ping's train. Goodness, look at how long this train is. Could it be a special module? They were utterly entranced, failing to realize that the owner of this impressive train was none other than Shen Ping, the top newcomer player in the world. Before long, 3 trains came to a halt, aligning perfectly. The grass surrounding the trio of trains vanished, replaced by a circle of earthy yellow ground. Simultaneously, 2 pits emerged in the upper left corner of Shen Ping's train, one notably large and the other quite small, also positioned in the upper left corner. The formation around the 3 trains, which should have been square, morphed into an irregular shape due to the extraordinary length of Shen Ping's train. Then, all players aboard the 3 trains heard a notification sound. Defend the carrot station activated. Monsters will continuously emerge from the large pit, with levels ranging from white to blue quality. A carrot will grow in the small pit at the back. The monsters emerging from the large pit will circle the 3 trains and attack the carrot. Before they can assault the carrot, the monsters must be dealt with. The carrot has 10 lives, and each life will negate 1 monster. If the carrot survives, each player will receive 100 times the number of lives the carrot has in train coins. For instance, if the carrot has 7 lives remaining, each player will earn 700 train coins. If the carrot perishes, all 6 players will die together. After defeating the monster boss, there will be a chance to acquire a special train module, tower defense type. All players must unite to defend the carrot. Shen Ping finally comprehended the purpose of the 2 adjacent pits. The large pit would spawn monsters that would then circle the 3 trains before targeting the carrot in the small pit. What left Shen Ping speechless was the fact that, despite the carrot being situated right behind the small pit, the monsters from the large pit would take the long route around the 3 trains to reach the carrot. Perhaps it was due to the rules. Nonetheless, this showcased the advantages of having a higher train level. One advantage was that in the Grand World, colliding with lower-level trains could be avoided due to the significant level disparity. Another was that the higher the train level, the less troublesome the monsters became. The third benefit was the tower defense platform itself. Without Shen Ping's impressively long train, consisting of 11 carriages and only 3 shorter trains at levels 3 and 4, the monsters would have a much easier time reaching the carrot. The longer the train, the more time the monsters would require to encounter the carrot. The first wave of monsters is about to attack. 5, 4, 3. As the monsters were imminent, Shen Ping quickly called everyone to action, except for number 1 and the little chef. Little Fire summoned a fire puppet, while Little Iron, holding a desert eagle, conjured 3 massive advanced iron puppets. Meanwhile, the small mouse perched atop Shen Ping's head, ready to transform into a mouse spirit, increasing Shen Ping's stamina limit if he required it. At that moment, within the confines of the 3rd train, a pair of girls, upon catching sight of Shen Ping, exchanged astonished glances. "Look, it's Shen Ping, the number 1 in the world," one exclaimed. "I was quite worried before, but now I suppose we needn't be concerned. If not, we might as well stay put. After all, with the esteemed Shen Ping around, everyone is guaranteed 1,000 train coins." "Ah, that doesn't seem quite right," the other pondered. Nevertheless, reassured by Shen Ping's presence on this perilous platform of Defend the Carrot, they felt a sense of security. "All right then, let's not go down. We can enjoy the show from the train." The 2 chattered away, reluctant to disembark. However, while the players in the 3rd train hesitated, those in the 2nd train had already descended. A man and a woman, one wielding a stick and the other brandishing a machete, approached. "Esteemed Shen Ping." The male player greeted politely with a nod, to which Shen Ping responded with a slight inclination of his head. As the final seconds ticked away, a sound echoed. "Blub blub, they are coming." Suddenly, a red carrot sprouted from a small pit, adorned with 2 large blinking eyes, exuding an endearing charm, alongside 10 floating hearts. Truly, it was Defend the Carrot, identical in every aspect. Luo Qiushue remarked, "I wonder which lazy soul created this platform. Even the sound of the monsters is exactly the same. All right, let's engage in battle and refrain from further complaints, lest the game system becomes displeased and escalates the difficulty." Chapter 63. Defending the Carrot, Part 1. Soon, a multitude of creatures resembling octopuses emerged from the gaping pit. Their appearance reminiscent of the carrot itself, evoking a certain charm, if one were to overlook the 4 writhing tentacles atop their heads. The iron puppet promptly approached one of these monsters and began to pummel it with powerful blows. The octopus creature's strength was merely of white quality. The first wave of monsters was notably weak, allowing the advanced iron puppet to dispatch them with relative ease, often defeating one with a single punch. Those few octopus creatures that slipped through were vanquished by fireballs conjured by the elite fire puppet, which incinerated them instantly upon impact. Observing this, a pair of player characters felt somewhat awkward. One of the male players remarked, "Esteemed Shen Ping, it appears you do not require our assistance." Shen Ping glanced at their rudimentary weapons, a stick and a knife, and found them rather pitiful. He replied, "You may simply spectate. Should any monsters escape, you may handle those." Understood. Thank you, esteemed Shen Ping. You are truly formidable. The duo then took on the role of cheerleaders. Meanwhile, the third train remained utterly unresponsive. Shen Ping cast a discontented glance at the third train, feeling a tinge of dissatisfaction. Although he and Qiu Shui were present, rendering assistance unnecessary for the players of the first 2 trains, it seemed reasonable for those on the second train to at least show some initiative. The players of the third train, however, could not even muster a token gesture. Shen Ping shook his head, dismissing the matter. The first wave of octopus monsters was soon eradicated by Shen Ping's crew, leading swiftly into the second wave. Another swarm of grotesque, abstract creatures emerged from the pit, their bodies emitting a faint green glow, indicating they were of green quality. They moved with surprising speed, likely capable of encircling the 3 trains and reaching the carrot within mere seconds. Had there been 6 ordinary players lacking even white-quality weapons, they would undoubtedly meet their demise on this platform. Of course, it could also be attributed to Shen Ping's formidable strength, which mitigated the overall threat posed by the monsters. Had it been any other 6 players, perhaps the creatures would not have been as formidable. These green monsters, armed with small tridents, prompted Shen Ping to ponder whether defeating them would yield any weapon drops. He retrieved his shadow poison crossbow, aimed at the monsters, and pressed the trigger. Instantly, 10 bolts pierced through several creatures. The blue exceptional weapon effortlessly dispatched the green monsters. Collecting the fallen tridents, he lamented their white quality. Beside him, Luo Qiuxue continuously unleashed blasts from her shotgun against the horde. With a total of 50 monsters in this wave, they would drop 50 tridents, which, even if sold at a critical hit, would yield a substantial amount of resources. Meanwhile, the male and female players stood in stunned silence as the 50 green monsters, though not directly attacking them, perished in their pursuit of the carrot. However, they felt that even if all 50 monsters were to converge and assault Shen Ping, they would still stand no chance against him. Truly, Shen Ping is formidable. Indeed, and then there's Luo, who effortlessly takes down several green monsters with a single shot, requiring no assistance from us whatsoever. If only we could possess such prowess. They incessantly chattered, observing the spectacle. Meanwhile, aboard the third train, the 2 female players stealthily recorded the process of Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue vanquishing green quality monsters, subsequently sharing the videos in the chat channel. Wow, this is the tower defense platform. I encountered it before as well, where a horde of monsters attacked the players' trains. Out of 8 trains, only 3 survived such devastation. Truly, these 2 are remarkable. While other players face dire circumstances against this tower defense platform, they can directly bombard the spawn points of the monsters. The so-called special platforms are beyond what ordinary individuals can achieve. Previously, I accepted a mission at a platform to assassinate a king. I was utterly defeated. Hey, did you succeed in your assassination? How could I? I was penalized with a deduction of 20 vitality points and 100 train coins. To be honest, I don't think Shen Ping is all that impressive. If I had such powerful weapons, I could do the same. To be fair, that's true. Their weapons do seem quite advanced. You keyboard warriors should refrain from making empty boasts. The third, fourth, and fifth waves ensued. Within half an hour, the vast pit unleashed 5 waves of monsters. The ground was littered with weapons dropped from the slain beasts, tridents, daggers, large cleavers, and sticks, among others. "Shen Ping, can I take a weapon?" asked a weary male player, casting a glance at the plethora of weapons with a glimmer of envy. After all, these weapons could fetch a handsome sum in the trading market, and they were spoils of Shen Ping's conquest. Shen Ping nodded, permitting each of them to take a few, but reminded them to assist in transferring the fallen weapons onto the train once this tower defense platform concluded. There were hundreds of white-quality weapons here. Seeing Shen Ping's consent, the pair of players eagerly nodded like chicks pecking at grain. "Rest assured, we will definitely carry them. Shall we begin now, Shen Ping?" suggested the female player. Shen Ping nodded, instructing them to stack the weapons from the outside into the front of the train. As for transporting them from the front to the storage, he did not trust them enough to allow entry into the train. Soon after, the sixth wave of monsters arrived, standing bull-headed creatures wielding Bluetooth sticks, emerging one by one from the pit. "Humans, I advise you to clear the way and not hinder me from feasting on carrots," exclaimed the first bull-headed monster, bellowing at Shen Ping and his companions. Shen Ping was left speechless. How is it that you can speak, while the previous waves of monsters could not? However, before long, the Minotaurs disregarded Shen Ping and instead veered around the train, persistently advancing towards the direction of the radish. "Hey, didn't you all express a strong desire to consume the radish? You've taken a wrong turn. Why must you go all the way around the train? You could simply turn around and feast." Upon witnessing this, Luo Qiushue promptly posed a rather peculiar question. The Minotaurs halted in their tracks, deep in contemplation. "Wait, can we truly exert such direct control?" Shen Ping was taken aback, observing the pondering Minotaurs. Seizing the moment, he drew his crossbow and positioned himself directly in front of them, unleashing a flurry of arrows. 10 arrows flew forth, piercing several Minotaurs, who subsequently collapsed to the ground. Luo Qiushue wiped the sweat from her brow and, shouldering her shotgun, relentlessly fired at the remaining Minotaurs. Soon, this wave of Minotaurs was entirely vanquished. The next wave consisted of articulate creatures. Shen Ping straightforwardly inquired why they chose to take such a convoluted route to the radish instead of simply turning back. They spun their heads momentarily, mimicking the Minotaurs as they fell into contemplation. After 5 seconds of deliberation, the creatures resumed their circular path. Once the group effortlessly dealt with the monsters, Shen Ping surmised that this was likely a hidden rule of the radish defense station. By posing certain bug-like questions to the communicative monsters, one could exert control over them for 5 seconds, thus allowing them to be dispatched in that window. So it can work this way. Luo Qiushue was left speechless. Could it truly be that these were not mere game bugs? Chapter 64. Defending the Carrot, Part 2. Utilizing this strategy, whenever they encountered a talkative monster, they would exploit a bug to momentarily pause it, allowing Shen Ping, Luo Qiushue, and the crew to relentlessly assault these creatures until the final wave, namely the 10th wave. The familiar sound echoed once more. Blub blub. In the next instant, a towering giant, faintly illuminated by a blue glow, materialized out of thin air. Clutching an enormous broadsword and clad in formidable armor, it bellowed, "Carrot! I want the carrot!" The so-called carrot seemed akin to a lethal poison. The armored giant roared, circling the train, preparing to launch an attack on the carrot. Beside it, the iron puppet, though not as imposing as the giant, still stood at an impressive height of 4 to 5 meters. It clenched its fists, delivering a powerful blow to the giant. In the next moment, the giant staggered, fixing its fierce gaze upon the iron puppet, and with a single punch flattened it, rendering the puppet utterly useless. "Do not obstruct me from consuming the carrot," the giant thundered. To Shen Ping's astonishment, this boss was capable of retaliating against those who attacked it. He remarked, "Should we exploit a bug to halt its actions?" Luo Qiushue was poised to do just that. Shen Ping, however, shook his head, declaring it unnecessary and opting instead to unleash a powerful move to eliminate it. Upon hearing Shen Ping's intent to use a special attack, the little mouse sprang onto his head, ready to enhance his vitality. "Wait, little mouse, this time I wish to try on my own," Shen Ping stated. Rarely did he employ the Thunder Qilin without the mouse's assistance, but he had significantly increased his physical strength and stamina during this period. Thus, He resolved to attempt it independently. Observing Shen Ping's determination, the little mouse said nothing further, leaping back onto his shoulder. Subsequently, Shen Ping activated his singular skill, summoning an enormous thunder qilin. The magnificent beast, formed from swirling purple lightning, appeared ferocious. Onlookers, both male and female players, were rendered speechless. Is this truly the prowess of the esteemed Shen Ping? It is simply unbelievable. Not to mention blue-quality monsters. Even green-quality ones would perish instantly before me. Yet, how does it seem that blue-quality monsters are utterly powerless against Shen Ping's lightning creature? I think the same. Two players chattered in excitement. Before long, Shen Ping took action. He swung his right hand, and the thunder qilin charged towards the giant like a ferocious purple beast. Ah! In an instant, the giant let out a wail, as the qilin unleashed its fury upon its colossal form, leaving nothing but darkness in its wake, even emanating a hint of a savory aroma. The giant vanished without a trace. In its place, a technologically advanced blueprint materialized where the giant had just stood. The little mouse hopped excitedly, grasping the blueprint in its mouth and returning it to Shen Ping's hand. Curiously, he examined it, prompting others to gather around in intrigue. Train modification turret. Bottle. Install a green-quality bottle turret atop the train carriage. Solar energy is required to replenish ammunition, with a maximum capacity of 500 rounds. Shen Ping affixed the bottle turret behind the machine gun, preparing for a critical strike after departing from the platform. The train's modification module allows for only a single opportunity for a critical hit. The critical strike module and the resultant critical product are identical, lacking the material crafting process akin to blueprints that could exploit bugs. In fact, Shen Ping had the ability to operate the train's machine gun to attack monsters while still aboard the train. However, the train's machine gun necessitates the consumption of food. Although both of them had sufficient food, it did not imply that they could squander it carelessly. It was preferable to personally eliminate the monsters. Furthermore, the final blue-quality armored giant could only be dealt with using Shen Ping's purple-quality ultimate skill. Beside him, Luo Qiuxue placed her hand on Shen Ping's shoulder, gradually restoring his depleted stamina. Almost immediately, an alert resonated in everyone's ears. Attention all players, the tower defense platform has been cleared. The remaining health of the radish is 10 points, and each player will be rewarded with 1,000 train coins. The time to leave the platform is contingent upon your train's level. Having elapsed scarcely an hour, Shen Ping realized that the earliest he could depart would be in 4 hours. He directed his gaze towards the third train, which had remained motionless and pretended to be dead. Luo Qiuxue, noticing his focus, inquired, "Shen Ping, what do you think?" Their close rapport allowed her to quickly grasp his intent. What more could be said? The thing he despised most was the freeloading monsters. Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue approached the side of the train. "Players inside, step out," Shen Ping commanded. This sudden directive left the two female players hidden within the train somewhat bewildered. What does Shen Ping intend to do? I have no idea. Why is he suddenly asking us to come out? Hasn't the tower defense platform already concluded? They exchanged glances, and Shen Ping, growing impatient, warned, "If you do not come out, do not blame me for turning your train into a train corps." Seeing Shen Ping's readiness to act, the two female players could only comply reluctantly. As Shen Ping, one of them stammered, slightly embarrassed, "May I ask what you need from us?" With a cold smirk, Shen Ping replied, "What do I need? We were down below fighting monsters in this multiplayer cooperation platform, and you two remained hidden inside the train. What does that signify?" Upon realizing the nature of Shen Ping's inquiry, the other female player quickly breathed a sigh of relief, explaining, "Oh, we thought since you were so powerful, even the boss fell to your single strike. Our presence wouldn't be of any use." "Indeed, Shen Ping. You two are so formidable that our coming down would only complicate matters," the first player added. "Exactly, Shen Ping. Didn't you notice that the other pair of players couldn't even intervene? All the monsters were taken care of by you two." Shen Ping shook his head. Although others had not taken any action, at the very least, they had descended to display a willingness to stand shoulder to shoulder in battle. "Yet what about you? Hiding within the confines of the train, reluctant even to emerge?" Upon hearing Shen Ping's intent to hold them accountable, one of the female players quickly changed her expression. Taken aback by Shen Ping's seemingly petty nature, she had initially wanted to erupt in anger, but another female player restrained her. Shen Ping, we acknowledge our mistakes. How about I use the train coins I just earned to purchase train upgrade cards as compensation for you? Train coins are non-tradable, whereas train upgrade cards are. Currently, a small portion of the trading market does accept train upgrade cards. However, each train upgrade card costs a staggering 100 train coins, making them exceedingly precious. Generally, only rare items or blueprints are exchanged for train upgrade cards. Very well, Shen Ping conceded, recognizing the prudence of one of the female players, and decided not to pursue the matter further. Soon, she presented Shen Ping with 20 train upgrade cards, her heart aching at the cost. Nearby, another pair of players, one male and one female, let out a sigh of relief, thankful that they at least had the decency to come down and even assisted Shen Ping in carrying some weapons. It seemed that Shen Ping, the legendary figure, indeed adhered to his principles. Chapter 65. The Affliction of Stupidity. 4 hours swiftly elapsed. 3 trains departed in succession, leaving only a charming little carrot nestled in its small pit. The last to leave was the train of Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxiue. The carrot cast a glance at the rear of the train, its eyes shimmering with profound admiration. How effortlessly the approaching monsters had been vanquished. Truly remarkable. Alas, it remained unable to leave the platform. Even Shen Ping had contemplated whether he could take this wondrous carrot desired by all the monsters. However, the game system issued a gentle warning, prohibiting its removal. As the protagonist tasked with guarding the carrot platform, it must dutifully remain, enduring one round of challenges after another. Meanwhile, within the train of the 2 girls, one exclaimed, "Xiao Rong, why did you spend all our train coins on upgrade cards for them? It's utterly incomprehensible. A total of 2,000 train coins, painstakingly accumulated, and now all squandered on your dear friend." The girl named Xiao Rong shook her head. "I find you to be the one lacking reason. Initially, it was you who insisted on not boarding the train, waiting for Shen Ping and the others to resolve the situation. Consequently, you offended him, and he came seeking trouble. We were fortunate he did not lay a hand on us. Yes, we lost 2,000 train coins, but we did not lose our train or our lives. Is that not worth more?" Upon hearing Xiao Rong's words, the other girl paused, awakening to the reality. "Wake up. Even if he were to kill us and seize our train and supplies, he would face no legal repercussions. The world we inhabit now is no longer the world we once knew." Xiao Rong continued to persuade. Surely, he wouldn't go that far. That would be illegal. If he truly laid hands on us, his conscience would surely suffer. Xiao Rong gasped, feeling the onset of her affliction of stupidity. Meanwhile, Shen Ping was meticulously tallying his gains. 2,000 train coins, 20 upgrade cards, and a plethora of white-quality weapons. Following a critical strike, these transformed into green-quality items. A variety of types emerged: tridents, ordinary swords, hammers, large sabers, knives, sticks, and the blue-quality weapon from the boss, the armored giant, a massive greatsword. After a critical hit, the armored giant's weapon morphed into a well-fitted saber, radiating with arcs of thunder. Blue inferior, giant great sword, blue superior, thunderstorm saber, quality, blue superior. A saber imbued with thunder, its might rivaling that of purple quality weapons. Grasping the thunderstorm saber, Shen Ping's eyes glimmered with satisfaction. This weapon could seamlessly replace his previous green quality armament. It was only fitting that it was a weapon dropped by a blue quality boss, and the critical hit was exceptionally considerate, transforming an unwieldy great sword into a perfectly suited weapon. In a moment of inspiration, Shen Ping suddenly recalled the giant from the colossal farm. The giant's weapon appeared to function in a similar manner, fitting prior to a critical strike and becoming well-suited thereafter. If that is the case, what of the massive armor? Luo Qiuxiue inquired, tilting her head in curiosity. Shen Ping then executed a critical strike on the giant's armor. Critical strike successful. Blue inferior, giant armor, blue superior, armor of the giant bones. Following the critical strike, the enormous armor on the train platform resized itself to a more fitting dimension. Armor of the giant bones, Quality, blue superior. A formidable armor crafted from giant bones, which increases vitality by 150 points and stamina by 50 points upon wearing. Active ability. Can suddenly enlarge threefold, enhancing vitality and stamina by the same factor for a duration of 5 minutes. A flicker of astonishment crossed Shen Ping's eyes as he glanced at the description of the armor of the giant bones. It can enlarge threefold? Luo Qiuxue gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief. To increase by threefold, could that mean? She dared not even contemplate the possibilities. Shen Ping regarded Luo Qiuxue with curiosity, suspecting she was entertaining some peculiar thoughts. This armor of the giant bones far surpasses the black gold jacket. I shall don the armor of the giant bones, while you can wear the black gold jacket. All right. The two promptly changed into their new equipment. Shen Ping then examined his attribute panel. Player, Shen Ping. Teammate, Luo Qiuxue. Talent, S-Class Critical Strike, everything. Train level, 12. Vitality, 87,200. Stamina, 18250. Skill, Thunder Kirin. Shen Ping's vitality had risen to 87 points, not only due to the nourishment from recent meals, but also from consuming the meat of smaller spiders, which had collectively granted him an additional 23 points. Luo Qiuxue's attributes were somewhat eclectic, as her attire, lingerie and stockings, had been plentiful, and these garments had also been subject to critical strikes. Consequently, while her vitality initially lagged behind Shen Ping's, it closely trailed him due to the enhancement from various small items, as well as the support from the black gold jacket. As for the cold-resistant coat, Shen Ping chose not to wear it, reasoning that it was a cold disaster and that simply donning the cold-resistant vest would suffice, with a minimum temperature of minus 30 degrees. To be honest, prior to his journey, some places in Huaxiao were even colder during winter than this cold disaster. Shen Ping understood why the difficulty of the cold disaster was relatively low. Firstly, new players were exceedingly fragile, with only one opportunity each day to explore the platform. Beyond the first week, the World Transfer Station's arrival remained uncertain. Only treasure chests and certain special platforms, as well as NPCs, offered the crucial train currency. Furthermore, train currency could not be traded in the marketplace. If the cold disaster were to plunge to minus 100 degrees, how many would perish? Nevertheless, Shen Ping firmly believed that as time progressed, more players would acclimate to the game and to the various platforms, inevitably leading to an increase in difficulty. Subsequently, Shen Ping placed all unnecessary equipment on the trading market for sale, selling a variety of essential materials, primarily focusing on refined iron and gold, naturally facilitating the exchange of various blueprints, train upgrade cards, and train modification modules thereafter. Subsequently, Shen Ping did not forget to deliver a critical blow to the turret bottle. This was a reward for successfully defending the carrot platform. Soon enough, he achieved a critical strike, elevating it to blue quality. It could now fire blue quality bullets. Only solar energy was required for replenishment, without the need for anything else. However, in the very next moment of this critical hit, a multitude of large birds suddenly appeared in the sky. Chirp, chirp, chirp. A swarm of red birds circled around the train, incessantly hovering, attempting to attack Shen Ping's train. Chapter 66. The flock of chilling winds. Where do all these birds come from? Luo Qiuxue inquired with curiosity. To her astonishment, the train was enveloped by a dark swarm of enormous birds. These colossal creatures measured over 3 meters in length, their outstretched wings nearly obscuring sections of the sky. Most striking were their elongated beaks, sharp as blades, relentlessly pecking at the exterior of the train. Thud, thud, thud. The dull, yet incessant thumping echoed, akin to countless nails frantically battering against the windows. Fortunately, the train's outer layer was fortified with thick bulletproof steel, and within it lay a resilient alloy armor, creating an impregnable fortress. The birds' sharp beaks struck repeatedly, leaving behind only futile thuds without even a superficial mark. They could only circle anxiously around the carriage, incessantly pecking and producing an irksome cacophony. Stay calm. Shen Ping's voice remained steady as ever. Perfect timing. Let us test the train's machine gun and the capabilities of the defense bottle, one of green quality and the other of blue quality. To this point, Shen Ping had yet to utilize either the machine gun or the defense bottle. Luo Qiuxue realized that these frenzied birds were likely the monsters frequently mentioned by players, known for their assaults on trains. Gazing at the futile efforts of the birds outside, she likened them to a raucous flock of sparrows. Even if the train were to halt, allowing the birds to peck for an entire day and night, their feeble, piercing power would never breach the armor. Subsequently, Shen Ping prepared to employ the train's machine gun. Initially, it was equipped with ammunition, and when it ran out, various types of food would be needed for replenishment. Any calorically dense food would suffice. Shen Ping approached the front of the train. Since its upgrade, the train had been fitted with numerous modules, revealing several buttons. While the steering wheel was merely decorative, regarding the machine gun, there existed a series of buttons and control levers, along with a central control screen directly linked to the machine gun. Another central control screen pertained to the defense bottle, featuring an automatic option that allowed the weapons to engage threatening entities without manual control. In no time, Shen Ping maneuvered the machine gun, aiming at the giant birds, and pressed the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. A barrage of bullets shattered the birds instantly. Meanwhile, Luo Qiuxue operated the defense weapon bottle. Although the green bottle appeared unremarkable, it could launch bullets emitting blue light. Fire! Luo Qiuxue shouted as she pressed the button. The bottle unleashed a glowing blue projectile, obliterating the bird upon contact. This defense bottle actually fires bombs. Luo Qiuxue exclaimed in astonishment. The remaining birds, witnessing this spectacle, frantically fluttered about before fleeing. They realized that the master of this train was far from easy to contend with. Not only did it possess a formidable exterior, but it also wielded powerful firepower. Attempting to escape? No chance. Luo Qiuxue reveled in the excitement, relentlessly firing at the fleeing large birds. It was as engaging as playing an FPS game. The central control screen offered auxiliary targeting, enhancing accuracy while allowing for hands-on operation. Shen Ping, too, fired away, reminiscent of a machine gun's rhythmic bursts. Finally, the large birds scattered in all directions. Shen Ping produced a grain of uncooked rice, which multiplied into a substantial pile, weighing dozens of pounds. He then loaded the rice into the central control panel of the train's machine gun, and it was filled with ammunition in no time. The remaining rice was returned to the storage. As for the bottle weapon used by Luo Qiuxue, it could gradually replenish its ammunition under the sun. We might as well set it to automatic. If we encounter these large birds at night, it can fire on its own, Shen Ping suggested. Consequently, he configured both defensive weapons to operate automatically. Hours slipped by, and after dining, Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue prepared for a session of restorative aerobic exercise, which would allow them to enjoy a refreshing sleep afterward. In the deep of night, a dozen blue cats stood poised on a railway track, led by a bruised feline. Indeed, it was the Frostwind cat that had launched 2 nighttime assaults previously. Boss, with so many of our clan, we can definitely halt this train and drag the players out for a thorough thrashing. Another cat exclaimed. Exactly, boss. With most of our clan mobilized, there's no way we can't take down a mere novice player. The Frostwind cat leader nodded gravely, stating, as long as the train hasn't upgraded beyond level 10, our chances of intercepting it are 50%. The thought of being knocked away twice while the novice players inside remained oblivious infuriated the Frostwind cat leader. Soon, the rumble of the approaching train echoed along the tracks. Prepare yourselves. The blue cats quickly formed a line, ready to intercept. The leader initially intended to position himself at the front, but suddenly shifted to the back. Boss, why are you at the end? Questioned one cat. Yeah, aren't you our leader? Why the change? Observing the naive expressions of his clan, the Frostwind cat leader replied seriously, I will guard your rear. And the pressure is greatest at the back. There's no cat behind me, understand? Now it makes sense, boss. You're truly admirable. Another cat remarked. Indeed, boss. Once we stop this train, let us have a grand feast together. You are my idol. They cheered. Just then, the silhouette of the train's front began to sharpen in their view. The metallic exterior glimmered with a cold sheen under the dim light. Ha! Let us avenge our grievances. Boss, the excitement sparkled in the eyes of the foremost Frostwind cat. However, in the next moment, a barrage of gunfire abruptly shattered the silence. The train's machine guns unleashed a torrent of searing flames, brass shell casings cascading like a waterfall. Simultaneously, a series of muffled explosions reverberated, as several bomb-laden projectiles from the defensive bottles soared through the air, tracing a swift arc toward the group of Frostwind cats poised to intercept the train. The bullets descended like a silver deluge, piercing through the dark fur of the Frostwind cats, erupting in a shower of crimson. As the bomb-laden bottles struck the ground, they detonated with a deafening roar, sending shockwaves and shrapnel spiraling outward. Several Frostwind cats were hurled through the air, their bodies scattering amidst the flames. The once cohesive formation of interceptors was instantly shattered into disarray. At the rear, the leader of the Frostwind cats narrowed its pupils, sensing the imminent danger. Chapter 67: The Emergence of the Rankings. Ah, boss, save me. Ah, we are doomed. The desperate cries of the clan cats echoed behind the Frostwind cat leader, piercing his heart with anguish. He had already utilized 2 tracking devices, yet each attempt had ended in greater calamity. The devices were meant to assist him in tracing the trains he had encountered. After his last use, he and a companion had sustained grave injuries. Perhaps it was due to the fact that the clan cats were the first to engage, sparing his own life while his clan friend succumbed to their wounds. This time, however, a host of his underlings had fallen victim to inexplicable gunfire and explosive projectiles. The Frostwind cat leader dashed away, having learned from past mistakes not to pursue in the same direction as the train. "I shall avenge you," he cried out. Ultimately, this faction of Frostwind cats was left with only their vengeful leader alive, while all others perished. Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue woke, sitting up in a daze. Had they just heard the sound of a train's machine gun? It seemed so. Could it be that they had encountered a monster? Regardless, they decided to dismiss the thought and return to sleep. Darling, I want a hug," Shen Ping said, wrapping his arms around Luo Qiuxue as they drifted back into slumber. Early in the morning, the chilling game system of the frozen world blared in the ears of all players. "Attention all players. Please note that the temperature in the frozen world will continue to drop, reaching a minimum of -50 degrees. Concurrently, a new feature, the rankings, will be introduced, divided into 3 categories. First, the comprehensive strength ranking. Second, the train level ranking. Third, the team ranking, not yet unlocked for newcomers. These rankings will encompass the Blue Star, specifically for newcomers, and will remain until the conclusion of the frozen world. Players in the top 3 of each ranking will receive special privileges. Even before 5 in the morning, the ominous game system roused all players from their slumber, Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue included. At that moment, Luo Qiuxue sprawled atop Shen Ping, her weight making it difficult for him to breathe. "Oh dear, I'm so tired. Little Qiuxue, please heal me." "Coming right up." Luo Qiuxue yawned, administering healing to both Shen Ping and herself, rejuvenating them for the day ahead. After their morning routines, Shen Ping instructed the little chef to prepare breakfast, utilizing the time to peruse the rankings. First, he checked the comprehensive strength ranking. Comprehensive strength ranking, Blue Star first, Shen Ping, Luo Qiuxue. Second, Jiang Long, Jiang Shuiyao. Third, Wang Zichen, Li Zhen. Fourth, the privileges for the top 100 players. The difficulty of the platforms encountered by the top 100 will be increased, and resource rewards will be enhanced. Shen Ping glanced at the top 10 players, noticing that they all appeared to be from Huaxia, which struck him as peculiar. However, upon reflection, he understood, before his transmigration, Huaxia was indeed the most formidable nation, rivaled only by America. Moreover, the population of Huaxia exceeds 3 billion, constituting 1/3 of the world's total population. Thus, it is natural that the top-ranking players are predominantly from Huaxia. The leading player from the United States ranks 13th on the leaderboard. Following this is the train-level leaderboard. Undoubtedly, Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue hold the top positions on the train-level leaderboard as well. Train-level leaderboard. First place, Shen Ping, Luo Qiuxue, train level 12. Second place, Jiang Long, Jiang Shuiyao, train level 6. Third place, train level 5. Fourth place, train level 5. 235th place, train level 4. 12,563rd place, train level 3. The privileges of the top 235 players, level 4 and above. Including level, for they can adjust the frequency of platform appearances, with a maximum adjustment of once a day and a minimum of once every 3 days. More adjustments will occur in the future, perhaps due to the insufficient development time, aside from Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue, who are significantly ahead with their train level 12. Other players are mostly at single-digit levels. There is one player at level 6, 231 players at level 5, 12, 328 players at level 4, while the majority of players are still at levels 2 or 3, with some even at level 1. The third leaderboard will only be revealed after the team battles commence in about 20 days, so it is not currently a concern for Shen Ping. What is of greater significance are the privileges associated with the top ranks of the train level leaderboard. The ability to adjust the frequency of platform appearances is quite remarkable. However, upon further contemplation, Shen Ping realized it might not hold much value. The top 253 players are all part of this exceptional group, possessing substantial and formidable talents to varying degrees. Shen Ping believes they do not require adjustments to the frequency. It is the players with lower ranks who need such adjustments, as they lack talent and face uncertainty regarding dangers with each platform appearance. As long as they have sufficient food, they might prefer to avoid the platforms entirely throughout their lives. Shen Ping shook his head. This frequency adjustment seemed rather superfluous. At the very least, he was unwilling to modify the platform frequency, as daily exploration and growth were the most beneficial for both himself and Luo Qiuxue. After finishing breakfast, the time arrived. The train is about to arrive at the station. Please select one of the 3 stations below for docking. If no choice is made within 2 minutes, one will be automatically selected. Station 1, Eerie Graveyard Multiplayer Station, a graveyard where bizarre entities are buried. Those within will attack passing players. Resources available: ghost crystals, spirits. Danger level: medium. Station 2, Floating Prison Quest Station, a prison that continuously hovers in the air, housing some exceedingly malevolent beings. Resources available: green quality weapons, green quality items, blue quality weapons, blue quality items, 1 skill book. Danger level: medium. Station 3, a dirt block in the air. A block of dirt suspended in the air. Resources available: dirt. Danger level: none. Shen Ping dismissed Station 3. What exactly is a dirt block? It cannot possibly be the soil block from my world. However, this block is of no use, and thus Shen Ping naturally disregards it. As for Platform 1, Shen Ping chooses not to visit. The purpose of the ghost crystal remains unknown to him. If he were to go, he would certainly opt for Platform 2. Yet, Shen Ping vaguely recalls that Platform 2 does not seem to be a quest platform. He had previously encountered this aerial prison and, at that time, lacked any skill books. Regardless, he decides that he will discover the truth upon arrival. The train does not provide any hints regarding the task. He selects Platform 2. Shen Ping makes his choice. Meanwhile, in a suspended prison high above, an elderly bald man paces anxiously atop the building. A flicker of urgency flashes in his eyes. The notoriously dangerous inmates are on the verge of a violent outbreak. If they do not receive assistance from the train messengers to suppress the prisoners, this prison will inevitably be overrun by those terrifying individuals. At last, a notification sound reaches his ears. Have the so-called train messengers arrived? That would be splendid. A glimmer of joy appears in the old man's eyes. Chapter 68. The High-Altitude Prison, Part 1. Soon, a prison guard knocked on the office door. The balding old man called out, "Come in." Upon entering, the guard solemnly reported, "Deputy Warden, the inmates on level -6 are restless again. They have even killed 2 guards. If this escalates into a full-scale riot, our prison will inevitably fall, and we shall both meet our demise." The old man sighed. There is no choice. It seems the news has leaked. Since the warden's departure, there has been no one capable of restraining them. This is precisely why the warden summoned beings similar to himself, often referred to as the train messengers, or simply outsiders. Before long, a rumbling sound echoed from above. "They are arriving. Let's go greet them." The deputy warden wiped the sweat from his brow and beckoned the guard to prepare for the arrival of the train messengers, namely Shen Ping and his companions. Understood. The guard had questions, but, observing the deputy warden's urgency, refrained from asking and promptly followed him to the rooftop. The entire prison floated high in the sky, with levels ordered from bottom to top. The highest floor was the first level, where the former warden, the deputy warden, and the guards resided. Below them were the floors for the inmates. There were 6 negative levels in total, each housing hundreds of prisoners. The 7th negative level, however, served as the execution ground for capital punishment. The strength of the inmates increased with each descending level. Level -1 held the weakest, typically low-tier offenders. From level -2 onwards, prisoners of white quality were detained. Level -4 housed those of green quality, while only blue quality inmates resided on level -6. Before long, a train came to a halt above the floating tracks, which were situated near the prison's rooftop, the highest point. As the doors of the train opened, Shen Ping, Luo Qiuxue, and their companions emerged. A balding elder and several guards stood on the rooftop, their expressions grave as they scrutinized the suddenly arrived train and its passengers. "Train messengers, you have finally arrived." Shen Ping nodded slightly, unfazed. From his previous encounters in the Red Town, he had come to understand that certain NPCs at the platforms were aware of his party's existence. Their titles for him varied. Some referred to him as an outsider, while others called him a train messenger, among other names. "And who might you be?" Shen Ping surveyed the prison rooftop. Perhaps due to the altitude, the sun blazed fiercely, rendering the temperature uncomfortably hot. This felt peculiar, considering it was precisely 6 o'clock in the morning. How could the sun be positioned as if it were noon? Was it a matter of time zone differences? It is known that on the same planet, China and America experience completely opposite time zones. Each platform represents a microcosm. Thus, variations in time zones, climate, and the laws of physics across different platforms are indeed comprehensible. The bald-headed old man approached Shen Ping, scrutinizing him for a moment without discerning anything particularly remarkable. In fact, Shen Ping's aura was even weaker than that of some inmates on the 4th sublevel. However, the old man did not underestimate him, having expended a costly scroll to summon Shen Ping and his companions. He could not afford to let them depart due to any disdain. "Greetings. I am the deputy warden of this high-security prison. Recently, since the warden, my superior, has been absent, the inmates have begun to riot, resulting in the unfortunate demise of several guards. I implore you to assist me in quelling this insurrection," the bald-headed man said, wiping the sweat from his brow. He then proceeded to inform Shen Ping about the general circumstances of the prison, detailing the number of inmates on each level, their respective strengths, and identifying those who had transgressed. Despite his baldness, the old man was muscular, suggesting that his own strength was formidable, likely of the same caliber as the blue-quality inmates he oversaw. Shen Ping nodded in understanding, and, at that moment, both he and Luo Qiuxue received a notification sound in their ears. Mission: suppress the riot in the high-security prison. Mission details: the 6th level of the prison houses numerous unruly inmates, known to be the most heinous criminals from various realms. Following the warden's departure, these inmates have begun to revolt, with some even killing guards. You are to execute the non-compliant inmates through lawful means. Mission rewards: random green quality skill book, random green quality weapon, random green quality item. Mission duration coincides with the train's docking time. Mission failure: employing unlawful methods to execute inmates, such as shooting them directly in their cells or during transport to the execution chamber, will incur failure points. Accumulating 100 failure points will result in mission failure. Additionally, failing to address all non-compliant inmates before the time limit expires will also result in failure. Exiting the mission prematurely will lead to failure. Failure will deduct 1,000 train coins. Shen Ping grasped the essence of the mission. It appeared that the absence of the powerful warden had incited the inmates to revolt. Thus, the task assigned to him and Luo Qiuxue was to assume the roles of guards and executioners, escorting the non-compliant inmates to the execution site on the 7th sublevel and subsequently executing them. Only by eliminating all non-compliant inmates could they complete the mission. Shen Ping's gaze sharpened slightly. Was it not mentioned that this high-security prison contained blue-quality weapons and items? Or might such blue-quality weapons and items be acquired? He glanced at the deputy warden and several guards. Could they possibly possess them, or might they be in the hands of certain inmates? Promptly, Shen Ping declared, "I understand now. Leave this prison in our capable hands. However, before we proceed, we must adhere to the regulations set forth by the previous warden. You must don the attire of the prison guards." A guard, clutching a bundle of prison uniforms, approached Shen Ping and spoke. "No worries." Shen Ping promptly donned the prison attire, as his own equipment could not be removed. The same applied to Luo Qiuxue. The prison uniform bore no extraordinary properties and did not enhance physical attributes. It could simply be worn like an overcoat. Subsequently, Little Mouse and Little Fire also adorned themselves in the uniforms. "Little Iron, you should follow suit. First summon 3 iron puppets. Assign one to keep watch near the train, while the other 2 accompany us." Little Iron emerged from within the train as well. She, along with the 3 summoned high-ranking iron puppets, was clad in the prison uniforms. Remarkably, although the uniforms were somewhat snug, they functioned akin to a game, automatically adapting to the physique of both the players and their companions. At that moment, Little Mouse stood majestically atop Shen Ping's head, dressed in the prison uniform, and with its petite frame, it appeared quite endearing. Chapter 69. The High-Altitude Prison, Part 2. "Very well. We shall take it from here, esteemed Deputy Warden." In an instant, a formidable blade, imbued with the essence of thunder, materialized in Shen Ping's hand. His aura shifted dramatically. Similarly, Luo Qiuxue manifested a shotgun that emanated a faint azure glow. Xiao Tai brandished an infinite desert eagle. Shen Ping then passed the shadow poison crossbow to Xiao Hua. Both Xiao Hua and Xiao Tai possessed but a singular ability, the summoning of puppets. Thus, equipping them with potent weaponry significantly augmented their combat prowess, albeit temporarily. Should the need arise for these firearms or crossbows, Shen Ping would undoubtedly reclaim them. At this moment, the deputy warden and several guards could no longer afford to underestimate Shen Ping and his companions. Their expressions were now laden with astonishment. As they entered the interior, preparing to descend and confront the inmates, one guard finally exclaimed in disbelief. The weapons in their possession were simply astonishing. Prior to drawing their arms, they resembled docile sheep. Yet upon arming themselves, their demeanor transformed, and their presence elevated to a formidable level. Is this what they refer to as the train envoy? In years past, the warden himself was a train envoy, and yet he ultimately ascended to the position of warden of this high-altitude prison. Thankfully, with the warden's assistance, our prison has endured to this day. The corridor was eerily dim, illuminated by a series of yellowed light bulbs overhead. Shen Ping, why do you think the warden is classified as a worker in the mission description? Luo Qiuxue inquired with palpable curiosity. Moreover, it seems that this worker possesses formidable strength. According to the guards, with the warden present, the prison would never experience a riot. I am uncertain. Perhaps he has been entrenched in the train world for quite some time, and I can somewhat fathom why he has suddenly vanished. Why is that? Isn't it customary for workers to explore the station once a month? I suspect the warden encountered difficulties during a recent exploration and has not returned for an extended period. Shen Ping's conjecture held merit. As Yang Na had previously stated, aside from workers laboring in the World Transit Station, various types of workers existed elsewhere. Although this high-altitude prison served as a platform for players to explore, it did not preclude workers from managing operations or even admitting new inmates. Additionally, Shen Ping remarked, not long ago, this high-altitude prison was not a task platform, and its difficulty was relatively minor. Certainly, compared to our earlier experiences, it may have seemed challenging. Yet in comparison to our current capabilities, it is rather simple. It is plausible that the warden, a worker, has been absent since that time, and perhaps the inmates have become aware of this information, prompting the transformation of the high-altitude prison into a task platform. As they conversed, the two, along with a cadre of attendants, arrived before a grand door. Before Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue lay a deep red arrow, a guiding marker for the task at hand. 2 prison guards nodded in acknowledgement, opening the grand door and presenting Shen Ping with a substantial array of handcuffs, a deep blue executioner's sword, and a piece of paper. These items were the instruments for escorting prisoners to the execution grounds, as well as the means to carry out their demise. Adherence to the stipulations inscribed on the paper was imperative. Shen Ping nodded, accepting the handcuffs, the deep blue sword, and the document. Acquired handcuffs, 57. Acquired blue. High quality, executioner's sword. The executioner's sword must be used to behead the prisoners. Acquired the rules of the high-altitude prison. Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue meticulously examined the rules of the high-altitude prison. 1. No action may be taken against prisoners who have not violated any rules. 2. Execution is permitted solely within the execution grounds, utilizing the executioner's sword. 3. Should prisoners resist vigorously, immediate execution is prohibited. They must be incapacitated and escorted onward. 4. Some prisoners possess unique abilities. Exercise caution. 5. There are a total of 57 violators. If execution is too slow individually, multiple may be executed simultaneously. 6. Executing violators will increase the failure value by 1 to 10. Upon finishing the reading, Shen Ping nodded, leading Luo Qiuxue and the other attendants downstairs. The previous level was referred to as the first floor. The original location was on the rooftop. They were now proceeding to the basement level. Although Shen Ping found this arrangement peculiar, upon reaching the basement, he was suddenly engulfed by a chilling sensation. He had arrived at a layer of ice, where every prisoner's attire was scant, their bodies draped in frost. In an instant, Shen Ping furrowed his brow as one of the accompanying guards remarked that the prisoners on the 6th level were to endure calamity, specifically the first layer of disaster known as cold calamity, where temperatures range from -30 to -50 degrees Celsius. While confined in their cells, the prisoners were entirely encased in ice, gradually succumbing to the terrifying cold, their corpses left unattended as they would not decompose in such frigid conditions. Among them, only one prisoner was in violation. The others required no further attention. Shen Ping paused, his expression turning grave, his pupils constricting. The world in which their cohort of players resided was experiencing its inaugural disaster, the cold calamity. The temperature had plummeted from -30 to -50 degrees, mirroring the conditions of this prison. Was this mere coincidence, or was there a deeper connection? Noticing the solemnity with which Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue stood, the guard curiously inquired if any further explanations were necessary. Shen Ping shook his head, indicating no. There was no need for further clarification. Very well, the staircase is adjacent, and the elevator has been temporarily granted access for your use. At this moment, Shen Ping paid little heed to the guard's words, instead gazing intently at the red arrow ahead, which had begun to splinter into 2 sizes. The larger red arrow pointed towards the stairway, indicating the direction of the prisoners below. A small red arrow pointed in another direction, deep within the first layer of the icy prison. This diminutive red arrow likely indicated the prisoners requiring attention on this level. Shen Ping swiftly made his way toward that direction. The surrounding inmates displayed no reaction to the appearance of Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue. Each awaited their fate with serene resignation, eyes gently closed. Indeed, how could these lowly individuals, lacking even the most basic qualities, hope to endure in such a frigid prison? Soon, Shen Ping encountered the individual in question, a woman with ice-blue skin. She was strikingly beautiful and possessed a commendable physique, but that was not the crux of the matter. Rather, it was her remarkably vibrant state. Upon seeing Shen Ping and his companions, she coldly inquired, "What do you intend to do?" Chapter 70, The High Prison, Part 3. Lung Qingqing felt a sense of unease. As a non-playable character from another platform, a member of the Ice People, she had been imprisoned in this dreadful place for committing murder. Her crime was not born of coercion, but rather stemmed from her inherent malevolence. In her earlier years, Lung Qingqing had married a male member of the Ice People and bore a son. However, discontent with her mundane existence, she chose to engage in an affair with another male ice person. Together, they conspired to murder her husband, and when her lover grew resentful of her son, they turned their malevolent intentions toward him as well. Indeed, at that time, Lung Qingqing had become utterly bewitched, blinded by passion. She was willing to sacrifice even her own child. Her son, once a prodigy within the clan, had already ascended to a green quality and held the potential to become an elder of the Ice People. Her lover was originally no match for him. Yet when this young genius witnessed his mother's willingness to conspire against him, to join forces with his murderer, he succumbed to despair, collapsing to the ground. Resigned to his fate, in his final moments, he looked at Lung Qingqing with hopelessness and uttered, "You are my mother, if you choose to kill me. I hold no grudge against you." When the truth came to light, the Ice People were thrown into turmoil. The clan leader was filled with fury, appalled that she would willingly slay her husband and even her own son, their clan's prodigy, for the sake of an unworthy lover. As a wife, Lung Qingqing betrayed her husband and took his life. As a mother, she personally extinguished her son's light. As a member of the Ice People, she annihilated the very genius of her clan. Yet, Lung Qingqing herself was merely of mediocre ability. The grave crime she had committed warranted her confinement in the high prison, where she would endure torment. However, Lung Qingqing did not receive the punishment she deserved. The reason was simple. As a member of the Ice People, she was imprisoned in a cell filled with ice. The coldness enveloped her body, but also bestowed her with strength. Her power grew as she continually absorbed the icy energy, nearing a breakthrough to white quality, yet her pleasant dreams were about to be shattered. At that moment, Shen Ping, Luo Qiuxue, and a prison guard stood before her. Lung Qingqing coldly inquired, "Who are you, and what do you want?" The guard replied icily, "Lung Qingqing, you have violated regulations by repeatedly absorbing the energy from the first layer of the ice prison without facing the appropriate penalties. It is time for you to face justice." Train conductor. Shen Ping nodded, showing no interest in the reasons for her imprisonment nor in her motivations for murdering her son. He was merely there to fulfill his duty. "No, you cannot do this." Lung Qingqing shrieked in protest. "I've already been confined. My physiological traits are the reason I absorb the energy within the cell. It is not my fault." The prison guard chuckled. "How dare you claim to be wronged? All the inmates in this high-altitude prison, even if executed en masse, would be of no consequence. It is merely to subject you to the torment you rightfully deserve. Yet, this cell has not provided you with such suffering, allowing you instead to rest comfortably upon the icy floor." Shen Ping used her key to unlock the cell, while Luo Qiuxue prepared to restrain her with handcuffs. "Do not dare to execute me. If you kill me, my husband will not let you go." "Are you referring to that scoundrel?" "He is on the second floor. However, given the temperature and humidity up there, he should have long since melted into a puddle, rendering execution unnecessary." The guard sneered wickedly. As a guard in this high-altitude prison, he possessed elite skill sufficient to single-handedly deal with the previous advanced biohumans, the Lickers. Yet, during his prolonged tenure of imprisoning criminals, his mental state had deteriorated, particularly relishing the sight of heinous offenders being tormented to death, and he took pleasure in executing them himself. Soon, the cold and furious Qingqing roared, "I will fight you to the end." A chill began to emanate from her hands as she prepared to attack the two. Unfortunately, her defiance was nothing more than a jest in Shen Ping's eyes. Luo Qiuxue coldly wielded a shotgun, and upon receiving Shen Ping's consent, she shot and shattered Qingqing's lower limbs. The guard's pupils constricted, astonished by the power of Luo Qiuxue's weapon. This device seemed to be several times more formidable than those used in the facility. How did these two trained messengers acquire such a powerful armament? Subsequently, Luo Qiuxue secured Qingqing's hands behind her back and instructed the iron puppet, "You assist in holding her." She then tossed the injured prisoner to one of the iron puppets. "Let us proceed to find more inmates. I trust this does not violate any regulations." The guard contemplated shaking his head, but upon witnessing the tragic state of the prisoner, her lower half virtually obliterated, icy blue blood dripping onto the ground, he hesitated. However, since the inmate was restrained in handcuffs and had not been executed on the spot, it seemed to align with the rules. It did not. Shen Ping nodded, and they ascended to the second level. This level was a desolate expanse of yellow sand, with cells constructed from the earth. The guards patrolling here carried several bottles of water, taking sips every few steps. Even Shen Ping retrieved water from her backpack. This was the second level, the arid zone, a sandy dungeon where inmates received a mere 50 milliliters of water every 2 days. Of course, meals were still provided once a day, consisting solely of chili, compressed biscuits, and a handful of sunflower seeds. Each meal contained carbohydrates, protein, fats, dietary fiber, and vitamins, a rather decent combination, one might say. Shen Ping paused, exchanging a glance with Luo Qiuxue. This is absurd. In such extreme heat and water scarcity, they are fed chili, compressed biscuits, and sunflower seeds? The discussion of chili peppers is unnecessary. Their pungent compound, capsaicin, irritates the mucous membranes of the oral cavity and digestive tract, inducing a sense of internal heat while accelerating the body's moisture depletion, leaving one parched. As for biscuits and sunflower seeds, their negligible moisture content only exacerbates thirst. Coupled with this dire environment, Shen Ping swiftly surveyed his surroundings, committing the visage and name of this calamity to memory, the disaster of desolation. A terrifying plight, with the sun blazing overhead, scorching the earth, enveloped in yellow sands, devoid of adequate water, and a plethora of despondent sustenance to consume. More horrifying than the bitter cold. Such was Shen Ping's assessment. Upon arriving at the cells fashioned from gravel, he noted their towering height and the absence of a ceiling, offering no respite from the sun. The prisoners lay prostrate on the searing gravel floor, their skin having lost the luster inherent to humanity, resembling brittle old leather scorched by the relentless sun, clinging tightly to protruding bones. Their lips cracked like parched earth, with blood oozing from fissures, forming dark red scabs. Their eyes, half open, seemed sunken enough to cradle a pebble. The sclera clouded as if shrouded in a thick layer of dust, only occasionally shifting weakly, a testament to their lingering breath. With extreme dehydration, their eyes appeared as desiccated as mummies. Some inmates, with their arms and calves exposed, bore a layer of white skin, akin to being sanded down, while others developed blisters from sun exposure. When these blisters burst, they revealed raw, crimson flesh, quickly covered by sand, hardening into a crust. Some prisoners parted their lips slightly, yet emitted no sound, their throats parched to the point of desiccation, unable to produce even a droplet of saliva. Only faint gusts of air, carrying grains of sand, escaped their throats with a soft, rasping noise. Such pitiable souls, Shen Ping thought. Pitiful? There must be a reason for their misfortune, came the exclamation from a guard, as if stirred by a surge of emotion. Chapter 71. The High-Altitude Prison, Part 4. The inmates who find themselves in the high-altitude prison are all notorious criminals from various platforms, each one a despicable figure in their own right. To have committed a mere couple of murders is considered a minor offense at this level. Each prisoner is a disgrace to their own kin. Some have slain their entire families, while others, such as a certain teacher, use students as experimental subjects during chemical trials. And there are others whose misdeeds are equally heinous. The prison guard spoke at length about the transgressions of these inmates, and Shen Ping felt as though his ears might develop calluses from the incessant chatter. However, his primary concern lay in the origins of these criminals and the pathways leading to this aerial prison. How exactly did they arrive at this high-altitude prison? Shen Ping inquired with curiosity. The guard hesitated briefly before responding. It is quite simple, akin to how a train conductor is required for a platform. Where there is demand, there is trade. Those who have been harmed can utilize scroll-like artifacts to summon our guards to apprehend these offenders. Upon hearing this, Shen Ping chuckled, realizing that the true motive behind their capture was not merely the act of committing crimes, but rather this peculiar system of accountability. The guard, momentarily taken aback, shook his head, asserting that regardless of the circumstances, the prisoners housed here are all malevolent individuals of the worst kind. Shen Ping chose not to delve deeper into the rationale behind this high-altitude prison or the guard's claims. According to his explanation, any so-called victim possessing a scroll could accuse a criminal and have the guard seize them. Yet, if these offenders had indeed committed such atrocious acts, one could argue that they deserve their fate. However, Shen Ping, along with Luo Qiuxue and the guards present, each bore their own share of transgressions. Could one truly label them as criminals? It was a complex question, Under the laws of the Blue Star, both Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue could justifiably find themselves imprisoned. Yet, in this world of trains, only those deemed guilty by the high-altitude prison through the invocation of a scroll are considered culpable. In essence, it is a matter of strength and power reigning supreme. The previous warden of this high-altitude prison was a seasoned player and operator of this domain, capturing criminals. Wait a moment. Operating? Shen Ping's pupils constricted. If the warden of this high-altitude prison is indeed a player, how did he acquire such a facility? How did he manage its operations? The employees of other world transit stations merely perform duties akin to guards, yet this veteran player stands apart. Is it possible for an ordinary player to obtain the rights to manage a platform? Undoubtedly, managing this high-altitude prison could yield significant benefits. As Shen Ping fell into deep contemplation, a guard waved his hand before him. "Train conductor, what occupies your thoughts?" Shen Ping shook his head. "Nothing of consequence. Let us continue apprehending the criminals." At this moment, the chilly Qingqing had succumbed to unconsciousness. Should she truly perish before the execution on the 7th level, it would inevitably augment the failure count. In this level, there were merely 5 transgressors. The true challenge lay ahead. After enduring considerable torment, Shen Ping resolved to proceed to the 3rd level. Several inmates are on the brink of death. Shall we not first venture to the execution grounds? Proposed the guard. Shen Ping nodded in agreement. Subsequently, they approached a grand elevator, towering enough to accommodate 2 elite iron puppets. One more awaited near the train to maintain vigilance. Although this was a task station, unforeseen circumstances could arise. Upon reaching the 7th level, the elevator doors opened, and Shen Ping led the group out. The walls surrounding them were a mottled slate gray, with large patches of peeling paint exposing the somber bricks beneath. Rusty iron hooks dangled from the ceiling, with chains hanging down to the floor. Several torture implements leaned against the wall, and broken nails were lodged within the gaps of a wooden stock. Armed guards patrolled incessantly. Initially startled by Shen Ping's presence, they soon recognized him as an ally of the prison. This was indeed a grim locale. Shen Ping spoke slowly, instructing the guards to line up the prisoners one by one. He wielded a beheading sword, pondering its efficacy post-strike. Nevertheless, he could also strike blindly. A sword could become a lethal weapon. Who could say whether a blade would comply with the rules after a critical hit? Without delay, Shen Ping personally executed each prisoner with a beheading sword. The tormented faces of the inmates reflected a sense of relief. "Let us continue," Shen Ping urged. Accompanied by Luo Qiuxue, the guards, and the iron puppets, as they ascended once more to the 3rd level. In this realm, the imprisoned souls began to manifest as white quality. Indeed, their numbers were incrementally increasing, though not significantly so. According to the red arrow's indication, there were 7 targets on the 3rd level. Simultaneously, the ground was shrouded in a violet hue, the entire sky cloaked in purple. A dense mist of violet lingered in the air. Prior to this, the guards had provided Shen Ping, Luo Qiuxue, and the iron puppets with gas masks. Wearing these masks, they, along with the guards, could evade the corrosive effects of the toxic vapors. The 3rd level was plagued by toxic disasters pervading the sky, air, and earth, saturating every corner with gas that inflicted slow, agonizing poisoning. Such was the environment of this level, a harrowing atmosphere. Shen Ping retrieved a cup of water and unscrewed the cap. In an instant, the liquid began to take on a purple hue. Everything here was tainted by toxins, including the food consumed and the water ingested by the prisoners. Truly, this was a remarkable prison. Nay, it ought to be referred to as hell. Hell, he mused, a fitting term indeed. For these convicts, this place was unequivocally infernal. Chapter 72. The High-Altitude Prison, Part 5. The prison guard murmured to himself. Shen Ping cast a glance at the guard, sensing an inexplicable oddity. Why was this guard shadowing him during the execution? It was not stipulated in the previous regulations. The thought of the worker player behind this platform lingered in his mind. Nevertheless, the tasks within a mission platform would not deceive him. The rewards would be granted as promised. There was but one inmate on this level who had violated the rules. The guard beside Shen Ping quietly introduced him, his tone laced with a barely perceptible wariness. The reason for the inmate's crime was not complex. The crux lay in his sinister ability to manipulate the flow of liquids at will. Recently, he had seized an opportune moment to douse a guard's face with water laced with a chronic, airborne toxin, leaving half of the guard's face irreparably damaged. And he was still languishing in the infirmary. Manipulating liquids? Shen Ping momentarily halted, a flicker of astonishment crossing his mind. Such an ability was rare, akin to a player's talent. If classified as a talent, it would surely be at least B grade, perhaps even A grade. Shen Ping nodded subtly, choosing not to respond. Ever since he accepted the mission, the adversaries he encountered were either parched and weakened by heat or lacked any real strength. They could hardly be deemed formidable. Perhaps the inmates in the subsequent levels would possess even more formidable abilities. After traversing the lengthy corridor of cells, the cold metal walls reflected the stark white light, the air thick with a purple toxin and an indescribable stench. At last, they arrived at the final cell. Inside, a man lay sprawled on the cold concrete floor. Unlike the other inmates, he wore a pair of faded modern casual clothes, his t-shirt's sleeves frayed. The man appeared disheveled, his skin shriveled like dehydrated bark, tinged with a faint purple hue, a testament to the chronic toxin ravaging his physiological state. Scattered around him were 7 or 8 open water bottles, their inner walls coated with a dark purple residue that emitted a pungent odor. Clearly, this was the liquid contaminated with the toxin. Upon hearing their footsteps, the man slowly lifted his head, a fierce glint igniting in his murky eyes. Spotting Shen Ping and the guard trailing behind him, his lips curled into a cruel, grotesque grin, his voice rasping like sandpaper. What? Here to deliver another head? The last one wasn't enough. You want to add a few more to the pile? Damn it, you fools. Even a player like me gets caught, and you mindless NPCs, what's wrong with your heads? I truly want to kill you. I haven't violated any rules. Why am I being targeted? Game system, tell me. Shen Ping's brow furrowed imperceptibly. A player? This inmate was a player? If so, how had he been captured? This high-altitude prison, aside from housing NPCs, could also imprison players? His doubts lingered, but a sudden turn of events erupted. A series of soft sounds erupted simultaneously, and from the scattered water bottles on the ground, a dark purple venomous liquid gushed forth unexpectedly, akin to a multitude of poisoned arrows shooting through the air with a sharp whistling sound, aimed directly at Shen Ping and his companion, Luo Qiuxiue. Just as Luo Qiuxiue prepared to unleash her abilities, an advanced iron puppet, which had been steadfastly guarding their rear, suddenly stepped forward. Its robust metallic form stood unwavering, acting as an impenetrable shield before the two. The venomous liquid splashed violently against the iron puppet's metallic shell, instantly producing swirling clouds of white smoke accompanied by a corrosive hiss. The once smooth metallic surface rapidly became pockmarked and marred, displaying unsightly black and green rust. Fortunately, the iron puppet boasted a defensive power of green quality. Despite the potency of the toxin, it could not penetrate the thick metal for the time being. After a moment, the sounds of corrosion gradually subsided. Although the surface of the iron puppet was now mottled, its core remained unscathed. No, this cannot be. The man in the cell observed this scene, his sinister grin freezing in disbelief, replaced by an expression of incredulity. He abruptly leapt to his feet, fixating on the iron puppet with an intensity that rendered his voice shrill with excitement. Why is there such a large iron puppet? Shen Ping's lips twitched. The player's astonishment did not stem from the fact that the venomous liquid could not harm the advanced iron puppet, but rather from the sheer size of the iron puppet itself. As the iron puppet's metallic exterior was corroded, Luo Qiuxiue's delicate fingers gently lifted, reaching towards it. Soon, the corroded surface of the iron puppet seemed to be guided by an invisible force, spreading along the pockmarked areas and scratches. The metal, which had been darkened by the venomous liquid, began to shed its rust at a visibly accelerated pace under the embrace of a green light. The patterns on the pockmarked metal appeared to come alive, filling in the imperfections as if healing. The shell, once distorted by the venom, was restored to its original state. The smooth metallic surface even gleamed with a faint luster, as though the violent corrosion had never transpired. With her S-class healing talent, Luo Qiuxiue was undoubtedly capable of such feats. Not only could she mend the wounds of living beings, but she was equally adept at repairing creations imbued with energy attributes. Moreover, if she wished, she could purify the toxic gas in the vicinity, transforming it into breathable air. Of course, such an endeavor would demand considerable stamina, and, with a gas mask available, it was entirely unnecessary. Even if poisoned, treating the individual would suffice. There was no need to purify the toxic air itself. Before long, Shen Ping discerned the crux of the matter. "You claim to be a player?" His brow furrowed even deeper, his gaze sharp as it fell upon the man in the cell, his tone laced with scrutiny. "Then do enlighten me on how you arrived in this place." Upon hearing the term player, the already somewhat neurotic man seemed to have been activated by an unseen switch. His eyes flickered with a sudden glimmer, only to be swiftly engulfed by a deeper sense of dread. He instinctively nodded, murmuring, "Player, yes, I'm a player." Almost immediately, his emotions surged, his voice rising several notches, trembling with palpable intensity. "I have endured in this damn train world for a whole year, survived station after station, and just last month, those uniformed bastards, the guards, suddenly seized me at a station. Why? Why is this happening to me?" He abruptly raised his head, his eyes bloodshot from overwhelming agitation, fixating intensely on Shen Ping and Luo Qiushue, as though clinging to a final lifeline. You're players too, aren't you? You don't look like you belong here. You are players exploring the stations. I am a survivor. I am merely a survivor yearning to live, not some damned violator. They cannot take me. Absolutely not." As he screamed, he stumbled to his feet, his emaciated fingers gripping the cold bars of the cell fiercely, knuckles whitening from the strain. Trembling slightly, the bars rattled noisily under his force, his face etched with desperation and pleading, his voice tinged with a sob. "Quick, please rescue me. Players are supposed to help each other, aren't they?" His near-collapsed demeanor, blending screams with pleas, echoed harshly in the empty cell. Shen Ping paused, glancing towards the guard, hoping for an explanation. "What are you staring at? I have already explained it to you. As long as there is a scroll, any wrongdoing is deemed guilty, regardless of whether one is a train envoy. They will still be taken away, and you cannot imagine what this person has done. Ultimately, it all boils down to the scroll. Therefore, dear envoys of the train, do refrain from provoking any NPCs possessing the high-altitude prison scroll, even if they are NPCs." The guard himself was also an NPC, yet he comprehended the significance of being an NPC. Shen Ping fell silent. He had initially believed that this high-altitude prison would only confine ordinary NPCs, not outsiders like them, the envoys of the train. It seems, however, that this is far from a truth. Moreover, Shen Ping understood why the mission demanded the execution of this player. He had lost his train and remained trapped at a station. How was this any different from the old players in the Red Town? Chapter 73. The High-Altitude Prison, Part 6. After dragging the self-proclaimed player to the 7th floor for execution, Shen Ping and his companions continued their exploration of the 4th floor, preparing to deal with the prisoners there. However, it is essential to note that from the 4th floor onwards, prisoners of green quality began to appear in increasing numbers. The calamity on the 4th floor is a fire, while the disaster on the 2nd floor might not be sufficient to claim the lives of green quality prisoners. The inferno on the 4th floor is an entirely different matter. Ordinary individuals may endure the desolation of the 2nd floor for a day or two, but on the 4th floor, one would be consumed by flames in an instant. At this moment, the ground beneath their feet had been ravaged by the ferocious flames, the scorching tongues of fire spreading wildly through the cracked fissures, coalescing into an endless sea of fire. The orange-red flames swirled with black smoke, soaring upwards. The intensity of this heat is incomparable to the desolation of the 2nd floor. The oppressive warmth of the 2nd floor resembles the scorching sun at noon in a desert, while the heat here is a direct consequence of the flames. The prison guards, clad in loose-fitting red garments, traversed this perilous environment with ease. As they approached the 4th floor, Shen Ping and Luo Qiushue donned similar crimson coats, of course, after changing out of their original upper garments. According to the guards, these outfits were crafted from the skin of the fire giant rat, providing protection against the high temperatures of the 4th floor. One of the prison guards seemed taken aback, recalling a recent incident involving the train envoy, who had clearly been seeking help and was also a player. Why then did you choose to eliminate him? Shen Ping replied calmly, stating that even if he had not killed him, the envoy had already violated the rules and would inevitably meet his demise. The train envoy had strayed from his train, lingering at a platform. Upon hearing this, the guard nodded and added, "Do not misunderstand us. You previously mentioned that the scroll of the high-altitude prison allows victims to imprison those who harm them, but that is incorrect. This scroll merely functions as an alarm. If it is maliciously used and the other party has not committed any wrongdoing, we do not apprehend them, but rather the one who misused the scroll. It is akin to making a false report." Luo Qiushue pondered for a moment before interjecting, "Ah, yes, you're quite right. It is indeed so. The aforementioned train envoy, while exploring a world platform, massacred an ordinary farmer's entire family, and even when the farmer was on the brink of death, he used a long-preserved high-altitude prison scroll, which is how we arrived at the scene. It was a scene of utter horror, and, at that moment, the train envoy was still on the corpse of the 5-year-old girl. The guard explained slowly, there are numerous high-altitude prisons, and each warden is a train envoy. Some may be survivors, while others, like our warden, may be employees. Shen Ping understood the situation. The old player had committed a heinous act, and coincidentally, the victimized NPC had the right to raise an alarm, thus leading to the old player's misfortune at the hands of the high-altitude prison guards. According to the guards, the most powerful entities within the high-altitude prison possess blue quality. Beneath the platform of the purple faction, a formidable presence resides. Thus, it remains conceivable to confront some of the weaker veteran players. Shen Ping comprehends the rationale behind the actions of that seasoned player. It is akin to commandeering a passerby's vehicle in open-world games like GTA 5, only to subsequently run over the hapless driver. Players inherently possess a sense of superiority over NPCs. Of course, one cannot entirely dismiss the possibility that the veteran player is deranged. Regrettably, in this train game, players cannot resurrect upon death, and NPCs are not entirely defenseless. There are 7 players in the disaster layer, all of green quality, and due to the scorching flames, they have become rather lethargic, awaiting their demise, making them relatively easy to eliminate. However, Shen Ping and Luo Qiushue felt the oppressive heat, which is entirely understandable, as their equipment could only shield them from a fraction of the intensity. After resolving the 4th layer's criminals, only the final 2 layers remain. Yet up to this point, Shen Ping has only dealt with 14, leaving a staggering 43 criminals still at large. This indicates that the majority are concentrated in the 5th and 6th layers. The 5th layer seems manageable, but the 6th layer harbors blue-quality entities, which pose a significant headache for the deputy warden and the various prison guards. According to the regulations of the high-altitude prison, they can only employ various calamities to dispatch these foes. Aside from their infractions, they cannot be executed on-site. They must be confined to the 7th layer. The process of unlocking the prison door, handcuffing them, and subsequently transferring them to the 7th layer for execution is fraught with peril. No one can predict what may transpire. This is particularly true when escorting and executing blue-quality criminals. The 5th layer is afflicted by the calamity of acid rain. The sky incessantly pours corrosive rain upon the criminals, creating a veritable hellscape. Due to the presence of the black acid rain, the guards and Shen Ping must wield special umbrellas designed to resist corrosion. This is the 5th layer. However, I cannot accompany you further from this point, and starting from the 6th layer, terrifying blue-quality adversaries will emerge, the guard remarked slowly, a flicker of trepidation gleaming in his eyes. Chapter 74, The High-Security Prison, Part 7. As the prison guards prepared to leave, Shen Ping paid them no mind. "Very well. I am well acquainted with all the protocols. You may leave the rest to me." He held no fear towards these individuals, for the contractual obligations of their tasks ensured his safety. As long as he fulfilled his duties, the guards would not lay a hand on him. On the contrary, he would be rewarded upon completion. The possibility that these guards might turn against him and Luo Qiushue in the execution grounds of the 7th level lingered in his mind. However, with the presence of the little mouse and the purple skill, Accompanied by the Thunder Kirin, there was little to dread. The calamity of the 6th level was known as the Thunder Disaster, where ominous clouds loomed overhead and relentless lightning struck the prisoners below. After elaborating on the perils of this level, the guards presented 2 items to Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue. The lightning avoidance bracelets, which, when worn, would shield them from the thunderbolts above. With that, the guards hurriedly exited, possibly reluctant to face the prisoners of the 5th and 6th levels. Their previous haughty demeanor towards the inmates of the first 4 levels was now replaced by cautiousness, indicative of the imminent dangers ahead. Once the guards departed, Shen Ping did not ascend, but instead took the elevator down to the 7th level, the execution grounds. The space within was vast, containing not only the area for executions, but also a concealed compartment. Upon opening this compartment, a door quietly revealed itself before him, with a hint of trepidation. He stepped inside. Soon, a voice echoed from the depths, inquiring about the prowess of these 2 new recruits. Master Warden, their abilities are indeed formidable, especially that female player. Her innate talents should not be underestimated, and she may effortlessly accomplish the tasks assigned by the Deputy Warden. A figure clad in black armor emerged slowly from the shadows, a grin spreading across his face. Very well. I appreciate your efforts, Guard Jik. Jik was taken aback and immediately knelt on one knee, exclaiming, "It is my honor to serve you, Master Warden." The warden merely shook his head, declining to elaborate further. Yet, Jik hesitated. "Master Warden, are you truly leaving us too?" The warden sighed, cutting him off. "This is an opportunity. I have made numerous enemies over the years. To extricate myself from this predicament is unavoidable." "What if they refuse?" the guard inquired. "They will not refuse, provided the incentives are sufficiently enticing," the warden replied, his gaze piercing into Jik's eyes. Meanwhile, Shen Ping had arrived at the passageway of the 5th level cells, in stark contrast to the inmates of the previous 4 levels. Those here exhibited a heightened level of activity. Though the acid rain posed a significant threat, to them, it was merely an inconvenience. Among the green-tiered beings, they were considered powerful, some even surpassing the advanced bioengineered beings known as the Lickers. "Goodness, this little lady is quite exhilarating," one remarked. "Indeed, if possible, I would love to strip her of her garments," another chimed in. "And that young man is not too shabby either. How about a night together for $50? Indeed, they appeared tender and delectable, evoking an overwhelming desire to consume them entirely. Within the confines of the cell, the prisoners leered mockingly at Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue outside. Upon hearing the raucous remarks, the pair halted in their tracks. Shen Ping's expression turned frigid as he fixated on the boisterous ruffians. The 5th floor housed a total of 15 condemned souls, among whom at least 3 were targets. Of course, a few were not subject to execution. Shen Ping's gaze was as frigid as ice, unwaveringly pinned on the few individuals before him. In the next moment, a deep blue saber materialized in his palm, its blade shimmering with a chilling metallic sheen, intricately entwined with blue lightning. The crackling sound of electricity resonated ominously in the stillness of the cell, the very air seemingly stifled by the oppressive aura. Thunderous and relentless, this was Shen Ping's most formidable weapon. "It seems you wish to meet your demise," he intoned, his voice low and laced with undeniable malice. "Oh, the little beauty is angry." A mocking voice erupted from the nearest cell. The speaker was a corpulent inmate, his face a mass of flesh that reduced his eyes to mere slits. A disheveled beard obscured half of his visage, and he exuded an unmistakable odor of grease. His gaze bore an unabashed lewdness, tinged with provocation and greedy certainty that his adversary would not dare strike. The torment endured during his years in prison had long since altered his inclinations. Shen Ping made his move. Without further ado, he raised his arm, and the deep blue saber, imbued with the force of thunder, cleaved towards the iron bars of the cell. These bars, forged from a special alloy reputed to withstand heavy artillery, were only vulnerable to blue-grade weaponry and attacks. Yet, the iron rods shattered as if they were mere parchment. A cacophony of cracking echoed as several alloy bars splintered, the severed edges still crackling with residual electricity. The smirk on the rotund inmate's face instantly froze. His eyes, bulging in disbelief, rendered utterly speechless. Clearly, he had not anticipated that his opponent would truly act, nor that the saber would possess such razor-sharp precision. However, he had not violated any rules, merely exchanging a few words shouldn't he warrant a death sentence. Wait, this seemed somewhat, but Shen Ping would not afford him the luxury of time to react. As the blade's arc came to rest, he appeared like a specter, instantly materializing before the corpulent prisoner. The man barely registered the movement, only feeling a chill encircle his neck, followed by an uncontrollable ascent of his vision. The last sight he beheld was his own headless body collapsing to the ground, blood gushing forth and staining the cold floor of the cell crimson. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. Executing an inmate without cause, who had not violated any rules, incurs a penalty of 5 failure points. Current failure progress, 5/100. A profound stillness enveloped the scene, with the prisoners wide-eyed in disbelief. Had he truly executed a fellow inmate on the spot? No, how could this be? This was not in accordance with the regulations. Did they not fear the wardeness retribution? What manner of sinister blade was this, that it could be so devastatingly sharp? Shen Ping surveyed his surroundings with indifference, remarking, "A bunch of miscreants. How dare they raise their voices before me?" Only 2 tiers of prisoners remained. When dealing with the inmates on these levels, failure was permissible, as long as the failure threshold did not reach 100 points before the task was completed. There would be no issue. Subsequently, Shen Ping approached one of the cells. A woman with long pink hair was curled up in the corner, her eyes wide with terror as she gazed at him. It is worth noting that just moments prior, she had been making lewd remarks towards him. The inmates here had transgressed, one of them having used her abilities to cause the death of a prison guard. The reason behind the guard demise was quite straightforward. She harbored a sexually transmitted disease, a toxic entity, a biohazard. She lured the guard into her bed, and after he contracted the poison, he perished. Chapter 75, The High Security Prison, Part 8. As for the reason this woman did not perish, it may be attributed to the inherent disparities among individuals. You have transgressed, and thus, you must face execution, Shen Ping stated calmly as he unlocked the cell door. No, please do not kill me. If you spare my life, I will spend the night with you, all right? Beside them, Luo Qiushue's gaze turned icy as she brandished her shotgun, unleashing a barrage aimed at her lower body. Boom, boom, boom. After 3 deafening blasts, the woman was left gravely wounded, yet still clinging to life. Iron puppets, take her away, commanded Shen Ping. The advanced iron puppet grasped her and lifted her effortlessly. They employed the same ruthless method on the other 2 prisoners, inflicting grievous injuries as they prepared for execution. As for the other offenders, Qiushue, shatter the lower bodies of those who have insulted us, but ensure they do not die. Understood, Luo Qiushue replied with a sweet smile, her countenance turning cold as she methodically shot each one, leaving them in a state of near death. The terrifying gunfire echoed throughout the 5th level, rousing the prisoners from their stupor. After nearly an hour, Shen Ping and Luo Qiushue had managed to clear the 5th level. Indeed, some prisoners proved to be quite formidable. Only the final level remained. Shen Ping and Luo Qiushue ascended to the 6th level, where the skies flickered with lightning. Shen Ping sheathed his broadsword, wary of the possibility of being struck by lightning, although it would not be catastrophic as long as he survived the initial blow, with Luo Qiushue nearby for healing. The atmosphere of the 6th level was chilling. Upon entering, they encountered solitary prison cells, a stark contrast to the previously interconnected ones. Each cell was isolated, lined with walls separating each prisoner. Several inmates glared at Shen Ping and Luo Qiushue with an icy demeanor, their silence emanating a palpable threat. Most were of blue quality, with varying ranks, some low-grade, others mid-grade, and even high-grade, with the occasional elite among them. Noticing this, Shen Ping approached one of the inmates. The storm clouds above rumbled incessantly. This particular prisoner bore numerous scars from the relentless lightning strikes, yet these assaults seemed trivial to him. He regarded Shen Ping with disdain. Qiushue, obliterate his lower region with the shotgun, Shen Ping commanded. Certainly, Luo Qiushue replied eagerly, preparing to fire. Wait, I do not believe I have violated any rules or offended you. The defiant inmate's eyes flickered with a moment of panic, utterly bewildered by Shen Ping's intentions. That may be so. Shen Ping nodded, but that does not preclude me from establishing my authority. Luo Qiushue pulled the trigger, the bullet shattering the magical orb. Ah! He incessantly screamed, rolling on the ground, just as ominous thunderclouds gathered in the sky. The thunder seemed to strike the demonic orb in perfect synchrony with Shen Ping. A cacophony of anguished cries resonated throughout the 6th level. What was that sound? It was not entirely clear. What could it be? That location resembled Martin's prison. What had Martin done? It seemed he had lost some vital function. What function, one might wonder? An intriguing turn of events was imminent. However, amidst the turmoil, a defiant inmate coldly remarked, "Humph, what is so impressive about bullying a lowly blue tier? If you have the guts, come face me directly, you two worthless wretches." At this moment, having asserted his dominance, Shen Ping shifted his gaze towards the cells. The neighboring inmates stared at him in terror, fearing that Shen Ping and Luo Qiushue would obliterate their demonic orbs. "What do you intend to do?" one asked. I have a question for you. Who is the most powerful inmate on this level?" "The most powerful inmate? That would be Ross J, confined to the very end. His strength is of the highest blue tier." Subsequently, he fearfully elaborated on Ross J's abilities. "Understood," Shen Ping acknowledged. Coincidentally, he discovered that the inmate he was addressing was indeed one of the violators. Without hesitation, he led Luo Qiushue and a group of attendants to confront the so-called Ross J. Ross J cackled. "You've come to execute us, haven't you? Ha ha ha. You may have blasted Martin to bits, but that doesn't mean you can lay a hand on me. Get lost within 3 breaths, or I shall end you." With that declaration, thunder crackled violently around him. "Do you see? This is the reward bestowed upon me by the thunder calamity. My strength has surged, and I am no longer the same as before. Soon, I shall transcend to the purple tier. This place is my sanctuary for cultivation." As he spoke, a bolt of lightning struck him again. Barely managing to absorb the chaotic energy, Ross J was elated. "Even if the warden stood before me, I wouldn't fear him." Luo Qiushue snorted coldly and aimed a shotgun at him, pulling the trigger. However, the bullets merely ricocheted off his flesh. One shot even accidentally rebounded, striking Luo Qiushue in the abdomen. Letting out a muffled groan, she swiftly healed herself, returning to her former state. "Ha ha ha. Did you see that? Your shotgun, despite appearing to be of blue quality, cannot harm me at all. Useless, ha ha ha." Ross J's arrogance was palpable. A glint of murderous intent flickered in Shen Ping's eyes as he grinned. "Very well. Let's see if you can withstand the purple lightning. Little mouse, ascend." Squeak. The little mouse perched atop Shen Ping's head. In an instant, the aura surrounding Shen Ping transformed, his physical capabilities amplified several-fold. A purple lightning bolt gradually coalesced before him, taking the form of a qilin, exuding an aura of sheer terror. Ross J's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing this sight. He possesses the ability to absorb the thunder of the heavens, entirely due to the fact that the celestial lightning is not sufficiently potent, failing to surpass the limits of the corporeal form. Thus, he can even utilize the thunder from the sky to temper his body. However, the violet lightning before Shen Ping is a different matter altogether. Perhaps it is due to the peculiarities of the thunder disaster zone. The thunder qilin presents an imposing figure, its length exceeding 3 meters. The surrounding prisoners, who had initially been spectators to what they deemed a farce, now looked on in terror at Shen Ping and the thunder qilin before him. "Dare to lay hands on my woman? Then you shall meet your demise." Upon uttering these words, the thunder qilin charged towards Ross. Ross roared in disbelief. "What nonsense is this? Isn't it that woman who shot herself, only to be accidentally injured by the rebound? How can I be blamed for this?" Yet, confronted by the terrifying thunder qilin, his expression shifted from rage to sheer dread. Chapter 76, The High-Altitude Prison, Conclusion. Wait. Perhaps it is due to the utilization of the thunder qilin in the realm of thunder and disaster. The terrifying purple qilin has grown even larger than before. Soon, the purple Qilin engulfed Rosh's cell, consuming both it and his very being. Beside him, Luo Qiuxue promptly assisted Shen Ping in replenishing his strength. Failure points increased by 10. Is this for real? That was the mightiest among us, Rosh, a paragon of excellence, effortlessly vanquished. It is utterly inconceivable. Who exactly is this individual? Despite his seemingly frail physique, how can he wield such formidable abilities? I see it now. It is that wretched mouse atop his head. That detestable creature briefly augmented his strength. Wait, he is approaching us. Shen Ping, with the small mouse perched on his head, was surrounded by faintly crackling purple lightning, a side effect of having just unleashed his skill. Yet, he appeared strikingly handsome. However, this was not the case for the vicious criminals around him. Next, I shall administer punishment to the offenders. I hope you do not make my task more arduous. Shen Ping's icy gaze pierced through the others. They looked upon him with dread, too fearful to utter a word of dissent. It was clear that even the most formidable of criminals could not contend with Shen Ping, let alone the others. Before long, Shen Ping's sheer intimidation rendered the prisoners on the 6th floor docile as sheep, allowing him to execute them one by one. Of course, it was not entirely seamless. After all, who wishes to embrace death? Some inmates resisted, resulting in Shen Ping accumulating nearly 50 failure points by the time the task concluded, still possessing half of his tolerance. At this moment, there remained a full hour before departing the platform. Task successful. Rewards. Players Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue each receive a random green quality skill book, a random green quality weapon, and a random green quality item. Shen Ping stowed these items in his backpack, preparing to ascend with Luo Qiuxue and the crew. Just then, a voice echoed from behind. 2 survivors. May I request an audience with the esteemed warden? It was the guard who had previously accompanied Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue. What is it? What do you want? Shen Ping replied, his tone laced with caution. Hadn't the warden already departed? Why would he wish to see them? Fear not. Our warden is a benevolent man, and there must be a reason for his desire to meet you. This is indeed a fortuitous opportunity for you, the guard said respectfully. If you choose to depart, we shall not impede you. Shen Ping remained silent. The warden's strength likely resided between the blue elite and the purple inferior. He could manage it. Thus, even if the warden intended to act treacherously, Shen Ping was unafraid. Moreover, the completion of his task had been relatively satisfactory. I shall grant the warden a maximum of 30 minutes. Shen Ping remarked, in just an hour, our train shall depart. Should we fail to board this time, our actions would be deemed in violation of the rules. He continued, I understand that I shall not delay you for long. Please follow me, esteemed train emissaries. Shortly thereafter, the prison guard escorted Shen Ping, Luo Qiuxue, and a host of attendants to the concealed compartment. Along the way, several guards cast envious glances at the scene. Shen Ping could perceive their covetous stares. What could this possibly mean? A sense of curiosity stirred within him. Nevertheless, the demeanor of the guards suggested that the warden would not wish him harm. Before long, the door to the hidden compartment swung open, and Jike ushered everyone inside. They soon found themselves in a subterranean chamber, furnished with an office desk, a bedroom adjacent to it, and a restroom. A handsome man clad in black armor sat at the desk, intently observing Shen Ping and the others. You are the warden? Just returned from another platform. I hear you're a worker, Shen Ping inquired directly. Indeed, the man replied. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lin Shi, the 5th-ranked worker among the penultimate group of players, currently holding a blue elite status. Status? Worker rankings? What is all this? Luo Qiuxue expressed her confusion. You're the first batch of players, so it is understandable that you do not grasp this concept. However, fret not. Your potential is remarkably strong. At your stage, I was unable to even secure basic sustenance. Allow me to explain thoroughly, and all will become clear. Firstly, the train world operates in batches of players entering together, with approximately a year between each group, as you are aware. As the game evolves, you will encounter team functionalities and ranks. You may already have an idea of the rankings, but they pertain solely to your batch of players. Indeed, among my group, I ranked 5th among those who chose to be workers. As for ranks, that will manifest for you at a later stage. I cannot recall precisely when. It will be soon. The ranks are classified as white, green, blue, purple, and gold. Advancing in rank is quite simple. Visit a special platform to undergo assessments, where you must defeat corresponding quality enemies one-on-one. After 2 successful assessments, for instance, if you vanquish a blue elite enemy, you may elevate your rank to blue elite, thereby becoming a being of blue elite quality. I see. I had presumed that players did not possess varying qualities, Shen Ping mused softly. Furthermore, this elevated platform initially serves as a management station. As for the nature of its operations, I believe Jike has already enlightened you. Jike is a staff member of this station. The elevated platform is tasked with dispatching personnel to capture criminals at other stations. Successful apprehensions yield substantial rewards, typically amounting to at least 3-digit train coins, and one may also opt to capture criminals independently. Moreover, the operational platform is capable of generating a portion of train coins daily, continuously producing these coins, akin to how the train marketplace rewards the exploration platform with corresponding train coins. Shen Ping comprehended this, aligning with his previous thoughts. The aerial prison is a domain characterized by management. Players can oversee the aerial prison and subsequently earn train coins. However, what about your train? Shen Ping inquired gravely, recognizing that abandoning one's train would constitute a violation, a fact you should be aware of. Of course, I am aware. You'll understand shortly. No sooner had he spoken than a ripple akin to water disturbed the air behind Lin Sher. A door materialized unexpectedly, its frame writhing slightly in the void. He raised his hand and gently pushed, the heavy door emitting a prolonged creak as it opened. To his surprise, the space beyond was not as anticipated. Instead, it revealed the interior of a moving train. The walls of the carriage gleamed with a cold metallic luster, and several biomechanical puppets ambled slowly down the aisle. As Shen Ping's gaze briefly brushed past the puppets, it was ensnared by the scene outside the window, drawing the breath from his lungs. The train seemed to traverse through hell, the world beyond the window no longer resembling that of the living. Scarlet lava flowed like a boiling river across the earth, with viscous molten rock occasionally surging forth, unleashing golden tongues of flame that licked at the charred, cracked ground, while the air was thick with a pungent sulfurous odor. In the distance, black volcanoes jutted into the sky like the spines of a colossal beast, billowing thick smoke from their summits. Orange-red columns of lava shooting skyward only to rain down in fiery torrents. Even through the thick train windows, a searing heat wave surged from all directions within the train, the metal handrails becoming unbearably hot, and the air itself seemed to warp under the extreme temperature. This bizarre spectacle led Shen Ping to a conclusion. Behind this door lay Lin Sher's train, traversing a grand world, much like Shen Ping's own train journeying through the frigid realm. As you can see, upon acquiring the rights to operate the platform, my train gained the ability to teleport to the operational platform. I could transfer via my own train to the operational platform or vice versa. Currently, my train traverses a vast world known as the Celestial Melting World. My decision to become a worker was motivated by the privilege of exploring once a month, allowing me to conserve time and focus on managing this aerial prison. Therefore, what is the purpose of your stopping us and sharing such information? Luo Qiuxue inquired. It is quite simple. I wish to temporarily transfer the management rights of this aerial prison to you. Temporary? What does that mean? Shen Ping asked. I am about to undergo a job transition, participating in the assessment at the Hunter's platform, which may require my absence for a period. Once I fully become a hunter, I can return, and during this time, I hope capable and talented players can assist in managing this platform. Of course, should I meet my demise, this platform shall be entrusted to you. The challenges and time required for the Hunter S platform are far greater than one might imagine. Lin Sher sighed and remarked, I believe this will not be detrimental to you. Throughout my ascension as a hunter, the train coins I have accumulated will be yours. Moreover, upon my return, I can offer you an additional reward. Certainly, after my death, this reward will be most substantial, as you will become the masters of this aerial prison platform. So, it is, thought Shen Ping, profoundly astonished. Is it not said that hunters and true violators are immensely powerful? Can one a mere blue elite rank truly contend? Indeed, one can. One must wear the size that fits their stature. True violators have begun to emerge at the purple quality level, albeit they are relatively weak compared to the formidable ones. Very well, I accept, Shen Ping replied without hesitation. With the aerial prison platform at his disposal, he could continually amass train coins and even access a portal connecting the train and the platform. With your assurance, I am at ease. Let us formalize our agreement. Lin Shi handed Shen Ping a contract. Upon reviewing it, Shen Ping discerned that it aligned with Lin Shi's words. Should Lin Shi return, he would provide Shen Ping with resources equivalent to at least a platinum chest. If he were unable to return, the platform would be entirely Shen Ping's, and during this interim, he would manage it, reaping all revenues. Once the contract was finalized, a notification sound resonated in Shen Ping's ear. Player Shen Ping, you are about to become the temporary warden of the aerial prison, and you shall receive the following privileges. 1. Daily acquisition of 300 train coins. 2. Interconnectivity between the aerial prison and player Shen Ping's train. 3. Absolute command over all prison guards within the aerial prison. 4. For every prisoner retrieved, you shall earn between 100 to 1,000 train coins. Simultaneously, you are obliged to fulfill the following responsibilities. 1. Manage the aerial prison, should prisoners incite a riot. You must enforce penalties in accordance with regulations. 2. Personally resolve issues with prisoners that the guard cannot handle, with difficulty not exceeding blue elite level. 3. Refrain from unprovoked assaults on prisoners and guards. Player Shen Ping has received 300 train coins. Seeing the contract executed, Lin Shi exhaled in relief. I will rely on you during this period. Once I pass the assessment, I am certain I can advance to purple quality. At that moment, another door materialized behind him. Observing this, Lin Shi explained, "This is your portal, allowing you to return to the train. Should I encounter any mishap, my train attendants will personally inform you." Shen Ping nodded. I understand. I shall take charge from here. Lin Shi nodded in agreement and soon returned to his train. Shen Ping then examined his portal, opening it to reveal an empty train carriage, surrounded by a vast expanse of white. The train traversing the frigid world was imbued with an inexplicable connection, one that felt intimately personal. Shen Ping, filled with joy, led Luo Qiuxue and the crew back to the train. However, it wasn't long before Shen Ping turned to Jike and inquired, "Jike, may I borrow your props for a while?" Jike responded affirmatively, "Of course, there's no issue. As the new warden, you may request as many props as you desire." With this assurance, Shen Ping felt relieved. The items in question were indeed significant. The fire rat skin, capable of shielding against flames, a black umbrella, effective against acid rain, and various tools designed to evade thunderstorms. Most importantly, there were 2 outstanding weapons. The beheading sword. This sword boasted of blue quality, indicating a high potential for critical upgrades to a purple quality. If it could be obtained for free, why not seize the opportunity? Shen Ping closed the portal. High-altitude prison portal. Do you wish to lock the portal? It could indeed be locked. Naturally, he chose to secure it. He set the portal to deny entry. Although Lin Shi and the guard were unlikely to venture inside, one could never be too certain, having only met them once. Elated, Shen Ping proceeded to the front of the train, ready to start its journey and simultaneously prepare for the spoils of victory. Critical hit successful. Random blue skill book item equipment obtained. Critical hit successful. Blue lower tier quality, fire rat cloak. Purple lower tier quality, fire serpent cloak. Chapter 77. Meeting Lin Yun again, the fire dragon robe has dramatically altered its classification, transforming from a mere mouse to a formidable dragon, highlighting the vast difference in its nature. Its quality has ascended from blue to purple. Fire dragon robe, quality, purple low tier. Increases vitality by 500 points. Flames of a quality lower than purple will not inflict any damage on players wearing the fire dragon robe, while those of a higher quality will suffer a reduction of 90% in damage, in addition to bestowing a substantial increase of 500 points in vitality. The fire dragon robe offers formidable fire resistance. Presently, It is rare for players or NPCs to wield flames of purple quality or above. Next, there is the decapitating blade, an equally significant piece of equipment. As a blue quality weapon, it becomes even more potent following a critical hit. Moreover, this decapitating blade can be continuously crafted within the Sky Prison, where the technique for its creation is established. This is why the guards of the Sky Prison are so formidable. Although their own quality is merely green, they wield blue quality weapons. What if I were to equip all my crew with this critically enhanced decapitating blade? Shen Ping murmured to himself before executing a critical hit. Critical hit successful. Blue upper tier, decapitating blade, purple low tier, wind slashing blade. Wind slashing blade, quality, purple low tier. A supreme blade of wind, capable of slicing through air currents. Attached skill, wind slashing flow break. Infuses the wind slashing blade with air currents, unleashing a terrifying flurry of strikes. Cool down, 2 hours. Gazing at the wind slashing blade, which appeared largely unchanged yet exuded a significantly elevated aura, Shen Ping's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. There's one for me too, exclaimed Luo Qiuxue from beside him. Of course there is, Shen Ping replied, enhancing another blade into the wind slashing blade. Perhaps due to the critical hit effect predominantly yielding the wind slashing blade, or perhaps by coincidence. Both critical hits resulted in the same outcome. Shen Ping subsequently achieved critical hits on other valuable items and decided to return to the Sky Prison to instruct the guards to craft 10 decapitating blades to be sent over, ensuring that all his subordinates would benefit from these enhancements. By then, even a chef aboard would wield this purple quality weapon. As night fell, the train continued its journey through the frigid realm, and the two grew increasingly famished, soon partaking in a meal. At that moment, the train announced the unexpected sighting of 2 collided trains ahead, both seemingly of level 4. According to the train's trajectory, it was inevitable that they would soon pass these 2 wrecked trains, likely resulting in their complete destruction. Curious, Shen Ping glanced, but chose not to intervene. What difference did it make if those 2 trains obstructed the path? With a level 12 train, Shen Ping could navigate the frigid world without hindrance. It was futile for anyone to attempt to interfere. As for any pangs of conscience regarding the impending destruction of those trains, that was a jest. At present, players are unable to control the train. Perhaps in the future, when Shen Ping encounters such situations, he will choose to redirect the train, accumulating some merit to avert disasters. However, the current Shen Ping is incapable of such actions, so he chooses to remain indifferent. 5 minutes ago, these 2 groups of players were confronting each other, both being multiplayer participants. Among them, one group consisted of familiar faces, the affluent Lin Yun, Li Tian, Lu Xiaoyan, Yin Feiping, along with a few of Lin Yun's friends. They stood in the snow, poised for a standoff against the opposing side. My friend, it seems we bear no grudges against each other, do we? Otherwise, we could simply return to our trains, repair them, and depart. Lin Yun spoke slowly, a flicker of wariness gleaming in his eyes. He had painstakingly elevated his train to level 4. While he might not be at the top, he certainly surpassed the majority of players. To his dismay, the train he collided with was also a level 4 train. I suppose so. Your train is quite unruly, crashing directly into ours. Let me tell you, had we not been so lenient, you would not be leaving so easily. The male player from the opposing side replied, his gaze laced with disdain, albeit tinged with a hint of caution. After all, aside from one individual, the rest appeared to be mere college students. And the fact that a group of students could elevate their train to level 4 was indeed impressive. Had they been at levels 3 or 2, a confrontation might have ensued. Then it is settled. Let us repair our trains and leave together, Lin Yun said, scrutinizing the expressions of the opposing players. A flicker of resentment crossing his eyes. I am a wealthy heir from Jiangcheng. That insufferable fool will pay for this once I achieve success. At this moment, Lin Yun still harbored dreams of finding his father and reclaiming his status. In his eyes, his father was a wealthy tycoon in Jiangcheng, possessing ample means to thrive in this train world. It would be splendid if he could eventually find Shen Ping to exact his revenge. However, amidst this tense standoff, a deep, thunderous roar echoed from the distant horizon. Like the low growl of a colossal beast awakening, it instantly overshadowed all sounds upon the tracks. The wariness and hostility on the faces of both player factions abruptly solidified, soon replaced by a deeper astonishment as they turned to face the source of the sound. Is that a train? Li Tian suddenly lifted his gaze towards the direction of the noise, his pupils contracting in disbelief. Could it be that a third train was approaching? Hey, this joke has gone too far. Yin Feiping instinctively took a half-step back, his eyes fixed on the distant horizon, his voice trembling. No one had anticipated that, after one collision, they would suddenly be confronted with a more perilous variable, a second collision. The odds of that were exceedingly slim. In mere seconds, a massive black shadow pierced through the blizzard in the distance. It was an extraordinarily long train, boasting a staggering 11 carriages. It advanced slowly along the tracks, enveloped in a tempest, yet its trajectory induced a collective gasp of dread among the onlookers. Miraculously aligned with the vertical orientation of the two stationary trains ahead, it approached menacingly. The railway appeared only as the train drew near. It was not a constant presence. Were it so, the vast multitude of trains would blanket the frigid world, rendering it uninhabitable. This implied that should this colossal train persist in its advance, both stationary trains would inevitably suffer a catastrophic collision, reduced to mere twisted remnants of metal. Wait, stop. Don't come any closer. Lin Yun's eyes widened in shock as he beheld the approaching iron behemoth, instinctively murmuring in disbelief. Yet he quickly regained his composure, spinning around to shout, "Get off the tracks." No sooner had he uttered the warning than he dashed toward the safety zone beyond the rails, with others, jolted from their stupor, stumbling after him in frantic haste. As they barely regained their footing, a thunderous crash reverberated behind them. The train, comprising 11 carriages, barreled forward uncontrollably, colliding violently with the stationary train. The harrowing sound of twisted metal and shattering glass fused into a cacophony, as what had once been a relatively intact train was obliterated in an instant, fragments and debris scattering chaotically, ultimately reducing it to a heap of scrap metal. Lin Yun, your train has sustained catastrophic damage due to the rapid and forceful impact, resulting in 100% destruction. The train core has been lost, and all supplies have been obliterated. Please carry the train core to the blacksmith station in the frigid world for repairs, which will require a sum of train currency. Upon restoration, your train's level will reset to the beginning. Lin Yun and his companions stood at a distance, staring in horror at the devastation before them, their faces pallid, rendered momentarily speechless, save for the echoing roar of the super-long train reverberating across the desolate tracks. A male player from the opposing side bellowed, "My train!" Lin Yun clenched his fists, his gaze filled with fury as he witnessed the scene unfold. "Our train is gone too." Li Tian lamented, "This is a disaster." Lu Xiaoyan sank to the ground, her eyes brimming with despair. "Whose train was it that destroyed mine?" Lin Yun shouted vehemently, "I will not let this pass." Yan Fei adjusted his glasses, his expression grave. There are only two possibilities. Either this is an experienced player, or perhaps it belongs to Shen Ping. Lin Yun seethed, uncertain whether this was mere coincidence or a deliberate act against him, or perhaps the actions of an experienced player dismissive of newcomers. Such an occurrence was utterly incomprehensible. The opposing male player, having taken a moment to collect himself, fixed his gaze on Lin Yun and proposed, "Let us cooperate in seeking that blacksmith station. It seems the game system has already provided us with its location. Only by joining forces can we navigate this treacherous, snow-laden landscape, uncertain of what monstrous entities we may encounter." Yan Fei slowly spoke, "Lin Yun, everyone do not despair. At worst, we can start anew. Never lack the courage to begin again." Teacher Yan's encouragement steadied the emotions of the three. Soon, the six of them proceeded in the direction designated by the game system. They were uncertain of the distance ahead, but they understood that this was their sole opportunity. Remaining in this place for too long, even without monster attacks, would inevitably lead to freezing to death. "Indeed, they truly perceive us as mere speed bumps," Shen Ping murmured to himself. "Yes, and it seems there are several familiar players among them," Luo Qiushue remarked. They had just noticed that one group included that young man, Lin Yun. Unfortunately, the train was moving too swiftly and did not regard them as monsters to be eliminated. Shen Ping shook his head. Subsequently, Shen Ping opened the 3 random blue quality items obtained after a critical hit: random equipment, random skills, and random items. Acquired blue low-grade equipment, purple spirit blade. Acquired blue mid-grade skill, fire dragon dance. Summons a fire dragon to attack enemies. Acquired blue top-grade item, train teleportation talisman. Temporarily transports oneself and allies to the train upon use. The purple spirit blade, Shen Ping noted, was specifically designed to combat spiritual entities, such as the female ghost they had previously encountered. While the skill Thunder Qilin could also suffice, employing Thunder Qilin to vanquish a feeble ghost felt like an extravagant waste. Hence, possessing the purple spirit blade was indeed necessary. He allowed Luo Qiuxue to learn the fire dragon dance, as he had no need for it with his cooldown-free Thunder Qilin and the presence of a little mouse, having already maximized his skills. As for Luo Qiuxue, she had yet to master any skills, making the fire dragon dance an apt choice. However, the fire dragon dance had a cooldown period of 5 minutes. Lastly, there was the formidable item, the train teleportation talisman, which could directly transport them inside the train, bringing nearby allies along. This meant that should Shen Ping find himself in peril, he could use the talisman to temporarily return to the train and evade danger. The following day presented yet another choice of platforms. However, this time the 3 platforms were not particularly challenging, although one was exceptionally unique. So unique that even the term special platform did not do it justice. Platform 1, Monster Platform. A weak monster resides in a house. Perhaps you could take this monster away to nurture it, or perhaps you might simply consume it. Monster type, random. Monster strength quality cap, random. Resource available, monster. Difficulty, random. Platform 2, Stone Woman Village. A village contains a woman made of stone, and all players heading to this village will be attacked by the Stone Woman. Resource available, excellent grade equipment. Difficulty, low to medium. Platform 3, Evil Ghost City Quest Platform. In a town, generations have coexisted with hidden demons and humans. The demons consume humans, while humans slay demons to acquire their bloodlines, thereby enhancing their own strength. The lord of this town is an individual of mixed heritage, possessing both demonic and human blood. This duality leaves the lord in a state of complexity and confusion regarding the powers of both factions. You are called to assist the lord in making the right choice. Should this town be overrun by demons, or should it be inhabited solely by humans? The available resources include demon crystals, high-quality skills, train cores, and train currency. The challenge level is moderate. After a brief moment of contemplation, Shen Ping resolved to choose Platform 3, the Demon City. As for Platform 1, it eluded his understanding. Raising a monster as a conductor seemed far too uncertain, relying heavily on chance. Although Shen Ping believed himself fortunate, it did not preclude him from opting for what appeared to be a superior platform. Let us aid the Lord in making a judicious decision, Shen Ping remarked softly. Then, my dear, do you side with humans or demons? Luo Qiuxue inquired, rubbing her eyes as she had just awoken, still somewhat drowsy. I did not have time for breakfast. Last night was quite wild, Shen Ping replied. Perhaps I lean towards aiding humans, though I remain uncertain and must gauge the Lord's perspective. Soon, the train roared to life, gradually vanishing into the frigid world above. In the next moment, they found themselves hovering over a town, with railway tracks suspended in the air and the train traversing them. Shen Ping gazed down at the town, his eyes reflecting a fleeting sense of bewilderment. Chapter 78, The City of Evil Spirits, Part 1, Lord of the City. The emissary from the train has arrived. Hovering above the center of the city, the black-clad guard knelt partially upon the frigid steps, his head bowed so low that it nearly brushed against the ground. His dark robe glistened with a sheen of sweat from his hurried journey. Before him, upon a lofty dais, reclined a strikingly handsome youth in a chair adorned with dark patterns and gold. The interplay of black and white fabric accentuated his slender form, while his fingertips lightly tapped against the armrest, creating a haunting silence. Only when the guard's breathing began to steady did the youth slowly lift his gaze. His visage was excessively beautiful, yet marred by a pair of unusual eyes that shattered any semblance of gentleness. The left eye appeared ordinary, while the right absorbed all surrounding light, an unfathomable abyss. Within the depths of that eye flickered a faint crimson glow, reminiscent of a ghostly flame on the verge of extinguishment. Yet the black-clad guard remained unfazed, burying his head even deeper. Should anyone glimpse beneath his shadowy locks, they would note that his own eyes mirrored the Lord's eerie black one perfectly. I understand. Lin Pingyan's voice was soft yet imbued with undeniable authority. Welcome them into the city with the utmost regard, and bring them to meet me. Yes. Wait. Suddenly, Lin Pingyan extended his hand and inquired. If you had to choose between your two hands, which would you select? Lord, choose for what purpose? To sever. The guard was momentarily taken aback by the indifferent words. Gazing at the frigid expression of Lin Pingyan, comprehension dawning within him. However, he felt powerless to assist Lin Pingyan in making the right choice, murmuring, Lord, I do not know. Do you not know? Lin Pingyan closed his eyes and waved his hand, granting him leave. The guard rose in response, his footsteps as light as smoke, vanishing in an instant. As the grand doors of the hall closed, the chill in Lin Pingyan's eyes abruptly faded, replaced by a barely perceptible confusion. He raised a hand to touch his right eye, finding its warmth akin to that of any ordinary person. Yet the weight of the impenetrable darkness felt as though it had pressed upon him for over 20 years. Monster, do not play with him, he is a ghost. Beware lest he devour you. That vile demon should be banished. Such are the thoughts that lingered in the minds of others. He bore the lowly blood of humanity, and the reason why the former lord had sired such a creature with a human remained a mystery. The former lord must have lost his senses to develop feelings for a mere human. The Lord's son is but a despicable monster, an abomination. Father, mother, he whispered softly to the empty hall, his voice harboring a fragility he himself was unaware of. I have finally reached this point, yet what truly separates man from ghost? Choosing one or the other felt like an agonizing dilemma, akin to abandoning one's own hands or feet. His fingertips tightened slightly as he gazed at the delicate snowflakes drifting outside the hall, his resolve gradually solidifying. Since I cannot, nor do I wish to make this choice. The emissaries of the train have arrived. Let us entrust the matter to them, these outsiders from beyond. The biting cold wind seeps through the cracks of the window, stirring the hem of his black and white garb and tousling the stray strands of hair at his temples. No one knows that this master of the malevolent city, possessing the strength of purple quality, harbors not an ambition for dominion, but rather an unwavering obsession to discern the boundaries of existence. Since humans and demons cannot coexist, clarity must be achieved. It must be either entirely human or entirely demon. As the grand doors creaked open, Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue strode forward side by side. Their fiery robes stood out vividly in the dim hall, trailed by a cadre of attendants. Each attendant wielded a purple quality battle knife, accompanied by Xiao Tai, Xiao Hua, and Xiao Shu. Shen Ping's gaze instinctively darted towards the high platform, where a young man sat motionless upon an intricately patterned golden chair, emanating an oppressive aura that surged like a tide. The disparity between purple and blue qualities was indeed vast. Shen Ping halted at the foot of the steps, his eyes immediately locking onto Lin Pingyan on the platform. In that fleeting moment, a weight settled in his heart. The young man appeared slender, yet the pressure he exuded rivaled that of Lin Shi, the worker he had previously encountered. He instinctively lowered his head and spoke, "My lord, the city master." Yet a torrent of thoughts surged in his mind. He had initially believed that the difficulty of this task had diminished. However, confronted with the master of the malevolent city, Lin Pingyan, he suddenly realized that it was not the task that had become simpler, but rather that his own experiences on the platform, coupled with the acquisition of formidable weapons, had rapidly enhanced his strength, allowing him to perceive the true nature of the malevolent city. In truth, the existence of the malevolent city surpassed any prior platforms he had encountered. Nevertheless, some of the platforms deemed exceptionally powerful, which he had not visited, were undeniably inferior. Whether the silent city, or the undersea castle, or a voice from the high platform abruptly interrupted his reverie. Two trained emissaries, Lin Ping'an remarked, his gaze sweeping over the crimson robes of Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue, as well as the battle knives in the hands of the emissaries. A flicker of curiosity evident in his dark right eye, though his tone bore an air of scrutiny. You appear rather weak. Can you assist me in completing this task? In terms of physique, Shen Ping indeed felt inadequate. He had not undergone any formal rank assessment, and his quality could be deemed rather ordinary. Since I am here, I shall certainly fulfill the task, Shen Ping replied slowly. With your assurance, I feel at ease. Lin Ping'an declared suddenly, waving his hand, causing all the guards to vanish. Concurrently, both Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue heard a notification sound in their ears. Task: the future of the malevolent city. Task details: demons gain strength by devouring humans, while humans absorb the power of slaying demons. The conflict between both factions has reached its zenith. Please choose to annihilate one race. Eradicate the demon kin or the humans. Upon completion, the task will be deemed victorious. Note: some demons are of the corporeal type, while others are ethereal. Task reward: 1,000 train coins, 1 train core, and a random skill of exquisite quality. Task duration: before the train departs. Please select the side you wish to resolve. Shen Ping fell into deep contemplation. The task's difficulty was not insurmountable, particularly if the city lord were the only one of purple quality. However, this did not necessarily imply ease of resolution. The most pressing issue was the scarcity of time. Shen Ping had less than half a day to accomplish this. Should he fail to resolve the matter within that time frame, the task would be deemed a failure. The sheer number of malevolent spirits and the townspeople was staggering. Thus, it was imperative to devise a suitable strategy to address one side within the allotted time. My lord, could you please elaborate on the situation within the city? Without that, I find it challenging to make a judgment, Shen Ping inquired initially. It was essential to spend around 10 minutes gathering specific details. Should the city lord be willing to share? Very well, the lord nodded. My surname is Lin. My mother's surname is also Lin, and I am called Lin Ping'an. Chapter 79, The City of Malevolent Spirits, Part 2. Why is it another Lin? Shen Ping pondered in exasperation. It seemed that everyone he encountered bore the surname Lin. Lin Yin, Lin Shi, and now this Lin Ping'an. After a moment of sarcastic reflection, he gradually turned his attention to the intelligence being relayed by Lin Ping'an, which revolved around the history of this city of malevolent spirits. The walls of the city were constructed from dark stones, each crevice exuding the stench of ancient blood. It was said that the reason these walls had withstood the test of time for a century was due to the countless human bones interred beneath them. These remnants served as the sustenance for the malevolent spirits, forming the very foundation of the city. Throughout its 3 centuries of history, the most enigmatic figure was the Rakshasa, who held the position of city lord for a mere 2 decades. He was the father of the current lord, Lin Ping'an, and the only individual to ascend to the throne with a malevolent spirit's essence. For the malevolent spirit clan, consuming humans was never deemed immoral. Rather, it was an instinctual rule of survival ingrained in their very being. Much like how humans consume pork, beef, and lamb for sustenance, malevolent spirits required human blood and flesh. Their digestive systems could only extract vital nutrients from human remains, and should they endure a fasting period exceeding 2 months, their skin would begin to crack and peel. Their bones would gradually weaken, ultimately causing their bodies to disintegrate like weathered stone. This was an innate curse of the malevolent spirit clan, an unbreakable shackle they could never escape. The Rakshasa, as a purebred malevolent spirit, was no exception. However, he differed from his kin in that he was born with an extraordinary talent. While other malevolent spirits might remain confined to the realms of white and green quality throughout their lives, he ascended to the purple quality by the age of 30, becoming the youngest purple quality powerhouse in nearly a century. He subsequently advanced to the upper echelon of purple quality. At that time, the city of malevolent spirits was still under the control of a human lord, whose strength barely reached the mid-tier of purple quality, a formidable opponent in ordinary circumstances, yet utterly incapable against the Rakshasa. The conflict for the lordship did not endure long. In the central square of the city, the Rakshasa executed 2 strikes. The first shattered the Lord's sword, while the second pierced through his heart. The moment blood splattered onto the dark stone square, a deafening roar erupted from all the malevolent spirits. They finally had their own lord, and humanity was irrevocably reduced to mere vassals of the city. Upon the Rakshasa's ascension, the order of the city of malevolent spirits was irrevocably transformed. Previously, malevolent spirits had to stealthily hunt humans, but now, with the Lord's tacit approval, they could boldly invade the impoverished human districts, dragging screaming men, women, and children back to their lairs to feast upon. The human population dwindled at an alarming rate. Once bustling streets fell into desolation, and every household hung talismans made of peach wood and vermilion on their doors for protection. Yet, in the face of malevolent power, these were merely feudal comforts. Some individuals attempted to resist, yet even the most formidable among humanity possessed only the strength of a blue grade, unable to even catch a glimpse of the Rakshasa, and were swiftly torn to shreds by patrolling demons. Everyone believed that the humans of Demon City were destined for annihilation. Either they would be completely devoured or confined, becoming mere reserves for the demons' consumption. However, the Rakshasa encountered a human woman. One day, while patrolling the desolate burial grounds on the outskirts of the city, he beheld a woman clad in a simple white dress, firmly gripping a rusted long knife, standing defiantly against 3 demons. These 3 demons possessed the strength of blue-grade mid-tier, and an ordinary human would surely be reduced to mere fodder upon encountering them. Yet the woman remained utterly unperturbed. With a flick of her wrist, a faint black aura enveloped the blade, a power typically exclusive to demons. "Are you absorbing demon power?" The Rakshasa inquired with curiosity. How could a mere human wield such strength? The woman did not turn around, but rather, with a swift motion, she cleaved one of the attacking demons in 2. Better to seize your power and survive than to be consumed by you. The confrontation ultimately did not escalate into a battle. The Rakshasa observed as the woman dispatched all 3 demons, absorbing their strength into her being, and his initial curiosity gradually transformed into admiration. Later, he learned that the woman was named Lin Shuran, a descendant of a former human lord. Following the fall of her city, she had witnessed her family devoured by demons. In her pursuit of vengeance, she discovered a forbidden cultivation technique within ancient texts, using demon power as a catalyst to refine herself inversely. For players like Shen Ping, this would be akin to acquiring skill books or items. This method was fraught with peril. A moment's carelessness could lead to being devoured by demon power, transforming one into a monstrosity, neither human nor demon. Yet Lin Shuran persevered, elevating her strength to purple-grade mid-tier, becoming one of only 2 individuals within the entire demon city to achieve such formidable prowess. As the Rakshasa and Lin Shuran engaged in continuous sparring and combat, they gradually came to understand one another, eventually developing feelings. Perhaps it was due to Lin Shuran's awareness of her inferiority to the Rakshasa, prompting her to seek alternative means to elevate humanity's status. After all, that ancient tome existed in singularity, and Lin Shuran could only enhance her own strength. It was said that the book had been left behind by a long-ago envoy of the train. Later, when the Rakshasa declared his intention to marry Lin Shuran as the lady of the city, the entire demon city erupted in uproar. The demons could not comprehend why their lord would choose to wed a human. The humans, in turn, brimmed with skepticism, suspecting yet another sinister plot by the demons. Did this mean Lin Shuran would be subjected to some vile fate before being devoured? How grotesque! Yet the Rakshasa remained unfazed, silencing all dissenting voices with the authority of his lordship. Not long after their marriage, Lin Shuran became pregnant. As he gazed upon his wife's gradually swelling belly, the Rakshasa experienced a profound sense of home for the first time. It was at this moment that Lin Shuran made a request that would alter the course of their lives, to cease the consumption of humans and to impose restrictions on the demons of her clan. The lineage of peace is intertwined with malevolent spirits, and within it, I exist. I yearn for my progeny to be born into a world devoid of the relentless carnage that surrounds us. He too is a part of humanity. The demon fell into a contemplative silence, fully aware that this request signified a rebellion against his very instincts. Each time he detected the scent of humans, an intense, searing thirst ignited within his throat. This also entailed defying an entire race. Demons had long acclimatized to feasting upon humanity, and abstaining from such sustenance was akin to heralding their demise. Yet, upon witnessing Lin Shuren's hopeful gaze, he acquiesced. From that moment forth, the demon resolutely severed his ties to human flesh. While he managed to restrain his own cravings, he could not suppress the survival instincts of all demons. The agony of starvation swiftly spread, prompting numerous demons to clandestinely hunt humans. The demon's hair and teeth began to fall out incessantly. Chapter 80. The City of Malevolence, Part 3. Lin Shuren observed with a heavy heart. Although her marriage initially served a personal purpose, she had long since fallen in love with Luo Sha. The malevolent spirits feasted upon humans merely as a consequence of their genetic predisposition, akin to how humans consume domesticated animals. She was acutely aware that her requests had burdened Luo Sha excessively, yet she could not bear to witness the continuous slaughter of humanity at the hands of the malevolent race. Exhausting every conceivable means, Luo Sha persevered for 15 years. Throughout this duration, his transformation became increasingly pronounced. His once proud stature had become stooped, his hair had fallen away, revealing dry, cracked skin beneath. The hands that once effortlessly shattered rocks now struggled to clench into a fist. Even the purple aura surrounding him had diminished, nearly on the brink of vanishing. Lin Pingyan had always known his parents were extraordinary. His father was a malevolent spirit, his mother a human, and he was the amalgamation of both, a half-demon, half-human being, rejected by demons and feared by humans, gifted with immense potential. He had surpassed the white quality at the tender age of 5, capable of lifting boulders that several adults could scarcely move. By 10, he had touched upon the green quality. Each time he beheld his father's wan visage, he would approach and whisper, "Father, when will you regain your health?" Lin Pingyan understood only that his father had been ill for over a decade. During these moments, Luo Sha would affectionately pat his head and smile, saying, "When Pingyan becomes strong enough to protect your mother in this city, father will recover." Yet, he never lived to see that day. On the eve of Lin Pingyan's 15th birthday, Luo Sha's body finally succumbed. That fateful morning, Lin Shuren, as was her custom, went to the training room to call for him, only to find him collapsed on the ground. His body had begun to disintegrate, skin peeling away like crumpled paper, revealing darkened sinews and bones beneath, his breath faint. Upon seeing Lin Shuren enter, he attempted to raise his hand, but could only produce a feeble rustling sound. "Shuren, I am sorry," were Luo Sha's final words. Lin Shuren embraced her disintegrating husband, refraining from tears, simply sitting in silence. As the sun dipped below the horizon, she personally laid Luo Sha's remains to rest in the garden behind the lord's estate. The following morning, clad in the pure white dress from their wedding, Lin Shuren grasped a rusted long knife and approached the violet bushes in the garden. Gazing at Luo Sha's grave, she softly declared, "Luo Sha, I have come to join you. Pingyan has grown. He will live well. Lin Pingyan." With that, she turned her wrist, and the long knife sliced through her throat. Blood splattered upon the violets, reminiscent of the blood that had stained the Blackstone Square when Luo Sha had slain the previous lord. The news of his parents' demise struck Lin Pingyan like a heavy stone upon his heart. He did not weep. He merely attended to their final arrangements in silence. Determined, he resolved to put an end to this cycle. Perhaps it was the blood of his parents that coursed through him. Lin Pingyan's strength began to ascend rapidly. Within 3 months following his parents' passing, he broke through to the purple quality. He has become the youngest purple-grade powerhouse in the history of Demon City, inheriting his father's exceptional purple-grade foundation. Additionally, he has acquired his mother's ancient tome, which grants him the ability to consume others to enhance his own strength, as well as the power to vanquish demons to augment his might. This tome possesses capabilities far superior to those that his mother had previously disseminated. While an ordinary human may need to absorb the strength of 10 demons, he can surpass that by utilizing his tome to absorb merely 1. The 2 forms of power have merged within him, culminating in a novel and immensely potent force. Today, Lin Pingyan has officially assumed control of Demon City. Chapter 81. The City of Malevolent Spirits, Part 4. As Shen Ping absorbed the information relayed by the city lord, he found himself at a loss for words. The tale of how his parents first met. Why on earth did the Rakshasa and Lin Shuran unite? And those three malevolent spirits, under the leadership of the Rakshasa, who merely stood by as they were vanquished by Lin Shuran. What an absurdity! Yet, astonishingly, the Rakshasa applauded her actions, extolling her virtues. From the perspective of the malevolent spirits, this was utterly hellish. However, one fact was undeniable. Lin Shuran had disseminated the power of the ancient tome among the humans of the city of malevolent spirits, which served as the primary catalyst for their uprising against the dark forces. The absorption of malevolent energy transformed into their own strength, originating from that very tome. This revelation also elucidated the source of the Rakshas's formidable prowess, possessing the bloodline of a powerful spirit from his father and the most complete ancient tome from his mother. How could he not become extraordinarily powerful? Suddenly, to Shen Ping's side, Luo Qiushua sent him a private message. Shen Ping, I can't shake the feeling that this ancient tome is quite remarkable. By the way, if it were us, could we make use of it? Upon reading her message, Shen Ping's eyes widened. He recalled having slain the female spirit in the villa and acquiring the ghost crystal, the purpose of which remained a mystery. If he could obtain the ancient tome and unleash a devastating strike. However, he quickly shook his head, dismissing such thoughts. Completing the mission took precedence. Lin Pingyan was no weakling, and engaging in conflict over an unknown tome was utterly unnecessary. Yet, his instincts whispered to him that this tome was the most valuable asset in this realm. Once Lin Pingyan ascended to power, he would undoubtedly face a tempest of bloodshed, a fierce contest for the lordship akin to a miniature struggle for a throne. In this small world, the city of malevolent spirits resembled a diminutive nation. As a being of both human and spirit, Lin Pingyan found himself neither fully embraced by humanity nor wholly accepted by the malevolent spirits. His ability to secure a foothold in this precarious position and even wrest the lordship away must have come at a cost beyond ordinary comprehension. It was likely that over the years, he had absorbed a vast amount of malevolent energy and stained his hands with the blood of many. Once Lin Pingyan perished, the city would inevitably plunge back into chaos. It was no wonder he contemplated this task, the brutal eradication of one faction, leaving the other to prevail. Shen Ping had made his choice to eliminate the malevolent spirits. He was human, unable to strike against his kind. Moreover, should he annihilate all humans, the malevolent spirits would be left without sustenance, spiraling into further disorder. Shen Ping articulated his decision. You choose to slay the spirits, do you not? A fleeting shadow of melancholy crossed Lin Pingyan's eyes. Indeed, this is the correct choice. My mother's wish can thus be fulfilled. I entrust this to you, O Herald of the Train. Complete the tasks I require with utmost expediency. However, thereafter, I need you to deliver the collected ghost crystals to me. As for what these crystals are, you may be unaware. They are simply the items that manifest upon the demise of a malevolent spirit. Lin Pingyan's gaze shifted slightly. Sensing something amiss, Shen Ping felt an eerie sensation. Was the purpose to absorb these ghost crystals to enhance his own power? Shen Ping nodded. Before that, I require the lord of the city to assist in gathering these malevolent spirits so that I may deal with them all at once. Lin Pingyan agreed, acknowledging that eliminating them one by one would indeed be too slow, especially since everyone was on edge. Casting a glance at the dutifully task-completing Shen Ping, Lin Pingyan's eyes flickered with a hint of satisfaction, mingled with something peculiar. He departed, preparing to convene the 10th summit of high-ranking malevolent spirits. While the lower-tier spirits could not be swiftly dealt with, it was imperative to address those in positions of power. Subsequently, Shen Ping and Luo Qiushua were settled into their lodgings. Out of fear of being recorded, their conversations relied solely on private messages. Luo Qiushua, Shen Ping, I can't shake the feeling that something is off. What does the lord of the city intend to do with all these ghost crystals? Is he planning to absorb them? Shen Ping, It appears to be the case. If he absorbs all the ghost crystals from the city of malevolent spirits, his power could reach an alarmingly formidable level. Alternatively, perhaps his true intention is merely to gather these ghost crystals. Luo Qiuxue, but his backstory seems rather pitiable. Shen Ping. That does not change the fact that while the narrative may evoke sympathy, individuals can change. Perhaps he genuinely seeks to alleviate the calamities besetting both spirits and humans, yet he undoubtedly harbors selfish motives. Luo Qiuxue. Should we heed his words? Her inquiry struck Shen Ping like a stone, penetrating his thoughts. Indeed, their mission was merely to resolve the conflict within the city of malevolent spirits, targeting a particular faction without any directive to collect ghost crystals, let alone submit them to Lin Ping'an. Would defying Lin Ping'an incite new conflicts? Conversely, should they comply, they might inadvertently cultivate an even more terrifying monstrosity once the mission concluded. There was no certainty that Lin Ping'an would not turn against them. The duration of the mission offered safety, but what lay beyond? All of it remained shrouded in uncertainty. Shen Ping leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes as myriad possibilities raced through his mind. Beside him, Luo Qiuxue stood quietly. Lin Ping'an's strength, the utility of the ghost crystals, the mission stipulations, Luo Qiuxue's safety, and the description of the platform's difficulty, all factors weighed heavily. It was merely a medium challenge. Nevertheless, I must trust in my own capabilities. Shen Ping opened his eyes wide. Although the platform had become significantly more intricate, the designation of medium difficulty indicated that, according to the game system, both he and Luo Qiuxue were undoubtedly capable of contending with Lin Ping'an. Less than an hour later, a gentle knock sounded at the door. It was a guard accompanying Lin Ping'an. Mr. Shen, Miss Luo, the Lord of the City requests your presence in the conference hall. The high-level meeting is about to commence. Shen Ping opened his eyes, his gaze restored to calmness. He rose and opened the door. Understood. We shall be there shortly. The trio, Little Mouse, Little Iron, and Little Fire, hastily followed. The group trailed the guard through several long corridors, with the entrance to the conference hall just ahead. As they approached the entrance, the cacophony of discordant voices echoed from within, a tumult of harsh and shrill tones intertwining like a legion of malevolent spirits howling in unison. My lord, what is the purpose of convening the 10th high-level meeting? Surely it cannot be for that so-called peaceful coexistence between humans and demons? A gruff voice emerged from the shadows of a demon, tinged with a hint of derision. You might as well give up on that notion. It is utterly unattainable. This demon belonged to the incorporeal class. Indeed, another sharp voice chimed in. Demons consuming humans is as natural as humans feasting on pigs or cattle. It is a fundamental truth. We demons stand atop the food chain, so why should we relinquish our right to devour? A voice laced with a semblance of counsel, yet dripping with arrogance, interjected, My lord, do not forget, you possess a portion of demon blood yourself. While you may satiate your hunger with human food, neglecting to absorb their essence will eventually lead to your demise. At that point, being a lord will be the least of your concerns. Your very survival will be in jeopardy. These two demons, manifesting in tangible forms, bore grotesque visages and drab, brownish bodies. Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue followed closely behind Lin Ping'an, their eyes swiftly scanning the hall. The seats, lining the expanse of the chamber, were filled with demons of varied appearances. Some sported greenish skin and sharp fangs. Others were cloaked in scales, while some bore an uncanny resemblance to humans, their eyes betraying a bloodthirsty glint. Yet others lacked a distinct form, shrouded entirely in shadows. These were the elite of Demon City, holding positions ranging from deputy lord to council elder, and including captains of the guard and interior officials, numbering well over 100. Shen Ping noted 3 demons seated in the front row on the left, attired in long robes of black, gray, and brown, respectively, presumably the deputy lord, the elder council leader, and the interior official. All were corporeal demons. There was a conspicuous absence of communication among the 3, even their gazes rarely intersecting, maintaining a delicate balance of power among them. In his quest to solidify his authority, Lin Pingyan had intentionally orchestrated their roles to counterbalance one another, preventing any single faction from gaining dominance. As he ascended to the principal seat, his gaze swept over the raucous assembly of demons below, a fleeting shadow flickering in his eyes. These dignitaries had never held him in genuine esteem, though he had subdued them through sheer force. The half-human lineage he bore was like an indelible brand, eliciting their innate disdain. It was reminiscent of his childhood, when despite his earnest attempts to integrate into human society and play with the children, they would scream monster and flee in terror. However, he quickly reined in his emotions, donning a serene smile as he addressed the assembly in a voice that, though soft, resonated throughout the hall. Please, remain calm. The purpose of this meeting is to unveil a method for the harmonious coexistence of humans and demons, and I sincerely hope for your assistance in this endeavor. What method? A demon immediately inquired, skepticism permeating his tone. It cannot be yet another feudal strategy, can it? Limiting the feeding frequency of demons? Or perhaps seeking entirely new sources of sustenance? Perhaps we should simply confine humanity, proposed another malevolent spirit, his tone laced with a cruel exhilaration. We could enclose them within a designated area, providing regular sustenance, thus eliminating any concerns about their escape or our own hunger. It would be splendid. Moreover, we could encourage their relentless reproduction, yielding an ever-increasing population of humans. Indeed, what a splendid idea. Many fiends echoed in agreement, transforming the hall into a cacophony of voices. Seated at the head of the table, Lin Pingyan gently tapped his fingers upon the surface, the smile upon his face gradually fading. He had long been aware that these malevolent spirits could never truly embrace genuine peace. Their hearts were consumed by bloodshed and plunder. Yet this very violence and avarice were, in a twisted sense, comprehensible. However, now that the emissary of the train had made a decision, it coincided perfectly with his own desires. I humbly request that you accompany my father to his demise, for the future of the demon city, and in fulfillment of my mother's wishes, he rose, bowing respectfully as he spoke slowly. A profound silence enveloped the gathering. Chapter 82. The City of Demons, Part 5. The words of Lin Pingyan reverberated through the confines of the meeting room. The malevolent spirits, with their green faces and jagged teeth, stood frozen in place, their murky eyes brimming with astonishment. Clearly, they had not anticipated that a lord of their own kin would utter such words that beckoned them to their demise. This brief moment of stillness was precisely the opportunity that Shen Ping had been waiting for. With a deft flick of his wrist, a chilling purple light erupted from its sheath, the hilt of the Windslayer blade settling securely in his palm. The blade, slender as a crescent moon, glimmered with a cold luminescence in the dimness, the edge shrouded in a faint whirling energy. Even before it was swung, it summoned a delicate sound of air being sliced apart. As a weapon of purple quality, the Windslayer blade was the most formidable armament that Shen Ping had acquired thus far, albeit it could not harm the incorporeal spirits. Fortunately, there were only a handful of such spirits present, allowing him to first contend with the majority of the tangible demons. A flicker of resolve ignited within Shen Ping as his fingers instinctively caressed the hilt. In the next moment, he cast aside his hesitation. With a surge of intent, he activated the blade's unique skill, Windslayer's Rupture. The air around the blade accelerated dramatically, the once fragmented whirlwinds coalescing into a singular force, as if countless invisible blades of wind spiraled around its exterior. The blade emitted a low, resonant hum, and the noxious stench emanating from the demons was momentarily diminished by this gust. Windslayer's Rupture. Shen Ping's arm guided the blade in a fierce arc. The purple light flashed as the spiral energies erupted, transforming into 3 rotating blades of wind that surged toward the horde of demons with a sound reminiscent of metal tearing. The foremost demons barely registered the threat before the blades struck their forms, shredding their garments into tatters, followed swiftly by flesh, and ultimately shattering bones under the relentless force of the spiraling winds. Blackish-red blood sprayed forth, mingling with severed limbs that thudded onto the ground with a viscous sound. In the blink of an eye, Nearly a quarter of the demons present were reduced to mere fragments by this devastating blow. Though a couple of incorporeal spirits lingered within the attack's vicinity, they remained unharmed, yet they continued to stare at Shen Ping in a daze. The power of a purple quality skill far surpassed that of ordinary attacks, gouging 3 shallow trenches into the ground and leaving the conference table and chairs in disarray. What caliber of attack is this? Lin Ping's pupils dilated in shock. He had initially presumed Shen Ping to be merely a blue-grade messenger. Yet he had not anticipated the presence of such a purple weapon. The overwhelming pressure unleashed by the wind blades even caused Lin Ping, a half-human, half-demon lord of purple quality, to feel a shiver of trepidation. Daring not to linger any longer, he sprang backward, his toes barely grazing the ground as he retreated with haste, fearful of being caught in the residual force. Upon reaching the safety of a distant stone pillar, a cold sweat broke out along his back. Yet, he realized that his own strength relied heavily on external artifacts. Lin Ping gritted his teeth, a complex expression crossing his features, relief mingled with a sense of reluctance. He was grateful that Shen Ping's might did not stem from his own innate power. What is truly disheartening is that, despite everything, the adversary has far exceeded my expectations. It is indeed difficult to gauge. Luo Qiushu soon exclaimed with excitement, I shall join in. Her movements were no less swift than Shen Ping's, and in her hand materialized a wind-cleaving blade, identical to Shen Ping's weapon. The moment she grasped the blade, the remaining malevolent spirits instinctively recoiled. After all, the recent scene had already been sufficiently astonishing for the specters. Shen Ping observed Luo Qiushu beside him, a faint smile gracing his lips. His backpack still contained several identical wind-cleaving blades, totaling 10. This indicated that not only could he and Luo Qiushu wield them, but also Xiao Tai, Xiao Hua, and Xiao Shu might partake. Xiao Shu seemed to sense Shen Ping's gaze, climbing from his shoulder to his head, playfully patting Shen Ping's crown with his tiny paws. Shen Ping presented a new wind-cleaving blade to him, which, when grasped, nearly concealed the little creature entirely. Nevertheless, being of blue quality, its strength surpassed that of an ordinary being. With its hind paws firmly planted, it gripped the hilt with its forepaws, lowering its tiny head slightly as it commenced its own wind-cleaving technique. The cyclone surrounding the blade, though narrower than Shen Ping's, was equally sharp, emitting a sound akin to a multitude of tiny insects fluttering their wings. The malevolent spirits were left in a stupor, muttering 666. They gawked at the spectacle. It was one thing for 2 individuals to wield identical weapons, but what was a mouse doing with such a formidable armament? In an instant, Luo Qiushu took the initiative, her wrist flicking with grace as the wind-cleaving blade traced a beautiful arc, unleashing 3 wind blades that spread like petals toward the opposing throng of spirits. Those malevolent entities, just recovering from Shen Ping's previous onslaught, had yet to adjust their stances when the wind blade struck. One larger specter attempted to shield itself with its arm, only to hear a sickening crack as its limb, along with half its body, was shredded into fragments by the wind blades. Dark crimson blood splattered against the walls, leaving gruesome traces. The entire conference room reeked of blood. Xiao Shu, undeterred, swung his own wind-cleaving blade, dispatching 3 smaller wind blades. In mere seconds, 3 purple quality skills detonated amidst the specters. City Lord, may you meet a wretched fate. You have betrayed the clan of malevolent spirits. The filthy blood of humanity coursing through your veins has turned you against your kin. Lin Ping, your action shall not be tolerated by our ancestors. When you descend to the underworld, how will you face the former city lord? The spirits finally reacted, their fear morphing into furious howls. They directed their venomous gazes toward Lin Ping, who was concealed not far away, their eyes brimming with malice. Some spirits even abandoned their assault on Shen Ping and Luo Qiushu, charging toward Lin Ping behind the stone pillar, eager to deal with the traitor first. However, Lin Ping swiftly dispatched a few of the spirits that had dared to attack him. The remaining entities surged forward, comprising both corporeal and ethereal malevolent spirits. However, Both Xiao Tai and Xiao Hu wielded the wind-cleaving battle blade, employing their skills. Once again, two strikes of the wind-cleaving flow obliterated the remaining corporeal demons. 6 spectral demons remained. How could this be? How could there possibly be 5 weapons of this caliber? The remaining demons halted, gazing incredulously at the wind-cleaving battle blade in the hands of the Iron Spirit and the Fire Spirit. Such physical attacks cannot harm us. Fear not, everyone. Let us unite and eliminate them. One of the blue high-quality demons, its claws enveloped in dense black mist, lunged towards Shen Ping. The other demons followed suit, all exuding thick black vapor. Shen Ping's weapon transformed into the purple spirit blade, its blade surrounded by a deep blue aura. Though named the purple spirit blade, it was indeed a blue-quality weapon. Shen Ping swiftly wielded the purple spirit blade, dispatching the remaining demons with ease, without even resorting to the violet skill, Thunder Qilin. The scene fell silent, leaving only the heavy stench of blood and the lingering sounds of disturbed air. The ground was strewn with severed limbs, dark red blood forming small streams that flowed through the crevices of the earth, the air saturated with a foul odor intermingled with the scent of blood. Naturally, beside each corpse lay fallen demon crystals. Shen Ping stood impassively, slowly sheathing the wind-cleaving battle blade. He glanced at the scattered corpses, his gaze betraying no emotion. Having endured numerous missions, he had grown accustomed to such sights. Beside him, Luo Qiushue averted her eyes from the gruesome scene as much as possible. At that moment, Lin Pingyan emerged slowly from behind a stone pillar, his eyes wide with disbelief as he surveyed the carnage of demons. Could it truly have been so simple? He had anticipated the battle would last at least half an hour, possibly resulting in casualties. Yet, to his astonishment, Shen Ping and his companions had eradicated all demons in less than 2 minutes. The power of the wind-cleaving battle blade exceeded his understanding. Even the incorporeal demons, impervious to the blade, were dispatched by Shen Ping with another weapon. Did you not summon us to eradicate the demon clan? Shen Ping shrugged casually, his tone nonchalant. Lin Pingyan took a deep breath, suppressing his shock, and his gaze fell upon the multitude of demon corpses. He then spoke slowly, according to our agreement. All these demon crystals are to be left for me. Lin Pingyan raised his head and continued. However, Shen Ping shook his head, declining. What did you say? I said I refuse. Shen Ping looked at Lin Pingyan, his tone flat yet imbued with undeniable firmness. In this mission, you only requested my assistance in making a choice. I chose the demon clan, which means eradicating them. There was no stipulation for me to reserve these demon crystals for you. If you wish for my help in collecting these crystals, that is an entirely different matter, and it will cost extra. Upon hearing this, a vein throbbed violently on Lin Pingyan's forehead. He stared at Shen Ping, his voice dripping with derision. Who do you think you are? A mere train messenger. Do you truly consider yourself a formidable force? Did I err? You are well aware of the truth. Once again, a wind-slaying battle blade manifested in Shen Ping's left hand, its violet gleam flickering subtly as a vortex began to form. This caused Lin Pingyan's pupils to constrict sharply. Or do you intend to sabotage the mission? Lin Pingyan's gaze was fixed intently on the wind-slaying battle blade in Shen Ping's grasp, his heart racing uncontrollably. The 6th blade. To possess a weapon of such caliber. The adversary had a 6th one. He suddenly realized that he might have underestimated Shen Ping from the very beginning. Lin Pingyan took a deep breath, suppressing the fury within him, and stated, I understand now. He then looked at Shen Ping and slowly added, if you assist me in collecting the ghost crystals, in addition to the original rewards, I shall grant you 2 copies of ancient texts. Shen Ping felt a stir of interest within him. The ancient text Lin Pingyan mentioned undoubtedly referred to the mysterious tome left by his mother, Lin Shuran. This tome had the ability to absorb the power of malevolent spirits and convert it into strength for oneself. If it were to be utilized by him, it could potentially enhance his physical constitution. Although the copies might not possess the same potency as the original, they would likely retain similar capabilities. If all else fails, a critical strike would suffice. The enhancement of his physique would enable him to wield the weapon's power more effectively, ensuring greater safety in subsequent missions. Shen Ping remained silent for a few moments before slowly nodding in agreement. Very well. Upon hearing this, Lin Pingyan exhaled softly, his top body beginning to relax. However, you must first provide me with a copy of the ancient text as a form of earnest payment. After all, collecting the ghost crystals and the rewards from the ancient texts are not part of the mission requirements. At that moment, Shen Ping had already discerned the underlying motives. This endeavor, beyond the mission, also harbored personal interests. It appeared that the entire narrative had elements of adaptation. "I shall have someone fetch it for you," Lin Pingyan said as he took a deep breath, reminding himself to remain calm. These two still needed to aid in vanquishing other malevolent spirits. What had transpired thus far was merely 30% of the ordeal. Once all the ghost crystals were gathered, a complex expression crossed Lin Pingyan's face. Just as a deceased malevolent spirit had remarked earlier, he was uncertain how his father, buried beneath the earth, would react to his actions. Yet, he soon shook his head slowly. Who can truly comprehend what lies beyond death? Perhaps there is no such thing as hell. These notions are mere fabrications of the human mind. Before long, the copy of the ancient text was brought forth and handed to Shen Ping. Acquired Foundation of Ghost Qi Cultivation, incomplete. Foundation of Ghost Qi Cultivation, incomplete quality, blue upper grade. Studying this foundational text allows one to devour ghost crystals to enhance physical constitution. The side effects have been eradicated by the game system. The complete foundation of Ghost Qi Cultivation possesses purple upper grade quality. Learning it will eliminate the fear of malevolent spirits, transforming them into your sustenance. Would you like to learn? Shen Ping's expression shifted slightly. It was certainly not prudent to study in Lin Pingyan's presence. You all rest for a moment. I shall provide information on the gathering places of malevolent spirits in the Ghost City. Lin Pingyan swiftly departed the scene. Shen Ping and Luo Qiuxue returned to their previous location. Hurry, take a look at how this book transforms after a critical hit and what benefits it holds. Shen Ping nodded, and then a critical hit occurred. Critical hit successful, blue quality. Fundamentals of Ghost Qi Cultivation, incomplete, purple quality. Fundamentals of Ghost Qi Cultivation. Fundamentals of Ghost Qi Cultivation. Quality, purple intermediate. Studying the fundamentals of Ghost Qi Cultivation allows one to absorb ghost crystals to enhance physical constitution. The side effects have been eliminated by the game system. Mastering this knowledge will render you fearless of malevolent spirits, as they shall become your sustenance. Although the description was more concise, Shen Ping understood that it had indeed become formidable. This book was likely what one would refer to as an ancient text. To the game system, it was merely a standard foundational study. Shen Ping mused to himself. In the eyes of the game system, this ordinary foundational study was a treasure to Lin Pingyan. Will you learn it, or shall I? Do you not intend to bestow the ghost crystals upon that city lord? I no longer plan to. Shen Ping shook his head. Once he had vanquished all malevolent spirits and absorbed the ghost crystals, his strength would undoubtedly increase significantly, and the side effects had been eradicated. More importantly, this action did not contravene the tasks set by the game system. What if he becomes impatient? If he does, then 10 wind slashers and 3 thunder kirans, along with 1 fire dragon in a chaotic dance, will attend to him. That seems somewhat reasonable. Then you shall learn it. Shen Ping, I shall be your humble assistant by your side. Shen Ping. Chapter 83. The City of Malevolent Spirits, Part 6. Having learned from Qiuxue, Shen Ping did not hesitate for a moment and quickly clicked to study. In the next instant, it felt as though countless warm streams surged into his mind through the crown of his head. His intellect was poised for expansion. From the origins and classifications of malevolent spirits to the various types of apparitions, both corporeal and ethereal, the techniques to perceive and discern the strength of these spirits became vividly clear. Most crucially, the intricate science of spirit energy transformation was thoroughly elucidated, not only detailing the very essence of this energy, but also providing foundational methods for temporarily converting it into a usable form. This knowledge was not a mere collection of disjointed fragments. Rather, it resembled a meticulously arranged chart that seamlessly constructed a comprehensive framework of understanding within Shen Ping's mind. Yet, even as he absorbed this information, the game system had organized and packaged the vast amount of data. Still, The overwhelming influx caused his temples to throb and his vision to blur momentarily, his body swaying involuntarily. "Are you all right, Shen Ping?" Luo Qiu Shui inquired with concern, reaching out to steady him. However, she observed Shen Ping raise his hand to stabilize himself. As he slowly opened his eyes, a newfound clarity flickered within them. "It's nothing serious," Shen Ping replied, massaging his throbbing temples, his tone tinged with awe. He had not anticipated that such a tome, infused with supernatural forces, would encompass a scholarly pursuit, one that the game system could convey to him with such profound clarity. As they conversed, Lin Ping and approached briskly, clutching a weathered animal hide map, its corners worn from frequent handling. He presented the map to them, tracing the red dots marked in cinnabar. These 10 red dots indicate the primary strongholds of the Malevolent Spirit clan. However, the terrain of the City of Malevolent Spirits is intricate, with many scattered spirits lurking in the alleys. You need not concern yourselves with those stragglers. Simply eliminate the spirits at these 10 strongholds to complete the task. Of course, do not forget to collect and submit the spirit crystals from each of these locations. Lin Ping was untroubled by the duo's studies, as even a fragmented or reproduced ancient text was exceedingly challenging to master. He estimated that it would take him at least 3 months to study this incomplete tome. Yet, he overlooked one crucial detail. Players simplified their learning of any skill. Just as Shen Ping was about to respond, the mechanical notification of the game system echoed in his mind. Task modification. The original goal of eliminating the Malevolent Spirit clan has been adjusted to resolving 95 of the spirits. Understood. We shall take it from here, Shen Ping replied, stowing the map and surveying the small team of Xiao Shu, Xiaohua, and Xiao Tai. Once Lin Ping and departed, he began to devise their action plan. First, we will head to the initial stronghold to familiarize ourselves with the situation. After the cooldown period, we will split into 3 groups. Qiu Shui and I will team up. Xiao Shu with Xiao Hua, and Xiao Tai will operate independently. The rationale behind Xiao Tai's solitary mission stemmed from her ability to summon 3 advanced iron puppets. One would remain stationed at the elevated platform where the train halted, while the other 2 accompanied Xiao Tai, wielding their wind-slicing blades to ensure their safety. Xiao Tai nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Shen Ping retrieved the remaining Windslayer battle blade from his personal backpack. He distributed the weapons according to their quantity. Once everyone was prepared, they set forth towards the first demon stronghold, guided by the markings on their map. The streets of Demon City lay in a state of utter decay, with many areas featuring crumbling pavements. The buildings flanking the streets had also collapsed significantly, particularly as they approached the demon stronghold. The conflict between demons and humans persisted relentlessly within this cursed city. At times, Shen Ping could hear faint growls emanating from the shadows, yet the demons remained elusive, seemingly wary of Shen Ping and his companions. Before long, they arrived at the first stronghold, an abandoned altar located on the western side of Demon City. The red dot marked on the map indicated the altar's center. From a distance, the altar appeared to be constructed of massive black stones, adorned with dark red markings resembling dried bloodstains. Surrounding the altar were over 20 shadowy specters of demons, their hunched forms exhibiting a blackish-gray hue, with elongated claws tinged in dark blue, gnawing on a corpse at the altar. Upon hearing the footsteps of Shen Ping and his group, they raised their heads, their crimson eyes fixated intensely on the intruders. Most of these demons were of green quality, with a few being of low blue quality. Shen Ping instructed the others to wait, recognizing their inability to harm the demons. He then summoned the Thunder Qilin, which was perfectly suited for the large-scale eradication of spectral demons. With a crackling sound, the Thunder Qilin swiftly consumed the horde of demons. Like a red-hot iron striking ice, they emitted a piercing shriek as their bodies were obliterated by the violet lightning, dissipating into wisps of black smoke, leaving behind numerous faint black demon crystals scattered on the ground. For those few that managed to escape, Shen Ping employed the purple spirit blade to eliminate them. Within 10 minutes, all over 20 demons at the first stronghold had been vanquished, and more than 20 low-grade demon crystals lay strewn about. The little mouse eagerly stepped forward to collect the crystals. However, as the mouse did not perch atop Shen Ping's head to augment his stamina limit, he found himself feeling somewhat fatigued. Yet, soon after, Luo Qiushua utilized her healing talent to restore his energy to its fullest. The second demon stronghold was a prison where demons captured humans, rearing them for sustenance, adhering to a sustainable model to maintain a certain population, much akin to how humans raised chickens and pigs. However, the increase in the prison population did not rely on reproduction, but rather on the continuous capture of new victims. After more than half an hour, the demons of the second stronghold were completely eradicated, leaving over 30 low-grade demon crystals on the ground, including 2 mid-grade crystals. The little mouse continued its diligent collection of the crystals. In the following hour, Shen Ping and his companions swiftly dealt with the third and fourth strongholds. The third stronghold was a desolate temple where demons disguised themselves as deities, luring in the pious worshippers and consuming them. There were even women who came to pray for children, only to fall prey to the demons who would first exploit them before devouring them. A truly wicked lot. Shen Ping continued to lead his companions in a relentless pursuit. With the formidable skill of the Thunder Qilin at his disposal, he found it effortlessly manageable to confront his adversaries. As he resolved the fourth stronghold, the cooldown period for his Zhanfeng battle blade concluded perfectly. He glanced at the map, noting that the remaining 6 strongholds were scattered in various directions around the city of evil spirits, each quite distant from one another. Let us commence our separate operations, Shen Ping declared. Xiao Shui and I will tackle the 2 strongholds to the north, while Xiao Shu and Xiao Hua will venture southward to their respective 2 strongholds. Xiao Tai will cover the eastern and western strongholds. He cautioned, should you encounter insurmountable challenges, such as spirit-type evil spirits, do not hesitate to flee and make your way to my location. Xiao Hua and Xiao Shu were untroubled by this notion, as Xiao Hua's fire puppet was capable of inflicting damage upon the evil spirits, but Xiao Tai's capabilities were questionable at best. Subsequently, each of them, armed with a Zhanfeng battle blade, set forth towards their designated targets. Shen Ping and Luo Qiushua proceeded north, where the 5th stronghold was an abandoned tower with 5 levels, each occupied by malevolent spirits. Upon arriving at the tower's entrance, they beheld a towering evil spirit standing guard. Its height exceeding 3 meters, skin a shade of dark azure, wielding a colossal stone axe, and glaring menacingly at them. Humans, what brings you to this forsaken place? The evil spirit inquired, its gaze fixated on Luo Qiushua with an unsettling fascination. I did not even place an order. How has delivery arrived unbidden? In a swift motion, Shen Ping unleashed the Zhanfeng battle blade's prowess, cleaving the creature into several pieces. The unfortunate evil spirit was swiftly dispatched. Shen Ping collected the high-grade spirit crystal, savoring the rich energy contained within, a testament to its origin from a formidable mid-tier evil spirit. Approximately 5 hours later, Shen Ping and his companions had eradicated all evil spirit strongholds, yet chose not to return immediately. Instead, they lingered at the last stronghold. Shen Ping counted the amassed spirit crystals, over 1,000 in total. 1,000 spirit crystals, each yielding a critical hit. What heights could my strength attain? He mused, soon executing the critical hits on these crystals. Critical hit successful. Low-grade spirit crystal, mid-grade spirit crystal. Mid-grade spirit crystal, high-grade spirit crystal. High-grade spirit crystal, supreme grade spirit crystal. Despite the varied quality of these spirit crystals, each had ascended in grade. In no time, Shen Ping absorbed all the crystals that were originally meant for the city lord. After approximately half an hour, the influx of Pang Bo's spirit crystals into his body led to a profound transformation in his physical attributes, with his attribute panel reflecting this change. In summary, he had become significantly stronger. Shen Ping then cast a glance at his attribute panel. Player, Shen Ping. Teammate, Luo Qiushua. Talent, S-grade, critical hit, everything. Level, 12. Constitution, 685, 500. Stamina, 695. Skills, Thunder Qilin, basic ghost chi cultivation. Simultaneously, a notification indicated the completion of a task. However, the rewards for this task were to be claimed from Lin Pingyan. As before, Shen Ping and his companions approached the mayor of the Red Town. Upon their return to the Lord's mansion, Lin Pingyan awaited anxiously. Upon seeing them enter, he inquired, "Where are the ghost crystals?" "Do not rush. Let's settle the task's rewards first," Shen Ping replied. "That task of yours will be addressed once we resolve this one." Lin Pingyan felt a flicker of discontent at Shen Ping's words. However, he knew he had to settle with Shen Ping. Refusal would lead to his demise at the hands of that mysterious entity. The contract of the train envoy was one that must be honored. He handed Shen Ping 1,000 train coins, a train core, and a skill scroll. Shen Ping accepted them with a grin, saying, "Those ghost crystals of yours have been absorbed by me. One must admit, as a city's malevolent spirit, their quality may not be exceptional, yet their total is quite substantial." Lin Pingyan's eyes widened in shock, his entire being trembling. "You absorbed them all?" "No, that is impossible. Surely it cannot be due to that ancient book's replica." As he spoke, his anger intensified, uncertain whether it stemmed from his own foolishness or Shen Ping's audacious actions. "There is nothing impossible. I appreciate your resources," Shen Ping began, but Lin Pingyan charged at him, emanating a dark aura filled with rage. As a half-human, half-ghost, Lin Pingyan possessed formidable strength, ranking among the elite of both realms. Initially, he intended to undertake this task to resolve his parents' lingering issues while simultaneously enhancing his own power. Since most train envoys were human, they would naturally choose to protect their kind, thus appearing to respect the ghostly lineage while avoiding heavy guilt. Lin Pingyan could have easily issued a task to eliminate all malevolent spirits. Yet, he refrained, opting instead to allow the train envoys the choice, as if outsiders dictated everything, thus delegating the responsibility of exterminating the evil spirits to them, while he himself could not bear to make such a choice. Once all the malevolent spirits vanished, the entire evil ghost city would belong to him, along with its inhabitants and ghost crystals. However, such a convoluted and arguably foolish approach merely benefited the train envoy before him. Lin Pingyan's pupils burned crimson with unrestrained fury, the ghostly energy surrounding him boiling like turbulent black water. He abruptly shattered the floor beneath his feet and transformed into a blur, lunging towards Shen Ping. His right fist surged with the ferocious power inherited from his half-ghost lineage, combined with the strength derived from his mother's absorption of malevolent spirit energy. In an instant, a small mouse leaped onto Shen Ping's head, using its ultimate move to enhance his stamina limit. As Shen Ping raised his hand to block, he distinctly felt the terrifying force behind Lin Pingyan's punch. Nevertheless, with nearly 700 points from his physical constitution and an additional